Chapter 1. Madness before the apocalypse. Fear, screams, death, despair. If survival requires mercy, charity, and protection, then it should be eliminated by evolution. Welcome to the apocalypse countdown begins. Chen Tiansheng suddenly woke up from his sleep. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his whole body soaking wet. Heavy breaths filled with grave doubts. A three-part question from the depths of his soul. I'm not dead. Who am I? Where am I? This was a very ordinary office, with a computer screen in the cubicle flickering with a screensaver. Chen Tiansheng's mind was very confused, unable to tell if he was dreaming or if this was reality. He was originally the lowest-level laborer in the apocalypse, struggling to survive in the harsh world. But everything before him looked strikingly like the office where he worked before the apocalypse. Wait! Chen Tiansheng suddenly realized, frantically checking the date on the computer, repeatedly confirming the situation outside the window. Although it was somewhat incredible, he was very sure that he had been reborn. Memories surged like a spring of water. Before the great catastrophe, he was just a miserable code monkey, freshly graduated from university, working at an ordinary IT company. After less than half a year of work, the disaster struck. The world changed overnight. Zombies roamed, laws collapsed, and humanity perished. He struggled to survive for 10 years in the apocalypse, eventually dying in a massive zombie tide, humbly becoming cannon fodder just like that. But who would have thought that heaven would actually give him a chance to start over? Reborn 10 years before. Ha. Unable to contain his laughter, he instinctively glanced at the time. 7:49 a.m. So that means there's still. Ding dong. Just as Chen Tiansheng was talking to himself, a string of bright red numbers suddenly popped up in front of him. Apocalypse countdown. 11 hours, 10 minutes, and 23 seconds. The numbers kept decreasing. There's even countdown? Chen Tiansheng was somewhat dazed, looking incredulously at the countdown that appeared out of thin air, unable to understand why there was a prompt slap. While Chen Tiansheng was in a daze, someone suddenly slapped the back of his head, followed by an extremely disgusted curse. Are you sick? I just walked in and heard you laughing like an idiot. Scare me. Chen Tiansheng angrily turned around and saw a face filled with extreme disgust. His name was of.He, the operations development manager, the boss's brother-in-law, who liked to bully him even before the apocalypse. In the half year since he joined the company, he had been bullied by him many times. Moreover, during the outbreak of the apocalypse, the employees trapped in the company formed a small group, and of.He, relying on his position as a manager, treated Chen Tiansheng like a slave, resulting in a lack of resources during the evolution process in the apocalypse. One wrong step led to another, and for 10 years in the apocalypse, he could only linger at the bottom. The original sin was him, the deeply hated of.He. Thinking of this, a killing intent burst forth in Chen Tiansheng's eyes. However, of.He did not notice, still cursing. Let you work overtime all night, and you still haven't finished. What are you looking at? Don't want your bonus? You dare to glare at me. of.He raised his hand, ready to hit Chen Tiansheng on the head like before. But just as he raised his hand, it was grabbed by Chen Tiansheng, glaring at him with intense hatred. What are you doing? You dare to retaliate? of.He's scream echoed throughout the office. The employees who were used to arriving early were all dumbfounded at this scene. Chen Tiansheng was just a small transparent figure in the company, usually weak and timid, easily bossed around and humiliated. He had always smiled and nodded. Why today did Chen Tiansheng seem like a different person? His wrist was gripped by Chen Tiansheng like a vice. The excruciating pain made of.He scream incessantly, yet he still couldn't see the situation clearly and continued to curse. Chen Tiansheng, you bastard born of father, but raised without one. You've dared to twist my arm? You're fired. Don't even think about your salary and bonus. Killing intent erupted in Chen Tiansheng's eyes, rage filling his entire being. You call me a bastard again? Very good. He leaned close to of.He's ear and whispered coldly. Zhao, I originally wanted to kill you, but now I've changed my mind. If I kill you now, you won't get to experience the despair of the apocalypse. of.He, used to being arrogant, shouted. Who are you scaring? I. Before of.He could finish his harsh words, Chen Tiansheng twisted his arm with force, and with a crack, his arm bent in an unnatural way. My arm. Chen Tiansheng, you bastard, you're dead. I will kill you. But this was just the beginning. Chen Tiansheng grabbed his other arm and twisted it again with all his strength. Ah! Zhao Zihao's screams of agony could be heard throughout the entire floor, and the sounds of colleagues gasping in shock. Chen Tiansheng, are you crazy? Some sycophants want to step forward to stop him and protect manager Zhao. But when they met Chen Tiansheng's gaze, the overwhelming killing intent made all the employees shiver, and no one dared to step forward to help. I was wrong. Spare me. The intense pain finally made Zhao Zihao realize the situation. His arrogant attitude changed to begging for mercy. His arms brutally twisted and broken. The pain was unbearable. Chen Tiansheng's gaze was as cold as ice. From the moment you called me a bastard, your fate was already sealed. As soon as he finished speaking, crack! Everyone gasped. Chen Tiansheng stepped down. The screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered sent chills down everyone's spines. They could only watch in horror, but no one dared to intervene. Zhao Zihao wailed and collapsed on the ground. Then Chen Tiansheng turned back to his desk, casting a cold glance over the crowd, casually picking up a regular ballpoint pen. Zhao, let's settle the score today. Zhao Zihao looked at Chen Tiansheng approaching in pain, his face changing drastically, losing all his previous arrogance. What do you want to do? Don't come over, call the police. Hurry and call the police. Zhao Zihao lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to resist. Chen Tiansheng crouched in front of him, looking at him indifferently as he gasped for breath. How did you treat me before? This hand has hit my head every day, right? You've gotten used to it? He lifted Zhao Zihao. The ballpoint pen swung out, piercing his arm directly, blood gushing out. Horrifying to behold. Several female colleagues in the company fainted at the sight of the bloody scene. Male colleagues were so scared that they trembled and hurriedly took out their phones to call the police. But Chen Tiansheng ignored the others, laughing maniacally, whispering, "Get ready to welcome your apocalypse." After saying that, he disregarded Zhao Zihao, stood up calmly, and laughed arrogantly as he left the company in front of everyone. He's gone mad. Chen Tiansheng has gone mad. Chapter 2. Betrayal before the apocalypse. After leaving the company, Chen Tiansheng greedily breathed in the air before the apocalypse, enjoying the last moments of tranquility. Before the great catastrophe in his previous life, at exactly 7 p.m. on September 12th, a sudden downpour changed the world, and survivors refer to this day as the Great Catastrophe, marking the dividing line between the new world and the old world. Chen Tiansheng never imagined that one day he would be reborn before the Great Catastrophe. This was a chance given to him by heaven. Since that's the case, let me navigate through the impending apocalypse. As the sirens grew closer, Chen Tiansheng quietly disappeared into the sea of people. The apocalypse countdown had 10 hours, 49 minutes, and 50 seconds remaining, and the current time was 8:11 a.m. Based on the memories and experiences summarized from the apocalypse, the first thing Chen Tiansheng needed to do was to go to the bank and withdraw all his meager savings. There wasn't much money, only 37.21, but it was enough to deal with the impending crisis before the Great Catastrophe. Arriving at the shopping mall, based on post-apocalyptic experience, survival is the primary need. First, I need to buy clothes. A waterproof mountaineering jacket is the first choice, along with a hiking backpack and essential outdoor items. I even bought a gas mask and goggles to avoid the virus in the air. Only with complete protection can I ensure I won't be infected and then navigate the apocalypse freely. The total cost came to nearly 1,000 yuan. Next, I need to purchase suitable weapons. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must sharpen one's tools. Given the domestic situation before the Great Disaster, it's impossible to obtain firearms. Bows and crossbows are too expensive. I only have a little over 2,000 yuan left, and I have to stretch every penny. For close combat, a fire axe should be the best option. However, when I tried to buy one, I realized a fatal problem. With Chen Tiansheng's current physical condition, the fire axe is too heavy. I can't even lift it, let alone use it against zombies. Just as I was hesitating, the shop owner spoke up. Looking at your outfit, you must be planning to experience life in the wild, right? Yes. The owner then took out a folding entrenching tool and recommended, "This is perfect. It's a multi-functional, foldable entrenching tool, easy to carry, can be used as a shovel or axe, and has dozens of functions. It's ideal for the wild." Chen Tiansheng's eyes lit up at the sight of the entrenching tool. "I'll take it." The next step is to stock up on food. However, just as Chen Tiansheng was about to leave the mall, he happened to see a shop selling an officially licensed genuine American shield, which caught his attention. Before the Great Disaster, the American shield was merely a collector's item for enthusiasts. But after the disaster, based on 10 years of experience, it proved highly effective for fending off hordes of zombies, using the shield for defense and a one-handed axe for killing, ensuring both efficiency and safety. Without hesitation, he paid for the shield. After finishing all this, Chen Tiansheng had just over 1,000 yuan left in his pocket. Next, he needed to find a safe base to settle down and spend the remaining money on food and water. When choosing a base, it shouldn't be close to the city center, should not have heavy foot traffic, and must be well secured. As he thought this through, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Am I stupid? How could I forget about my rental apartment? I still have a home that in his previous life, when the Great Disaster broke out, he was stuck at work due to overtime. When the apocalypse first started, a distance of 100 meters felt like a life-or-death situation, let alone the several kilometers to the development zone from his company. Remembering this, Chen Tiansheng thought of summoning a girlfriend he had before the disaster. It's not entirely his fault after suddenly being reborn. The memories from 10 years ago had long faded. Moreover, they had only dated for 3 months, and with him working overtime every day, they rarely saw each other. After 10 years in the apocalypse without any news of her, his memories had blurred, and he had long since forgotten her. Whatever, he'll go home first. Chen Tiansheng took the bus and squeezed onto the subway, arriving at the development zone 2 hours later. He first went to the supermarket at the bottom of his apartment complex and placed all the cash he had left on the counter. Mineral water, canned food, ham sausages, instant noodles. 1,000 yuan worth of supplies is no small amount, but after the outbreak of the apocalypse, these items are necessities and hard currency. To survive, a single ham sausage can be exchanged for a lot, even leading to the erosion of humanity. Pushing a cart, he piled boxes of all sizes at his doorstep. Room 303, a familiar yet strange apartment he had rented for less than half a year. Upon opening the door and bringing in the boxes, he suddenly heard an out-of-place sound. Confused, he turned his head towards the bedroom, filled with doubt, and walked briskly to the bedroom door. On the bed in the bedroom, a man and a woman looked flustered. The woman, pale-faced, shielded her body with a blanket, while the man was bare-chested, hurriedly putting on his pants. An awkward scene unfolded, and an indescribable atmosphere filled the air. Landlord, Lulei. Chen Tiansheng's expression remained unchanged, his mood a mix of anger and sadness. Let me explain. Ma Qianqian, covering herself, blushed and tried to clarify. Landlord Lulei, having nothing to lose, directly tore off the facade. What's there to explain? You caught us today, and I'm not afraid to tell you that Qianqian and I have been together for nearly 2 months. You're never home, so it's no wonder we. Chen Tiansheng remained very indifferent. Are you done? If so, get dressed and leave immediately. His indifference and calmness left Ma Qianqian and Lu Lei somewhat dazed. What do you mean? Chen Tiansheng, stop right there. Ma Qianqian, both ashamed and angry, thought it was wrong to cheat, but being treated like air was too much. Ma Qianqian was a rural girl working in the city, had never been to college, and had never seen the world. She got together with Chen Tiansheng out of necessity to make a living. However, after mixing in the world for a while, she learned to wear makeup, and with a bit of powder on her face, she felt naturally beautiful. Initially, she admired Chen Tiansheng for going to college, but now she began to look down on him for being poor. Chen Tiansheng, you better clarify your attitude. I work overtime every day, facing the night alone. When we were together, what did you say? Do you even deserve me? People who do wrong always find excuses for themselves, even considering themselves victims. This moment, Ma Qianqian felt greatly wronged, venting all her dissatisfaction and complaints onto Chen Tiansheng, as if the wrongdoers were others. Say something. Ignoring me, what does that mean? Chen Tiansheng had no time to deal with them. He was busy moving boxes, carrying them one by one into the kitchen. Lu Lei, now dressed, lit a cigarette and looked at the busy Chen Tiansheng with arrogance and mockery. Stop moving. What are you even doing? Lu Lei kicked one of the boxes and disdainfully said, let's be straightforward. Your girlfriend is pretty good in bed and looks decent too. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Don't hog the toilet without doing your business. Chen Tiansheng glanced at the time, took a deep breath, and turned to Lu Lei. I don't care about this. You two can leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Chen Tiansheng felt this way not because he loved Ma Qianqian, but because after 10 years of the apocalypse, morality had eroded, and he had seen it all. The tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease. Chen Tiansheng said nothing, but Lu Lei was the first to be displeased. Who are you telling to leave? This is my house. If anyone should leave, it's you. Chapter 3 The Apocalypse begins. Landlord Lu Lei arrogantly wrapped his arm around Ma Tiansheng's shoulders. Don't feel wronged. A coward like him wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Let go. Ma Tiansheng looked at Lu Lei with affectionate eyes. You said you would love me for a lifetime, right? Lu Lei tilted Ma Tiansheng's chin and threw dog food in front of her, saying, Don't worry, I'm not like some people. I'm a man, and he's just a coward. It's a pity for you to be with him. Ma Tiansheng sarcastically replied, Isn't that right? I really regret it now. I was blind back then to be with such a scumbag. She continued, He has no skills, no money, and just knows how to endure humiliation. People like him don't deserve to live. The two of them exchanged words, having long exhausted Chen Tiansheng's patience. If it weren't for the impending disaster, he would have wanted to kill this pair of dog men and women. However, upon careful thought, killing them now, without them having experienced the horrors of the apocalypse, would just be an early relief for them. Weighing the pros and cons, it wasn't worth it. Chen Tiansheng said coldly, I thought a lot on the way back about how I will take care of you and let you experience happiness in this despairing world. You two are acting this out, and I find it truly ridiculous. Enough. He glanced at his watch and continued, In 3 hours, you'll understand. I don't want to see you two now. Get out. Lu Lei stepped forward arrogantly. Do you understand the situation? This is my house, and if anyone should leave, it's you. His words lacked force, and he poked Chen Tiansheng's chest with his finger. Today, I'll teach you what it means to be rich and powerful. Not only can I have your woman, but I can also make you leave. That's called ability. Chen Tiansheng was genuinely impatient now and forcefully twisted Lu Lei's hand. My tolerance doesn't mean I have no temper. Taking advantage of me is your mistake. As they pressed forward and backward, the two men's energies completely reversed. Let go of me. If you dare touch me, believe it or not, I'll have someone kill you. Chen Tiansheng's gaze turned cold. Are you very arrogant? With that, there was a crack. Lu Lei's arm was completely dislocated, and with a twist, it broke. The entire room was filled with Lu Lei's painful screams. Ma Tiansheng was also stunned. She knew Chen Tiansheng's character. He was an honest man who wouldn't dare retort even when someone insulted him. Yet today, he actually dared to hurt someone. Tiansheng, let go. What do you want to do? Ma Tiansheng had just clung to Lu Lei, the second-generation rich kid. How could she let Chen Tiansheng ruin her good fortune? She rushed forward to hit and pull them apart. In the past, when the situation hadn't been exposed, Ma Tiansheng would have called the shots at home, making Chen Tiansheng serve her tea. Could things really be reversed today? But suddenly, a hand tightly grasped Ma Tiansheng's throat. Chen Tiansheng's eyes were icy, and his voice sounded like a demon from hell. Don't force me to kill you too. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Now get out. With a forceful throw, he tossed them both out the door. Bang! The security door slammed shut heavily. You scum. You treat me like this. You won't have a good end. Ma Tiansheng was furious and kept banging on the security door. Lu Lei hugged his broken arm, his expression contorted as he cursed fiercely. Just wait. I'll kill you. I must kill you. Only then did Ma Tiansheng react and hurried to help Lu Lei. Let go. Let's go to the hospital. Chen Tiansheng closed the door, adjusted his mindset, and with less than 3 hours until the apocalypse erupted, there was still time to prepare. He pulled out some transparent tape from home and sealed the gaps in the doors and windows, especially the balcony windows. He then dismantled the tables and chairs, using a hammer and nails to seal the security door. After finishing all this, the sky was dark. At 6:50 p.m., there were only 10 minutes left until the apocalypse erupted. Lights lit up in thousands of homes, and traffic flowed endlessly on the streets. As vehicles entered the community, Lu Lei, with his arm in a cast, angrily got out of the car, followed by Ma Tiansheng. Lu Lei stood humbly in front of a bald man, bowing and scraping, pointing at the window on the 3rd floor. The person is upstairs. Chang'e, you must help me get revenge. Bah, how dare he bully my brother? He must die. The bald man spat, threw his cigarette but to the ground, and waved his hand viciously. Go up and drag him out. I want to break his limbs. Go. A group of thugs rushed into the corridor with baseball bats and galvanized steel pipes. Only 9 minutes left. Chen Tiansheng silently stood by the window waiting for the final moment of the apocalypse. He happened to see Lu Lei bringing people for revenge, and his eyes turned cold. At this time, you still don't know the danger. Let's see how you die. The new building only had one corridor. Dozens of people made a grand entrance to room 301, banging on the door and causing noise throughout the entire building. Open the door. We know you're home. If you have any sense, open the door quickly, or we'll kick it down. Bang, bang. Chen Tiansheng stood indifferently at the window, looking down. Now is not the time to deal with these small fry. What if he got infected? It would be entirely not worth it. Just then, the sound of police sirens slowly approached, entering the community and stopping downstairs. Lu Lei and Bald Chong had been arrogant just moments ago. But as soon as the police car arrived, they became like mice seeing a cat, immediately deflating. Wei Chong, what are you doing here? A patrol officer got out of the car and asked first. Other team members also got out, armed to the teeth, and the large number indicated they were well prepared. Bald Chong immediately put on a smile, bowing and scraping. Isn't this Captain Wang? What brings you to the development area? I'm familiar with this area. What case is it? I'll lead you. Captain Wang glanced at him dismissively and casually said, I'm just here to find someone. Is there someone named Chen Tiansheng living in 301? As soon as Lu Lei heard the name, Chen Tiansheng, his face changed instantly. He quickly flipped the narrative. Police officer, I report. I'm the landlord of 301, and my tenant is Chen Tiansheng. Today I went upstairs to collect rent, and he refused to pay and broke my arm. Just look at this injury. Lu Lei played the role of the victim first to gain the upper hand, fearing that he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly later. Captain Wang's expression turned serious. So you mean he is in 301, right? Yes. He's trapped in there. I'll lead you. Lu Lei was very good at reading the room, and noticed Captain Wang's reaction didn't seem to target him, making him very excited. Captain Wang, now on high alert, quickly turned around and shouted, Hurry up and call to report to headquarters. Send someone to support us immediately. The criminal is extremely vicious, and his methods are cruel. Everyone be extremely careful. However, at that moment, the night sky suddenly changed. Inside the room, Chen Tiansheng looked at the rolling dark clouds and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It's here. Apocalypse countdown. 3, 2, 1. The apocalypse descends, and the system activates. Just as Chen Tiansheng was about to put on his gas mask, he suddenly froze, both surprised and delighted. It turned out the countdown was for the system. Chapter 4 let the apocalypse come even more fiercely at this moment, at this minute, at this second. The sky is shrouded in dark clouds all over the world. The heavy black clouds quickly cover the sky like a mountain pressing down, obscuring the sun in a flash. The atmosphere feels heavy, creating an indescribable sense of oppression, making breathing feel a bit more laborious. On the street, all pedestrians unconsciously look up at the sky, observing the sudden strange weather. Is it going to rain? The storm came so suddenly that everyone was somewhat caught off guard. Bald Chong stood at the corridor entrance and called out, Captain Wang, it's going to rain soon. Why don't you come in to avoid the rain? The storm came unexpectedly, and with the urgent task at hand, Captain Wang was in a bad mood. After giving a few quick instructions, he hurriedly led his team into the corridor. Just as they entered, heavy rain began to pour down. The torrential rain, like the Milky Way pouring down, came with great momentum. This strange weather. Captain Wang muttered, but the task was urgent, so he quickly went upstairs, intending to capture the culprit. Bald Chong led the way and casually asked, Captain Wang, what did this guy do? Intentional injury, causing severe disability, ruthless inaction. A tough character, Captain Wang replied while checking his gun and ammunition. Bald Chong and the others were stunned, looking at Lu Lei in disbelief. At this moment, Lu Lei and Ma Qianqian were also confused. The Chen Tiansheng they knew was a good-for-nothing who endured humiliation and was compliant. He wouldn't even dare to fight back, let alone injure someone or cause disability. Did they get the wrong person? As they were thinking, they arrived at the door of room 301. Captain Wang's face darkened upon seeing a group of thugs with sticks at the door. Bald Chong quickly explained, Captain Wang, this is perfect. We can help and save you some effort. Captain Wang looked even more disdainful. Don't mess around. Law enforcement is our job. If you dare to cause trouble, I will arrest you too. After saying that, he walked to the door and knocked. Open up, I'm a police officer. You injured someone at the company. Please cooperate with our investigation. There was no sound from inside. What's going on? Captain Wong turned around and asked, Are you sure he's home? Absolutely sure. He hasn't gone out at all. The landlord Lu Lei volunteered. I'm a landlord. I have the key. He grinned and stepped forward to unlock the door. Just then, faint footsteps were heard coming from downstairs. The team members who had come to execute the task all ran upstairs, but many of them were drenched in rain, looking like drowned rats. Lu Lei felt ecstatic, thinking about how he would see Chen Tiansheng's downfall once the door opened. Click! The key turned, but the security door remained unmoved. What is going on? You dare to lock yourself in, Chen Tiansheng? Open the door. Liu Lai angrily shouted. I command you to open the door. Resisting arrest is a serious crime. At that moment, fully armed team member Xiao Qiu felt discomfort in his neck, thinking it was due to nerves. But his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his consciousness began to blur. Xiao Qiu, what's wrong with you? His teammates asked in concern. But the next moment, Xiao Qiu's body trembled, shaking violently, and then his neck began to twist oddly, his fingers stiffening into claw shapes. Xiao Qiu, what is happening to you? Everyone saw Xiao Qiu's abnormal behavior, and the team members were concerned, but the thugs watching were secretly mocking. Then, a transformation occurred. Xiao Qiu's pupils rapidly turned black, filling his eyes, his mouth wide open, and his facial expression became extremely twisted. Xiao Qiu, the team members shouted. But before anyone could react, Xiao Qiu suddenly went mad, ferociously biting his teammates. Blood spattered everywhere. What the hell is happening? Lu Lei was completely stunned, and Ma Qianqian was also dumbfounded, terrified, and at a loss. Get back! Everyone step back! Captain Wong pushed his way to the center, trying to pull Xiao Qiu away from his teammates. However, when they managed to separate Xiao Qiu, he was covered in blood, his face monstrous, and his eyes were white. Xiao Qiu crazily started to bite other people around him, tearing off chunks of flesh in a gruesome scene. He's gone mad, stop him! Captain Wong was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. The corridor was in chaos, and outside, on the street, or rather the whole world, anyone who had been caught in the rain began to mutate at that moment. Attack, car crashes, screams, agonizing wails. The great disaster began, and human civilization faced an unprecedented test, but this was just the beginning. In the corridor, Xiao Qiu was rampaging. The bitten teammates and other rain-drenched individuals also showed signs of mutation. Captain Wong was still trying to contain the situation, desperately hoping to control it. Someone shouted, it's zombies. They've turned into zombies. Although zombies are a product of film and television, the symptoms were so similar that it was hard not to make the connection. The situation became increasingly uncontrollable, and the number of mutated individuals grew. Some were screaming, some turned to run, and others raised their guns. Stop, or I will shoot. Captain Wong trembled, pointing his gun at his former comrades, feeling a mix of emotions. The zombies lost their consciousness, biting and tearing at their companions' bodies, leaving them bloodied and mangled. Upon hearing Captain Wong shout, the zombies charged at him. Bang! The gunfire rang out as former teammates fell in pools of blood, and the other mutated zombies rushed towards their former captain. Shoot, shoot! What are you waiting for? Bald Chong was already terrified, urging and trembling as he ran upstairs. Lu Lei also reacted, frantically banging on the door and shouting, Open the door! This is my house! Open the door for me! Ma Qianqian also recovered from her shock, crying and banging on the door, Chen Tiansheng, please open the door. I'm begging you, open the door. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out as the zombies drew closer. Lu Lei was already terrified, pulling Ma Qianqian as they hurried upstairs. The corridor was filled with the stench of blood and chaos. Inside room 301, Chen Tiansheng was completely unconcerned because his mind was entirely focused on the system. As a programmer, he understood the system very well. In the previous 10 years of the apocalypse, he had heard of new humans, superpowers, and mutated beasts, but this was the first time he had heard of system. Accompanied by the terrifying screams from outside, various emotions surged in his heart, whether it was excitement, exhilaration, or perhaps a detached fear. His body shook with anticipation. The more it was like this, the more exhilarated he became. In his previous life, he had struggled to survive the apocalypse for 10 years. In this life, not only was he reborn, but he also had a system. If this couldn't help him navigate and dominate, it would be better to die. Come on, let the apocalypse come even more fiercely. Chapter 5. Frenzy of Demons. Fear, Scream, Death, Despair. The cataclysm unfolds simultaneously in every corner of the world. Chen Tiansheng sits on the sofa in room 301, gradually calming his complex emotions and beginning to patiently explore the system. The system interface is very simple. The virtual character image is divided into head, torso, and limbs, upper arms and legs. Next to it is complex data: physique, strength, speed, mental power, a wave of his hand, and the next page shows the point system, where the only thing to purchase is gift packs. 10 points for 1 draw, 100 points for a 10 draw. Another wave brings up a page that is currently locked and cannot be viewed. After studying for a while, Chen Tiansheng frowned. This is so much like a game setting, earning points by killing zombies and exchanging points for power. Could it be that those powerful supernatural beings all have systems? It is unknown whether others have systems. From the experiences summarized over the 10 years of the apocalypse, acquiring superpowers relies on the mutated pineal gland in the brains of zombies, commonly known as mutated crystals. The cataclysm broke out about 3 months into the apocalypse, and when the currency system collapsed, the only way to exchange for supplies was to use mutated crystals to trade for food at survival bases. Survival bases collected large amounts of mutated crystals, which scientists purified, extracting energy from the mutated crystals to grant people special abilities. These individuals are commonly referred to as new humans. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone was unaware of the importance of mutated crystals. People were terrified and hid everywhere to survive, which led to most missing the first wave of evolution. In his previous life, Chen Tiansheng was manipulated by others and never benefited, resulting in him surviving for 5 years in the apocalypse. It was only when everyone evolved into new humans that he was fortunate enough to receive gene enhancement drugs. But at that time, the strong were like clouds, and his strength was humble, relegating him to the role of cannon fodder. This time, he absolutely cannot let the tragedy repeat itself. Outside, the polluted rain continues to fall. In his previous life, based on the scientists' explanations, the polluted rain contains prion viruses. On the first day of the apocalypse, anyone caught in the rain had a 100 infection rate. Within the first 3 days, the prion virus content in the air was very high, with an infection rate of about 50. Now, he could do nothing but sleep well, conserve energy, and wait for the rain to stop, endure the infection period. Then go out to hunt zombies, collect mutated cores, and conveniently study the points exchange mechanism. Facing the apocalypse, Chen Tiansheng is already well prepared, while others are not so calm. Lu Lei, this second-generation rich kid, has more than one apartment in the development zone. Room 601 is also one of his properties. After the cataclysm erupted, most of the survivors seeking refuge ended up in this room. Originally, the tenant was a small internet celebrity, and when a group of people, including thugs and police, barged in, she didn't dare to say anything. Everyone gathered in front of the television, watching the news report. The station urgently interrupted the broadcast, announcing that a polluted rain had suddenly fallen worldwide. Scientists claimed that the rain contained a large amount of prion viruses and urged the public to stay indoors to avoid the spread of infection, voluntarily isolating themselves. Changing the channel, all programs were news warnings. Stay at home, trust in the motherland, rescue will arrive within 3 days, and please cooperate actively. Bald Chong slapped his forehead angrily. How did the virus suddenly break out? What the hell is this prion virus? Everyone was left in confusion. Standing by the window, Captain Wong suddenly spoke up. I've heard of it. The American zombie deer and the mad cow disease in Europe are all caused by this virus. Damn, is it that serious? The whole room instantly panicked. Captain Wong closed his eyes and said solemnly, perhaps this is Pandora's box, heaven's punishment for humanity, the damn apocalypse. We are doomed. After saying this, Captain Wong unexpectedly drew his gun and aimed it at his temple. I don't want to become a man-eating zombie. My wife, I'm coming down to be with you. Bang! The gunshot rang out, blood splattered, and everyone screamed and scattered in panic. Ma Tiansheng couldn't hold back and vomited uncontrollably. The room was in chaos. The screams and gunfire attracted the attention of zombies in the hallway, and the sound of banging on the door was incessant. The terrified cries grew more desperate, drawing in more zombies. Shut up, everyone shut up. Bald Chong angrily slapped the internet celebrity's face, quickly turned to brace the door with a chair, stepped back a few paces, picked up Captain Wang's gun, and pointed it at the door, trembling. Just then crack. Thunder roared, and a blinding light and deafening sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The lights and appliances were affected by the electrical surge, flickering for a moment before all going dead. The thunder echoed, lasting long after. Darkness fell again, causing another round of screams. Shut up. If you keep shouting, I'll be the first to blow your heads off. Bald Chong was scared out of his wits, holding the gun and shouting. Although his hands were shaking, his eyes were fierce, full of murderous intent. The internet celebrity covered her mouth and sobbed softly, while Ma Tianxian turned pale, crouching in the corner trembling. With a gun in hand, the intimidation worked, making Bald Chong even more arrogant. He was never a good person, and now, the zombie crisis seemed less frightening. Since we're all going to die, whether it's today or tomorrow, it doesn't matter. You come with me into the room. Bald Chong viciously grabbed the internet celebrity's hair and dragged her forcefully toward the bedroom. Shut up. If you dare to scream again, I'll send you to hell first. Outside the house, zombies growled lowly. Inside the bedroom, there were cries for mercy. Thunder and lightning raged worldwide, destroying most power facilities, rendering computers, phones, and communication systems all paralyzed. As the lightning stopped, the era of darkness arrived. Captain Wang was right. This is Pandora's box, the opening act of the apocalypse. Laws and humanity were completely overturned in this moment. The polluted rain fell all night long. As the sun rose, piercing through the overcast sky, it illuminated the blood-stained city, with the gray sky and murky air still lingering with a nauseating stench. Although the polluted rain had stopped, mutations continued to occur everywhere. In just one night, the world underwent earth-shattering changes. Order collapsed, humanity vanished, zombies rampaged, and human civilization faced an unprecedented impact. Thousands of years of development, technology, and economy disappeared overnight. Chen Tiansheng survived for a day and 2 nights, enduring the most dangerous infection period. Early the next morning, he excitedly donned a gas mask, strapped on a shield, and armed himself with a combat shovel, ready to go out and make a big move. The security door was sealed shut, and he had no intention of using it. He opened the balcony window, right next to the corridor's floor-to-ceiling window, which was the exit he had calculated long ago. First, he tied the combat shovel with a rope and threw it with all his might, shattering the corridor window. Crash! The glass shattered, falling from a great height. Chen Tiansheng didn't think much and hurriedly climbed out, stepping on the balcony edge. The cold wind howled, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Chen Tiansheng wasn't nervous or afraid. He had done this many times in his previous life, experienced and bold. After patiently waiting for a while, sure enough, the zombies in the corridor rushed to the window, their hands, arms, and bodies reaching out one by one. Roaring, they looked fierce. Zombies have no pain. They didn't care about the glass shards cutting their skin, crazily pushing toward the window. When he saw a zombie's head poking out, Chen Tiansheng could no longer suppress his excitement. Come on, you beasts! With that, he struck down with his knife. Point 1, Chapter 6, Unexpected Discovery. I have to say, the engineer shovel is indeed a good weapon for chopping zombies. With just one swing, a zombie's head is cleaved open, and the stench of decay bursts forth, the toppled zombie getting stuck in the window, motionless. But this is just one. Judging by the claws, there should be 34 more zombies. Bang! Crash! Roar! Madness, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, echoed throughout the entire corridor, sending chills down the spine of everyone who heard it. The bedroom door of room 601 was yanked open. Bald Chong held a gun in one hand and quickly put on his clothes with the other. What the hell is going on outside? A trembling little brother stuttered in reply. I don't know, bro, but it sounds like zombies are breaking in through the windows. It's so scary. Bald Chong kicked the reporting little brother over. Look at you, you coward. If those beasts dare to come, I'll shoot them down. Despite saying that, his gun-holding hand was shaking. He cautiously walked to the door and leaned against the door panel, listening to the commotion in the corridor. 3 floors up, he couldn't see anything, only imagining it. In his understanding, zombies must be breaking into someone's home and devouring that unfortunate soul. Just thinking about that terrifying and disgusting scene sent a wave of nausea through Bald Chong. He quickly stepped back and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and move the furniture to block the door. If we let zombies in, we're all done for." Before the apocalypse, Bald Chong was the local bully. After the apocalypse, he picked up a gun and became even more domineering. Chen Tiansheng, taking advantage of the terrain, chopped down 4 zombies. One hand gripping the edge of the balcony, while the other used the engineer's shovel to dig out the mutated crystal cores. If an outsider saw this scene, they would surely vomit. But this kind of work, cleaning up the battlefield, was what he, as a low-level nobody, had done for 10 years in the apocalypse. After years of practice and hundreds of thousands of repetitions, he was already very skilled. After collecting 4 mutated crystal cores, he flipped back onto the balcony and crouched down, gasping for breath. Although the workload wasn't too heavy, his body was just too weak. Taking advantage of the terrain to kill 4 zombies was already his limit. If he had to face them head-on, it would be tough to chop down even 2. Nevertheless, for mutated crystal cores in hand, he opened the system panel and indeed gained 4 points. Only 4 points? So little? A gift pack requires 10 points, and I need to kill 10 zombies. Sig, Fina. He took out the mutated crystal cores to inspect them when suddenly, the system emitted a mechanical synthesis sound. Gene evolution energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. He only wanted to kill zombies to accumulate mutated crystal cores and exchange them for supplies after the survival base was established. Living like a local tyrant. Didn't he expect this unexpected gain? Evolution energy, absorb. Confirm absorption. Just as Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, the powers of the 4 mutated crystal cores flowed like a gentle stream, penetrating his arms and entering his body through his veins into his brain. Chen Tiansheng felt his brain become chaotic, dizzy, and nauseous. Damn, this feeling, could it be that I'm infected? In his previous life, he had escaped infection by hiding in the company for half a month due to overtime, and he didn't know what it felt like to be infected. Regret and fear surged in his heart. No. I don't want to become a zombie. Absolutely not. The next moment, Chen Tiansheng's mind cleared completely, and the world before him had never been so clear. Originally, he was slightly nearsighted and couldn't see clearly. Now, after his brain cleared, he was astonished to find that his myopia had completely vanished. Stunned for a moment, he quickly called up the system to check his body's virtual imaging. Physical quality, 1 strength, 1 speed, 1 mental power, 1-0. He stood up and moved his body a bit. The fatigue from before vanished. And not only was his stamina restored, but he also felt even more energetic than before. Amazing, feeling the sweetness of success. Chen Tiansheng was full of motivation and determined to make a big move today. He picked up his gear again, flipped back out, and smashed all the shattered windows, the sound echoing throughout the corridor once more. In room 601, Bald Chong was directing his men, just finishing barricading the door, when he was about to catch his breath when suddenly he heard the noise again, scaring them into cowering in the corner. Damn it, what is going on? Is this endless? Bald Chong pointed his gun at the door. Each shattering glass sound made him shiver, the fear coming from deep within. Fortunately, it didn't last long, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Tiansheng had already crawled into the corridor through the broken window, holding the engineer's shovel in one hand and a shield in the other, cautiously guarding against potential dangers in the corridor. At this moment, the area in front of his home was a mess, blood dripping down, with over a dozen corpses. Some are mangled by zombies, while others have been shot in the head and died on the spot. He checked the bodies one by one and selected 8 mutated zombies, using the engineer's shovel to extract the mutated crystal cores from their brains. It turned out that zombies not killed by oneself indeed did not yield points, but obtaining 8 crystal cores was still a significant gain. Even in his previous life, at the start of the apocalypse, these 8 cores could exchange for a month's worth of rations. These fools, huh? After collecting the crystal cores, he knew this place was not suitable for long stays. Zombies were still wandering outside the corridor. He quickly jumped back through the window to his home, washed off the filth, and took out the 8 crystal cores to begin absorption. Perhaps because he was absorbing them one by one, there wasn't too severe a reaction this time, and he gradually discovered some patterns. When absorbing evolution energy, doing it one by one would have no side effects, but if 2 were absorbed at once, there would be some reactions. The more absorbed, the greater the reaction. Clarifying this, Chen Tiansheng's physical attributes were now physical quality, 3 strength, 3 speed, 3 mental power, 3. This was too easy. Now, Chen Tiansheng felt like he had become a different person. Even in his previous life, becoming a strengthened individual didn't feel as powerful as he did now. He remembered that human enhancement data showed that a level 1 enhancer could punch with a force of 500 kilograms, squat 800 kilograms, and run 100 meters in under 10 seconds. Now, without equipment, he had no way to test it. However, Chen Tiansheng had a thought and came up with another testing method. The reason he chose to go home to his low-rent apartment was twofold. First, because this was a development zone, sparsely populated, and there were fewer zombies than in the city, making it relatively safer. Second, because there was a supermarket right downstairs from his apartment. Although he had stocked up on supplies before the disaster, $1,000 worth of supplies wasn't enough. Just now, after washing off the filth, he had already used up 3 bottles of water. But if he occupied a supermarket, the outcome would be different. Without further ado, he went to the corner of his bedroom, half squatted on the ground, raised his fist high, and gathered all his strength. Boom! The floor tiles shattered, but the wall remained intact. Rubbing his fist, he muttered, "It seems I haven't reached the level of a level 1 enhancer yet. If I want to get stronger, there is still a long way to go." With that, he punched the ground again. Chapter 7. The Emergence of the Mutated Beast. Room 601. Just a few minutes of silence, and the bald-headed Chong was hungry, his stomach growling. He rummaged through the house, but all he found were snacks. Nothing substantial to fill his belly. Damn it, is this all the food you have at home? The little internet celebrity was tied up, her mouth gagged, squatting in the corner, trembling. After being tormented for half the night yesterday, she felt both fearful and wronged, utterly exhausted, and even a bit hopeless. Crying, just crying. Boom! The building suddenly shook, and everyone froze in shock. What is happening? An earthquake? The little delinquents in the room panicked. The night before had been endless, and today was no different. They were truly worn out. Boom! Another tremor shook beneath their feet, and this time it was clear it wasn't an earthquake, but someone seemed to be tearing down the building. My goodness, these zombies are too powerful. They can even tear down buildings. Chong, what should we do? Lule asked humbly, hanging his arm. What are you afraid of? When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we bury it. I have a gun. If the zombies dare to come, I'll shoot them. Boom! Another tremor shook the ground, with such force and intimidation. Even the calmest bald-headed Chong was shaken by this terrifying power. After all, he was the boss, shouting, "Don't be afraid. Before the apocalypse, I protected you. After the apocalypse, I'll still protect you." His words were insincere, but the younger brothers felt inexplicably reassured. Who in the development zone didn't know Wei Chong? The bald-headed Chong had a fierce reputation, was loyal, and treated his brothers well. When the apocalypse broke out, following bald-headed Chong meant that as long as he had a bite to eat, his brothers would have soup to drink. But now food was scarce. With over a dozen people in the room and only a few bags of snacks, there wasn't even enough to fill their teeth, let alone share. Everyone looked at each other. Room 301. With 3 punches, a large hole was smashed in the ground, big enough for a person to enter. He prepared a rope and climbed down the pit. Actually, according to the specifications of the development zone's commercial housing, the first and second floors were a duplex layout. The first floor was for stores, and the second could be used for living or as a warehouse. Below Chen Tiansheng's house was a 2-story supermarket. As he drilled down from his home, the power system had been damaged, and the second floor of the supermarket was pitch black with no windows. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he suddenly smelled a strong odor of blood. Stopping abruptly, he held his entrenching tool and shield, cautiously on guard. Based on past experience, wherever there was the scent of blood, there were definitely zombies lurking. Zombies had no vision and attacked based on their senses of smell and hearing. with the loud noises he made just now. If there were zombies, they would have gathered by now, but he hadn't seen a shadow, which meant something was wrong. A bad feeling arose in his heart. It felt like he was being hunted. Damn it, this is bad. But it was too late to leave now. Chen Tiansheng swallowed hard, slowly retreating, fully on guard. His 10 years of experience in the apocalypse led him to conclude that there was only one possibility in this situation: mutated beasts. Crack! At that moment, Chen Tiansheng accidentally stepped on some broken bricks, causing his body to shudder slightly. A dark shadow flashed by. Chen Tiansheng hurriedly swung his shield to block. The warehouse wolf metal clashed against his shield, sparking in the dark environment. With a faint glow, Chen Tiansheng only saw 2 green eyes. The confrontation happened in an instant. The shadow darted around the room, changing position 3 times in less than a second before disappearing. Chen Tiansheng broke out in a cold sweat, recalling what this mutated beast was. A black cat, the pet cat of the supermarket owner. He vaguely remembered this docile little black cat. The owner often posted on social media, saying that his cat never opened its eyes and couldn't see at all. This was bad. During the cataclysm, the black cat had been infected and turned into a mutated beast, not only eating humans, but also zombies. The most dangerous thing in the apocalypse wasn't zombies. When it came to viciousness, mutated beasts were the most terrifying existence. If a mutated beast evolved to a higher level and gained intelligence, it would be a nightmare. Based on past experience, low-level enhancers should run as far away as possible when encountering mutated beasts. But now the problem was that he had smashed a hole in his home floor. Unless he gave up his shelter, it was a fight to the death. He had to fight. It was still the early stages of the cataclysm. How strong could they be? Come out, let us go hard. Chen Tiansheng shouted to bolster his courage. But the mutated black cat hid and waited for the right moment to strike. Shouting was useless. Unlike zombies, mutated beasts weren't mindless. Their hunting instincts were ingrained in their wild genes, especially in felines, which were extremely difficult to deal with. Yes, felines. Chen Tiansheng remembered something. As long as it was mutated, it had weaknesses, whether human or beast. Thinking of this, he saw a chance. He had to fight. He quickly rushed to the stairs, feeling the black cat chasing behind him, preparing for a decisive strike. Get lost. He suddenly turned and swung his shield. Bang! The shield knocked the black cat away, but the shadow flickered and disappeared again. Chen Tiansheng held the shield in one hand and the entrenching tool in the other, slowly making his way downstairs. The smell of blood grew stronger, and even the gas mask lost its effectiveness. He could still smell the pungent mixed stench. Because he was so tense, he could only hear his own heartbeat. When his feet landed on the first floor tiles, he looked down and saw blood on the ground. Shells had collapsed, and body parts were scattered everywhere, with limbs and severed arms visible. How many people must have been killed? In just a blink of an eye, the black cat pounced out again. The entire process was extremely fast. He felt a cloud of black mist rushing at him. Left hand shielded. Right hand swung the entrenching tool upward. The terrifying thing about the mutated black cat was its reaction speed, just as it was about to strike. The black cat quickly turned, stepping on the entrenching tool. Using this as leverage, the black cat leaped away, dodging the attack and completely disappearing. Knowing that this move wouldn't kill the black cat, Chen Tiansheng defensively retreated to the canned food section, catching a glimpse of some fish cans. He slashed down, cutting open 2 or 3. Meow! A hoarse cat sound came, and Chen Tiansheng's palms were sweaty, but a faint smile crept onto his lips. Come on, baby. The smell of fish was lethal to cats. Mutation unlocked their wild instincts and amplified them. The black mist appeared, darting around the supermarket, but not directly pouncing to snatch food, as if waiting for the right moment to deliver a lethal blow. Come on, come on. Don't be afraid. Chen Tiansheng gripped the entrenching tool tightly. There was only one chance. If he couldn't kill the mutated beast, it would be difficult to kill it again after it saw through the trap. A cat was still a cat. It couldn't resist the enticing smell of bait. Finally, it neared, pouncing straight for the fish cans. Opportunity. Chen Tiansheng swung his weapon. The glint of the blade flashing as the entrenching tool struck the shadow of the mutated cat. Meow! The cat's scream was piercing, its sharp green eyes fixed on Chen Tiansheng. "Oh no, I didn't kill it." Chen Tiansheng felt a chill down his back. But there was no time for a second strike. With the speed of the mutated cat, it definitely wouldn't give him another chance. The battle awareness he had from before the apocalypse kicked in, and he swung the shield down. Chapter 8: The Frustrating System Clang. The steel shield got stuck on the mutated cat's leg, and it struggled, swinging its claws. Chen Tiansheng raised his entrenching shovel and struck down once, twice, 3 times, and finally, the mutated cat lost its life. Killing the mutated cat awarded him 10 points. The system chimed in with a notification, and Chen Tiansheng breathed heavily. The earlier scene, too thrilling. Leaving a cat alive would lead to endless troubles. The most difficult part about these mutated beasts was their potential to attack at any moment, making them unpredictable. Fortunately, he had killed it. In that brief moment, he could already imagine being tormented by the cat demon if it had escaped. Before he could rejoice, the system's notification sounded again. Detected level 2 mutated cat gene. Do you wish to absorb it? Level 2. This creature had upgraded to level 2 so quickly. He turned around and took a look. The supermarket was not small, and the floor was covered in blood, indicating that it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who had died, at least a dozen. This meant that the black cat had consumed at least 10 zombie cores. You wasteful beast. Confirm absorption. Although he felt it was a waste, getting a level 2 mutated cat core was still worth it. Wait, I haven't even taken out the core yet. Where's the cat? Watching the mutated cat vanish into thin air, Chen Tiansheng nearly broke down. The level 2 core. Quickly checking the attribute panel, there were no increases, except for the additional 10 points. Dog system spit out. Whether it was a level 2 zombie or a level 2 mutated beast, the value of the core was far greater than that of a level 1. He vaguely remembered in his previous life, when he had just joined the survival base, a single person turning in a level 2 core was considered a hero, leading to a smooth sailing life for them. He had also become one of the strong ones in the survival base, and later earned the title of War God. What a loss. I worked hard to kill the mutated cat, and you gave me nothing good. Hey system, can't you explain this to me? The system remained silent, as if it didn't exist at all. Just my luck. I need to think carefully before absorbing next time. Now, it wasn't the time to dwell on this. The supermarket wasn't a safe place. First, he needed to ensure safety before settling the score with the system later. He quickly made his way to the entrance, where zombies were wandering around. He cautiously lowered the rolling shutter door, ensuring he didn't attract their attention. Next, he moved items, tables, chairs, and benches to seal off the entrance and windows, ensuring no zombies could sneak in. After finishing all this, he hurriedly transported food and water back home, making several trips. Although it was tiring, he was busy and happy. Today was quite a harvest. The bold get fat while the timid starve was vividly reflected in the apocalypse. After a day of hard work, he deserved to enjoy some comforts. He took out mineral water to wash his hands and prepared a meal, canned meat paired with a self-heating hot pot. As long as one had strength, life in the apocalypse could also be enjoyable. While waiting for it to heat up, he opened the system panel. Although he hadn't extracted the mutated cat demon's core, he now had 14 points. Surely, there must be something good in the gift pack. With this thought, he rubbed his hands together and clicked on the gift pack. Points minus 10 then, a flurry of colors, white, green, blue, purple, and gold, flashed before his eyes. Come on, come on, come on. It finally stopped at a blue treasure chest. When he opened it, it turned out to be a Speed 5 potion. Speed 5? Is this a compensation for the cat demon's core? It would have been better if you just gave me the core directly. This is redundant. With a wave of his hand, the gift pack page disappeared, but the attribute panel showed no increase. What is going on? What is happening? He waved his hand to search for answers, but found nothing. Yet the Speed 5 potion had vanished. System, where's my potion? Are you scamming me again? As soon as he spoke, a personal storage page suddenly appeared before him. In the first row, first slot, lay a bottle of potion. The system even comes with a space backpack function. He clicked on the Speed 5 potion, and suddenly a green vial of potion appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he drank it, feeling incredibly refreshed, and the attribute page changed. Constitution, 3 strength, 3 speed, 8 mental power, 3 not paying attention to the changes in his body. He thought he should further explore this backpack function. With this in mind, he grabbed a bottle of mineral water and placed it in the backpack. It indeed went in. Wow, it can really store physical items from the real world. This discovery made Chen Tiansheng extremely excited. With this space function, it was far more practical than any superpower. To experiment, he took out the mineral water, put in another pack, and it still only occupied one slot. Excitedly, he put all the water and canned food he had stored at home into the backpack, and it only took up 20 slots. So satisfying. He stood up to prepare to return to the supermarket, but after taking a few steps, he noticed something was off. Before, when he hadn't stored anything, his body felt light and agile, but now he felt as if he were carrying dozens of pounds. He took out the items to move his body a bit. Feeling much lighter, he confirmed that the space backpack had a weight limit. It was likely tied to his own strength. Having something is better than having nothing. If he had known about this function earlier, he wouldn't have had to run back and forth moving things. With this thought, he wasn't in a hurry to eat the self-heating hot pot. He hurried downstairs to the supermarket to continue moving items and test the system's additional space backpack function. Room 601. Whether it was hunger or exhaustion causing hallucinations, the murky air was mixed with the smell of hot pot, which felt very real, and everyone could clearly smell it. Not just in 601, almost everyone alive in the entire building could smell the faint aroma of hot pot. Gulp. Bald Chong chewed and swallowed, cursing, "Who is this?" Even in the apocalypse, they can still eat hot pot, and it's spicy too. There were about 10 people hiding in room 601, and the little food they had was long gone, all eaten by Bald Chong himself. The enticing scent of hot pot stimulated everyone's taste buds. As the leader of this group, Bald Chong made a decisive decision. He played with the gun in his hand and coldly said, "Brothers, this can't go on. Who will go out to find food?" Letting a few thugs fight among themselves was one thing, but sending them out to face zombies was another. They wouldn't dare even if you killed them. "I'm not going." "Me neither." The little brothers all shook their heads. Bald Chong glared fiercely at Lu Lei. Lu Lei's face turned red and white, quickly lowering his head and avoiding eye contact. Ma Tiansheng suddenly remembered something, grabbed Lu Lei's arm, and excitedly shook him. "Lei Ye, Lei Ye. It hurts, are you crazy?" Smack! Lu Lei slapped Ma Tiansheng's face. Her face instantly turned red and swollen, and tears of grievance were about to flow down. "Stop crying if you have to fart. Just let it out." Ma Tiansheng choked up and said, "The day before yesterday, when Chen Tiansheng came back, I saw the boxes he carried. They were full of instant noodles and mineral water." Lu Lei was stunned, his thoughts quickly recalling the boxes of instant noodles, mineral water, and apparently canned food too. Excitedly, he hurriedly looked at Bald Chong with a flattering expression. "Brother Chong, the guy who unloaded my arm has stored a lot of food at home. Enough for all of us to fill our stomachs. Maybe this hot pot is what he's eating." Bald Chong narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit tempted. Chapter 9. Zombies Teach You How to Be Human. Bald Chong is just a thug who only knows how to fight and be tough. But if we go out to adventure and face zombies? Bald Chong patted Lu Lei on the shoulder. "All right, you go out and scout the way first." While saying this, he exchanged glances with his little brothers, who understood and quickly moved things away from the door. Lu Lei regretted it. He had no courage to face zombies, but under the threat of Bald Chong's gun, he had no choice but to go. To bolster his courage, he pulled Ma Tiansheng along with him, and at the moment the door opened, he pushed Ma Tiansheng out, then quickly closed the door behind her. Ma Tiansheng was so frightened that she covered her mouth and crouched in the corner, sobbing in terror but not daring to make a sound. After a long silence, there was no movement in the corridor. A few people who were listening at the door finally tried to open it cautiously. Seeing that Ma Tiansheng was fine, Lu Lei was pushed out again. He was scared to the point of turning pale, but there was no way back into the room, and he didn't dare to speak. He quietly peeked down to see no signs of zombies. Gaining some courage, he knocked on the door. "Changge, come out, there are no zombies in the corridor." Bald Chong held the gun against the door. With only one bullet left, he didn't dare to take the risk of going out. However, after waiting for more than a minute, Lu Lei became bolder, and his knocking grew louder. Since this hadn't attracted any zombies, it must be safe. "Open the door." The security door finally opened, and Bald Chong came out with his gun, covering his mouth and nose to endure the stench, followed by his little brothers as they stepped downstairs. Upon seeing the gruesome scene of zombies in the corridor, combined with the foul smell in the air. Many of them began to gag. Bald Chong's gaze sharpened as he noticed something was off. The zombies by the window had their heads split open. What kind of death was this? Gaining some courage, he stepped forward, not to investigate, but to pick up the gun. A few members of the police team were armed. Taking advantage of the others not thinking about this, he quickly collected the guns, feeling even bolder, and turned around to scold them. Look at your cowardice. The zombies are all dead. Bald Chong confidently walked to the door of room 301, banging on the door with great force. Open the door. Open the door for me, or I'll shoot. With plenty of bullets, he didn't care about wasting one or two. There was no response from inside, and Bald Chong made up his mind, pulling out his gun and firing a shot at the door lock. Chen Tiansheng returned to the supermarket, stuffing mineral water, canned goods, well-sealed items, and high-calorie chocolate into his space backpack, taking as much as he could until he could barely walk. Each step was a struggle, and he finally made it back to the cave, feeling more exhausted than when killing zombies. After exerting all his effort to return home, when he dumped everything from the space backpack, he found the kitchen and living room filled to the brim, comparable to a small supermarket. Oh my God, I'm exhausted. I can't carry this much when killing zombies. Just then, he heard a clattering of footsteps in the corridor, which stopped at the door, followed by loud banging. Damn it, what do these idiots want? The banging was vigorous, and they were shouting, treating zombies like air. Open the door. Open the door for me, or I'll shoot. Came the roar from outside. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, echoing far away. Chen Tiansheng's expression turned cold, his heart filled with rage. You're looking for death. Outside, Bald Chong and his crew continued to smash the door and shout, completely unaware of what a gunshot meant. Bang! Bang! The group outside kept banging on the door, each hit making Chen Tiansheng's hands and feet tremble with anger. Fortunately, he didn't even need to act. The wandering zombies would teach them a lesson. Just as the thugs grew more arrogant, zombies roared and charged into the corridor. Changge, there's zombies, run. The corridor was narrow, and upon discovering the zombies, one of the little brothers shouted, causing instant chaos. Crowded, trampling, frantically fleeing, they no longer had the arrogance from before. Lu Lei was the first to run back to room 601, but in his panic, he broke the key while trying to open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, quick! After finally getting rid of these pests, only a fool would let them in. More and more little brothers rushed back, all fearfully banging on the door, but their voices were hoarse and their hands swollen, to no avail. You go block the zombies. Bald Chong shoved a little brother, blocking his way, ordering him to hold off the attacking zombies, and he raised his gun to shoot at them. Bang, bang. He hadn't practiced shooting, so he lacked the precision of Captain Wong. Seeing the zombies unaffected and still biting, more and more zombies rushed up. Get out of the way. Bald Chong, in a panic, retreated and fired a shot at the door lock. The little brother yanked the door open with all his might. A crowd of people squeezed in to hide, and Bald Chong, driven by a strong will to survive, pushed past the little brother and threw him to the zombies, ensuring he got into the room first. Quick, close the door. Lu Lei and Ma Qianshan followed closely behind, with the little brothers madly squeezing inside. Until the door was shut, several people desperately held onto the doorknob, risking their lives to block the zombies from getting in. Bald Qiang was totally furious, pointing his gun at the little internet celebrity. You locked me outside to feed the zombies. Do you want to kill me? No, I didn't. The little internet celebrity, terrified, knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. But how could Bald Chong's resentment be soothed? He punched and kicked her for a long time, until she was battered and on the verge of death before he finally stopped. See, this is the fate of betraying me. Bald Qiang shouted arrogantly, and the few people blocking the door looked at him with both respect and fear. This time, they suffered a setback, for out of more than 10 brothers had died, and the crisis was not yet over, leaving him with a heart full of anger. Lu Lei's malice mostly directed at Chen Tiansheng. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have broken his bones, wouldn't have sought help from Bald Chong, and certainly wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Chen Tiansheng, that waste, living in his house while driving him out, he wouldn't rest until he killed him to vent his anger. Ma Qianshan's emotions were quite complicated. She had thought she was marrying into a wealthy family and would live a good life, counting rent money. Who would have thought the apocalypse would come so suddenly? Now she indeed felt a bit regretful. Chen Tiansheng had always catered to her, and if they were still together, those supplies would surely be shared with her. Wait, thinking of this, Ma Qianqian suddenly recalled something. Chen Tiansheng had suddenly changed his temperament and hoarded a large amount of food and water. Did he know that the apocalypse was about to break out? As soon as this thought arose, it lingered. If he knew the apocalypse was coming and still treated her like this, Chen Tiansheng, how dare you treat me this way? Chapter 10. The system really knows how to do business outside the door. Zombies are howling, and upstairs there are mournful wails. Room 301. Eating hot pot and singing songs. What a joy. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, let out a happy burp. Great, now that I'm full, it's time to work. A bunch of fools. I still have to help you clean up. Chen Tiansheng took the food scraps to the balcony, opened the window to let the aroma waft out. Zombies are brainless, attacking based on smell, hearing, and sensory perception. Upon smelling the scent of meat, the zombies wandering in the corridor charged towards the window of room 301 like they were on steroids, crazily slamming against it. With fewer zombies, they got stuck, while with more, many fell out. The third floor ISN T2 high. The zombies that fell down wouldn't die, but would definitely break some arms and legs, affecting their speed. Chen Tiansheng yawned, silently gathering the food scraps. Waves of zombies crashed against the window, fell down, crawled back up the stairs, and fell down again. Repeating this a few times. After about 30 minutes, the zombies were mostly crawling. Only then did Chen Tiansheng put on his gas mask, hoist his shield, and grab his entrenching shovel to start working. He chopped down the zombies hanging at the window, entered the corridor, and from a height, knocked down all the crawling zombies. With 10 years of experience in the apocalypse and enhanced strength, killing first-level zombies was a piece of cake. About half an hour later, nearly all the zombies in the corridor were cleared out. 34 heads, obtaining 34 brand new crystal cores. As night fell, there was no rush to go home. He tossed all the zombies out the window, piling their bodies at the entrance downstairs like a small mountain. After returning home, he brought a box of high-proof liquor, poured it all over the zombie corpses, set it on fire, and then went back inside, closing the doors and windows to prevent the smell of burnt protein from wafting in. In the apocalypse, if zombie bodies are not dealt with for a long time, not to mention prion disease, other bacteria and plagues can also take lives. In the apocalypse, any sickness is deadly. Chen Tiansheng had been busy for over an hour, clearing all the zombies in the corridor. He just wanted to sleep soundly. However, the residents in the building didn't think so. With the apocalypse upon them, they couldn't eat or sleep well, always on edge. Just when they finally settled down, they discovered that downstairs, flames were rising, and the mixed smells of delicious food and burnt odor were nauseating. Thick smoke rose, seeping in through the window cracks. All the survivors in the community sniffed the air. What is that smell? Their stomachs betrayed them, starting to growl. Just that hot pot. Now it smells like barbecue. In front of the window of room 601, Bald Chong leaned closer and quietly asked, "What is going on outside?" His little brother, afraid to open the window, peeked out and said, "It seems like someone is killing zombies and burning the bodies, but I can't see clearly. It's hard to say." "Bah, killing zombies? Do you think this is a movie?" Bald Chong scolded loudly, not believing his little brother's explanation at all. Forget about killing zombies. Even elite police like team leader Wang wouldn't dare face the apocalypse, let alone kill zombies, unless a deity descended. Stop looking, go to sleep. Outside, the flames burned for nearly half the night. Chen Tiansheng lay in bed, first absorbing the crystal cores one by one, only to accidentally discover that when all his body attributes reached 10, absorbing mutated crystal cores would only yield a growth of 0. 1. Constitution, 10 hidden skills to be unlocked, strength, 10 hidden skills to be unlocked, speed, 10. 1 hidden skills to be unlocked, mental power, 10 hidden skills to be unlocked. What the hell is a hidden skill? After some analysis, he guessed that reaching 10 meant that the basic attributes were equivalent to a first-level enhancer, and hidden skills might be the abilities of a superpower user. How to unlock hidden skills? After thinking it over, he couldn't figure it out, but for now, he still had 38 points and 3 chances to open gift boxes. Rubbing his hands, he mumbled, "Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, may all gods bless me. Bring me luck." White, green, blue, purple, gold, colors flashed frequently, finally stopping at white. The ordinary white box opened. Cat claw gloves. Wow, they even gave material rewards? He hurriedly took out the cat claw gloves. They were pitch black and shiny, with long, hard claws at the fingertips. He tried to scratch an iron object with the gloves, and after a screeching sound, it easily left a mark on the iron. Although it was a white box, this pair of gloves was useful for extracting crystal cores, saving time and effort. This was a win. There was still a chance to exchange for a gift box, so he rubbed his hands and clicked to purchase. After the flashing of 5 colors, it finally settled on blue. Chen Tiansheng was so excited he nearly jumped up. Blue, blue, better than white and green. Let us see what good stuff this is. The treasure chest opened, and a piece of paper floated into view. Another speed-related item? Upon closer inspection, he realized something was off. The speed enhancement potion he had previously consumed gave a speed attribute of 5, while this was a skill scroll. Double speed, upgradable, once activated. It doubles speed for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Chen Tiansheng sat up straight. Just now, he was pondering how to unlock hidden skills, and now it appeared. It was like wanting to sleep, but someone sent a pillow. Use. A burst of light flashed around him, and his spiritual center became clear. Immediately after, the attribute panel showed changes. Speed, 10. 1. Double speed. Speed doubles after use. 666. It really is a hidden skill for speed. He was getting more and more excited, the fatigue completely gone, and he rubbed his hands to continue redeeming gift boxes. After the flashing of 5 colors, it finally settled on green. His smile instantly froze. Green again? Can't the system give a gold one? You're really unlucky. Speed 5 enhancement potion. This is what they mean by the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He had already gotten this before, and there was no freshness at all. He drank it directly, and his speed attribute increased again. Speed, 15. 1. Double speed. Speed doubles after use. A first-level crystal core can only increase by 0. 1. But the speed enhancement potion can increase by 5 points at once. That is still a pretty good item. There were a total of 4 gift boxes, all related to cat, demon, mutated beasts, which means the system absorbs cat, demon crystal cores and then gives them back in gift boxes. This is a guaranteed profit. System, you really know how to do business. His hopeful mood was dashed, mainly because he had no points left. Otherwise, he would definitely want to draw more gift boxes. Now his speed was 15. 1. Doubled it would be 30, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. It felt a bit like an escape move. Checking the time, it was still early for the morning hunt. He might as well give it a try. He jumped out of bed and got into position. Double speed activated. In a flash. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Chen Tiansheng crashed straight into a load-bearing wall, knocking himself out cold. The residents of the community had just settled down, feeling a bit drowsy. With a loud bang, the entire building shook, startling them awake, and their sleepiness vanished. It was another sleepless night. Chapter 11. No regrets. Joining Hua country the next day, Chen Tiansheng was awakened by the howling sound of helicopter rotors. He opened his eyes groggily, rubbed his sore nose, and recalled the embarrassing moment from last night when he fainted after crashing into a wall during his speed test. By chance, he glanced out the window and saw the sky filled with helicopters approaching. Has the rescue arrived so soon? In his previous life, he was trapped in the city center and waited for 14 days before armed soldiers stormed the city to rescue him and the other survivors. In this life, he chose the development zone, where there happened to be a base just a few dozen kilometers away. The sight of countless helicopters was overwhelming and shocking. The disaster had erupted simultaneously around the world, causing a drastic population decrease, with 80 of the global population of 6 billion dying overnight. Other countries fell into chaos, with warlords seizing power and humanity descending into barbarism. Besides facing natural disasters, people also had to confront their fellow humans in brutal conflicts. By the second year of the disaster, there were no survivors outside Hua country. No one lived to tell the tale. Only Hua country acted decisively when the disaster struck. It quickly made adjustments to its national policies. Within a single night, the strategy was revised to convert local military camps and prisons into temporary shelters. mobilizing the entire nation at all costs to rescue survivors in disaster areas. This was the third day after the outbreak of the apocalypse, and the rescue operation had already begun. The speed and response were shocking to the world. This is Hua country. After the disaster, only Hua country remained. The one and only Hua country continued the legacy of human civilization. Living in the present with such a powerful nation, how could one not feel proud and honored to be a citizen of Hua country? The helicopters roared, filling the sky, invigorating everyone. Whether in the previous life or this one, Chen Tiansheng's heart was tumultuous. No regrets joining Hua country in this life. He would still want to be a citizen of Hua country in the next life. This was definitely not an empty slogan. Citizens, we are the helicopter squadron from the Jiangxing division of the Northeast War Zone. We are here on a rescue mission. Please trust the organization. Our team is truly on the way to rescue you and will ensure to help you escape your plight as soon as possible. We will now begin airdropping supplies. Maintain a safe distance from the zombies and ensure your own safety while waiting for the rescue team to arrive. The highest directive is, we will not abandon or give up on anyone. We must work together and unite our efforts to overcome this crisis. Please maintain your faith in survival. Do not give up. Keep fighting to stay alive. The helicopter squadron maintained its course, reassuring everyone in its path. Residents opened their windows, excitedly waving and shouting, expressing their utmost respect and gratitude. At this moment, there was only excitement, no fear, even though the streets below were filled with terrifying zombies. Even though despair lingered in the apocalypse. At this moment, everyone was united, and fear was gone. Many believed that the disaster and zombies would not defeat the citizens of Hua country. After 5,000 years, the spirit of Hua country lives on, and the nation endures. However, at this time, Chen Tiansheng remained somewhat calm. The rescue announcement was indeed uplifting, but only he understood that the apocalypse was far from simple. The helicopters broadcasted a stirring speech as they flew overhead. Such a blatant display. What if it attracted the attention of mutated birds? How would they deal with that? As the helicopter squadron flew over the development zone, they dropped a large box, and a white parachute opened, slowly descending. What one fears will come. From the dark clouds, countless mutated birds suddenly appeared, blotting out the sky. Oh no! The helicopter squadron, unaware of the danger, continued with their airdrop mission, completely dismissing the sudden appearance of the birds. Even if a flock of birds approached, they could shoot to drive them away with deafening gunfire. They had underestimated the situation. The mutation occurred. The flock of birds launched a suicide attack, coming in droves and colliding with the rotors, resulting in catastrophic crashes. The attacked helicopter emitted smoke, lost control, and began to plummet. The explosions and billowing smoke jolted the helicopter squadron into awareness. It was not just the threat from the sky. The zombies on the ground heard the commotion and rushed toward the helicopter wreckage, countless and fearless. The explosive sounds attracted the zombies like a swarm of locusts. All that could be seen was a sea of zombies, overwhelming in number. The relentless tide of corpses tore apart the fallen helicopter, leaving nothing behind. The helicopter squadron suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to turn and flee. At the moment, the helicopter team crashed. The previously excited and cheering citizens fell silent collectively. Even the recently ignited hope and fighting spirit vanished in an instant. Despair filled everyone's heart again. There is no hope. We are doomed. Watching the helicopter squadron retreat, some cried out in anguish, while others resigned themselves to death. Human beliefs are often so fragile. Bald Chong from Unit 601 murmured, "I finally understand why Captain Wong committed suicide." As soon as he said this, the gang members fell silent, each bowing their heads, not speaking a word. After a long pause, Bald Chong turned sharply and glared fiercely at everyone. "We don't know what the future holds, but we must survive." He angrily pointed at the supplies that had fallen in the development zone garden. "That is our hope for survival. Draw lots for life and death. Fate is in the heavens." His declaration reignited a flicker of hope among his subordinates, regardless of how desperate others felt. Chen Tiansheng did not share those thoughts. His resolve was strong. If before he wanted to survive in the early days of the apocalypse, secretly grow stronger, and then make a stunning debut. Now his thoughts had changed. He would carve out a bloody path for the rescue operation. It was time to repay the life debt from his previous life when the rescue soldiers risked their lives to save him. Adjusting his mindset, he donned a gas mask, took up his weapon, and set off with determination. He jumped out of the window on the other side of the balcony, grabbed the fire escape outside the building, climbed down to the lowest level, secured himself with a safety buckle, and slowly descended. After reaching a certain height, he noticed a few wandering zombies left in the neighborhood. "She'll come here, you fool." The zombie tilted its head and sniffed the air, confirming the direction before lunging at him. From above, Chen Tiansheng held a shield in one hand and a spade in the other. As the zombie jumped up to claw at him, it was clumsy and could not reach him due to the height. It could only awkwardly jump, claw, and scratch, causing no harm at all. Chen Tiansheng seized the opportunity to swing the spade forcefully, not knowing if it was due to increased strength or using momentum, but he easily cleaved the zombie's skull. Other zombies, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, snarling and eager to feast on their prey. Chen Tiansheng, taking advantage of the terrain, effortlessly dispatched them from his elevated position. Once he had dealt with them, just as he was about to untie the rope and jump down, a survivor from the neighboring building called out, "Nice job, dude. You're awesome." Chen Tiansheng felt a surge of unease and looked up, only to see the residents from the opposite building whistling, shouting, and waving. This infuriated him, and he cursed at them to be quiet. But it was too late. Chapter 12 airdrop supplies. The nearby wandering zombies were attracted by the noise and caught the scent of humans, launching a wave of suicidal attacks. Chen Tiansheng could only suppress his anger for now and continue to eliminate this wave of zombies. After finishing the cleanup, he glared fiercely at the residents of the opposite building. The survivors in the opposite building realized they had made things worse and shrank back, not daring to show their faces again. Chen Tiansheng untied the rope and jumped down, keeping alert while preparing to collect the crystal cores. The idiot who caused trouble spoke up again. "Hey, buddy, are you going for supplies? Can you grab some for me? Just a little help." "Help my ass." Chen Tiansheng cursed. It was already too late to climb back. A zombie nearby heard the noise and caught the scent, launching an attack. Chen Tiansheng raised his shield for defense and swung his shovel as the zombie charged, smashing its head off in one clean strike. The zombie's body collapsed, twitching, its mouth still opening and closing. With another chop, its head was split open, confirming its death. "Wow, you're really something." The fool on the opposite side was still shouting, attracting more zombies, which only made Chen Tiansheng angrier as he quickly collected the crystal cores. "If you're so great, help me grab some supplies, please." Chen Tiansheng picked up the zombie's head from the ground and threw it with all his might. "Here you go, still warm." The head flew straight through the window, scaring the idiot so much that he yelled and fumbled to throw the zombie's head out, cursing at the now vanished Chen Tiansheng. "If you want help, fine. You lunatic. You pervert. May you die a terrible death." With such a fool around, there was no way he'd survive to reach the shelter. Even if he did make it, Chen Tiansheng would have to chop him up beforehand to prevent him from harming others. Thanks to the idiot's shouting, the zombies wandering around the neighborhood responded, all rushing over, more and more of them coming in waves. Chen Tiansheng had initially planned to sneak in and grab the supplies, but now the plan was completely thrown off. The airdropped supplies landed in the central area of the development zone, where there were rockeries, gazebos, and exercise equipment. The number of zombies inside was not many. Only a few dozen, but there were still more coming in from outside. There was no choice now. He could only fight using the terrain advantage, which was Chen Tiansheng's greatest asset in battling zombies. He quickly climbed up the rockery, and as zombies surged from all directions, ready to climb up, they were met with a shovel strike that killed them instantly. This heroic scene was witnessed by many people in the community, especially by the two who had drawn the short straw in their life-or-death lottery. They had been sent out from room 601, trembling and hiding for a long time, too scared to face the horde. Peeking through the hallway window, they saw someone dashing wildly in the community garden. Look, look, that idiot is running for supplies and has drawn so many zombies. That fool is definitely dead, no doubt about it. Even the King of Heaven can't save him." But when they saw him climb the rockery and bravely fight the zombies, The two were instantly dumbfounded. What a shield, a shovel, a gas mask. Is this guy a special forces soldier? Or a superhero come to save us? Oh my god, did you bring your phone? Quick, record this. Watching the superhero outside skillfully kill zombies filled them with a sense of grandeur. They thought zombies weren't that terrifying and that they could also take them down. Their essay saying that watching is easy, but doing is hard. Just because someone else is strong doesn't mean they are too. What the two didn't know was that, based on physical fitness, Chen Tiansheng was now an all-around physical enhancer, while their physical fitness was trash. With their courage bolstered, they tightened their grips on the steel pipes. Let's go out and kill zombies. The two of them, full of bravado, made their way downstairs without any hindrance, kicking open the community hallway door. I'll fight you bastards. This shout was quite loud, startling even Chen Tiansheng. A couple of zombies were attracted and charged toward the two. Where did these two idiots come from? Chen Tiansheng thought. As expected, when the zombies charged, they were met with a steel pipe, but the zombies only tilted their heads and kept coming, knocking one of the guys down, who screamed in agony as he was bitten. The other one hesitated, seeing his companion go down. His courage vanished, and he turned to run. But the zombie was already on him, biting and tearing him apart. Chen Tiansheng continued to swing his shovel at the zombies, internally cursing the two idiots. Normal people need axes to kill zombies. At the very least, a kitchen knife. Who tries to kill zombies with a stick, like it's a street fight? Zombies don't feel pain. If you don't kill them in one blow, they come at you fiercely. Sighing about the situation, he continued to chop and hack, taking advantage of the terrain to kill the zombies, like playing whack-a-mole, easily dispatching them one by one. In no time, all the zombies in the garden were dead, leaving behind three that were still gnawing on the two idiots. These two had robust vitality, managing to survive for a full 5 minutes despite being eaten. As Chen Tiansheng jumped down from the rockery and rushed over, one of them was covered in blood, still begging for help. Help, help, no saving you. With a swift chop, he killed one, and the other two were taken down as well, coldly watching as the two lay on the ground, no longer resembling humans. Let me help you both find peace. With that, he finished them off. Having seen this kind of situation too many times over the past 10 years of the apocalypse, Chen Tiansheng was already numb to it. He turned to start collecting the crystal cores, but nearby community survivors had been watching. Initially, they thought he was a superhero, but upon seeing him kill, their attitudes changed. He was just a crazed murderer. Fuck, he killed my brother. I'll kill you. Bald Chong from 601, standing at the balcony window, saw everything unfold below. He was both shocked and scared, having just lamented that it wasn't him going out. Now rage surged within him. No matter who the masked man was, he had to pay for killing his brother. Chen Tiansheng was unaware that someone was after him. He quickly collected the crystal cores and approached the supplies, prying open the wooden boards with a shovel. Inside were boxes of daily necessities. Where are the guns? Even at this time, they're still controlling things. Despite his grumbling, Chen Tiansheng wanted to test the spatial backpack to see how much space it would take up and whether he could take everything at once. Just as the supply boxes entered the spatial backpack, he felt an overwhelming weight collapsing to the ground, unable to get back up. He hurriedly released the supplies, feeling much lighter. It really wouldn't work. One shouldn't be too greedy. He casually moved a box of supplies, weighing about 100 pounds, labeled compressed biscuits. Putting it into the spatial backpack was easy, and it didn't affect his mobility at all. Based on this calculation, canned goods and water also weighed 100 pounds each. He could only take about 30 of it without feeling any burden. Ultimately, he tested and found the maximum limit to be about 10, which didn't slow him down. Just as he was about to pack more, he suddenly sensed movement beside him. He turned around, shield in one hand, shovel in the other, fully on guard. Chapter 13. Taking advantage next to the artificial hill, there was indeed someone, but there was no threat. It was a woman wearing a mask. From her eyes, she seemed to be young, trembling as she stood by the artificial hill with a backpack. Chen Tiansheng lowered his guard and coldly asked, "Here for supplies?" "Yes." The woman's voice was pleasant, but he couldn't tell how she looked without the mask. "I've taken what I need. You can take the rest." Chen Tiansheng slowly backed away, clearing the opening of the container. The woman waved her hands repeatedly, panicking as she said, No, Just leave me a little water. I don't need much. Chen Tiansheng frowned, not understanding why she was so afraid of him. In fact, he didn't know that the mask and goggles, along with his earlier ruthless action, made her too intimidated to approach unless she was truly desperate for water. Be quick, don't dawdle, he said, quickly retreating to keep watch. The woman cautiously approached, glanced at the supplies, and seeing that Chen Tiansheng wasn't taking anything, felt embarrassed. To show her gratitude, she pulled out all the cash she had. This is all my savings. If it's not enough, I can go to the bank when it opens to get more. Can you let me have some more water? Chen Tiansheng frowned again. What was the point of money in this apocalypse? It was just worthless paper. Just keep it as a souvenir. If you want supplies, hurry up. Don't waste my time. He had more to say, wondering why she thought giving him money would matter. The supplies weren't just his. But the woman clearly misunderstood. She thought the masked man was a ruthless criminal who cleared out supplies that should belong to him. Most people actually thought the same way. Once she noticed he didn't seem as fierce as she initially thought, she became bolder. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. The woman bowed repeatedly, took a box of bottled water, and hurried away. The other survivors in the community were watching, seeing that someone besides the masked man was taking supplies. They began to stir. Unfortunately, there were zombies trapped in other hallways, and anyone who ventured outside either got eaten or ran back home to hide. Wanqing, my legs aren't good. Can you help me carry some supplies? A middle-aged woman shouted from her balcony, and the person she called for was the woman carrying water. This woman was named Wanqing, but her last name was unknown. She glanced awkwardly at the area near the airdrop container, not seeing the masked man, and had to agree. Okay, Grandma Lu, I'll take the water home first. The voices of these two women echoed in the community, as if the surrounding zombies were fools, or as if they were treating the apocalypse as a joke. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she turned to leave, wanting to ignore her foolish neighbors. But just a few steps later, she heard a zombie-esque roar nearby and stopped, holding her shield defensively. Su Wanqing ran out of the hallway, panting. Mister with the mask, can I help Grandma Lu get some supplies? Great. A natural bait, and she volunteered. Chen Tiansheng charged toward the artificial hill, his speed reaching its peak. He covered 50 meters in less than 2 seconds. With a swift motion, the zombie-esque head rolled to a stop at Wanqing's feet. She stood there, stunned, her expression indicating she was completely terrified. Chen Tiansheng wiped the blood off his shovel and growled. If you want to take it, take it. What are you asking me for? His shout snapped Wanqing out of her shock. Her body trembled, and without further ado, she turned and ran toward the container, bending down to grab supplies and then sprinting away. Neighbors peering over their balconies saw this and began calling out to Wanqing, each asking her to help them get supplies. These cowards at least had some sense. No one dared to ask Chen Tiansheng for help since he was still busy chopping off zombie heads. Who would dare to ask such a psychopath for help? Chen Tiansheng took out a crystal core and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn it, I'm indirectly working for this bunch of cowards. Yelling like that would definitely attract zombies. Wanqing ran back and forth, exhausted and sweating profusely. But she felt safe because the masked man looked ruthless yet kind-hearted. At least he was silently taking care of the zombies in the garden. This made her feel inexplicably reassured. After about 10 trips, the residents trapped in other hallways couldn't take it anymore. Stop moving. This is national aid for everyone. If you take it all home, have some shame. Yeah, look at you running back and forth. If you're not tired, we are. Hey girl, you should give me some supplies too. Wanqing was exhausted, her limbs aching, but she still patiently explained, sorry neighbors, there is still plenty of supplies. I haven't taken much. No need to apologize, just give us some, and we'll forgive you, a young man from upstairs teased. Just when Su Wanqing was feeling stuck, Chen Tiansheng, who had just taken the crystal core, suddenly spoke up. Enough, everyone shut up. His voice came from the gas mask, sounding heavy, authoritative, and powerful. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Chen Tiansheng pointed his shovel at Wanqing, looking around and saying, she is not your slave. If you want supplies, come down and get them yourself. Don't just watch from the sidelines. You think you're so great. If you have the ability, kill all the zombies in our hallway. Do you have that capability? A few young men began cursing, They didn't dare confront him directly, but tried to provoke him. This tactic was too low. Chen Tiansheng ignored these softies. A bunch of cowards. Not even as good as a woman. He pointed his shovel around, scolding them all. Hey, who are you calling coward? Try saying that again. I've grown up this big without anyone calling me a coward. Come on up, and I'll knock your teeth out. These cowards were displaying their true colors, and Chen Tiansheng didn't want to waste time on them. A single move was enough. He looked at the sweating Wanqing. That's enough? I'm leaving. If you want to die, keep going. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Wanqing stunned, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Thank you, Mr. with the mask. I will repay you if I have the chance. Get lost. Chen Tiansheng replied coldly, jumping into a police car, quickly dismantling the circuit board, connecting the wires, starting the engine, and speeding away. The residents of the community were left dumbfounded, staring at the supplies that were so close, yet felt as distant as clouds in the sky, unable to grasp them. However, these foolish residents, unable to get the supplies, began cursing Wanqing from their balconies, accusing her of being selfish and not understanding the importance of unity and mutual assistance. Yet, none of the neighbors who had just benefited from Wanqing's help spoke up to defend her. This is human nature. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Su Wanqing stood innocently at the window, watching the police car drive away, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 14. 10 consecutive draws on the streets of the development zone. Remnants of broken bricks and tiles are everywhere. The autumn wind blows, scattering garbage and debris all around. Abandoned cars litter the road, some overturned, others in pieces, with bloodstains inside and severed limbs visible on the ground. Occasionally, some living dead can be seen, half of their bodies remaining, still clawing at the air. A police car speeds by, directly running over one of the living dead. The driver is Chen Tiansheng. At this moment, he is multitasking, driving while checking the system. This time, he has had a bountiful harvest, acquiring a total of 92 crystal cores, just enough to accumulate 100 points. Because he has enough for a 10 consecutive draw, he doesn't want to get involved in other matters. First, he wants to see what good items the system can produce, and with excitement, he selects the 10 consecutive draw. After a flurry of colors, white, green, blue, purple, and gold, he checks the results. White, 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 green, white, blue, blue, white. Chen Tiansheng is dumbfounded. 6 whites, 1 green, 3 blues, and not a single purple. But he did get 3 blues at once. He decides to open all the white boxes first. Chen Tiansheng is so angry he almost spits blood. 5 bottles of clear spring water and 1 bottle of source water. What does this mean? I bought a watch last year. Yesterday, I got a cat paw glove. And today you give me 6 bottles of water? The system is really black-hearted. A level 2 cat demon. And after one night, you've digested it all. Or did you forget? Grumbling aside, complaints aside, the exchanged gift packages cannot be returned. While opening the 3 blue boxes, he mutters, "If I were to develop this apocalypse system, I would guarantee every draw would yield gold. Look at your stingy demeanor. I can't even be bothered to complain." The 3 blue boxes contain skills. Strength Burst 2. When activated, it doubles strength for 10 seconds, with a 1-hour cooldown. Stamina Recovery. When activated, it fully restores stamina, with a 1-day cooldown. Mental Resonance. When activated, it generates a mental shockwave with a range of 10 meters, consuming 10 points of mental energy each time. Upon careful reading, he finds that the 3 skills are quite good. Mental Resonance, in particular, resembles a mental ability user, capable of attacking enemies with will and controlling objects with thought, making it one of the strongest abilities. He learns all 3 skills, and his third eye glows briefly before fading away. The last package is green. He feels there's no suspense. It must be some permanent attribute of 5. Originally not holding much hope, he opens it to find a pleasant surprise. Oh my, is this what they mean by unintentionally planting willows that flourish? The green box opens to reveal a source potion, adding 10 mental energy. Generous system. He takes out the blue vial and drinks in one go. Instantly, he feels his mind clear, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body, even making him shudder involuntarily. Taking advantage of the good feeling, he absorbs all the crystal cores. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other absorbing the cores, he finishes absorbing them all. He opens the attributes interface. His current basic attributes are Constitution, 18. 2. Stamina recovery. Rapidly restores stamina after use. Strength, 15. 4. Strength burst. Doubles strength after use. Speed, 20. 07. Doubles speed after use. Mental energy, 20. 11. Mental shockwave. Generates a mental strike after use. Now he possesses 4 skills and his basic attributes. However, after reaching a basic attribute of 20, absorbing a level 1 crystal core only increases it by 0.01, which seems too inadequate. Seeing a pile of useless crystal cores in his space backpack makes him feel pained. If only they could still be exchanged. Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Chen Tiansheng can't help but smile. At the beginning of the Great Disaster, who knew whether the crystal cores were useful or not? Heh, don't waste them. With a wave of his hand, he intended to close the system page, but the next page unexpectedly unlocked something he hadn't known before. Skills page, basic skills, level 1. Speed doubling can be upgraded, double speed for 10 seconds with a 1-hour cooldown. Strength burst 2, double strength for 10 seconds with a 1-hour cooldown. Stamina recovery, fully restores stamina with a 1-day cooldown. Mental resonance, generates a mental shockwave with a range of 10 meters with a 1-hour cooldown. Level 2 skills are to be unlocked. Elemental skills are not unlocked. Special skills are not unlocked. Looking at the numerous skills yet to be unlocked, Chen Tiansheng has a feeling that this apocalypse system is not simple. Not only can it convert energy into matter, but it also has a space backpack. Perhaps this apocalypse exchange system is not even a product of Earth. Forget it, the apocalypse has already broken out. Even mice have become spirits. What is impossible? Thinking this, he stops pondering. He focuses on driving, since he needs to clear a path for the rescue team of the survivor base. Chen Tiansheng is going out alone because he has important tasks to accomplish. Jiangsheng is divided into 2 districts, Jiangbei and Jiangnan, separated by the Songhua River. The war zone base is in Jiangbei, not far from the development zone. And there is a service area gas station at the center of the development zone and the highway. This is Chen Tiansheng's destination. Although it's in the suburbs, zombies are rampant. If this problem is not resolved, the rescue will be difficult and could cause immeasurable casualties for the rescue team. However, in Chen Tiansheng's eyes, he can easily solve these problems. The experience summarized by military experts in the first 10 years of the apocalypse, new tactics for the apocalypse, provides a practical strategy for combating zombies, which includes the idea of mountains of corpses and seas of fire, perfectly fitting the current situation. Because zombies lack intelligence and their behavior relies solely on smell, hearing, and sensory perception. If a trap is set up in advance at a location and sound are used to attract a horde of zombies, burning the horde will ensure that no zombies remain within 100 miles of the highway. This tactic is very effective in the early stages of the apocalypse. However, if high-level zombies appear in the later stages with intelligence to control the horde and command attacks, this tactic will lose its effectiveness. But for now, the gas station is in an open area surrounded by farmland with favorable conditions, as long as it is laid out in advance and set as a trap. Drawing the zombies within a few kilometers to willingly jump into the fire pit will be successful. Chen Tiansheng aims to use this tactic to wipe out a staggering number of zombies, clearing the safest path of hope for the rescue team. In this apocalypse filled with crises, Chen Tiansheng observes the terrain while driving forward and finally arrives at his destination as night falls. He drives into the gas station, parks the car, but doesn't rush to get out. Instead, he sits in the car and observes the environment inside the gas station. At the service area window of the gas station, shadows flicker. Using his enhanced observation ability, he discovers that there are about 3 people inside the service area. 2 men and 1 woman. Should he negotiate? This could be tricky. Chapter 15: Encountering Future Heroes at the gas station rest area, located in the wild suburbs. This meant there were many mutated beasts, and the danger was far greater than that posed by zombies. Chen Tiansheng initially thought the gas station had long been abandoned, but he was surprised to find that there were still people who could survive in such harsh conditions. Stay still if the enemy doesn't move. After a silent standoff of about 5 minutes, zombies attracted by the commotion finally arrived. breaking the awkward tension. Chen Tiansheng had no choice but to open the door and get out of the car, holding a shield in one hand and a spade in the other, ready to deal with the few zombies first. This approach would also serve as a deterrent. The priority was to intimidate the people inside the rest area. Inside the rest area, there were 3 people. A middle-aged man named Luo Ming, the owner of the gas station, and 2 young employees, a man and a woman, who were his distant relatives. In the wake of the apocalypse, the 3 had been hiding in the gas station, and after days without seeing another living person, they were confused about who had entered the gas station today and what their intentions were. The 3 of them peered cautiously out the window, noting that the newcomer had yet to get out of the car. They dared not make a sound, uncertain of the other party's intentions and worried about attracting zombies. The fear of the zombies and the suspicion in their hearts led to a 5-minute silence, with neither side making the first move to greet the other. A horde of zombies followed the vehicle, storming into the gas station in significant numbers, around a dozen or so. "Damn, he really attracted the zombies. Quick, hide!" shouted the owner, Luo Chung, as he shielded his niece and nephew, trying to retreat into the building. Look, he got out of the car. In the dim moonlight, they could see the figure of the person who had exited the vehicle, wearing a gas mask, holding a shield in one hand and a spade in the other. The gas station owner, Luo Chung, cursed loudly. "What kind of outfit is that in the middle of the night? It could scare someone to death." The young man exclaimed excitedly, "Is that a shield? He looks like a superhero." "Damn it, a fool like him is bound to get himself killed." "Stop looking. Keep your voices down. Talking loudly will attract the zombies." Although Luo Chung spoke up, his niece and nephew were still very curious. When the masked man encountered the zombies, both young employees were stunned. With swift and powerful strikes, he dispatched one zombie after another. "I told you, he must be a superhero," the male employee shouted excitedly, but the owner quickly covered his mouth in fear. "Are you crazy? Yelling like that will attract the zombies." However, when the owner saw the situation outside, he too was left in shock, mouth agape, unable to close it. After dispatching the dozen zombies with one strike each, Chen Tiansheng refrained from digging for crystal cores to avoid affecting his image. After all, extracting cores from the brain at night would be too horrifying. Turning towards the rest area, the 3 people inside had different emotions. The 2 young employees were thrilled, while the owner, Luo Chung, was extremely tense. He blocked the door to prevent his niece and nephew from going out and cautiously questioned through the glass door, "What do you want?" "I'm here to refuel," Chen Tiansheng replied indifferently. "You can't," Luo Chung flatly refused. "Oh, why can't I? Is it because you're out of fuel, or is there another reason?" Luo Chung explained. "The machinery was struck by lightning and is out of power. We can't refuel." "Oh, as long as there's fuel, that's fine. Just so you know," Chen Tiansheng said matter-of-factly, "I've requisitioned this place to set up traps. You should find another place to hide, to avoid being accidentally harmed when it explodes." Luo Chung was furious and shouted, "Are you crazy? Our gas station is a Huasher petroleum branch. Do you dare to destroy it?" Chen Tiansheng smiled coldly. "I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you. Blowing up the gas station is to clear a safe path for the rescue team in the war zone. Whether you want to leave is up to you. If you get killed in the explosion, don't blame me." With that, he turned and walked away, not giving the 3 a chance to retort. The 3 exchanged glances, with the 2 young people very excited. They were both kids from distant relatives in the countryside who had rarely been to school. After their older brother died, Luo Ming had taken care of them. To be honest, if it weren't for him stopping them during the zombie outbreak, the 2 kids would have long since run out to fight the zombies with swords. Upon hearing Chen Tiansheng's words, the 2 kids jumped up in excitement, eager to support him, and Luo Ming couldn't stop them even if he tried. The door opened, and the young man and woman rushed out. In the dim moonlight, their youthful faces were evident. Hero, what do you want to do? I'll help you." Chen Tiansheng quickly turned around and made a shushing motion. "Keep your voices down. Speaking loudly at night in the apocalypse will attract zombies." The 2 quickly made a silencing gesture, with the girl covering her mouth, afraid to speak. The owner rushed out, urgently shielding the 2 kids. "You 2, don't follow him recklessly. He's looking for death." "Hey, I'm talking to you. The gas station is national property. You can't destroy it. You'll get sentenced." Chen Tiansheng retorted, "I don't care." "We don't care either, uncle." Don't you understand? This is the apocalypse. The young man rebutted excitedly. In the apocalypse, whoever kills the most zombies is the hero. He continued, even more animated, introducing himself to Chen Tiansheng. My name is Luo Long, and this is my sister, Luo Feng. Can we follow you to kill zombies in the future? Chen Tiansheng paused for a moment. Luo Long and Luo Feng were future heroes of the Luo family. Elemental abilities users of fire and wind. At just 20 years old, they had achieved remarkable feats and were revered as war gods in the apocalypse after 2 years. Luo Long, Luo Feng, how old are you this year? They're not of age. Don't believe them. You can't take them with you. Luo Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Uncle, we're of age. We're 18 this year. 18-year-old Luo Long and Luo Feng were indeed not wrong. They were destined to become god-level ability users. Chen Tiansheng stepped forward, took off his gas mask and goggles, revealing his true face, and extended his hand. My name is Chen Tiansheng. Wow, you're so young too. Luo Long exclaimed excitedly as they shook hands. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, does that mean we can follow you to kill zombies? Chen Tiansheng shook his head. No. At this moment, the gas station owner Luo Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he soon heard Chen Tiansheng's follow-up words. If you want to follow me, it depends on your performance in the future. Okay, is this a test? My sister and I will do our best. The two kids, finally spreading their wings to fly, were ready to embrace their fate. Luo Ming slumped to the ground. If anything happens to you two in the future, how will I explain it to your uncle? Chapter 16. Mountain of corpses and sea of flames, he cried, and the three of them completely ignored Jiaoming, casually checking the terrain. Chen Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction and said, the terrain here is really good, a natural depression. In a while, we'll spread gasoline all over the ground, lay down a layer, and then prepare some Molotov cocktails. Once everything is ready, we'll drive the zombies over here, enter through this gate, and exit through that one. After the car leaves, we'll lock the gate. This will be a natural burning pit. The two siblings understood immediately and volunteered to find empty bottles. Making Molotov cocktails required some detailed instruction. In the apocalypse, everyone knew how to do this, but it was only the third day since the apocalypse began. Gasoline shouldn't be filled to the top. Half-filled bottles were more effective when they exploded. The bottle openings were sealed with cloth strips, one end left inside the bottle and the other outside like this. The Luo siblings were quite clever. After being taught once, they quickly grasped it. The three of them worked together efficiently. Seeing that throwing a tantrum was useless, Luo Ming had no choice but to come over and help. But he was still trying to pry information from Chen Tiansheng. Which unit are you from, little brother? Classified. Oh, from the Secret Service? Do you guys do this too? Luo Ming was quite chatty, mainly because he was worried about Chen Tiansheng, fearing he might be a bad person who would abduct his two distant nephews to sell them off. Chen Tiansheng was too lazy to explain. Anyway, having another worker was fine. Before dawn, they managed to set up the trap. Next was a very simple but crucial step, assigning one person to stay behind and lock the door. Boss Luo Ming volunteered, not because Chen Tiansheng didn't trust him, but because he was afraid this chubby boss would back out at the last minute. But Luo Ming insisted, such a dangerous task. How can I let my two nephews do it? If I don't do it, who will? As long as you ensure their safety. I'll stay behind to lock the door. All right, I absolutely guarantee their safety. You swear. Chen Tiansheng was helpless. Okay, I swear, is that good enough? They got into the police car, with the two Luo siblings sitting in the back, excitedly rushing into the city. The police car needed no other preparation. They turned on the sirens and took a tour, with a horde of zombies following closely behind, at least 800 of them. Seeing that the number of zombies behind was about right, they drove back, slowing down to 60 miles per hour, occasionally speeding up to dodge the attacking zombies, while also imparting zombie-killing techniques for the future warrior. Zombies had no intelligence, relying completely on their perception, hearing, and smell. They had no sense of pain, so their top speed was about 40 miles per hour, and they could run for hundreds of kilometers without fatigue. This speed was just right for leading the zombies into the trap. Uncle, you really know a lot, Luo Feng sighed. Call me brother, don't call me uncle. Okay, uncle. Chen Tiansheng could only keep quiet. On the way back, just as they were approaching the gas station, another incident occurred that nearly ruined everything. A helicopter squadron was making its second sortie, roaring from afar with great momentum, also attracting the attention of the zombie horde. What is going on? This was not only Chen Tiansheng's frustration, but also the confusion of the helicopter squadron. From their high vantage point, they saw a police car with its sirens blaring, followed by a dense horde of zombies. Was this a suicide mission? Should they help solve it? No need. Our mission is to deliver supplies, don't meddle. The helicopter flew overhead, its impressive presence drawing some zombies away, causing Chen Tiansheng to lead another wave of them back. Such strange suicidal behavior was indeed too attention-grabbing. The helicopter's loudspeaker announced, "Attention below, you need to leave immediately. We'll help you divert the zombies." The police car's window rolled down, and an arm extended out, giving a middle finger in response. Damn, the driver must be a lunatic. Forget him. Let's stick to our mission. As the helicopter flew away, the police car, taking advantage of the distraction, diverted some zombies and got back on track, leading the zombie army grandly to the gas station, flooring the accelerator as they entered while honking wildly. This was both to attract the zombies and to remind the gas station owner, Luo Ming. As Chen Tiansheng had hoped, Luo Ming was already waiting at the exit. The police car sped through the gas station, stopping beside the entrance. The gas station owner hurriedly locked the door, turned, and ran back to the car, flooring the accelerator. Ignite! At the command, Luo Long had already been waiting for this moment. He used a lighter to ignite the Molotov cocktail and threw it into the gas station. The zombies surged into the gas station, toppling over each other, instantly filling it up. The Molotov cocktail exploded on the ground, flames spreading rapidly and engulfing the entire gas station in an instant. The police car fled at top speed, and just as it hit the highway, the gas station erupted in a series of explosions. The Molotov cocktails arranged in various corners exploded one by one, and the zombie horde was almost entirely consumed by the sea of fire. Those zombies that hadn't made it in yet followed the heat signature and rushed into the inferno. The police car stopped in a safe zone, watching the gas station turn into a sea of flames. Luo Ming took out a pack of cigarettes and casually handed one to Chen Tiansheng. Just as he received it, Luo Long quickly pulled out a lighter to light it for him. Chen Tiansheng inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke while murmuring contentedly, "This feels great." What he referred to as great was the continuous increase in his points. But Luo Ming looked ashen, coldly mocking. "Do you know how many years you'll get for destroying a gas station?" Chen Tiansheng smiled and replied, "That was in the past. Now it's the apocalypse. Killing zombies is the right path." The gas station owner was left speechless, murmuring softly, "How did everything change overnight? What on earth happened to the world? Who knows?" While the two were lamenting, the Luo siblings were extremely excited. This was the first time they had witnessed such a grand spectacle in their lives, and it was the life they both longed for the most. The fire at the gas station continued to burn, just as Chen Tiansheng said, a mountain of corpses and a sea of flames, moths to the flame, with zombies flocking from dozens of miles around to meet their demise. In addition to the zombies, the helicopters executing their mission also spotted the thick smoke rising from this side and decided to take a look on their way back. Upon seeing it, the pilot nearly dropped his jaw in shock. The familiar police car, the blazing gas station, and the zombies rushing to their deaths. The pilot, astonished, quickly understood the purpose of the police car leading the zombies. "Get back to the base. I need to report immediately." Upon returning to the base, the pilot hurriedly reported everything he saw to his superiors. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. The gas station by the highway is still burning, and that smoke is the reason." Without hesitation, the superior picked up the phone to make a call. "Notify all troops. Quickly assemble the team. The time for us to be tested has come. Time is tight. We only have 2 hours. We must secure the highway and open a safe rescue route." In truth, Chen Tiansheng was well aware of how much convenience his actions had brought to the rescue in a combat zone. However, what Chen Tiansheng didn't know was that all the credit for this unprecedented achievement would fall squarely on the shoulders of the gas station owner, Luo Ming. Chapter 17. 10 consecutive draws to satisfaction. Are you sure? Is your name really Luo Ming? Chen Tiansheng had already asked this question countless times. The gas station owner, Luo Ming, repeatedly confirmed, "I've shown you my ID. Why don't you believe me?" To be honest, if your name isn't Luo Ming, I wouldn't take you with me. Luo Ming retorted with a bitter face. If you hadn't burned down my gas station, I wouldn't have come out with you. On the way away from the gas station, the two kept bickering. The Luo family twins were already used to it. Fine, let me be quiet. Chen Tiansheng wasn't disbelieving. He was just afraid to believe. Not only had he encountered the Luo family's twin evildoers today, these future war gods, but he also met someone from the future National Defense Ministry, which was a huge joke. Luo Ming was driving while Chen Tiansheng closed his eyes to rest, secretly opening the system to prepare for 10 consecutive draws to enjoy himself. It must be said that this time the harvest was quite substantial, earning 261 points in one go. With 32 sets of 10 consecutive draws, even if he had bad luck, he should be able to get a golden gift package. He silently prayed in his heart. For the first time, 6 white, 3 green, 1 blue. For the second time, 7 white, 3 green. For the third time, 8 white, 2 green. For the fourth time, 9 white, 1 green. For the fifth time, 10 white. Damn it, are you kidding me? Even if it's a scam. Is there such a thing as scamming this hard? If you don't give me something good soon, I'll crack your broken system and write my own program. If it weren't for the other people in the car, Chen Tiansheng would have wanted to insult the entire family of the system's developers. Give me something good. He didn't know if the threat worked or if he was really lucky this time, but he actually got a golden exchange package. There really was gold. Chen Tiansheng eagerly clicked open the golden treasure chest. The dazzling golden light almost blinded him. As the golden glow faded, a bottle of potion appeared, and he excitedly checked the description. Gene sequence modification potion, fire. Chen Tiansheng's eyes rolled as he carefully recalled and analyzed. In his previous life, scientists proposed a theory that an acid rain during a great disaster modified human gene sequences. Those who were caught in the rain had their gene sequences directly damaged. And after a long period of time, the acid rain in the air diluted and decomposed, gradually weakening, leading to the emergence of evolvers and ability users 3 months later. Was this gene modification potion meant to directly modify without side effects, allowing the user to evolve into a fire-type ability user? The possibility was very high, but to use such a valuable golden gift so easily seemed a bit unworthy. The items opened from the golden gift made Chen Tiansheng feel a lot of doubt, but he didn't dare to confirm anything yet. Perhaps it was a professional habit, but programs all had rules. The 5 colors of gift packages, white, green, blue, purple, and gold, were basically all related to gene evolution. Was this a coincidence, or was it truly a coincidence? Let's not think too much for now. This was only the 6th 10 consecutive draw, and he had yet to see any purple ones. He continued opening gift packages, determined to take this opportunity to clarify the system's exchange package mechanism. Continuing to exchange gift packages. Come on. 7th time. White, 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 purple, blue, white, 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 white. White, 8 white, 1 blue, 1 purple. Hey, a purple finally came out. Clicking open the purple gift package treasure chest after the light faded. It was another bottle of potion. As expected, carefully checking the purple potion's description. Gene immunity potion. I understand the evolution potion. But what the heck is an immunity potion? After analyzing it several times, Chen Tiansheng suddenly remembered something and almost jumped out of bed. Oh my gosh, it can't be. In the last days of his previous life, scientists developed a zombie immunity serum that could prevent prion viruses, meaning that if bitten or scratched by low-level zombies, one wouldn't be infected by prion viruses. At that time, it seemed everyone was discussing this academic theory of gene immunity. If he handed over this bottle of potion to the country, wouldn't he become a hero of humanity? Thinking of this made Chen Tiansheng extremely excited. With just 1 bottle of potion, rising to prominence was no longer a dream. Come on, give me a few more bottles of gene immunity potions. Continuing with the 10 consecutive draws. However, Chen Tiansheng's face became particularly dark. The next 10 sets of 10 consecutive draws were mostly white, with only a few blue. Chen Tiansheng didn't get discouraged. He continued to analyze the gains from the open packages while exchanging more, until the 24th set of 10 consecutive draws. A golden light suddenly appeared, almost blinding his eyes. Chen Tiansheng's calm mood instantly became excited, his heart nearly jumping into his throat. Open it. Let me see what good thing it is. Gene Evolution Potion, Wind. Seeing this description, Chen Tiansheng scratched his head, muttering to himself. I felt something was off. This gift package exchange seems to be guided by fate. It wasn't surprising for Chen Tiansheng to be suspicious. Today he had just met 3 future talents, and 2 of the exchanged gift packages were evolution potions. The Strategic Internal Affairs Department's Luo Ming was not counted yet. The Luo family twins, the dual geniuses of wind and fire. Although they were still ordinary people now, why did the 2 golden gift packages match their abilities so well? Was the system helping him win people's hearts? But he wanted to keep it for himself. Forget it, continue drawing, and see if the system will open more gold. After 32 sets of 10 consecutive draws, he gained 259 white gift packages, 30 green, 28 blue, 1 purple, and 2 gold. The gift package exchange was all finished. This gift package exchange mechanism, single-point exchanges yielded better items than 10 consecutive draws, which logically shouldn't be the case. However, the last single-point draw was because he absorbed a second-level mutated beast, the cat demon, so the good items he got were all related to the cat demon's abilities. This time he didn't absorb any crystal cores or mutated beasts, so most of what he got were ordinary white boxes. Analyzing the system according to the law of conservation of mass, matter can be converted into energy, but the total amount of matter remains unchanged. Hey, isn't there a bug here? If he wanted to get good items in the future, he could directly absorb a high-level mutated beast and then do 10 consecutive draws. He would definitely get good items. Thinking of this, Chen Tiansheng finally figured out the system's rules. To manipulate the system, he first had to understand it, which is also called knowing oneself, and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. All right, from now on, it will be divided into 2 steps. Accumulate points by massively exterminating zombie hordes, specifically hunting high-level mutated beasts, and then do 10 consecutive draws. He opened the latest attribute data. Physique, 34. 6. First skill, stamina recovery. Quickly restores consumed stamina after use. Strength, 31. 3. First skill, strength burst. Doubles strength after use. Speed, 37. 25. First skill, speed doubling, triples speed after use. Mental power, 20. 11. First skill, mental shock. Creates a mental impact after use. Seeing the significant increase in basic attributes made him genuinely happy. System, I finally figured you out. Just as Chen Tiansheng was lost in thought, Luo Ming, who was driving, couldn't help but interrupt. Wake up, we've arrived. What kind of beautiful dream are you having? Sleeping and still smiling? Scaring people? Huh? Chen Tiansheng opened his eyes, no longer pretending, glanced outside the car, and immediately felt energized. Hurriedly putting on his gas mask and goggles, clenching his fists. Wait in the car, don't get out. Chapter 18. Rescue at the Freight Yard. The northern suburbs of Jiangsheng belong to the development zone, where there's a freight yard in the north of the city, a place that Chen Tiansheng specifically wanted to come to. As for why he wanted to come here, Chen Tiansheng didn't say, and Luo Ming, the fat man, couldn't find out either. The police car slowly stopped in the middle of the empty freight yard. Luo Fatty stepped on the brake to stop. The car door opened, and Chen Tiansheng got out, coldly scanning the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on a Dongfeng-heavy truck. Before long, 3 men emerged from a slightly opened rolling door of the freight yard warehouse, looking fierce and menacing, each holding an axe. They were covered in blood. Having either killed zombies or people, they were clearly not easy to deal with. Every day, many logistics operations occurred at the freight yard, and the warehouse space was sufficiently large, ensuring that food and water were not lacking. Therefore, during this apocalyptic period, the survivors in the freight yard had grown fat and healthy. Chen Tiansheng didn't bring weapons or shields, only a gas mask. What is the matter? What do you want from the freight yard? Chen Tiansheng looked around and said coldly, I want to borrow something from you. We have nothing to lend you. If you know what is good for you, get lost quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. The speaker wore a tank top covered in tattoos, with a fierce expression, clearly not a good person. Brother, let us talk nicely. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Luo Ming got out of the car, acting as the peacemaker, trying to resolve the deadlock between the 2 sides. The tattooed man cursed angrily. Who asked you, brother? If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly, or we'll make a move. Just as Luo Ming turned to persuade Chen Tiansheng to leave, his vision blurred. Making a move is just what I want. With a swift motion, he appeared right in front of the tattooed man the next second. The speed doubled. Everyone felt their eyes flash, and before they could react, a punch landed directly on the tattooed man's face. In the earlier standoff, the two were at least 20 meters apart, and in the blink of an eye, one was sent flying. Is this still human speed? The two men who came out with him were dumbfounded, but before they could react, they were also sent flying, lying on the ground, unresponsive. The fight ended in 10 seconds. Speed double disappeared. After experiencing the fire at the gas station and redeeming points for gifts, Chen Tiansheng's basic attributes were now extremely powerful. Constitution, 34. 6. First skill, stamina recovery, quickly restores consumed stamina, strength, 31. 3. First skill, strength burst, doubles strength after use, speed, 37. 25. First skill, speed doubling, triple speed after use, mental power, 30. 11. First skill, mental shock, creates a mental impact after use, putting aside the doubled speed. With a normal speed of 37 points, running 100 meters in 5 seconds was absolutely no problem. The battle began quickly and ended just as fast. Luo Ming stared in disbelief and asked, "Why did you make a move and even kill them? What's going on?" Chen Tiansheng glanced at the warehouse, nodded his chin, and said, "If you want to know why, just go in and see, and you'll understand why I acted." Luo Ming had not experienced the apocalypse, and didn't he understand why Chen Tiansheng was so ruthless. But Chen Tiansheng had a clear purpose for coming to the freight yard, to get a vehicle and rescue people. He brought Luo Ming to the vicinity of the warehouse's rolling door, which had only a narrow gap. To get in, one had to crawl. But this was not a problem for Chen Tiansheng. He flexed his fists and muttered with 30 strength, "I should be able to smash the rolling door open with one punch." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch, and the iron rolling door was blasted open. Boom! The scene inside the door was immediately clear. Although the warehouse was dimly lit, basic visibility was an issue. Near the entrance, the ground was littered with broken bottles, food boxes, trash, and excrement everywhere. In the shadows stood a few people, both men and women. Two men held a woman by the hair, covering her mouth, threatening her not to make sound. The woman was in a dire state, completely naked, her body covered in bruises and dirt. Not far away, another man lay on the ground, his life in question, his suit in tatters and covered in blood. Further inside, several women lay in the depths of the warehouse, also completely naked, their eyes vacant, bodies bruised and filthy. They looked unhealthy, lifeless, and seemed somewhat delirious, their gazes blank. "What are you going to do?" The man threatening with the knife trembled as he asked. The woman being threatened struggled, crying out, "Help me." Save her voice had become hoarse from crying, showing how much inhumane torment she had suffered these days. When Luo Ming saw the scene inside the warehouse, he instinctively turned to block his two nieces and nephews, trying to send them back to the car, but he couldn't stop them, and his voice trembled with anger. You beasts! You are the real beasts." The knife-wielding man shouted angrily, "This is the apocalypse. There's no tomorrow. If you want to blame someone, blame this damn world. Don't blame us." Excuse. Chen Tiansheng was too lazy to listen to the drivel of these scumbags. It made him nauseous. His figure flashed and quickly stood in front of this man, grabbing his wrist and squeezing hard. Crack! His arm broke directly, and the knife fell from his hand. The man who was dumbfounded next to him turned to run, but Chen Tiansheng casually grabbed the fallen knife and threw it, piercing through his back, killing him on the spot. You're not human. You are Chen Tiansheng twisted hard, causing the man to grimace in pain. The rescued woman didn't run at all. With a hoarse voice, she pleaded, "I'm the boss lady of the freight yard. If you kill these beasts, the whole freight yard will be yours." Good. With just one punch, the man's nose collapsed, his skull shattered, blood gushing from all 7 orifices, and he fell dead on the spot. Seeing the evildoer who had bullied her die, the woman collapsed on the ground, covering her face and crying. Luo Ming hurriedly stepped forward, took off his washer petroleum work uniform, and draped it over the woman. It's okay, it's all over." The woman cried even louder, her voice hoarse and exhausted, wailing uncontrollably. Luo Long and Luo Feng also witnessed this horrifying scene. The warehouse not only imprisoned many women, but also had 7 or 8 corpses piled in the corners, all beaten to death. These people truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Luo Long trembled with rage, while Luo Feng went to rescue the hopeless women. Chen Tiansheng took one look and knew these women were beyond saving. He left the aftermath to Luo Ming. He didn't like such scenes, as they reminded him of many unbearable past events. Turning to leave the freight warehouse, he approached a Dongfeng heavy truck, a semi-trailer truck, which was one of the purposes of his visit to the freight yard. Chapter 19, the future female warrior ignoring the outside world. He opened the hood, disassembled the spark plugs, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. Before long, Luo Ming, with his incessant chatter, arrived nearby. Beasts, a bunch of scum worse than livestock. How can there be such human trash in this world? In the apocalypse, you just have to get used to it. If you can't get used to it, I'll kill anyone like that I see. I misjudged you before. You really are a good person. Chen Tiansheng replied while working. Good people don't live long. Evildoers can live for 1,000 years. Luo Fatty was speechless. No matter what, you're right. Such people should be killed. Luo Ming babbled on about what he knew. The woman who was rescued was the owner of the cargo yard, Yang Shui, and the women who were imprisoned were female employees of the yard. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the employees of the cargo yard split into 2 factions. The honest ones were beaten to death, while those with evil intentions grew bolder and wreaked havoc in the yard. As Luo Ming recounted this, his body trembled with anger. It's true. The apocalypse can not only turn people into zombies, but also amplify the evil in their hearts, turning these evildoers into beasts. Chen Tiansheng casually replied, such things are common in the apocalypse. What do you mean? Luo Ming questioned. Chen Tiansheng immediately added, you'll understand later. Luo Ming's eyes widened. What a wicked world. Luo Long rushed out in a panic. Uncle, it's bad. Those women. They want to commit suicide. Luo Ming looked nervously at Chen Tiansheng. What do we do now? Life and death are fated, and wealth is in the hands of heaven. If they want to die, let them die. You can't control it, nor can you save them. Both uncle and nephew were dumbfounded, not expecting Chen Tiansheng to give such an answer. After finishing with the spark plugs, Chen Tiansheng closed the hood and said solemnly, remember, this is the apocalypse, not a time of peace. In the past, at least there were psychiatric hospitals. Now, even if you save them, the fate of the mentally ill is only one, to become zombies, and they'll harm both themselves and others. Do you understand what I mean? Luo Long tentatively asked, so we really won't help? Just watch them die? Chen Tiansheng wiped his hands and said while walking, then just watch them die. Let's go now. Back at the cargo yard, Luo Feng was sweating profusely, trying to stop one woman, but couldn't hold back 2, drenched in sweat. Uncle, come help. Help my ass. Let them go. If they want to die, let them die. Dying today is better than being eaten by zombies tomorrow. Chen Tiansheng's words stunned Luo Feng. In a moment of distraction, a crazed woman directly slit her wrist, blood spraying out and splattering on several other women, who screamed in panic. Chen Tiansheng turned to look at the owner, who was crouching on the ground, still wearing her oil-stained clothes. He walked over and asked, do you want to die or live? She choked up and looked up. You tell me how to live? If you need someone else to tell you how to live, you might as well die. After saying that, Chen Tiansheng picked up a machete from the ground. The owner thought he was going to kill her, bracing herself for a noble sacrifice. But instead, Chen Tiansheng turned around, facing the door, and charged at the zombies rushing into the warehouse. With swift strikes, he dispatched them cleanly. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. The nearby wandering zombies, attracted by the noise and the smell of blood, rushed in, but all were met with a knife at the door. Wait, leave 2 for me. Luo Long, fearless and reckless, charged forward to fight the zombies. Chen Tiansheng quickly held him back and pushed him back. If you don't want to die, stay behind me. Luo Fatty shielded his nephew and niece, watching the endless stream of zombies pour in, cold sweat running down his back. After cutting down another zombie, he turned and shouted, aren't you afraid of dying? Why are you scared of living? Don't act like a coward. If you want to survive, follow me. The women were dumbfounded. Not just her, even Luo Ming, Luo Long, and Luo Feng were stunned. Is he really comforting people like this? Chen Tiansheng carved a bloody path forward, and of.He pulled the woman to run. Don't be afraid. Come with us. Protecting his nephew and niece closely behind, they dared not fall too far behind. They kept cutting and slashing, the machete breaking, and he casually picked up a fire axe, testing its weight before continuing to kill. In fact, this woman was Chen Tiansheng's second purpose for coming to the cargo yard. That's right, Chen Tiansheng recognized this woman, or rather, he wanted to rescue this future female warrior in advance. The owner of the cargo yard, named Yang Shui, was famous in his previous life. When rescuing survivors, she was saved and later joined the base. Subsequently, scientists developed enhancement serums, and Yang Shui was one of the first volunteers to accept the enhancement. It's worth noting that the mortality rate for the first batch of volunteers was extremely high. However, Yang Shui successfully evolved, becoming one of the few speed-type enhancers in the first batch. 3 years after the Great Catastrophe, when the zombie tide exploded in Jiangxing, she single-handedly wielded a knife, killing for 3 days and nights amidst a sea of corpses and blood, achieving great military merit. Yang Shui became famous in one battle. Hailed as Jiangxing's first female warrior, in his previous life, Chen Tiansheng did not have the qualifications to meet this female warrior, but her legend had already become a topic of conversation among survivors. Due to the tragic experiences during the outbreak, she underwent a drastic change in personality. Sporting short hair and wielding a battle knife, her strength formidable. Once she struck, seeing her knife meant certain death. Moreover, Chen Tiansheng's sarcastic remark about not acting like a coward was actually Yang Shui's catchphrase. In this life, he was fortunate enough to make a sarcastic comment to her face, which could be considered Chen Tiansheng's wicked sense of humor. Yang Shui followed of.He in a daze, witnessing Chen Tiansheng, a killing god, descending, cutting zombies as if he were effortlessly chopping vegetables. At this moment, Yang Shui suddenly had an unrealistic thought. I want to live like him. At that time, of.He inappropriately shouted, "What about the other women in the warehouse? They've gone mad. What else can we do? Hurry up and leave. Don't meddle. The smell of blood will attract more zombies. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape at all." This was absolutely correct. Although there were few zombies near the cargo yard, such a strong smell of blood was like a beacon in the night, attracting zombies for miles around. Chen Tiansheng led the team onto the heavy truck. Luo Ming told of.He to protect Yang Shui, and after closing the door, he started the truck. However, just as he turned the steering wheel, dozens of zombies lunged in, a massive wave with no way out. Luo Ming panicked and asked, "What do we do?" Crash through them. Do you think a heavy truck is afraid of not killing zombies? All right. Only then did Luo Ming hit the gas pedal to the floor, the heavy truck quickly accelerating and directly crushing the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies lunged forward crazily. Everyone had never seen such a mad scene. The grotesque zombies, even when crushed, would cling tightly to the vehicle. There was even a half-crushed zombie hanging on the front of the truck, clawing at the windshield, its madness making people sweat with embarrassment. Chapter 20. The system forces to take disciples on the desolate and ruined street. Zombies lunged forward with their claws outstretched. A Dongfeng heavy-duty truck sped through, crushing all the zombies in its path. Hoo-ha-ha, this is so damn exhilarating, Luo Ming shouted excitedly while driving. Although he was already in his 40s, the near-death experience he just had was truly thrilling. Chen Tiansheng remained calm throughout. Keep driving forward. Find a safe zone to stop first. Luo Pengzi replied excitedly, "You direct, wherever you say to stop, we'll stop." Just then, Yang Shui suddenly asked, "Why did you save me? This truck is yours. Giving it to me is just a verbal agreement. You need to provide me with a formal transfer contract." Chen Tiansheng was joking seriously. In the apocalypse, what good is a contract? However, this answer reassured Yang Shui, who had just gone through a painful experience and was cautious about the world. "And then what will you do with me?" Chen Tiansheng continued, "If you want to stick around, I don't mind having an extra pair of chopsticks. If you don't want it, in a few days, the National Rescue Team will start operations. You can go to the safe zone with the soldiers, and we will part ways." Okay. Yang Shui's response was straightforward, mainly because she wasn't sure of these people's true intentions. Not to mention her, even Luo Ming, the old fox, was a bit confused. Going to the cargo yard was Chen Tiansheng's idea. There were 4 trapped women, and he only saved one, leaving the others to their fate. This didn't make sense. Even while driving, he was guessing whether Chen Tiansheng knew this woman and went to the cargo yard just to save her. Just then, Chen Tiansheng suddenly said, "Stop the car." The heavy truck screeched to a halt after sliding a few meters. Chen Tiansheng got out, holding a fire axe, and quickly pointed out, "Luo Pengzi, you all hurry inside." Luo Pengzi clumsily got out of the car and asked in confusion, "Go in where?" Chen Tiansheng pressed a shovel into his hand. "This clothing store. You can't let her go in without clothes, can you? It's embarrassing to be naked." "Oh, got it." Luo Pengzi helped Yang Shui get out of the car and quickly rushed her into the clothing store. "You all quickly change clothes. Move fast." Chen Tiansheng shouted while chopping zombies with the fire axe. Luo Pengzi and the others quickly entered the clothing store, ensuring it was safe before they began to loot. "Hurry up and change clothes. We'll guard for you." Luo Ming and Luo Pengzi squatted at the door with shovels, peeking through the broken glass to observe the situation outside. This was an ordinary street-side clothing store, and the Luo siblings began to loot as soon as they entered. At this moment, Yang Shui only had an outer garment, not enough to cover herself, so she quickly grabbed some clothes to put on, wrapping herself tightly inside and out. Finally, she put on a pair of sneakers. While dressing, she noticed a pair of scissors on the ground. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind, "Don't act like a girl." Without a second thought, she picked up the scissors and cut her long, beautiful hair off at the waist, as a simple farewell to her past self. It didn't take long for Chen Tiansheng to clear out all the zombies outside. After the battle, while squatting on the ground to extract crystal cores, Luo Pengzi came over excitedly. "Brother Chen, can I discuss something with you?" Chen Tiansheng was busy and didn't want to bother with him, casually saying, "Speak your mind." Luo Pengzi rubbed his hands together, grinning sheepishly. "I've realized you're a master with extraordinary talent, a martial arts genius." Chen Tiansheng glared at Luo Pengzi fiercely. "Stop flattering me. Just get to the point." Hee. Luo Pengzi felt a bit embarrassed and said awkwardly, "I just thought, in this apocalypse, today may be my last day, and my 2 nephews are still young. Could you consider taking them as disciples? Even if I'm gone, they can learn skills from you, and I can die in peace." Taking disciples. Chen Tiansheng was taken aback, not because Luo Pengzi brought it up, but because the system had suddenly presented something new. The thought crossed his mind, and the system's prompt chimed in, with a page suddenly popping up. "The disciple-taking page has been activated." Damn! Chen Tiansheng was dumbfounded. He hadn't seen any disciple-taking page before, and now that he had this thought, the system just popped up, which was clearly intentional. Now he finally understood why the system had left so many unlocked pages. Truly, thinking of one thing leads to another. "System, have you always been this casual?" Chen Tiansheng complained inwardly. Seeing Chen Tiansheng silent and dazed, Luo Ming tentatively asked, "Brother Chen?" "Ah, just wait a moment. I'll reply to you soon." The disciple-taking page had just opened, and he had time to study it. So how could he decide so quickly? He carefully examined the instructions on the disciple-taking page. Disciple-taking system instructions. The master opens the disciple's genes, and for every zombie killed by the disciple, the master gains half the points. I knew it. Chen Tiansheng wanted a curse. The system had clearly planned this all along. It had given him 2 ability genes in the exchange package, which was meant for these 2 disciples. However, fortunately, the system still had some conscience. If the disciple killed zombies, the master could also earn points, so it wasn't a total loss. He had previously been conflicted about whether to give the 2 gene ability potions to the Luo brothers. Now he didn't have to worry anymore. Truly, man proposes, but heaven disposes. The system had already made arrangements. After figuring everything out, Chen Tiansheng put on the demeanor of a master. Taking disciples is not a problem. Luo Ming was ecstatic, but before he could express his gratitude, Chen Tiansheng said, "But now is not the time." At that moment, Yang Shui slowly walked out of the store and quickly approached the car. "I'm ready. We can go." Everyone was stunned, looking at her new appearance. Previously, her long hair was flowing and lovely, but now she sported a messy short haircut, which felt awkward. However, Chen Tiansheng found it much more pleasing to the eye. This was more like the female warrior rumored from the last life. Is there a problem? Yang Shui questioned hoarsely, her gaze firm. No, short hair suits you. Chen Tiansheng replied, then ordered, gather and set off. It's getting dark, hurry up. Everyone quickly jumped into the car, started the engine, and followed Chen Tiansheng's directions, finally arriving at the neighborhood before nightfall. However, at this moment, the garden complex was vastly different from when Chen Tiansheng left. Before leaving, he had almost cleared out all the zombies near the complex, but now every corner of the complex was filled with wandering zombies, and it was impossible to kill them all before it got completely dark. Damn it, who did this? Chen Tiansheng felt a surge of frustration. He had returned to empty the supplies stored at home, waiting for the rescue team to arrive the next day, so he could directly join the main force to the base. Now, with a situation like this, he had to either abandon the supplies at home, or he instinctively glanced at the drivers, Luo Ming and Luo Pongzi. Chapter 21. Apprenticeship Luo Pongzi was confused and asked in surprise, "What are you looking at? What's wrong with me? Like this, I'll find you a vehicle in a moment. You drive straight along this road, go past the gas station, and you should be able to see the combat zone base. You go ahead, we'll follow shortly." Luo Pongzi wondered, why not go together? Why split up? Let us put it this way, I live right here and I've stored a lot of supplies. I brought the heavy truck back to take the supplies to the base. I need you to help me lure the zombies away. Do you understand what I mean? Luo Pongzi nodded and said, got it, you want me to be the bait to draw the zombies away. As long as you promise me to take good care of my nephew and niece, I'll help you lure the zombies. Chen Tiansheng solemnly stated, don't worry. I've promised to take them as my disciples, and I will ensure their safety. Luo Pongzi, fearless, replied, you arrange it. Before getting out of the car, Chen Tiansheng instructed, lock the doors and windows, and wait for me to drive over. He quickly jumped out of the car, dashed into the community fence, chopped down a section with an axe, and rushed towards the police car at the front door to deal with the nearby threat first. He smashed the car window and swiftly climbed inside. This sequence of actions flowed smoothly, but Chen Tiansheng was fast, and the zombies reacted quickly as well. The dual stimuli of fresh meat and noise drove the zombies to madly rush over. Crack, crack! The police car wheezed like an old man, but couldn't start. More and more zombies came, overwhelming the police car from all sides. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Finally, the police car started. Chen Tiansheng released the handbrake, pressed the clutch, yanked the steering wheel, and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The tires screeched against the ground, and the car burst forth like a wild horse. Racing out of the zombies' encirclement, the car crashed and bulldozed through the horde, leaving them far behind, roaring with the fury of the enraged, powerfully charging out of the community. The zombie horde seemed provoked, clawing and chasing relentlessly. The car sped quickly, skidding to a stop beside the truck. The police sirens blared, red and blue lights flashing, the sounds echoing far and wide, attracting more zombies to pursue. Chen Tiansheng quickly got out and waved, get out quickly. Luo Pongzi jumped out of the car, his hefty body agilely squeezing into the driver's seat, slamming the gas pedal and rushing out. Chen Tiansheng quickly climbed onto the Dongfeng heavy truck, closed the door, and held his breath. The sirens blared, as if taunting the horde, shouting, come bite me. Stimulated by the sirens, the horde chased recklessly, coming in waves ceaselessly. Inside the heavy truck, everyone held their breath in tension, with the continuous horde of zombies brushing past like a tide. The zombies were mindless, driven mad by the sirens. About 5 minutes later, the police car completely vanished, and the world slowly returned to calm. Good luck. Chen Tiansheng silently offered a blessing, started the engine, and slowly drove the Dongfeng heavy truck into the community, stopping under his own building. In fact, Chen Tiansheng didn't know that it was precisely because of his arrangement that Luo Ming officially ascended to the pantheon, while all the credit for the gas station explosion was completely attributed to Luo Ming. To skip the aftermath for now, most zombies in the community had been lured away, leaving only a few scattered that posed no threat. The few climbed up the fire escape from the truck's cargo, entering his home one by one under Chen Tiansheng's guidance. As soon as they entered, Luo long exaggeratedly shouted, Brother Chen, where did you get so many supplies? It's almost like a small supermarket. Well, there's a supermarket downstairs. I just punched a hole in the floor. The three fell silent collectively. Chen Tiansheng sat calmly on the sofa, pretending to be a wise master. Luo Long, Luo Feng, do you both wish to take me as your master? Luo Long and Luo Feng were delighted, their faces flushed with excitement. Yes, yes, of course. Get down on your knees. The Luo siblings didn't hesitate, kneeling before Chen Tiansheng, bowing 3 times loudly. But Chen Tiansheng remained calm, pretending to be composed. Since you wish to take me as your master, I will grant you both a great opportunity. Saying this, he reached into his pocket and took out 2 test tube potions from his spatial backpack. This is yours, and this is yours. Drink them? Yang Shui, standing by, asked in surprise, what is this? Chen Tiansheng explained. When the apocalypse struck, acid rain destroyed the genetic coding of organisms, turning people into zombies. I can easily kill zombies because I am a genetic enhancer, with strength and speed far beyond ordinary people. This is a genetic modification potion. His words left the 3 in shock, mouths agape in disbelief. The potions I'm giving you are extremely precious and can help you unlock your abilities. Drink them to unlock your genetic sequences. Luo Long's is fire, and Luo Feng's is wind. From now on, with the combination of wind and fire, you will be unstoppable. Yang Shui was skeptical, but the Luo siblings didn't think twice and directly drank the potions. Why does this sound so mystical? Before Chen Tiansheng could explain further, the Luo siblings collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain. Chen Tiansheng seemed to have anticipated this, calmly explaining, one must endure hardship to become a superior being. To become a new human, this suffering is a must. The genetic evolution of the siblings lasted the entire night. During this time, Chen Tiansheng had Yang Shui take care of them. Although Yang Shui was skeptical if what Chen Tiansheng said was really that magical, she secretly vowed to herself that no matter what, she would obtain this power, even if it meant being a servant. In the pitch-black night, the police car wailed. Its purpose was to attract zombies, and the sirens remained blaring. This was a familiar road, even with eyes closed at night. There would be no problems. Driving at breakneck speed, just as he was about to reach near the gas station, he suddenly saw 2 fire snakes flying out ahead. In the night sky, they traced a magnificent parabolic arc, the fiery tails screaming as they fell 100 meters behind. Boom! The pursuing horde of zombies was engulfed in flames. Luo Ming slammed the brakes to a stop, staring blankly at the burning inferno behind him. Before he could comprehend what had happened, a helicopter's rotor blades approached, stirring up a fierce wind as it slowly descended. Luo Ming adjusted his collar and stood up straight. Several solemnly armed soldiers disembarked from the helicopter, scanning the surroundings. Luo Ming saluted sharply. Retired Soldier Luo Ming, here to report. The senior officer walking briskly paused in surprise, then returned a standard salute. Soldier Luo Ming, thank you for your contributions. It is thanks to you that the combat zone has gained this piece of clean land, providing such good conditions for rescue work. Luo Ming felt a bit dazed, but the shock was not over yet. Come with me on the helicopter. The commander wants to see you. Chapter 22, The Rescue, begins the next morning. The Luo siblings gradually regained their senses, and both felt different, especially Luo Long, who would ignite with the slightest excitement, burning through several pieces of clothing in less than an hour. Control your emotions a bit, learn from your sister, carefully sense the fire elements around you. Don't just burst into flames at every turn. If you keep this up, you'll be running around naked, Chen Tiansheng repeatedly instructed. But no matter how he taught, it was hard for Luo Long to control himself. After all, he had just gained his abilities, and being young, he couldn't suppress his excitement. It's amazing, this is truly amazing. If this had happened before, I would never have believed it, the Luo siblings murmured in excitement. Chen Tiansheng sarcastically remarked, this is the apocalypse. Remember, anything is possible. Not wanting to lecture his 2 inexperienced disciples. He had just walked out of the bedroom when he saw Yang Shui staring at him intently, as if she had something to say. There's not much space in the house. Don't block the way. As Chen Tiansheng was about to sidestep, Yang Shui suddenly knelt down and said, I also want this power. I want to be your disciple. Or let me do anything. Please, I want to be as strong as you. To survive in this apocalypse without being bullied. Her eyes were fervent and sincere, and as she spoke, she knocked her head heavily against the tiles, again and again. Please, I know I'm not worthy, but if you can help me become strong, I will serve you like an ox or a horse as a slave. Chen Tiansheng truly didn't expect another unexpected gain. The sound from the living room attracted the Luo siblings out, and the two watched silently. Chen Tiansheng wanted to help her, but the timing wasn't right. Most importantly, he didn't have the golden genetic serum with him. What to do? Master, please help her. I feel sorry for her. Luo Feng's sudden interjection sparked an idea in Chen Tiansheng. Granting you power is not impossible, but I do not accept the weak. You must first pass my test to prove your value and loyalty. Yang Shui stopped knocking her head and looked at Chen Tiansheng with burning eyes. What test? No matter what the test was, he decided to stall for time, planning to find a suitable opportunity to kill a fast-moving mutated beast, obtain its crystal core, and then do a tenfold draw to get a genetic serum suitable for Yang Shui. Changing the subject, he said, now is not the time to discuss this. We need to prepare for action. Move all the supplies in the house to the vehicle. If all goes well, the official rescue team will enter the city today. The three had complete trust in Chen Tiansheng. When he said something, it was final, and they immediately began to act. Luo Long and Luo Feng jumped out of the window, one standing on the roof of the car to receive supplies, the other packing supplies into the trunk. While Yang Shui was responsible for tossing things out, and Chen Tiansheng handled security, dealing with nearby zombie threats. Their actions attracted the attention of the entire community, with many residents peering out from their balconies, quietly watching the four of them work. Chen Tiansheng noticed the residents' attention, but found it strange that it was so quiet today, quite different from before. What he didn't know was that after he left the community yesterday, many bloody events had occurred. This story began in the afternoon. After Chen Tiansheng left, the residents became increasingly restless. At first, they only cursed Su Wonking to vent their frustrations. However, they eventually began chatting with each other, discussing how to kill zombies, and some even talked loudly without regard for the volume, not taking the zombies seriously at all. Then, some formed teams to go downstairs to loot supplies, wielding various makeshift weapons like rolling pins, kitchen knives, and mops. There were even those who imitated Chen Tiansheng by going downstairs with a pot lid, shouting to bolster their courage. They rushed out of the hall and made a lot of noise. The outcome was predictable. Only a small number of people managed to safely grab a little supply. And out of more than 20 who went down, only a few made it back home alive. For every brave person, there were fearful ones. Bald Chong and his group didn't dare to go out, robbing in the stairwell instead, afraid to face the zombies, yet they brutally turned on their fellow survivors. The sound of gunfire attracted more zombies, leading to the community being overrun, leaving very few laborers. Those still alive were mostly the elderly, weak, women, and a few instigators. While Chen Tiansheng and the others were busy, a convoy roared down the road, blaring loudspeakers as it approached. We are the rescue team. Residents who hear this broadcast, please prepare immediately. The rescue team will begin search and rescue today. We ask everyone to actively cooperate. The broadcast grew clearer, igniting hope among all the residents as they looked down from above, seeing rows of armored vehicles advancing from a distance. The zombies were drawn to the armored vehicles, but before they could get close, the machine guns on the armored vehicles began to fire, and the rescue team, fully armed, unleashed a barrage of bullets. The sound of gunfire excited the survivors, who cheered loudly, realizing that this time it was a real rescue, unlike the previous empty display. Our warriors have come. Our hope has come. With tears in their eyes, many of the common people were overwhelmed with emotion. Only Chen Tiansheng, cold and indifferent, muttered, "What a waste of bullets. You'll regret it sooner or later." The street was filled with gunfire, shaking hearts. As the zombies rushed forward in droves, Chen Tiansheng quickly ordered, "Load the vehicle. Speed it up." Apart from Chen Tiansheng, the other three were already exhausted, especially Yang Shui, who was drenched in sweat, but she didn't dare to rest. Knowing this was Chen Tiansheng's test, the propaganda armored convoy continued to advance, crushing zombies as it moved forward without stopping for even a moment. When the armored convoy had moved far away and the gunfire faded, Chen Tiansheng instinctively frowned. Why does this feel strange? He didn't know that this propaganda armored convoy was just a decoy, the best rescue plan provided by Luo Ming after meeting with the higher-ups yesterday. This plan was inspired by the events of the previous day. Chen Tiansheng was unaware that his unintentional actions had greatly helped. The commotion caused by the propaganda armored convoy had drawn all the zombies in the community and even those hiding in the stairwells away, saving Chen Tiansheng's labor and greatly speeding up the moving process. About 20 minutes later, just as the truck was completely filled and ready to be sealed, the real rescue convoy roared in. A heavy truck with 10 fully armed soldiers approached rapidly, swiftly entering the development zone and dispersing into each community. Quick, quick! We need to move fast. It's time for our test. The higher-ups have ordered us not to abandon anyone, to save every survivor with all our might. As soon as the heavy truck stopped, the heavily armed soldiers jumped out one by one, quickly advancing with their weapons, conducting thorough searches in each stairwell. What a familiar scene. Seeing this unfold, Chen Tiansheng was filled with emotion. Chapter 23 System Production. One of the soldiers approached quickly with a gun, first saluting Chen Tiansheng, who instinctively returned the gesture. The soldier was taken aback, and then spoke rapidly. This is a special period, and we urgently need volunteers. The higher-ups have instructed us to specially recruit former soldiers. If you were a soldier, please follow our commands and cooperate with our actions. Chen Tiansheng's response was rather baffling. I will cooperate, but I want to follow your commands. The soldier was stunned, his expression turning cold as he said sternly, "This is not a request. It's an order. You must follow our commands, or we cannot guarantee your personal safety." Chen Tiansheng was too lazy to argue with him and waved his hand, saying, "You'll understand in a moment. Hurry up and go for the rescue." The soldier was infuriated by this attitude. If it weren't for the urgency, he would have really liked to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Chen Tiansheng opened the door and got into the car, calling out to the onlookers, "Once you're done moving, get in the car quickly. We're about to set off." Luo Feng was the first to get in the car. Seeing her drenched in sweat, Chen Tiansheng casually took out a bottle of water provided by the system from a space backpack and handed it to Luo Feng, saying, "Drink some water first. There will be a good show later." Luo Feng blushed as she took the glass bottle, twisted the cap, and took a sip. But the next second, she let out a breathy moan. "Ah, so good. So refreshing. I feel so comfortable." Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. It was just a sip of water. What was with her reaction? If others heard her, they might think he had done something to her. What kind of nonsense was this? Drinking water made her make such sounds. It would lead to misunderstandings. Luo Feng blushed and explained, "I didn't mean to. This water just tastes too good." Chen Tiansheng, surprised, took the bottle back, took a small sip, and then the water was cool and sweet. And as it entered his body, a warm current washed over every pore. This feeling of comfort was indescribable. In short, after one sip of water, all the drowsiness and fatigue of the day were completely swept away. In this tense, exciting, and intense end-of-the-world scenario, every moment of spirit and body was under great strain. Drinking such sweet and refreshing water felt as comfortable as enjoying a sun bath. "Give me another sip." Luo Feng, still wanting more, smacked her lips and, taking advantage of Chen Tiansheng's moment of distraction, snatched the bottle and took another big gulp, finishing it off completely. Chen Tiansheng felt the power of this water and thought to himself, System, I thought I understood you thoroughly, but now I realize how ignorant I am. What kind of spring water is this? It's clearly a restorative elixir. System Production truly is a premium product. You're impressive. With this kind of water, no matter how exhausting or difficult the battles ahead, as long as you take a small sip, you immediately feel revitalized." But he had just drunk spring water. What effect did the source water have? Chen Tiansheng took out another bottle, twisted the cap, and took a sip. The taste was the same, sweet upon entry. But after it entered his body, his mind felt clear, and even his 5 senses were significantly enhanced. This refreshing feeling was simply too comfortable. "Brother Chong, let us use the name of these soldiers to trick this truck over. During the operation, we can find an opportunity to take them out. What do you think of this idea?" Chen Tiansheng vaguely heard someone plotting and felt a chill, observing carefully to find it was one of the group standing at the doorway. Landlord Lu Lei and Ma Tiansheng were among them. Without thinking, the bald man who was adored by everyone must be their leader, the troublemaker Bald Chong. At this time, they still dared to have designs on him. Chen Tiansheng's eyes turned cold, and a killing intent surged. Bald Chong tacitly approved Lu Lei's suggestion, waving his hand as he led his lackeys over in a grand manner. Bang, bang, bang. Get out of the car. The lackeys knocked on the car door with sticks, looking extremely arrogant, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Bald Chong shouted boastfully, "Didn't you hear what the soldiers said? Those who are capable should help the others. Don't just hide in the car and watch the fun. Get out and help. Don't be a big baby." Bald Chong was indeed a master at turning right and wrong upside down. With this one sentence, he dragged Chen Tiansheng into the mud, while he stood on the moral high ground, continuing to stir the pot and slander. Everyone is helping to prepare for the evacuation, and you're just sitting in the car like a grandpa? The punks all chimed in, shouting loudly, oblivious to their volume. Beside them, Ma Tiansheng wore a smug expression, silently waiting to see the fun unfold for Chen Tiansheng. "Brother Chong tells you to get out of the car. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear?" A punk shouted in a high-pitched voice, attracting the attention of residents from various hallways. A soldier's expression changed drastically as he ran over quickly, sternly scolding. "What are you shouting about? Keep your voice down." The punks immediately changed their tune, nodding and bowing in apology. Bald Chong, while apologizing, explained, "Sir, I just wanted to help. Our rescue vehicle seems a bit small, and there are too many people in the community to fit. I thought we could use another vehicle to carry more people." The soldier thought this made sense and approached to salute through the car door. "In an emergency, your truck has been requisitioned. Please cooperate with our actions." Chen Tiansheng's eyelids twitched as he lowered the car window, his voice cold. "What if I don't cooperate? This is an order from the higher-ups. In an emergency, we have the right to requisition your vehicle. If you do not cooperate or disrupt the collective action, we have the right to shoot you. Yes, shoot him. People like him should be executed. You don't know, sir, before the zombie outbreak, he was a vicious murderer. When Captain Wang's team came to arrest him, the zombie outbreak just happened to occur. People like him shouldn't be alive." Bald Chong and others took turns slandering Chen Tiansheng, successfully distorting the truth and mixing up right and wrong, painting Chen Tiansheng as the bad guy. The soldier frowned, aiming his gun and sternly ordering, "I command you to get out of the car immediately and accept our unified distribution, or I will really shoot." Just at this critical moment, a stranger suddenly appeared and pressed down on the soldier's rifle. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding. The one who suddenly jumped out to mediate was Su Wanqing, whom Chen Tiansheng had helped before. She was helping everyone evacuate, and, seeing a quarrel break out here, even with the potential for gunfire, she rushed over without a second thought. The masked man is a good person. He is definitely not a vicious criminal. There must be some misunderstanding. Suddenly, someone spoke up for Chen Tiansheng, ruining Bald Chong's scheme. "I have the wanted notice. I brought the route when Captain Wang captured him." Bald Chong revealed his trump card, pulling out the wanted notice and arrest warrant to show everyone. This solidified the case. No explanation would help now. No, it must be a misunderstanding. After the apocalypse broke out, the masked man helped us so much. How could he be a wanted criminal? The soldier raised his gun again, aiming and saying sternly, "I warn you to get out of the car quickly and accept our unified distribution, or I will really shoot." Chapter 24. This is not a dog. It's my son. Just when Bald Chong thought his scheme had succeeded and was feeling proud of himself, a sudden change occurred. "Let's see who dares to shoot my master." Luo Long suddenly shouted, standing majestically on the truck, flames bursting from his hands, growing larger and eventually engulfing his entire body, making him look like a fireman. What the hell? Whether they were residents or soldiers, even the most experienced elders were now terrified and sitting on the ground. The soldiers were so scared that their hands trembled and their guns were aimed at Luo Long. But at that moment, another change took place. A small tornado suddenly whipped up around them, blowing sand and stones, making it impossible for them to open their eyes or aim. The door of the passenger seat opened, and Luo Feng, with a fierce look on her face, shouted with great authority, "Get out of the way." Instantly, a violent wind blew, causing them to topple over and their horses to stumble. Everyone looked in disbelief at the scene before them. On the truck, a man was engulfed in flames. and a woman was waving her hands like the wind. These two seemed like gods, fiercely surveying all the residents of the community. My master is not a criminal. If you dare to shoot, don't blame us for going on a killing spree. Luo Feng admired Chen Tiansheng the most. Anyone who dared to insult her idol wouldn't get any mercy, not even from her father. Stop. A soldier quickly ran over, the one who had first negotiated earlier. It's you again, causing trouble. As soon as he saw Chen Tiansheng in the truck, he felt a surge of dislike, and regardless of right or wrong. He had already sentenced Chen Tiansheng to death in his heart. However, the task at hand was urgent, and for now, he would not bicker with these criminals. We have orders to evacuate the civilians. If you refuse to cooperate, we cannot guarantee your safety. The window rolled down, and Chen Tiansheng's cold voice came out again. You seem to have misunderstood something. We haven't left because we are benevolent and want to protect your safety. How ridiculous. Just based on you, you're truly shameless. The soldier sneered coldly. Chen Tiansheng responded icily. The role of 2 ability users in the apocalypse is equivalent to your entire enhanced squad. And you don't even know what abilities are. You're not qualified to talk to me. If you wanted to look at you favorably, let your superiors negotiate with me. You don't have that qualification. You murderer, don't be so arrogant. Bald Chong shouted angrily, his face red. The rescue team leader, Wang Yang, although he looked down on Chen Tiansheng, had never encountered ability users or the new tricks of controlling wind and fire, so he had to suppress his anger. I will report this truthfully. After saying that, he no longer quibbled with Chen Tiansheng and ordered everyone, stop gathering here, disperse immediately, get in the vehicle quickly, and prepare to evacuate. With the objective unachieved, Bald Chong and the others were disheartened and secretly cursed. Look at him, a small person getting his way, TSK. We'll see. Everyone dispersed, leaving Su Wanqing behind. She quietly walked to the truck and handed over a sketchbook. This is a comic I created for you. Please be sure to accept it. Su Wanqing was originally an illustrator. During these days of isolation at home, her eyes were filled with the masked man, and she couldn't help but use him as inspiration to draw a superhero comic titled My Hero. At that moment, Luo Long suddenly jumped down from the top of the truck, his face red and still smoking, quickly opened the door and dove into the passenger seat. Su Wanqing just glanced at him. Her face instantly flushed to her neck, and her gaze flickered, not daring to look up. When Chen Tiansheng took the comic, she was filled with joy. It's drawn quite well. Thank you, Su Wanqing said shyly, then turned and ran. Just as she turned around, she bumped into someone and quickly apologized before fleeing. Yang Shui, who was hit, felt pain in her shoulder. She got in the driver's seat and casually asked, "Is that woman your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. If she's not your girlfriend, why is her face red? Does she have a crush on you?" Chen Tiansheng hurriedly changed the subject, yelling at Luo Long, who was curled up in the back. "I've told you to control yourself. Stay covered." Luo Long's face changed colors, white and red, but Chen Tiansheng's eyes narrowed as he stared outside the vehicle and said sternly, "This is bad. Something's going to happen." Outside the vehicle, an argument was already breaking out. The planned evacuation time was 30 minutes, but the residents of the garden community were mostly elderly, weak, and women and children. There were not many young people, and these elders insisted on making unreasonable requests, asking the soldiers to help carry their valuables repeatedly. It wouldn't have mattered before, but now was a time of great disaster, with zombies roaming everywhere. Soldiers were supposed to fight with guns, but now they were helping the elderly carry luggage and precious items. What Chen Tiansheng found unbelievable was that a middle-aged woman in her 50s was holding a Pekingese dog and was chattering incessantly at the soldiers. "Andy, you really can't bring that dog on the vehicle. It's the rule. This is not a dog. This is my son. He is my only family now. If you don't let my son on, are you still the people's soldiers?" The woman was loud and persistent, refusing to let the Pekingese on the truck, ready to cause a scene. "Rules are rules. You can't bring it. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Dogs are man's best friend. Why can't you bring it? Don't you have any compassion?" Survivors were either trying to persuade her or chiming in. Only Chen Tiansheng noticed that the Pekingese was licking the blood on the ground. The ground was covered in zombie blood and bits of flesh filled with prion viruses. Who knows how long the Pekingese had been eating? At that moment, it was wolfing down the remains, chewing with a gluttonous appetite, and the look in its eyes had clearly changed, showing signs of mutation. Seeing this, Chen Tiansheng hurriedly grabbed an axe and jumped out of the truck, but unfortunately, he was still a step too late, and the disaster still occurred. After finishing the bits of flesh, the dog wanted to reach for more distant pieces, but it was tied up, and it turned around and bit the middle-aged woman. Son, why are you biting Mommy? Don't be angry. Mommy won't abandon you. Just as the middle-aged woman was about to squat down to pick up the dog, she was suddenly pounced on by the mutated dog, which opened its bloody mouth and began to tear at her. Quick, pull the dog away, someone shouted, and as a soldier was about to grab it, get back. Suddenly, a powerful strike came, and with one axe swing, both the woman and the dog were killed. They killed someone. The people in the vehicle screamed loudly as they witnessed the bloody scene up close. The soldiers were also stunned, especially Captain Wang Ayang, who angrily raised his gun and shouted, "What are you doing? Put down the weapon." Chen Tiansheng pointed at the man and dog on the ground, sternly stating, "This dog has already mutated. If it bites someone, they will also mutate. I kill them for everyone's safety." The atmosphere was extraordinarily tense until Bald Chong shouted, "Screw your safety. Everyone, don't believe him. He is a murderer." With that one sentence, the situation became uncontrollable. Chapter 25. Good people don't live long. Shoot him. Kill this ruthless murderer. Kill him, life for a life. Support killing him. The residents getting into the car shouted excitedly, many of whom were neighbors of the victim, and some were just there to kick him when he was down. The scene was becoming increasingly radical and uncontrollable. The soldier held his gun up, not lowering it. He really wanted to shoot and take down this selfish and arrogant man, but he couldn't. Although he could kill him, firing would attract zombies, which would hinder the rescue operation. Captain Wang Ayang gritted his teeth and said, "Listen, you are just an ordinary person. You have no right to enforce the law or to kill. Now get back into your car. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will definitely shoot you." Chen Tiansheng squinted. He knew that the apocalypse was fraught with danger, and these soldiers had not yet adapted to it. They would pay the price sooner or later. Not wanting to waste any more words with these guys, he turned around angrily and shouted, "Let's go. Let these idiots fend for themselves." In front of everyone, Chen Tiansheng turned to leave. Others had their own motives, especially Bald Chong and his gang, who continued to shout, "We can't let him go. If we let him go today, who knows how many innocents he will kill tomorrow. Right? We can't let him escape. Shoot him. Hurry up and shoot." Complaints filled the air, and Bald Chong's gang yelled loudly. At this moment, Chen Tiansheng suddenly stopped. "Yes, I really can't just leave like this. I still have something to do." After saying this, he turned around coldly and looked at Captain Wang Ayang with icy eyes. "You know nothing about the apocalypse." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt their eyes blur, because for a split second, they all felt that Chen Tiansheng was no longer there, becoming ethereal. But when someone rubbed their eyes and looked again, they saw that Chen Tiansheng was holding something in his hand, a flesh-colored ball. "I want to do what? None of you here can stop me. I want to leave, and none of you can block me." After saying this, Chen Tiansheng threw the ball out, which rolled to Wang Ayang's feet. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a human head. At this moment, someone on the truck screamed in shock. Everyone turned to look and saw that Bald Chong's head was already missing. Blood was gushing out of his neck, and the headless body lost its balance, falling directly to the ground from the truck. How arrogant! Killing innocents right in front of us. The soldiers could no longer control their emotions and raised their guns to aim again. "This is your last warning. Don't point your guns at me, or I won't care about killing all of you," Chen Tiansheng said, snapping his fingers nonchalantly. The mental shock activated. Everyone felt dizzy, and when they regained their senses, there was no one in front of them. Not only had the person disappeared, but the truck also vanished, as if it had never existed. What's going on? Are we dreaming? Just as everyone had this unrealistic thought, a truck horn sounded from the road outside the community. Everyone turned to look and saw that a heavy truck had driven far away, its horn blaring loudly, even attracting a dozen zombies. The soldiers and residents in the community were filled with genuine confusion about what had just happened. Did Bald Chong really die? Yes, he really did, and his body was still bleeding. Wang Ayang angrily put down his gun and muttered fiercely, "A small person gets ahead." Chen Tiansheng honked the horn while driving. pressing the accelerator hard. After about 2 minutes of this, he gradually calmed down, stopped honking, and focused on driving. Luo Feng put down her hands that were covering her ears and mumbled, "Master, you are really nice. If I were wronged, I definitely couldn't stand this anger." Chen Tiansheng retorted sharply, "Don't call me a good person. Good people don't live long. Bad people live for 1,000 years." Luo Feng stuck out her tongue, and Yang Shui, sitting cautiously in the passenger seat, said, "They don't understand you. It's their loss." After a moment of silence, Chen Tiansheng changed the subject, saying, "Remember, low-level zombies attack humans based on hearing, smell, and sensory perception. If you want to kill someone in the future, if you see blood, run immediately. It can save you unnecessary trouble. Are there higher-level zombies?" Yang Shui noticed Chen Tiansheng revealing subtle details and asked curiously. Of course, after the apocalypse broke out, gene sequences were damaged, and many people will adapt and evolve to gain abilities, just like you too. Some people will be enhanced, significantly increasing their strength and speed. Zombies are also evolving. Low-level zombies are divided into 3 levels. At the 4th level, they will mutate. 4th-level zombies will regain intelligence. And 5th-level zombies will develop territorial awareness and can control and command other zombies. The higher the level, the more terrifying the zombies. The 3 were dumbfounded, and Yang Shui quickly asked, "What is the highest level of zombies?" "As far as I know, the highest is the 10th-level zombie king, who can lead billions of zombies, and even the 9th-level zombie king must obey the king's commands." The 3 stared with their mouths agape in disbelief. "This is unbelievable." Chen Tiansheng continued. "Human evolution also has 10 levels. Luo Long and Luo Feng, you are currently at the 1st level. In the future, work hard, kill more zombies, and strive to break through to the 10th level and reach the peak of humanity." The siblings nodded excitedly, while Yang Shui beside them sighed in her heart, wondering when she would pass her own trials. She really wanted to possess great power. It would take several hours to get from the development zone to the gathering place. With nothing to do, Chen Tiansheng called up the system to check his points. He had killed a few zombies in the past 2 days, not many, just enough for 10 consecutive draws. He had wanted to save them to kill mutated beasts and absorb their cores for a lottery. But just now, he suddenly had an idea. The enhancer relies on gene unlocking potions, but if there are attribute enhancement potions, wouldn't they have the same effect? He just didn't know if the attribute enhancement potions could be taken by others. He had no stock on him, just enough for 10 consecutive draw. Why not try the effect? Thinking of this, he directly did it and selected 10 consecutive draws. White, green, blue, purple, and gold lights flickered alternately, and then a golden light burst forth. White, 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 green, blue, white, white, gold, white. What the fuck? System, this is too obvious, right? I don't even need to see what the gold one brings out. I'm sure it's a power suitable for Yang Shui. In the next second, before Chen Tiansheng could react, the system's prompt sound came again. The reputation system has been activated. The host's reputation has been unlocked. The more loyal the followers are, the less likely they will betray at 80 loyalty. When followers reach 50 loyalty after killing zombies, the host will receive 10 of the points. The higher the loyalty, the higher the percentage of points received. The system also came with an explanation function, which clearly indicated that it was setting up a rhythm for Chen Tiansheng to take Yang Shui as a female servant. Hey system, this is too targeted, right? Are you watching my every move all the time? Chapter 26, Full Loyalty. The system did not respond or give any answers, and Chen Tiansheng could no longer focus on driving. He turned to Yang Shui beside him. "Can you drive big truck?" he suddenly asked. Yang Shui was caught off guard by the question and hesitated, saying, "I used to drive in the freight yard, but I always hired big truck drivers. I can't." With a screech, the heavy truck came to a sudden stop at the roadside, causing all 3 of them to stumble. Chen Tiansheng leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes in deep thought. The 3 of them were a bit dazed, not knowing what their boss was up to. The surprises from the system were simply too many. Chen Tiansheng really wanted to figure out what exactly had been unlocked. The reputation page was somewhat similar to the apprentice page, but the content was different. Both were tables resembling a leaderboard format. The apprentice page had only 2 entries. 1. Luo Long, Fire Gene Evolver, Level 1, Combat Power, 110. 2. Luo Feng, Wind Gene Evolver, Level 1. Combat Power, 118. There were many empty spaces below. The reputation page had a lot more names. 1. Luo Long, Worship Value 89, Loyalty 99, Apprentice Relationship. 2. Luo Feng, Worship Value 90, Loyalty 99, Apprentice Relationship. 3. Yang Shui, Worship Value 91, Loyalty 80, Unknown Relationship. 4. Luo Ming, Worship Value 50, Loyalty 10, Friend Relationship. 5. Su Wanqing, Worship Value 50, Loyalty 30, Secret Crush Relationship. 6. Su Wanxiu, Worship Value 40, Loyalty 11, Unknown Relationship. Current total reputation, 792. Looking at a bunch of unfamiliar names that he didn't recognize. Chen Tiansheng felt overwhelmed. He recognized Su Wanqing, the beauty who had given him comics, but who was Su Wanxiu? And what was this secret crush relationship? For the unfamiliar people and their inexplicable worship, he decided to ignore it for now. His understanding of the apprentice and reputation systems was limited to this. So he finally opened the golden treasure chest. After a dazzling golden light flashed in his mind, he received the Gene Enhancement Potion. Speed Boost, Speed 100. Oh my god, he thought. The speed for a newly unlocked level 1 is already 100. No wonder she was so fast in the last life. It turns out this was the reason. With that thought, Chen Tiansheng couldn't wait any longer. He opened his eyes, grabbed the fire axe, and suddenly said, "Get out of the car with me." He opened the door and jumped down from the truck. The three of them were still a bit confused, especially Yang Shui, who followed him down, looking bewildered. "Time is tight. I need help." "This is your final test," he said, brandishing the axe and heading towards the few zombies that were trailing behind the truck. There weren't many left. Most of the zombies that had been chasing them had fallen behind, leaving fewer than 10. Chen Tiansheng swung the axe cleanly, taking down the first few zombies, but he didn't kill them. Instead, he severed their limbs, causing them to lose support. The zombies continued to claw and bite, fiercely determined to not give up. Chen Tiansheng handed the axe to Yang Shui and said coldly, "Chop off their heads from the center of the skull. Take out the pineal gland. It's this thing. As long as you don't vomit, you'll pass." For women, even the sight of blood could cause nausea, let alone the nauseating scene before her. Yang Shui held the axe, hesitating to make a move. "Be quicker. Don't act like a coward," Chen Tiansheng shouted. Gritting her teeth, Yang Shui raised the axe, closed her eyes, and swung down. With a squelch, the fire axe split the zombie's head open, black blood spraying out, and a foul smell hit her face. This stench was unbearable. Just inhaling a little would make anyone's stomach churn. Yang Shui couldn't hold it back and instinctively reacted. "Ugh," she gagged, feeling weak all over. To be honest, Chen Tiansheng felt a bit disappointed. In his past life, Yang Shui had left a deep impression on him. This woman was cold and ruthless, never hesitating to kill zombies. On the battlefield, if she saw someone cowardly, she would scold them. "Don't act like a coward. If you're a man, fight." Just a few days after the apocalypse began, humanity was still struggling to adapt to the brutality of killing zombies, so vomiting was normal. However, this time, Yang Shui was gagging while chopping zombies, which was a stark contrast to his memories of her, and disappointment was inevitable. Yang Shui knew she hadn't passed the test. Her face was pale, and her gaze was firm as she looked at Chen Tiansheng. "Give me another chance. I won't vomit this time." Chen Tiansheng nodded and said to the approaching zombies, "Help for a moment won't help for a lifetime. This time I won't help you. If you want to prove you're not useless and worthy of my trust, kill the zombies yourself." This was to push Yang Shui to a dead end, relying entirely on herself. Either live or die. Yang Shui gritted her teeth, gathering her courage, and said, "I'm not afraid of dying. Why would I fear you zombies? Kill." She swung the axe, and when a zombie lunged at her, she struck down, cleaving its skull open, black blood spraying all over her face. But this time, she truly didn't vomit, and the feeling of nausea vanished. Suppressing her fear and adrenaline, she felt fearless and naturally didn't have any physiological reactions. She kicked the zombie away, struggled to pull out the axe, and crouched down, reaching her hand into the zombie's skull. The touch and stench still made her feel disgusted. But just as she was about to gag again, Yang Shui forcefully swallowed it back. with bloody hands gripping the crystal nucleus. She turned around and handed it to Chen Tiansheng. I completed it. Chen Tiansheng didn't say anything further because the group of zombies chasing them was getting closer. Get in the car and let's go. The two quickly got back in the truck, and Chen Tiansheng started the engine, revving the heavy truck back onto the road. Luo Feng pulled the only piece of cloth covering her brother Luo Long and handed it to Yang Shui with a flattering smile. Should I call you junior sister or senior sister from now on? At this moment, Yang Shui was still a bit excited, her emotions difficult to calm. When Chen Tiansheng poured cold water on her, I'm not planning to take her as a disciple. Yang Shui was stunned, as were Luo Long and Luo Feng. Especially Yang Shui, whose face shifted between red and white, tears welling in her eyes, nearly spilling over. Suppressing her sadness, she asked through gritted teeth, "Was my performance just now not good enough?" "No," Chen Tiansheng finally responded. "It's because you are older than me. It's not suitable to take you as an apprentice." There was still a chance for things to turn around. Yang Shui reignited her hope, looking earnestly at Chen Tiansheng, patiently waiting for his next words. "I will give you a gene potion to make you stronger, but it won't be an apprentice relationship. It will be a subordinate relationship." Thank you. Yang Shui cried tears of joy. The system notification sounded. Yang Shui, worship value 100, loyalty 100, subordinate relationship. Just one action had instantly maxed out her loyalty, making her the top of the loyalty leaderboard. Another unexpected gain. Chapter 27. Safety Isolation Zone. The heavy truck sped down the highway. The wilderness was filled with desolate scenes, with wild grass growing wildly to a height of 1 meter just a few days after the acid rain. Damaged cars could be seen along the roadside, electric poles leaning precariously, and broken wires swaying in the wind, with plastic bags and other debris hanging from them. As they moved further ahead, the view opened up, and the gas station service area was nearby, but it was already a different scene. This was once a flat plain, but now the area was filled with tanks and armored vehicles, soldiers armed with real weapons setting up positions, occupying the entire view, with tanks and artillery in sight. A magnificent and unprecedented spectacle. My God, when did this happen? Luo Long and Luo Feng, seeing the scene outside the truck, couldn't believe their eyes. After all, they had just left the gas station less than 2 days ago. How could there be such a dramatic change? Normal, Chen Tiansheng explained. If we don't isolate a safe zone, rescue operations cannot proceed at all. This scale of preparation is already considered small in the apocalypse. About 500 meters away from the safe zone, the soldiers on the isolation line were on high alert, with guns loaded and shells ready, preparing to open fire. As they slowed down the vehicle, when they were about 200 meters away, the person in charge of receiving them at the safe zone began to shout through a loudspeaker, "Attention vehicles ahead. This is a safe zone. Please stop immediately for inspection to check for any infected persons. If you forcefully drive through, we will open fire." At about 150 meters, the heavy truck came to a stop, and an armored vehicle approached slowly, with staff in biohazard suits and 10 armed special forces soldiers on board. "Get out and submit to inspection," Chen Tiansheng said, having experienced this once before and not wanting to make a fuss about it. They all got out of the truck. "Master, Luo Long felt extremely embarrassed. "Get out," Chen Tiansheng said, jumping down from the vehicle, while the others followed suit, with only Luo Long awkwardly covering his important parts with a newspaper. Armed Special Forces soldiers rushed over, aiming their guns and remaining on high alert. Several staff members in biohazard suits approached slowly and asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" "My clothes. They got burned." Luo Long's face turned red to his neck. The staff did not press the issue and began the inspection process according to the epidemic work manual, simply asking questions like whether he had a fever in the last few days or whether he had any injuries. The Special Forces soldiers were cautious and knocked on the truck bed. "What else in the truck? Open it. We need to inspect." Chen Tiansheng opened the truck bed, and the soldiers were amazed by the amount of supplies, their attitudes improving slightly. Soon, the preliminary inspection was completed, and they were approved to enter the safe zone. However, Chen Tiansheng knew very well that this was just the beginning, as they would need to remain isolated for another 14 days in the safe zone and buffer zone. The armored vehicle led the way, and when they arrived at the entrance of the safe zone, they still had to stop for registration. The four of them got out again and were led to a line of tables where staff in biohazard suits were responsible for registration. They had to write down their names, ages, previous occupations, and any special skills clearly. Everyone received a form, and while they were filling it out seriously, the Special Forces soldier who had been in charge of receiving them brought a set of clothes from the safe zone and handed them to Luo Long. Put it on. It's embarrassing to be naked. Thank you, thank you. Luo Long was grateful and quickly put on the clothes before starting to register with confidence. After completing the registration, the four of them received a flyer. Chen Tiansheng knew the content clearly, while the other three read it carefully. This was a flyer, as well as a special recruitment notice. The current situation was dire. Human civilization had suffered a devastating blow, and the country hoped that all survivors would take up arms. As long as they were able-bodied, they were expected to enlist and contribute to the continuation of human civilization. Chen Tiansheng didn't even look at the flyer and directly led the others back to the truck. Guided by the command, they drove the heavy truck into the temporary isolation area, where white temporary tents filled the landscape for hundreds of miles. The rescue operation continued, and every survivor had to be isolated for 14 days. After 14 days, someone would take them to the survivor base. Now, choose a tent, Chen Tiansheng decisively stated. We have a truck, so we won't stay in a tent. Save it for other survivors. Believe me, in a few days, you'll find it's not enough. The person in charge of the isolation area didn't care and didn't take Chen Tiansheng's words seriously. Do as you wish. Food will be distributed regularly. Don't cause trouble during the isolation period. Arrange the rest yourselves. After the person in charge finished speaking, he left, leaving behind the empty isolation zone surrounded by simple fences, with a few armed soldiers standing at a temporary guard post. After a simple survey of the area, Chen Tiansheng clapped his hands and said, "All right, although we need to be isolated for 14 days, it won't take long before we can leave. Now everyone get in the vehicle and set up our living environment for the next few days." The few of them had been on edge for several days, and now they could finally relax, feeling immensely relieved. Luo Long was very perceptive. He got in the truck and brought down 2 boxes of canned goods, patting the boxes and saying, "Master, you sit here and rest for a while." Very thoughtful, Chen Tiansheng said, sitting on a cardboard box with his legs crossed and waving to Yang Shui. "Come here." Yang Shui put down the boxes, wiped her hands, and jogged over to ask, "What is up, boss?" Chen Tiansheng said in a serious tone, "You saw how painful it was for them when their genes broke through. If you regret it now, it's not too late." Yang Shui became more excited. "I don't regret it. As long as I can become stronger, I can endure any pain." "All right." Chen Tiansheng then stopped talking, and Yang Shui stood by, waiting silently for about 10 minutes, the atmosphere becoming very awkward. "Master, the sleeping arrangements are ready. Do you want to come see?" Luo Long shouted. Chen Tiansheng then calmly got up and led Yang Shui to the truck bed. Having plenty of supplies was good. The cardboard boxes could serve as temporary beds, with 4 sleeping spots, the innermost being Chen Tiansheng's. Not bad. Chen Tiansheng suddenly took out a gene serum, turned to Yang Shui, and said, "I have a request. No matter how painful it gets during the evolution, hold it in. I'm afraid the soldiers will mistake you for a mutated zombie and shoot you while you're evolving." Yang Shui's face turned red and pale. "I'll do my best." She took the gene evolution serum in both hands, closed her eyes, and downed it. After drinking it, Chen Tiansheng quickly shouted to Luo Long and Luo Feng, "Close the door." The two quickly jumped out of the truck and shut the back door. The next second, a painful scream echoed far across the empty isolation zone. Chapter 28 Advanced Gene Evolution. Yang Shui really couldn't hold back any longer. This pain was like washing the marrow. Every cell in her body was changing, and it was a level of excruciating pain that ordinary people simply couldn't endure. Yang Shui nearly collapsed, pulling her hair and kneeling down, desperately banging against the supplies. "Let me die. I can't take it anymore." Chen Tiansheng didn't expect her reaction to be so intense, but he was already prepared and quickly took out the spring water. "Drink this." Yang Shui's expression began to turn fierce, and this scene was no different from a corpse transformation. "Hang in there. Get away." Yang Shui's voice was already hoarse, and when she shouted, it sounded even more terrifying. There was no other option. Chen Tiansheng didn't want to waste the golden potion. So he hurriedly moved forward to restrain Yang Shui, bit open the bottle, and poured the spring water down her throat. Gradually, Yang Shui's struggles calmed down, and even while drinking the water, she let out comfortable sound from her throat. Chen Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known the effects of a spring water, he wouldn't have let Luo Long and Luo Feng suffer all night. What a miscalculation. Inside the carriage was a chaotic scene. Outside the carriage was another situation altogether. Roars, struggles, and screams. The sounds of corpse transformations were so familiar. The soldiers near the quarantine zone rushed over as if facing a great enemy, and moments later surrounded the carriage. What's going on? The head of the quarantine zone, holding a gun, questioned as if facing a formidable threat. It's nothing. It's a misunderstanding, Luo Long quickly explained. But the soldiers had all experienced the transformation of their comrades and couldn't believe his explanation. I command you, open the door immediately. The bullets were chambered, and there was no room for error. Not only were they aimed at the inside of the carriage, but they also pointed at Luo Long and Luo Feng. This was like a situation where yellow mud fell into the pants. It's not shit, but it might as well be. There was simply no way to explain it. But at that moment, a voice came from inside the carriage that made everyone blush. So comfortable. I want more. Give me, hurry, I want more. Give me even more. This voice. Luo Long was baffled and turned his head to look into the carriage. Luo Feng probably guessed what was happening. It might be the miraculous effect of the master's water. The soldiers were as confused as Luo Long. Just moments ago, there was pain and struggle. So how could the voice be so ambiguous now? After a moment of awkwardness, Luo Long hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Everyone, see? I told you it was a misunderstanding. Stay calm. Be careful of accidental discharge. It's really not a corpse transformation in the car. I want more. Give me, hurry." If it weren't for the fact that the voice coming from the carriage was a woman's, the soldiers would have rushed in without hesitation. But now it was just too awkward. The captain of the quarantine area, with a red face, ordered, "Everyone put down your guns. And tell the two inside the car that this is a quarantine area, a public space, and to be more careful next time." After speaking, he coughed to cover his embarrassment and waved his hand to leave with his subordinates. The crisis was averted, and it was a perfect misunderstanding. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it was fine. About 30 minutes later, the door of the carriage opened, and Chen Tiansheng jumped out, sweating profusely, and sat down on a cardboard box. "Master, how is she?" "She's asleep." Chen Tiansheng didn't notice anything wrong with the atmosphere. He just felt that Luo Long's gaze towards him was off. "That's good." Luo Feng patted her chest. This matter was settled. A few minutes later, a group of people entered the quarantine area, and many survivors, who should have all been safely delivered, arrived one after another. The rescue operation was divided into 50 teams. With 150 small teams, each consisting of 10 soldiers, expanding from the development zone towards the city center, conducting 2 operations a day. The morning operation went very smoothly, rescuing about 3,000 survivors at once, and there were hardly any casualties, which greatly boosted confidence in the rescue plan. It was indeed a rare good start. The quarantine area, which had been quiet just now, was now bustling with people, filled with the cheerful laughter of the citizens. "Don't look, what's so interesting about a murderer? Hurry up and leave. Stay away from such people in the future." While Chen Tiansheng was lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone murmuring beside him. Turning his head, he saw Su Wonking being pulled away by a middle-aged man about 20 meters away. Just moments ago, Su Wonking had entered the quarantine area and spotted the heavy truck. She intended to thank the masked man, but since Chen Tiansheng wasn't wearing a mask, it was her first time seeing his true face, and she was momentarily stunned. Just as she was dazed for a few seconds, her father came over and pulled her away, repeatedly calling him a murderer, which left Su Wonking speechless. Chen Tiansheng ignored the cold stares, accusations, and gossip from those around him, looked at the position of the sun, and called out, "It's about time. Let's cook." Luo Long and Luo Feng rummaged through the boxes, originally wanted to take out canned food, but when Chen Tiansheng shot them a glare, scolding, "What canned food? We should eat the self-heating meals or hot pot first. If we don't eat, they'll expire soon." As the self-heating food was being heated, the aroma of the dishes filled the entire quarantine area. In the days since the apocalypse broke out, survivors have been living terribly. Even if they had stored food at home, It was just enough for 1 or 2 meals a day. Someone like Chen Tiansheng, who had 3 meals a day with every meal being a feast, was indeed enviable. Many survivors were eagerly swallowing their saliva, and some bolder individuals directly approached to negotiate. "Hey, do you have any extra food? I have money. Can I buy some from you?" Chen Tiansheng impatiently looked up. The one negotiating was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a suit, who took out a wad of cash from his wallet and said boldly, "I only have this much money. Buying 1 meal won't be a loss, right?" "Oof." Chen Tiansheng coldly snorted. "Not for sale, no matter the price." "You." The middle-aged man was furious and, gritting his teeth, took off his Rolex from his wrist and said defiantly, "A Water Ghost Rolex worth over 100,000. I'll trade you for 10 boxes of self-eating food." Chen Tiansheng impatiently responded, "Are you deaf? I said, not for sale at any price." The middle-aged man lost his temper and, in a pathetic manner, leaned closer. "Little brother, I really haven't eaten well these days. How about this? You name a price. As long as I get to eat a bite, I'll consider anything you ask." Chen Tiansheng, maintaining his stance, said, "You can eat if you want, but I only want one thing." "What is it?" The middle-aged man, seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately became interested and waited earnestly for Chen Tiansheng's next words. Chen Tiansheng took out a crystal core from his pocket and placed it on the box in front of him. "I want this thing." The pineal gland from a zombie's head. The middle-aged man was about to reach for it when he heard this and hurriedly stepped back, finally coming to his senses after a while, looking troubled as he said, "Little brother, aren't you making it difficult for me?" Chen Tiansheng couldn't be bothered to explain, his face cold as he said, "If you have the pineal gland, trade it for food. If not, then no deal." The middle-aged man, who had been a small boss before the apocalypse, was genuinely infuriated. "Fine, just you wait." Chapter 29, The Power of Supernatural Abilities Before the Great Catastrophe. It was the era of public opinion. Even if someone cherished their own interests, as long as they launched a public opinion offensive and relied on the power of the masses to achieve their goals, if they still refused to compromise, they could forget about surviving in society. A middle-aged man, in a fit of rage, left and spread rumors everywhere, claiming that the food in the truck was all supplies allocated by the state for the people in the quarantine zone, and now it was being occupied by someone, raising prices and acting like a king without regard for the law. This incitement instantly ignited public outrage. Just when Chen Tiansheng and his companions were happily and comfortably having lunch, a group of young people marched over, brandishing sticks and looking aggressive. "Is it you who is occupying the resources allocated by the state for everyone?" The leading young man questioned arrogantly. Chen Tiansheng glanced at him calmly and coldly replied, "Even if I am, what can you do about it? How dare you be so arrogant? Brothers, beat him!" The young man shouted, and everyone waved their sticks, ready to attack. Luo Long and Luo Feng were about to rush forward when Chen Tiansheng stopped them. "No need for you to take action." Indeed, there was no need for them to act. The authorities in the lockdown area had already noticed the disturbance and quickly responded, rushing in with soldiers. "Step back. The quarantine area prohibits causing trouble. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will face gunfire." The troublemakers were faced with guns and retreated a few steps. But their anger remained high, and they were not afraid since they felt justified. The leading young man retorted defiantly, "Commander, this isn't our fault. It's him." He pointed his stick at Chen Tiansheng and his companions. "They are occupying the resources allocated to us by the state for themselves. Why aren't you managing this? What kind of reasoning is that?" The quarantine area commander was taken aback, completely confused about how this accusation came about. The crowd, filled with anger, began to voice their accusations against the three, with some even embellishing the story, claiming they bullied the weak and acted as henchmen. After a round of accusations, the commander was left with a headache. "Enough, everyone shut up." The noise gradually quieted down, and the commander turned to Chen Tiansheng and the others. "Aren't you going to explain?" Chen Tiansheng remained calm and replied, "They're trying to fabricate reasons and accuse me of stealing my own supplies." What is there to explain? The commander was stunned. "Your supplies?" Chen Tiansheng spread his hands and said, "This truck and the supplies inside are all brought by me. They're my personal property. Is there a problem?" The logic was sound, and the commander couldn't refute it. He turned to the angry crowd. You've misunderstood. These supplies are indeed their own. The state is still preparing the resources allocated to you. Everyone should go back and not gather here. The commander hoped to downplay the situation, but the crowd, driven by their greed, stubbornly refused to leave. No, we can't let this go. Since we are all survivors, resources should be shared. How can he hog it all for himself? Exactly. The outside is full of zombies. Shouldn't food be distributed fairly? How can one person keep so much for themselves? Such selfishness is beyond belief. Commander, you need to handle this, or we won't agree. Why should he enjoy while we stand by and watch? The crowd grew more agitated, and the number of onlookers increased from dozens to hundreds, surrounding the area tightly. Earlier, some had confused the issue, then others led the commotion. And seeing a profit to be gained, the onlookers stood against Chen Tiansheng, shouting for him to hand over the supplies. Seeing the crowd getting more excited, the commander realized he couldn't suppress it. To resolve the conflict, he ultimately had to yield to the majority and bow to the malicious forces. He turned to negotiate with Chen Tiansheng. You see, everyone hopes you will donate the supplies. I can't stop them. Let's find a compromise. How about we buy the supplies from the truck at the original price? Ha ha ha! Chen Tiansheng suddenly burst into laughter. What a joke. You think the currency from before the apocalypse is still useful now? Chen Tiansheng stood up arrogantly and shouted, the truck is mine, and the supplies are mine. If you want them, come and trade for them with the pineal gland from a zombie's head. If you dare to rob me, Luo Long, Luo Feng. The two stepped forward and displayed their supernatural abilities in front of the crowd. Flames erupted, and a whirlwind swept in, creating a massive tornado of fire. Oh my! Back away! The tornado continued to expand, forming a perfect fire circle with a 10-meter radius centered around the truck. Anyone who dares to step within the fire circle will be killed without mercy. This scene was too shocking. Controlling fire and wind was beyond what any human could master. Not only the survivors, but even the quarantine area commander was taken aback. Everyone stood frozen in place, dumbfounded and unsure of how to react. Get out of here! Chen Tiansheng shouted, frightening all the survivors into turning and running away. The quarantine area commander also retreated and, once he realized what was happening, hurriedly led his men away. This is a major discovery. This matter must be reported immediately. The Luo siblings had made a striking debut, and the effect was quite good, at least from now on. No one would dare to have any ill intentions. Even a few rats hiding in the shadows abandoned their thoughts of robbery. Damn it, he killed Chong. This matter absolutely cannot be let go. Liu Lai Grambol Dangridi. Bald Chong's underlings had lost all motivation, weakly saying, let's just forget it. Isn't it good to be alive? No need to take risks. Having just been rescued from the sea of suffering, they had just found stability. Who would want to take a chance for a bite to eat? The small-time thugs were lacking in fighting spirit, but Liu Lei gritted his teeth in hatred. The better Chen Tiansheng lived, the more furious he became. This was a flaw of human nature. Jealousy had completely consumed his rationality. Fortunately, the quarantine area sent supplies, compressed biscuits and water, with everyone receiving a share. However, as they chewed the dry biscuits, looking at the truck nearby felt like a world apart. Damn, so selfish, with no sense of morality. Disgusting. Many people held this thought, but Ma Qianqian did not feel the same way. Before, she couldn't see it and could only guess through imagination. Now that she had witnessed it with her own eyes, Chen Tiansheng had hoarded a truck full of supplies, and her mind instantly became active. She even began to plot to find an opportunity to approach Chen Tiansheng and speak flattering words, hoping to get back together. After all, before the apocalypse, Chen Tiansheng had always been obedient to her. Even if his personality had changed drastically, he must still have feelings for her, right? The more she thought this way, the more certain she became, secretly planning to find an opportunity to climb into Chen Tiansheng's bed. Chapter 30. Trading for supplies. The safe zone is vast, covering over 10,000 square meters. It consists of the first outpost, the second tank position, and the third artillery zone, with a safety rest area and an isolation zone in the middle. There are many hidden supplies in the isolation zone, and individuals with the ability to control fire and wind have emerged, spreading quickly throughout the entire safe zone. The propagandists, political commissars, and other officials reacted immediately, sending batches of people to the isolation zone to negotiate with Chen Tiansheng. Large trucks are very conspicuous in the isolation zone, especially since a complete circular pattern has been burned into the ground by the raging fire. Even after the fire is extinguished, it still feels unbelievable. A propagandist holding flyers steps forward to negotiate, but is immediately blocked by Luo Long, whose palm is engulfed in flames. What's the matter? The propagandist excitedly hands the flyer to Luo Long. I'm here for this. With your abilities, joining the army is your ultimate destiny. Luo Long merely glances at it, and the next moment, the flyer turns to ash. I know. You can leave now. Sir, please reconsider. The people of a nation need your abilities right now. Without Luo Long's permission, no one dares to step into the fire circle, not even the soldiers of the safe zone. Luo Long walks to the front of the truck, where Chen Tiansheng is lounging on a pile of supplies, basking in the sun. Master, he wants us to join the organization. People like this don't need to be dealt with in the future. Chen Tiansheng doesn't even look at him, showing great arrogance. The propagandist waits patiently outside the fire circle, peeking and hoping for a response. Just then, Zheng Wei, a homophone, just so you know, rushes in with his group. The propagandist quickly steps forward to greet him. Zheng Wei, you finally made it. Is it just these few people? Zheng Wei pays little attention, rushing in and stepping into the fire circle. But before his foot lands, the ashes on the ground suddenly ignite, nearly causing him to fall over. His subordinates hurriedly help pat out the flames on his pants. Zheng Wei, are you okay? Me fine. Zheng Wei adjusts his glasses, feeling a mix of emotions. With such terrifying abilities, people like this must serve us. Luo Long walks over again, displeased. What do you want? Don't you know the rules? No one is allowed to step into the fire circle without permission. Zheng Wei is about to lose his temper when the head of the isolation zone whispers in his ear. He is the one who controls the fire. Zheng Wei immediately changes his tone. I am Zheng Wei from the combat zone. I'm here to discuss an important matter with you. Before Luo Long can respond, Chen Tiansheng's voice comes from behind. Let him come over. Luo Long steps aside and gestures, please. Zheng Wei straightens his appearance and steps into the fire circle. Others want to follow, but Luo Long glares at them and coldly says, Master, didn't he allow you to enter? Wait outside. With no choice. They can only wait on standby. Zheng Wei approaches the truck, where Chen Tiansheng is lying on a cardboard box, enjoying the sun, with a girl fanning him. This kid is living the life. Even with distinguished guests arriving, he doesn't even lift an eyelid, truly showing great arrogance. Zheng Wei has a poor impression of Chen Tiansheng, but it doesn't matter. His ultimate goal is not him, but the two young people beside him who can control wind and fire. Just as Zheng Wei is about to speak, Chen Tiansheng cuts him off. First, I want to join the organization, but I can help you solve problems. We can act together, but I want to follow orders. Second, if you want supplies, you need to trade for the pineal glands from the zombies' heads. You propose how to trade. Direct and straightforward. He throws out 2 heavy bombs and subtly hints at many details. After all, Zheng Wei is Zheng Wei. Though he looks down on Chen Tiansheng, he still catches the negotiable details within those 2 points. Mr. Chen Tiansheng, right? Let me introduce myself. I don't care what your name is. If you can't make decisions, bring someone who can. Show him out. Zheng Wei is completely stunned. What's going on? He hasn't even introduced himself and is being thrown out? Is this how he treats people? Not Mr. Chen, show him out. Without giving Zheng Wei much opportunity to argue, Luo Long's palm bursts into flames, forcibly pushing Zheng Wei out of the fire circle. Zheng Wei angrily storms off. If he previously looked down on Chen Tiansheng, now he is thoroughly disappointed with his arrogance. This is the end of the world. In a peaceful world, such arrogant people would never be tolerated. After leaving the isolation zone, his anger dissipates significantly, and he begins to seriously analyze Chen Tiansheng's 2 suggestions. First, he can help them solve problems, but want to obey orders. He sees this as arrogance, undisciplined and proud. The second point, to obtain his supplies. They must trade for the pineal glands from the zombies' heads. This is something they can work with. He calls over soldiers who completed a mission in the morning to inquire about zombies. He learns that shooting zombies from a distance is quite easy. Hitting their heads usually results in a kill, and they took down hundreds in just one morning. By this calculation, the pineal glands from the zombies' heads should be easy to obtain. Then Zheng Wei makes a decision that he will regret for a lifetime. He drafts a trade proposal and goes alone to the isolation zone again to see Chen Tiansheng. This is our proposed trade plan. Chen Tiansheng takes it and glances at it. That's completely acceptable. Trade as much as you have. Zheng Wei looks at the heavy truck and thinks, how much can this truck hold? Little does he know, Chen Tiansheng has a spatial backpack with at least a ton of supplies inside. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. I'll arrange it right away. Not long after Zheng Wei leaves, a helicopter roars in, and two people disembark. One is a lieutenant from the safe zone, and the other is Luo Ming, who is now also in battle gear, with the rank insignia of a major. Where's the young man who can control wind and fire? Quickly take us to see him. After the guard salute, they hurriedly lead the two officials into the isolation zone. Right ahead, this Oriental heavy truck is theirs. The lieutenant is fine with it. But when Luo Ming sees the heavy truck, his eyes light up, and an unrealistic thought crosses his mind. But upon further reflection, he feels it's unlikely. As they approach the heavy truck, Luo Ming is about to get closer when a guard stops him. Major, please wait. This area is their designated security line. No one is allowed to enter without permission. So arrogant. The lieutenant is taken aback. But before he can react, they hear Luo Long, the boy who can control fire, shout for near the truck, Uncle, why are you wearing that outfit? Luo Long, it's really you. At this moment, Luo Ming's emotions are like a roller coaster, filled with both surprise and joy. Chapter 31 Things You Don't Know About the Apocalypse. Haha. Luo Long, come here and let Uncle take a look. Luo Ming opened his arms and boldly entered the alert zone. Lieutenant. The guard did not stop him, but the next second, nothing happened. No fire, no strong winds. Luo Ming rushed over and picked up Luo Long, excitedly patting his back, laughing heartily. Good boy. Quickly tell me, what's going on with you? How did it spread that you can control wind and fire? Let Master explain it to you. Luo Long scratched his head awkwardly, accidentally noticing someone trying to step into the fire circle. He snapped his fingers angrily, completely isolating others from entering. Luo Ming didn't see this scene and excitedly said, Quick, take me to meet your master. Leading him to the front of the heavy truck, Chen Tiansheng finally opened his eyes and saw Luo Fatty in military uniform. He smiled and asked, Why are you back from the military so soon? You've even become such a high-ranking official? Luo Ming stood at attention, saluting Chen Tiansheng properly. I was originally a retired soldier, and this time is considered a second enlistment. Plus, thanks to you, I made a great contribution by burning down the gas station and establishing a safe zone. So, I see. Luo Feng brought 2 boxes, letting Uncle and Master sit facing each other, while Luo Long and Luo Feng stood guard to ensure no one dared disturb Master and Uncle's reunion. Quickly tell me, Luo Long and Luo Feng, how can you control wind and fire? This was the most important reason for Luo Ming's visit. To make a long story short, the reason is simple. An acid rain changed the biological genes. Those who were rained on had their genes completely destroyed, turning into zombies that are neither human nor ghost. The impact of the acid rain continues because the air still contains a large number of viruses that are constantly infiltrating biological genes. Over time, many people will evolve and gain the power to destroy the world, like your nephew and niece. Wait a moment, let me jot this down. Luo Ming listened, dumbfounded, his mouth agape. And then? What else? Evolution is about changing the body's genetic coding, mainly depending on opportunities. Unlocking powers, speed, these are enhancers. Unlocking control over elements. Mental attacks, these are ability users. Both are collectively referred to as evolvers, just different forms with different names. According to genetic sequences, the human limit for evolution is 10 times, each evolution being a qualitative leap. Right now, Luo Long and Luo Feng are both first-level evolvers. As Chen Tiansheng spoke eloquently, the system continuously prompted, Luo Ming admires you 10, Luo Ming admires you 10, Luo Ming admires you 10. In just a short while, Luo Ming's admiration level reached 80. Let me interrupt for a moment. How do you know all this? Is it because Luo Long and Luo Feng have become evolvers that you grasp the secret of evolution? At this, Chen Tiansheng naturally stood tall. You can understand it this way. Since I've taken them as disciples, I must show some sincerity, otherwise. How can I be a master? Luo Ming's face trembled with excitement. Really, letting them apprentice under you is the smartest decision I've made in my life. He continued excitedly. Do you know how much shock my two nephews and nieces are causing up there? The higher-ups are calling, no matter the cost. They must ensure that they join the organization. Brother Chen, you are truly a benefactor of our Luo family. I really owe you a huge favor. Chen Tiansheng waved his hand, his expression cold as he said, Don't be too quick to thank me. If I were you, I wouldn't be in a rush to let your two nephews join the organization. Why? Luo Ming retorted incredulously. Do you know what conditions the higher-ups are offering? A lieutenant. This is a height that many people spend their whole lives yearning for, but can never reach. Sigh. Chen Tiansheng sighed heavily, his tone serious. There are reasons behind this. Let me summarize 2 points. First, we are currently at the beginning of the apocalypse, and there are only these 2 publicly known ability evolvers in the world. If scientists want to unravel the code of the apocalypse, they need the 2 of them to contribute to science and human civilization. What do you think will happen to Luo Long and Luo Feng? As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Ming's face turned red and white. Speechless for a long time, and finally blushed as he retorted, No way, definitely not. Even if crazy scientists agree, the combat zone won't agree. This is a matter of principle. Currently, with talent being so scarce, how could they possibly send powerful helpers to the research lab? Chen Tiansheng continued. Secondly, the duty of a soldier is to obey. As it stands, if the commander is ignorant and sends Luo Long and Luo Feng to carry out a mission that is certain death, what then? Once this was said, not only Luo Ming, but even Luo Long and Luo Feng, who were not far away, turned around collectively to look at Chen Tiansheng. The apocalypse has descended. Zombies are rampant. Danger is everywhere. If a commander uses a peacetime mindset to command an apocalyptic war, it is like throwing a child's toy boat into the vast ocean. Isn't that harmful to both others and oneself? You can't say that. After all, the combat zone has guns and cannons. Slap. Chen Tiansheng slapped Luo Ming's shoulder. His eyes serious. Even you still have a pre-apocalypse mindset. Guns and cannons are nothing in front of advanced zombies. A 3rd-level mutated beast or a 3rd-level zombie. Guns and cannons are completely ineffective against them. Did you know that? Chen Tiansheng's rhetorical question left Luo Ming speechless, but after a moment's thought, he asked, Quickly tell me, the more detailed, the better. Chen Tiansheng turned his head and gestured on the box while saying, I just mentioned that acid rain is the key to unlocking biological gene evolution. Every organism has 10 chances to evolve. Humans can evolve 10 times, zombies can evolve 10 times, and even animals and plants can evolve 10 times. Acid rain modifies the biological gene sequence, which is connected to the sequences in this area. This is the reason why Luo Long and Luo Feng have abilities. Compared to human evolution, zombies find it much easier to evolve. Humans have a mysterious area in the brain, the pineal gland, which scientists refer to as the god's forbidden zone before the apocalypse. No one could unlock the code of the pineal gland. After the apocalypse, acid rain broke the shackles of the pineal gland, the genetic lock was released, and the pineal gland began to absorb energy. Zombies, or mutated beasts that consume the pineal gland from human brains, can evolve. A 1st-level zombie that eats 10 people will evolve into a 2nd-level zombie. A 2nd-level monster that eats 100 ordinary humans' pineal glands will advance to the 3rd level, and so on. The pineal glands of ability users and enhancers have a better effect on zombies and mutated beasts. Do you know how delicious and nutritious your 2 nephews are in the eyes of monsters? You don't know, currently, the command in the combat zone. No one knows this. So if Luo Long and Luo Feng join the organization now, within 3 days, their fate will undoubtedly be death. As soon as Chen Tiansheng's words fell, the system prompted, Luo Long, admiration value 100, loyalty 100. Luo Feng, admiration value 100, loyalty 100. Chapter 32. I help you write the report. Chen Tiansheng raised his head and looked at the eager Luo Long and Luo Feng beside him, waving his hand and saying, Come here, you 2. The 2 quickly approached, and Chen Tiansheng spoke earnestly It's not impossible to join the organization, but first, you need to come under my wing. I believe both of you can stand on your own, and after that, you can go wherever you want. However, before that, you must listen to me." Luo Long hurriedly expressed his stance. "Master, from now on, I will only follow you. You say it, and I will do it. Even if it means going through fire and water, I won't hesitate." Luo Feng also chimed in, "That's right, Master. We won't serve anyone else. We'll only follow you." Luo Ming's plan was completely thwarted. He hadn't expected that in just one day, his two nephews would turn into someone else's children. He sighed heavily. "What you said makes sense, but I just don't understand how you know all this. It feels like you're an expert on the apocalypse, knowing everything. How I know is none of your business." Chen Tiansheng patted Luo Ming's shoulder heavily. "I actually don't oppose joining the organization, but now is not the time." Chen Tiansheng, with his hands behind his back, surveyed the entire quarantine area and said with a wry smile, "Just like this quarantine area, it's an empty shell, useless. The only purpose of placing so many people here is to feed the mutated beasts. When the day comes that they are discovered, they'll wipe us out in one go. I wonder what you will do then." "Really? No way." Luo Ming's face turned pale with fear. "Don't believe me? Come here." Chen Tiansheng beckoned, placing his arm around Luo Ming's shoulder, and the two strolled casually through the quarantine camp like longtime friends, with Luo Long and Luo Feng silently following behind. After wandering around, he squatted down, picked up a twig, and said, "I told you, acid rain destroys biological genes, not just humans, but also animals, plants, and insects." He pressed the twig down on an ant, which was the size of a thumb, something that had never been seen before. "This is the most basic mutated beast. It's not lethal, but if it bites you while you're sleeping at night, you'll turn into a corpse within an hour." "Damn!" Luo Ming stood up in shock, looking around with cold sweat pouring down. Chen Tiansheng also stood up, tossed the twig to the ground, and clapped his hands, saying, "You all think this is the apocalypse? Don't be ridiculous. This is just the beginning. The show hasn't even started yet, and the actors haven't taken the stage." After saying this, Chen Tiansheng turned and walked away. The impact he had on Luo Ming was indeed quite significant, and it took a long time for the fat man to regain his senses. "Mr. Chen, I'm a district deputy, and I'd like to have a chat with you, okay?" A deputy blocked their path on their way back. "What do you want to talk about?" The deputy said seriously, "In times of national crisis, every individual has a responsibility. Now is a critical moment for the rise and fall of civilization. We hope you can prioritize the bigger picture and let your two subordinates come with us to the war zone. I won't stop you from taking them." Chen Tiansheng bypassed him and went directly back to the vicinity of the big truck, continuing to bask in the sun. The deputy immediately began to try to entice Luo Long and Luo Feng, but the two completely ignored him and didn't listen to his nonsense. Hey, we came with sincerity." Just as the deputy was about to increase his efforts, Luo Ming patted the deputy's shoulder. "Let me handle this." He quickly returned to Chen Tiansheng's side and calmly said, "I admit that you have a point. Since you know so much, you must have a solution, right? I've already said, I can help you solve your problems, but I want to follow orders. Don't think you can boss me around. I have a bad temper." "Ha! I know, Brother Chen. You are exceptionally talented, a rare genius who doesn't conform to the world." Luo Ming shifted his strategy and began to flatter him. "I think you are right, but it's useless to say these words to me. How about you come with me to the war zone and explain it to my superiors?" Chen Tiansheng continued to cross his legs and retorted, "If I leave, what will happen to the lives of the thousands of people in this quarantine area? Then what do you suggest?" Chen Tiansheng said confidently before the great catastrophe, "I was just a programmer. Writing reports is what I do best. Give me a computer, I'll write the report for you. And whether my superiors believe it or not is none of my concern. Thank you for your hard work." Luo Ming flattered Chen Tiansheng while patting his shoulder, calling the deputy over. "Quickly arrange for a computer to be brought here. The sooner the better." The deputy looked furious. Luo Ming was someone who had heroically wiped out 3,000 zombies in one go. Now he was being forced to flatter this jerk. The moral decline of society was truly alarming. Soon, a computer was brought over, a military laptop, top-notch quality. Weighing 10 pounds, it resembled a briefcase, equipped with solar charging, a graphene battery, a Snapdragon processor, and satellite signals. capable of connecting to the internet even in the desert. It was the best and most advanced configuration in the world. Furthermore, it was shockproof, drop-resistant, waterproof, fireproof, and bulletproof. Even if it was run over by a truck, it would still work normally. This computer was something that couldn't be bought even with money before the apocalypse. It was the dream of many programmers. All right, come pick up the report tomorrow. He sat down in the truck with the computer, completely oblivious to the outside world as he began to write the report. Luo Ming was now also compelled. The information he learned today was too important and needed to be reported immediately. However, after all parties compiled their reports, the district chief looked at everyone's statements and was utterly confused. Chen Tiansheng, a wanted criminal before the apocalypse, was still at large after the outbreak. This was an undeniable fact. The rescue team reported truthfully that Chen Tiansheng had been uncooperative during the rescue, while the quarantine area head reported that Chen Tiansheng was arrogant and overbearing. So many people spoke in unison, condemning him. Why was Luo Ming's report so protective of him? Setting aside Chen Tiansheng, the information Luo Ming provided was enough to shake the current scientific community. Now, a complete report was all that was missing. The superior picked up the phone and dialed the internal line. Notify the frontline safe zone to put Chen Tiansheng's matter on hold. Just don't let him cause trouble. The focus is still on the rescue. Everyone performed well today. Let us keep it up tomorrow and strive to rescue more survivors. A day went smoothly, leading everyone to believe that everything would be fine, which was one of the important reasons for the subsequent search and rescue operations suffering heavy losses. These were all later stories. In the quarantine area, after Chen Tiansheng entered the truck with the computer, he assigned a task to Luo Long, find the ants. Leave not a single one behind. Poor Luo Long, the first esper of this era, ended up squatting in the grass with a stick looking for ants. Luo Feng, comparatively, had it much easier, only responsible for preparing meals and taking care of everyone's daily needs. Thus, they made it to the evening. As night fell, a visitor stealthily approached the front of the heavy truck. Ma Qianqian. Chapter 33: The Fate of the Traitor Under the Dim Light of the Night. Ma Qianqian stealthily left the tent, quietly lurking in front of the truck, mustering her courage to knock on the door. Tiansheng, can we talk alone for a moment? Don't worry, I mean no harm. I just want to chat with you. Can you let me in? As she spoke, she displayed a shy demeanor, a tactic that had worked wonders in the past, and she was convinced Chen Tiansheng would fall for it. Chen Tiansheng was typing when he heard a knock on the truck door. He turned to look and was surprised to see Ma Qianqian, which instantly filled him with disgust. Tiansheng, I've always loved you, really. I was just deceived by Lu Lei. He's a scumbag. You're the one who treated me well, the man I can trust for a lifetime. Ma Qianqian spoke these words without any hesitation, but they made Chen Tiansheng feel nauseated. She continued shyly, Tiansheng, I know I was wrong, really. Please forgive me. I'm so scared. She even squeezed out a few crocodile tears, crying like a rain-soaked flower, using her tears to disguise her true intentions. If it were the old Chen Tiansheng, he might have softened, but not now. Unable to hold back, he lowered the window and said, Qianqian, do you remember what I told you before? What did you say? Ma Qianqian, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly wiped her tears and wore an expectant expression. Think carefully. Ma Qianqian fell into recollection, but on the day the apocalypse arrived, she was too busy being ashamed and angry to remember what he had said. Tiansheng, just say what you want to say. She even started to act coy, making Chen Tiansheng's skin crawl. I said that I thought a lot about how to take care of you in the future, to make you experience happiness and joy in a world full of despair. Ma Qianqian's heart leaped with joy as she said, so you love me, right? Chen Tiansheng immediately changed the subject. No, I also said that you should never appear again. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing you. Ma Qianqian panicked and instinctively took 2 steps back, tears starting to flow uncontrollably again. But you loved me before, right? I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise there won't be a next time. Tiansheng, I'm begging you. She actually knelt down, pleading with tear-filled eyes. In the past, she would never have knelt before Chen Tiansheng. Even if it was her fault, it was Chen Tiansheng who would kneel to her. Kneeling today, if he still didn't appreciate it, he would be less than a man. Kneeling won't help. I don't accept betrayal. With that, the window went up, leaving an indifferent face behind. Tiansheng, you're not a man. Ma Tiansheng changed her previous pitiful demeanor and started to curse angrily. I even knelt to apologize to you, and you dare treat me like this. She crazily tried to climb onto the big truck, but before she could grab the door, she felt an immense force hit her body. A gust of wind swept in, directly blowing her away and knocking her to the ground. Luo Feng had actually arrived long ago. She was just curious to hear the gossip between her master and this woman, which was why she let Ma Tiansheng babble on. Ma Tiansheng fell hard, and when she looked up, the first person she saw was Luo Feng, which made her even angrier. It's because of you that he doesn't want me anymore, right? Chen Tiansheng, say something. You heartless bastard. Ma Tiansheng shouted as if she had gone mad. Everyone come look. It's him, Chen Tiansheng. When I first met him, he had nothing. I was with him for 3 months, and I gave him everything. But what happened? He betrayed me for this woman. Ma Tiansheng learned to confuse the issue, throwing a fit like a madwoman, completely ignoring her image. He's a complete jerk. Chen Tiansheng's reputation had long been sullied, and Ma Tiansheng's ruckus did nothing to him. He felt nothing at all. But Ma Tiansheng was different. Her fantasies were completely shattered. She had tried both soft and hard tactics, but none worked to make Chen Tiansheng change his mind. Finally, she gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, cursing loudly. Chen Tiansheng, when you pursued me and knelt down, what did you say? You said you would love me for a lifetime. When we were together, you made me breakfast every day, obeyed me completely, and even brought me water to wash my feet at night. Why did you change after the apocalypse? How did it change? Chen Tiansheng felt nothing, but Luo Feng looked at Chen Tiansheng in surprise from inside the truck. Master had such a dark history? No way. Throw her out. We're just watching. Chen Tiansheng ordered, and Luo Feng dared not disobey. Using her wind abilities, she directly threw Ma Tiansheng out of the warning range. Ma Tiansheng, in a fit of rage, cursed, "You little bitch, the way he treats me today, he will treat you the same way in the future. You won't have a good ending. You'll die a horrible death." Luo Feng turned away solemnly, completely ignoring the madwoman. After the farce, Ma Tiansheng gained nothing and walked back to the tent in disgrace when Lu Lei, with a dark face, coldly said, "You actually know to come back? Lei Jie. Let me explain, Lu Lei rushed up and slapped Ma Tiansheng to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. After he was done, feeling unsatisfied, he pointed at Ma Tiansheng and cursed, "You ungrateful bitch," eating from both sides. "Your ex-boyfriend ignores you, and you come crawling back. Fine. I'll make you regret it today." Saying this, he tied Ma Tiansheng up tightly with rope and stuffed a cloth strip in her mouth, cursing fiercely in her ear, "Bitch. Remember the little internet celebrity from 601? Look what happened to her at the hands of Bald Chong. Dare to betray me? I'll make you end up like her." Ma Tiansheng turned pale with fear, begging for mercy to no avail. What happened next was indescribable, but Lu Lei, seeking revenge for her betrayal, called in Bald Chong's underlings. Using Ma Tiansheng as a venting tool, exchanging one piece of compressed biscuit for each torment, letting loose as they pleased. Ma Tiansheng's nightmare had just begun. In the dead of night, Chen Tiansheng was focused on typing when suddenly a face appeared at the truck window. Even though Chen Tiansheng had seen many things, he was startled by this sudden scene. However, once he recognized who was outside, he angrily cursed, "Are you crazy? Running around at this hour to scare people?" As the window lowered, Yang Shui weakly said, "I just wanted to tell you how I'm feeling right now. I feel like the world is so slow, so slow, so slow." In the time it took to say "so slow" 3 times, she had changed positions 3 times, moving so fast that Chen Tiansheng couldn't completely see her. It's not the world that's slowing down, it's you who's speeding up. Chapter 34. Going out to work. Yang Shui found it hard to accept her own changes. Anyone who wakes up suddenly finds everything moving in slow motion, while each step she takes feels like 10 meters. This sudden transformation is truly difficult to describe. Getting into the car, it was late at night, and it was not the time to scare people outside. As soon as Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, Yang Shui was already seated in the front passenger seat. "Damn, your ability is really something. You better get a handle on it quickly, or you're going to scare me to death." Yang Shui was still feeling the changes within herself. Chen Tiansheng continued typing and casually asked, "When did you wake up?" "When that woman was scolding you. She was my ex-girlfriend. On the day of the disaster." I came home to find her in bed with another man. Chen Tiansheng explained for the first time. I hate betrayal the most. Yang Shui said solemnly, I swear, I will never betray you in this life. After that, there was a long silence until Yang Shui broke the deadlock. Although I'm not clean either. If you have physiological needs, I'm at your service. Chen Tiansheng stiffly turned his head to look at Yang Shui and spat out one word. Get lost. In the next moment, Yang Shui disappeared without a trace. A night of silence. The next morning, the glaring sunlight shone through the windshield and onto Chen Tiansheng's face. He yawned and closed his laptop. After a busy night, he had finally written a report on the memories of the apocalypse, including theories on genetics, evolution, and new strategies for the end of the world. Although none of these were his original ideas, if they could be made public before the great disaster, Chen Tiansheng dared to swear that this life would definitely be better than the last. The soldiers got up early, gathering their teams as soon as dawn broke, fully armed, each face expressing a willingness to face death. As usual, Zheng Wei would give a speech before they set out, conducting a pre-battle mobilization. I won't say much. We're the people's warriors, the last hope of the people. In the face of the disaster, time waits for no one. We have trained for 1,000 days for this moment. The lives of ordinary people depend on you, no matter how hard or tiring it gets. You must grit your teeth and persevere. What do we do when we encounter zombies? One word, fight. Our slogan is, mission must be accomplished, call must be answered, victory must be achieved. Let us go. The soldiers quickly boarded the vehicles and set off. Chen Tiansheng instinctively adjusted his collar, straightened his back, and saluted the vast rescue team. This salute is for the heroes. This respect is for life. Perhaps today there will be casualties. Who knows? Chen Tiansheng silently reflected in his heart. On the highway, after sending off the soldiers, Zheng Wei turned around only to encounter Luo Ming, who had come to collect the report. Zheng Wei quickly saluted. Good, squad leader. Good. Luo Ming returned the salute, and the two went their separate ways. One heading back to the rest area and the other entering the quarantine zone. Chen Tiansheng placed his laptop carefully, thinking he had no intention of returning such a good notebook. After grabbing the USB drive, he opened the door and got out of the car. Luo Ming greeted him with a smile. Brother, you must not have slept all night, right? The report is inside. You can just submit it directly. Great, just in time. I'm about to head back to the military district. Brother Chen, I'm counting on you for my two nephews. After some small talk, Luo Ming took his leave. There were many early risers. Even those who hadn't gotten out of bed were roused by a delicious aroma. Everyone swallowed saliva, confused as they walked out of their tents. Sure enough, a big truck was preparing a feast, and the fragrant food made everyone drool. Just as Chen Tiansheng and the others were enjoying their meal, Zheng Wei approached with a bloody bag in hand. Eating, huh? He started with a casual remark before tossing a bag of crystal cores onto the ground. 158 pineal glands, according to the rules. You'll exchange them for 158 boxes of supplies. Chen Tiansheng was taken aback, not expecting the military to act so quickly. He squatted down to inspect the crystal cores and had to admit that there was even a second-level crystal core mixed in. This was a great deal. Not bad. Take it away. You can take whatever you want from the truck. This was a big harvest. Once the higher-ups realized the importance of crystal cores, they would probably regret it deeply, crying without a place to go. Zheng Wei nodded to the people behind him, quickly getting into the truck to move supplies. While he boasted, there's more to come at noon. I estimate that this truckload of supplies won't be enough for what we're exchanging. Chen Tiansheng smirked. It's definitely enough. I'll give you as much as you want, as long as you're willing to exchange. Zheng Wei inhaled sharply, unable to understand why Chen Tiansheng wanted such disgusting things. What do you need these for? Not convenient to disclose. Chen Tiansheng directly accepted the crystal cores, mainly fearing that he might regret it right now. All right, we'll see each other at noon. Zheng Wei, along with the soldiers, took away a small portion of the supplies. Chen Tiansheng watched their departing figures and quietly sighed. You guys eat quickly after you finish. We'll need to find an opportunity to go out for a bit. Out? Where to? To extinguish future dangers in their infancy. A few people gasped in surprise, and after realizing it, they hurriedly ate, quickly finishing and cleaning up their dishes. They got into the car swiftly, all wearing extremely serious expressions. As Chen Tiansheng started the truck, he said, "Yesterday, I checked the map and found a potential threat near the gas station, about 10 kilometers from the camp." Luo Long and Luo Feng looked awkward. "We're familiar with the area around the gas station. How could we not know about any potential threats?" Chen Tiansheng reminded them. "There's a breeding farm southeast of the gas station. Indeed, there's a breeding farm that supplies chickens, ducks, cattle, and pigs to Jiangxing. What kind of threat could there be from this place?" While making a turn, Chen Tiansheng cursed. "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? After the acid rain, what do humans turn into? Zombies. What do animals turn into? Mutated beasts." Luo Feng answered quickly, looking shocked and terrified. "Oh my God, there must be at least tens of thousands of poultry and livestock in that breeding farm, if they all turned into monsters." Chen Tiansheng quickly reassured them. "Don't worry. Mutated beasts need to consume the crystal cores of humans or zombies to evolve. They generally don't harm their own kind. So the breeding farm may have a lot of them, but there won't be any high-level mutated beasts. It's better to eliminate them now than to let them grow stronger and come to wipe us out later." Chen Tiansheng was absolutely right. In his previous life, the Great Disaster lasted 3 years, and the beast-hide attack was also Yang Shui's Battle of Fame, which came from the mutated beasts of that breeding farm. That battle had heavy casualties. The survivors' base soldiers had a survival rate of less than 1 in 10, illustrating the magnitude of the threat. Because it was so brutal, it was still fresh in their memories. As long as the crisis remained, Chen Tiansheng couldn't feel at ease. But just as the truck was about to leave the quarantine zone, they were stopped. "Where are you going?" "Going out to work. Don't you know about the quarantine? We'll be quarantined again when we return. Today, we really have urgent business to attend to." Chen Tiansheng argued with the guards, but the quarantine zone insisted on not letting them through, causing quite a commotion, which eventually attracted Zhang Wei's attention. Chapter 35. Breeding farm points boost what's going on? Where are you planning to drive to? Don't you know about the quarantine? Zhang Wei naturally didn't give Chen Tiansheng a good face and first gave him a stern warning. Chen Tiansheng was indifferent and casually replied, "We didn't say we wouldn't quarantine. We could just quarantine for another 14 days when we come back." Zhang Wei scratched his head, feeling like Chen Tiansheng had a point. "Release them." After Chen Tiansheng drove away, Zhang Wei looked at the truck's receding figure and muttered, "A disorganized and undisciplined thug." Chen Tiansheng didn't care how others viewed him. In his previous life, he was always at the mercy of others, being bossed around and controlled. In this life, having been reborn, he planned to live by his own rules. Helping out was fine, but he wouldn't take orders or follow arrangements. That was Chen Tiansheng's attitude. The heavy truck boldly drove out of the checkpoint, and within a day, everyone had heard of this truck and knew about Chen Tiansheng's reputation. The soldiers had no good feelings towards him, but none of that mattered to Chen Tiansheng. While driving on the road, he was also planning tactics. "When we get to the location, I'll park the truck in the safe zone. Yang Shui will scout the terrain, and Luo Long, Luo Feng, you two follow my instructions. From my estimation, most of the mutated beasts haven't escaped their enclosure yet. Once it's confirmed safe, you two will work together and burn them. If we encounter any mutated beasts that have escaped and are wandering outside, leave them to me. In short, you two are only responsible for long-range attacks, while Yang Shui handles scouting and harassment." "Got it. Got it," the three answered in unison. The gas station was only 10 kilometers away, not too far, but the mountain road was winding and bumpy. After about 30 minutes, they spotted the low-lying breeding base. After selecting a parking spot, the four got out of the car. As usual, Chen Tiansheng donned his gas mask and goggles, but handed the shield to Yang Shui. "You're fast, so if you encounter danger, don't get entangled. Remember to prioritize your safety." "Understood." After taking the shield, Yang Shui vanished in a flash. The three then slowly moved toward the breeding farm, not rushing, prioritizing safety. However, despite their caution, an accident occurred. The breeding farm was located on the outskirts, surrounded by dense weeds and thick woods. While it provided good concealment, the woods also concealed dangers. Just as the three were preparing to observe, Chen Tiansheng felt a cold sensation. It was the feeling of being targeted by prey. "Be careful." Chen Tiansheng suddenly appeared in front of Luo Feng, his fire axe crossed in front of his chest, staring nervously at the dense grass. "What is wrong, master? Don't speak." Chen Tiansheng interrupted Luo Long's inquiry, focusing on his senses. There were mutated beasts in the grass, moving at high speed, shifting positions in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng, get ready and listen to my instructions. Luo Feng focused intently. Blow. Chen Tiansheng pointed, and Luo Feng controlled the wind to stir the grass. A rat the size of a wolf dog darted away and disappeared. That big? The three were startled. A 1-meter-long rat was truly unprecedented. A level 2 mutated rat, having consumed at least 10 crystal cores. Be careful. You two can't handle this kind of mutated beast. Master. Luo Feng's hands trembled. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be afraid of a rat, but the grass was the rat's domain, making it hard to detect. A slight mistake would surely lead to disaster. Luo Long, nervous, was emitting smoke, and his shoulder caught fire, creating a hole. I can't hold back anymore. I'll burn you. Luo Long aimed his palm at the grass. Flames erupted, and the searing fire quickly ignited the grass. Just then, the rat launched an attack. Leaping from Luo Long's left side, baring its fangs and heading straight for Luo Long's head. Chen Tiansheng was waiting for this opportunity. As soon as the rat attacked, he quickly doubled his speed. He flashed to Luo Long's left side and swung the axe. Thud! The rat was split in half. Chen Tiansheng sighed and slowly crouched down to inspect the level 2 mutated rat. The rat had grown larger, with sharp teeth. A single bite could lead to plague and other viruses, which most people wouldn't survive. Detected level 2 mutated beast. Do you wish to absorb it? Absorb. Chen Tiansheng found the rat's crystal core disgusting and didn't bother to dig it out, directly absorbing it to avoid the hassle. After the rat's body disappeared, Chen Tiansheng turned back to see Luo Long, who was still shaken, almost in tears. Master, if it weren't for you blocking it, I would have been done for. Stop being so sentimental. Let us move on. With the crisis temporarily resolved, Chen Tiansheng became more cautious, perhaps because this life had been too smooth, or maybe his increased strength had made him proud. In any case, after the incident with the rat, he finally took things seriously. Survival in the apocalypse required careful steps. They stealthily approached the breeding farm's iron fence. Just as they steadied themselves, Yang Shui appeared in a flash. I checked thoroughly. There isn't a single living person in the entire breeding farm. I figured as much. What's next? Chen Tiansheng asked. There's a breach in the southeast corner, likely broken open by a mutated beast. We can enter from there. Chen Tiansheng didn't waste words and waved. Let us go. They quickly reached the southeast corner, where there indeed was a breach. A large section of the breeding farm's wall had collapsed, judging by the broken bricks and tiles. The force was definitely not something a small mutated beast could accomplish. Follow me in and stay behind me. Chen Tiansheng led the way into the breeding farm, with the other three following closely. The breeding farm was outdoors, with 4 breeding areas: poultry, cattle, pigs, and a large area for poultry. Even before approaching, they could smell the odor of chicken droppings, a stench that was unbearable. Chen Tiansheng pointed to a small building on the 2nd floor of the breeding farm and said, if you encounter danger, run into the building. With so many poultry, if they fly out of their cages, their attack power will be quite terrifying. Got it. Yang Shui vanished, and a few seconds later, she quickly returned to report. The breeding area is very secure. The chickens and ducks are struggling inside. We need to burn them quickly. Yes, quick and decisive. The 3 advanced rapidly, reaching the chicken coop. Chen Tiansheng carried a bag of feed and said, I'll throw the feed in a moment. Luo Feng will control the wind first. The stronger the wind, the better. Luo Long, wait for my command to set fire. Both nodded in agreement. Chen Tiansheng raised his finger. 3, 2, 1. He suddenly threw the feed. Luo Feng quickly controlled the wind, and the entire chicken coop erupted into chaos, with chickens flying and a strong wind blowing the feed everywhere. Even people outside the chicken coop could feel the feed hitting the metal, creating a chaotic sensation like hail. Luo Long, cover it with flames. Burn it. The fire merged with the strong wind, instantly igniting the feed. The entire chicken coop was engulfed in flames, and the chickens trapped inside quickly caught fire. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't escape their fate of being burned to death. Points. 1 points. 1 Chapter 36. all skills unleashed watching the constantly rising points. Chen Tiansheng felt extremely good. With the disciple system and the worship system, each providing 50 experience, combined they accounted for the total experience. Therefore, it was much easier for Luo Long and Luo Feng to kill the mutated beast together than for Chen Tiansheng to do it alone. The fire lasted for a full 3 minutes until the points stopped increasing, and only then did Chen Tiansheng order a halt. Luo Feng was able to control the flames easily, but Luo Long struggled. After a long time, he only managed to extinguish his own powers while the fire continued to rage. Chen Tiansheng urged him to make an effort and put out the fire. He handed Luo Feng a bottle of spring water to help her recover her mental strength. After several attempts, Luo Long finally extinguished the fire, and only then did Chen Tiansheng toss him a bottle of spring water. Drink it quickly. After saying that, he entered the dark chicken coop. After the fire, there were severed limbs and burnt smells everywhere. Originally, he just wanted to try to see if he could find a few missing level 1 crystal cores. But as soon as he entered the coop, the system chimed with a prompt. Detected level 1 mutated chicken gene. Do you wish to absorb it? This was possible. Of course. Absorb it. A flash of light engulfed the entire coop, and thousands of burnt chickens almost all disappeared in that moment. Taking a glance, he had already accumulated 2,284 points. This method of farming points was incredibly satisfying. He hoped the system wouldn't discover this loophole. With the chicken coop dealt with, the next stop was the duck coop. Following the same method, he set fire to the duck coop. With the experience from the chicken coop, the attack effect on the duck coop was much better. After resolving the battle, Luo Long was drinking water while boasting, "Master, I feel that killing mutated beasts is quite easy. It's not as hard as you said." Chen Tiansheng shot him a disdainful glance. These chickens and ducks had a growth cycle of no more than 40 days from birth to being served on the table. And the mutated beasts that were hormonally induced were all deformed, so of course they were easy to kill. The hardest ones to deal with were cattle and pigs. Chen Tiansheng was absolutely right. Chickens and ducks had short lifespans and low intelligence. But cattle and pigs were different. Cattle had high defense, while pigs had high endurance and intelligence. In the apocalypse, a level 3 pig or cow could easily wipe out 100 fully armed warrior squads. First, he decided to rest in the house to see if there were any useful items. Chen Tiansheng's decision to do this was not really to rest, but rather to find an excuse to do a few 10 consecutive draws to prepare for the upcoming battles. Entering the 2-story building, which belonged to the farm residents. It had no special features and nothing valuable, except for a row of slaughtering knives hanging on the wall. Yang Shui picked up a knife to test its feel, while the Luo siblings searched the room. "I need to rest for a while. Don't disturb me," Chen Tiansheng said as he went upstairs. Unable to wait, he quickly closed the door, summoned the system, and began his 10 consecutive draws. After slaughtering the chickens and ducks, he had accumulated over 5,000 points. Enough for 10 consecutive draws, which was even more satisfying than the last time. 10 white, 10 white, 10 white, 10 white. He got 10 consecutive draws of white boxes, leaving Chen Tiansheng dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Although I'm exploiting a bug this time. You can't be this unreasonable. He casually opened one of the white boxes to take a look. One portion of mutated roasted chicken. Mutated roasted chicken. Can this be eaten? If it weren't for the peculiar effects of spring water and source water, and the fact that mutated was included in the name of the roasted chicken, Chen Tiansheng really wouldn't dare to try it. After opening all the white boxes, they all contained mutated roasted chickens, a total of 100. At 100 points per 10 consecutive draw, and killing a mutated chicken only earning 1 point. This was definitely a loss. Continuing with the 10 consecutive draws, unsurprisingly, he received another 100 mutated roasted chickens. I'll keep going, I don't believe it. After 56 mutated roasted chickens, something finally changed. Mutated roasted duck. It was exactly as expected. In the end, from the 10 consecutive draws, he obtained 216 mutated roasted chickens, 319 mutated roasted ducks, a total of 4 bottles of spring water and source water, along with a strange item. Mouse dart. This was a completely black hand dart, only the size of a palm. Calling it a dagger was too small, and calling it a dart was too big. Mouse dart system you actually used upon. 30 minutes later, Chen Tiansheng finally came down from upstairs, and the three below were almost asleep. Yang Shui reported, "I just went out to scout a few times. There are 54 pigs and 21 cows. Besides their different eyes, they're no different from ordinary pigs and cows. That means there are no level 2s. Chen Tiansheng led the way outside, explaining tactics as he walked. The Luo siblings couldn't help with killing pigs and cows because these two types of mutated beasts would break through the walls before they could burn them to death. So how do we kill them? Yang Shui asked in surprise. Set an ambush. You lure them out, and I'll kill them one by one. Okay. Arriving at the pig pen, a group of plump pigs were sleeping inside. They had already mutated, but still only knew how to sleep, which was their nature. Wait a moment. Lure the monsters out when we kill the cows. Chen Tiansheng tightened his grip on the fire axe and said in a deep voice, You all stay back. After saying that, he jumped high into the pig pen and chopped off the head of a fat pig with one axe. Taking advantage of its unawareness, he swiftly separated the corpse, clean and efficient. Chen Tiansheng was very fast. There were 34 pigs in one pen, and with flashes of light from his axe, the 3 pigs in the first pen were all dealt with cleanly. 1 point. Killing pigs also gave 1 point. Just like killing chickens, this really wasn't fair. He sighed, preparing to enter the next pig pen, but just as he was about to move, a chubby black pig suddenly lifted its head, showing its tusks and grunting loudly. With a thud, he swung his axe, not giving a chance to resist. Immediately afterward, all the pigs in the pen woke up, their eyes turning red upon seeing a human, and they charged forward with grunts. The level 1 mutated pigs only knew how to charge. That was their only attack method. If an ordinary person was hit, they would surely be in grave danger. But Chen Tiansheng was no ordinary person. As the fat pigs charged, he sidestepped and swung his axe, directly separating their corpses and freeing them completely. Soon, when he reached the 4th pig pen, the chaos among the pigs finally had an effect. One fat pig broke through the pen, grunting as it charged over. Chen Tiansheng shouted while chopping, Yang Shui, open all the pig pens, and you all retreat. Yang Shui's figure flickered as she opened all the pig pen doors, and nearly 30 fat pigs charged out from the pens. The pigs were already powerful, and with a group charging together, their speed and intimidation shook the ground. Finally, the opportunity had come. It was time to unleash everything. Skills all open. In an instant, hundreds of pounds of fat pigs were sent flying in all directions. Chapter 37. Tier 3 Mutated Beast. The light of blades swept through the raging wind, and the entire pig pen was filled with flying sand and stones. Blood splattered everywhere as the fat pigs were tossed around. In the blink of an eye, the pig pen was on the verge of collapse, littered with pig corpses and shattered bricks, broken and fragmented. The few people outside the pig pen were dumbfounded. They knew their leader was powerful, but they never realized he was this powerful. Not to mention the attack power of the fat pigs. Just the destructive force of a single axe sweeping through the crowd was something even movies wouldn't dare to portray before the apocalypse, as it completely broke the limits of human understanding. Luo Feng rubbed her eyes, incredulously watching the scene unfold, her mouth agape, unable to close it. Yang Shui was shocked, but more than that, she felt excitement. This was the power she had longed for. Now that she also possessed this power, she felt inexplicably thrilled and wanted to personally test her limits to see how far she could go. After the last pig was killed, Chen Tiansheng casually swung his axe, exuding an air of nonchalance, his eyes scanning the area with a murderous glare to confirm that no pig was left alive. Only then did he turn around calmly, retracting his aggressive aura. Let us go to the cattle shed. Chen Tiansheng walked over proudly, and the three of them couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration from the bottom of their hearts, a genuine admiration. As they exited the enclosure, the three of them were still in a daze when Chen Tiansheng looked back in confusion. What are you still doing? Keep up. Only then did the three snap out of their shock. Just as they were about to follow Chen Tiansheng towards the cattle shed, he suddenly raised a hand. His gaze fixed intently on the surrounding wall, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. What's wrong, master? Luo Long asked in surprise. Don't speak. Chen Tiansheng felt his hair stand on end. This was the aura of a high-level mutated beast, at the very least a tier 3. Boom, boom. Boom! The heavy rumbling sound resonated from the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and the sand and stones on the ground rose and fell with each stomp. It can't be a road roller, right? Luo Long also sensed the danger and raised his hand towards the wall as the sound was coming from that direction. The other two women were also on high alert, nervously confronting the impending threat. Just as the sound drew closer, boom, the wall was suddenly smashed apart by a tremendous force, debris flying everywhere, dust billowing and rolling in. The four instinctively took a few steps back. Amid the dust, a pair of crimson eyes and two nostrils flared out. When they saw the appearance of the mutated beast, even Chen Tiansheng felt a chill of fear. It was a Tier 3 mutated beast that had evolved from an ox. Its massive size stood nearly 2 meters tall, its horns mutated and covered in sharp spikes, resembling two maces atop its head. The ox's head was ferocious, its blood-red eyes glaring with a terrifying light that sent shivers down their spines. The mutated hooves stomped on the ground, creating deep pits, and with its head lowered, it aimed its horns at the four, preparing to charge. Scatter! As soon as Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, the Tier 3 mutated bull charged forward, its momentum overwhelming like a mountain pressing down. The mental pressure of a Tier 3 mutated beast could paralyze the timid on the spot. Even first-level evolvers would find it hard to maintain their composure in the face of such high-level pressure. At that moment, Luo Long and Luo Feng were shaking in fear. Even though Chen Tiansheng told them to scatter, the siblings were so frightened they stood frozen in place, unable to move. Get out of the way! Chen Tiansheng pushed Luo Long aside, sending him flying several meters like a sandbag. Yang Shui reacted quickly, grabbing Luo Feng's hand and darting 10 meters away, completely evading the Tier 3 mutated beast's attack range. Chen Tiansheng pushed Luo Long away, but it was too late to run. Although there had been a distance of 100 meters before, in front of a high-level mutated beast, that distance was crossed in just 12 seconds. And the Tier 3 mutated bull was already charging at Chen Tiansheng. He turned, held the axe, and prepared to block. The movement was fluid as water. Boom! He thought that by unleashing his power and activating a threefold strength boost, he could withstand the Tier 3 mutated bull, but he still underestimated its terrifying strength. The massive impact sent Chen Tiansheng flying, as if he had been struck by a Hummer traveling at 200 miles per hour. His body was completely out of control, hurtling backward and crashing through the outer wall of a 2-story building, disappearing entirely into the dust and debris. Master! Boss! Seeing this scene, the three were terrified. Even such a formidable person as Chen Tiansheng was taken down in one blow, illustrating just how powerful that strike was. The Tier 3 mutated bull, having succeeded with its charge, turned its head towards Luo Long on the ground, attracted by the shouts. It stomped its hooves and charged over. Luo Long, being a hot-headed youth, scrambled to get up and was about to unleash fire, but just as the flame began to gather in his palm, the Tier 3 mutated bull was already upon him. In this critical moment, a figure flashed by, and the Tier 3 mutated bull and Luo Long's shadows crossed each other. The bull's momentum did not diminish until it crashed through the pigpen wall, finally coming to a halt. Not far away, over 10 meters away, Yang Shui saved Luo Long, who was fuming and shouted, "What are you doing? I want to avenge Master." Yang Shui angrily turned back and shouted, "We are no match for this mutated bull. Run. I'll hold it off. You two get away." Yang Shui raised her shield in front of her, prepared to face death. "I'm not running. Only cowards run," Luo Long insisted, still trying to gather flames. But at that moment, the Tier 3 mutated bull had already burst out of the ruins, charging towards the two with a thunderous impact. "Get out of the way." Yang Shui pushed Luo Long away, and when she turned her head, the bull was now less than 10 meters away. Yang Shui's speed was fast. Ever since her evolution, she felt like the whole world was in slow motion. Everyone moving in slow motion. But this bull's speed was different. It could almost match hers. If she didn't run at full speed, perhaps she wouldn't even be faster than the bull. This was the mutated beast. This was the apocalypse crisis. The bull was already charging at her, and Yang Shui had nowhere to evade. She retreated repeatedly, but the bull was indeed faster. Its horns collided with her shield, visibly denting it with immense force. This wasn't a viable solution. Yang Shui jumped with all her strength, leaping to a height of 3 meters, narrowly avoiding the bull's horns as they brushed past her. If the sharp spikes had touched her even slightly, it would have certainly caused a severe injury. This moment seemed slow to describe, but it actually happened in just a second. Yang Shui landed safely, and the bull, now furious, snorted hot air from its large nostrils, its crimson eyes fixated on the human before it. At this moment, the Tier 3 mutated bull felt a great humiliation it had been toyed with. Stomping its hooves on the ground, it gathered strength, lowering its head to launch its most powerful charge. Yang Shui's heart sank. She was slower than the bull, and her strength was too weak. This scene was a completely fatal situation. Just as despair washed over Yang Shui, the bull charged straight at her. Chapter 38. Overlevel kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A piercing shriek suddenly pierced the air. It was the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the atmosphere. There was no time to turn. In the blink of an eye, just as the third-tier mutant bull was about to charge at Yang Shui, a fire axe spun and struck down with lightning speed, directly chopping into the bull's neck. Bang! The axe struck the bull's neck. But instead of a scene of blood spraying, the axe merely caused the bull to stagger, and then it was rebounded back. It flew through the air in a parabolic arc, about to land in front of the ruins of a 2-story building when a hand suddenly caught the fire axe. It was Chen Tiansheng. He was still alive. Chen Tiansheng raised his right hand, catching the fire axe, his gaze cold and merciless, his voice deep. "Oh dear, I was careless just now and got ambushed by you. Come again, and see if I don't chop you up." The third-tier mutant bull was suddenly struck and halted, its massive body stumbling and falling beside Yang Shui, kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. Chen Tiansheng strode out of the ruins with the demeanor of a king descending. "You can't defeat the third-tier mutant beast, so stay away from me. Yang Sui, take those 2 inside." Yang Shui had just experienced a life-and-death situation, and there was no time to be excited. She quickly moved to take away Luo Long, who was closest to the bull, throwing him into the ruins before going to help Luo Feng. Chen Tiansheng dashed forward with the axe, heading straight for the third-tier mutant bull that had just gotten back up. "Kill!" He swung the axe down on the bull's head, but the bull raised its spike horns to block. Sparks flew, and they were evenly matched. Suddenly, Chen Tiansheng's figure vanished. The second-tier speed skill, Blink, took effect. He quickly reappeared at the side of the bull, swinging the axe down heavily towards the bull's neck. Critical hit. The fire axe pierced through the bull's defenses, but it only managed to cut through a layer of skin and fur. Killing it was simply impossible. Moo! The bull let out a mournful cry, twisting its head violently. The axe separating from its neck, blood spraying out as its hooves stomped on the ground in apparent pain. Taking advantage of your illness to take your life. Chen Tiansheng continued to chase and strike at the bull, but unfortunately, the critical hit was still on cooldown, and his normal attacks could not break through the bull's defenses. Bang! 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 3 axe strikes came down without any effect, and the bull, in pain, began to rampage, just as Chen Tiansheng was about to pursue further. The bull's hind hooves lifted and charged forward. By the time Chen Tiansheng realized, it was already too late. He hurriedly raised the axe to block. Bang! The steel pipe of the fire axe bent instantly, and a massive force surged through his arm, sending Chen Tiansheng flying several meters away, sliding on the ground for a few more meters before finally coming to a stop. Chen Tiansheng scrambled to his feet, took out a bottle of spring water, bit open the cap, and gulped it down. The intense pain began to ease, and his stamina gradually recovered. Crash! The glass bottle shattered, and after wiping his mouth, he looked at the fire axe in his hand, which had completely lost its use. He dropped it on the ground and took out his only remaining weapon from his space backpack, the mouse dart, charging towards the bull. The wound on the bull's neck continued to bleed. Having suffered a significant loss for the first time, it dared not underestimate the human in front of it and turned to charge towards the cattle pen. "I won't let you escape." With full speed, Chen Tiansheng chased after the bull, leaping onto its back, raising the mouse dart, and stabbing down into the bull's body. Chen Tiansheng was startled. Although it was just an ordinary handheld stab, it easily pierced through the bull's defenses. System produced, indeed a quality item. Feeling the intense pain, The bull thrashed wildly, trying to throw off the human on its back. But Chen Tiansheng would not miss this opportunity, stabbing repeatedly, and in a moment, the bull's flesh was in tatters. The bull was nearing madness, bouncing around wildly while moving toward the cattle pen. Just as it was about to reach the pen, Chen Tiansheng grabbed its horns and stabbed the dart into the neck wound, pulling with all his might. The wound widened, blood gushed out, and the third-tier mutant bull ultimately succumbed, its body collapsing in front of the cattle pen. As the massive body slowly fell, Chen Tiansheng also lay back on the ground. Although this battle was arduous, it was exhilarating. For the first time in his life, he had killed an enemy above his level. And it was a third-tier mutant bull at that. It should be noted that in his previous life, the destructive power of a third-tier mutant bull could easily overturn a tank, and in large numbers, they could trample everything in their path. But before Chen Tiansheng could catch his breath, chaos erupted in the cattle pen. The herd, seeing their leader killed by a human right before their eyes, instantly went berserk, charging and crashing into the cattle pen's walls. Damn! Chen Tiansheng scrambled up and turned to run, all the while pulling out a bottle of spring water and gulping it down. Boom! The cattle pen collapsed entirely, and over 21st-tier yellow cattle charged out from the ruins. At this moment, most of Chen Tiansheng's skills were on cooldown. If he had known he would encounter such a big trouble, he wouldn't have exhausted all his skills in the pig pen. Just as Chen Tiansheng was about to escape, Yang Shui suddenly appeared beside him, one hand supporting his arm and the other wrapping around his waist. Then Chen Tiansheng fell to blur before he found himself in a small house. Chen Tiansheng was gasping heavily. This was a big trouble. Yang Shui quietly peeked through the window, gripping the cow-killing dagger tightly. You all run out the back window. I'll keep the herd occupied with my speed. Chen Tiansheng retorted. No need. These are all first-tier mutant cows, not strong enough to be feared. Take this. He handed the mouse dart to Yang Shui and continued. The spot on a mutant cow is a major artery. Those who kill cows know this. Take advantage of their inattention to stab and let it bleed out. It will die in less than 10 minutes. You are fast. These first-tier mutant cows can't catch up to you. Just do it this way, go. Understood. Yang Shui nodded firmly, taking the handheld dart. Be careful. Just as Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, Yang Shui's figure vanished. The herd charged out of the cattle pen, initially intending to attack humans, but their sudden disappearance caused the herd to lose focus. Many first-tier mutant cows silently gazed at the dead bull. Suddenly, a yellow cow cried out in pain from behind, and when the herd turned back, this cow went mad, kicking and crashing, knocking into the other yellow cows nearby. Yang Shui took the opportunity to strike, and then quickly hid, looking at the dart in her hand, surprised at how sharp this seemingly unremarkable black dagger was. With this, she could deal with these cows. With that thought, she flashed and continued to charge out for more stabbing. The farm was filled with howls, blood staining the mud. Although the herd was numerous, they were leaderless and injured, only knowing how to rampage mindlessly, smashing the farm to pieces. This continued for 15 minutes. Chapter 39. Barbaric charge. As the last mutated bull fell, all 21 bulls were dead, with none surviving. Yang Shui stood amidst the blood-soaked ground, her entire body filled with a heavy smell of blood. After this battle, her gaze was no longer soft. It was as if she had undergone a baptism, now as resolute as a god of death. Finally, she exuded the aura of a female war goddess. Chen Tiansheng emerged with his 2 disciples and handed Yang Shui some water. Quick, recover a bit. Thank you. Yang Shui replied as she took the glass bottle of water and returned the dagger in her hand to Chen Tiansheng. Here you go. Keep it, Chen Tiansheng said, not taking the dagger back. His fighting style was aggressive and open, and a short dagger was not suitable for him. He looked around at the ground littered with corpses and the fat pigs in the pig pen that hadn't been digested in time. You all wait in the car for me. I'll handle the aftermath. He decided to send the 3 away first to avoid trouble, especially since he had to fabricate explanations to cover up the existence of the system. Once the 3 left, Chen Tiansheng began to absorb the corpses of the bulls. But first, he extracted and processed the crystal cores from the heads of the third-tier bulls. The third-tier crystal cores had already changed, emitting a faint green light. Not bad, he thought. I still have over 1,000 points, enough for 10 consecutive draws. But considering the system's nature, it can't be all mutated pork and beef, right? After all, there was a third-tier mutated bull. With a gambling spirit, he selected the exchange package. 10 white, 9 white 1 green, 8 white 1 green 1 blue, 80 white treasure chests, and, as expected, 10 tons of mutated pork and 11 tons of mutated beef. The 1 blue treasure chest contained a special skill, barbaric charge, which could unleash an impact force of 10 tons instantly, increasing in destructive power as strength increased. There were also 8 basic attribute enhancement potions, each with a value of 10. What excited Chen Tiansheng the most was that there was even a purple treasure chest. Seeing purple again, which was rarer than gold, he eagerly clicked to check. A purple glow flashed. Gene Immunity Potion. This was the second bottle of Gene Immunity Potion. Chen Tiansheng was unclear about its use or effects, but its only purpose for him was to hand it over to the state in exchange for maximum benefits. After drinking all the basic attribute enhancement potions, his current attributes were Constitution, 44, 67, Strength, 47, 32, Speed, 44, 95, Mental Power, 40, 71. His basic skills included Stamina Recovery, Strength Burst, Speed Doubling, Mental Shock. The special skill he had was Barbaric Charge. Overall, this harvest was quite good. All basic attributes had surpassed 40, and according to the standards of the Last Life S enhancers, he should soon break into the second-tier enhancers. However, his was all-round. After all, the enhancers from the Last Life only enhanced a single aspect, like Yang Shui's incredible speed, but her strength and stamina were far from enough. In this life, reborn just days before the great catastrophe, he could already look down upon others, who could threaten him with the strength. Happily whistling, he returned to the vicinity of the heavy truck. Just as he sat in the driver's seat, Yang Shui said seriously, "I have good news and bad news." Chen Tiansheng turned to look at her, and Yang Shui continued, "The good news is I feel my speed has increased a bit. That's normal." Chen Tiansheng explained while starting the engine. "You're currently just a first-tier speed enhancer. You can only continue to evolve through constant battles. Keep it up." He turned the steering wheel sharply and casually asked, "What is the bad news?" "The truck is out of gas. We probably won't make it back to the safe zone." Chen Tiansheng then glanced at the fuel gauge, which was indeed on empty. "This is serious. You should have mentioned it earlier." Chen Tiansheng scratched his head, turning the truck around nervously. Fortunately, they managed to return to the safe zone, just barely. When the vehicle stopped outside the warning area, the fuel tank was completely depleted, just a few steps away from entering the safe zone. "Move the truck. Don't block the road." A soldier responsible for roadblock security waved to signal. Chen Tiansheng got out of the car. "Looking innocent, I want to move it too. But unfortunately, it's out of gas." The soldier glared at Chen Tiansheng with disdain, cursing him inwardly for being deserving of this. "Even if you're out of gas, don't block the road. Figure it out yourself." Chen Tiansheng had a tense relationship with the soldiers in the safe zone. They didn't like him, and it was already good that they didn't kick him while he was down. So, of course, they wouldn't help him get gas. "If you want to move it, you move it. If you can't push it, don't blame me." Chen Tiansheng was in a mood to throw caution to the wind. "You." The soldier was so angry his hands were shaking. Just as he was about to continue picking a fight, a massive convoy appeared ahead on the road. "If you don't move your vehicle, you can stay outside. Everyone, be alert." The frontline soldiers were on high alert, guns loaded, aiming at the massive rescue convoy on the road. Chen Tiansheng also turned to take a look. The convoy was indeed large, but compared to yesterday, their condition was much worse, not as clean and efficient. The convoy arrived at the safe zone entrance, came to a halt, and a soldier jumped out of the vehicle, shouting urgently, "Quick, save people!" Workers in protective suits rushed toward the convoy under the protection of soldiers, lifting injured survivors and soldiers onto stretchers, hastily entering the safe zone. Casualties were inevitable in the apocalypse rescue operations, and yesterday's successful experience made all the soldiers a bit complacent, which was why they encountered danger today. Zheng Wei and the commanders rushed out, and after the leading soldiers saluted, they began to report. The rescue team saved 7 people, with 19 casualties, 16 of whom were civilians. Zheng Wei was furious upon hearing this. How could this happen? The soldiers stood at attention. The rescue operation encountered errors, and I bear an inescapable responsibility. Please punish me. Now is not the time for punishment, Zheng Wei said, not wanting to dwell on the details. He patted the soldier on the shoulder. Come with me. Give me the details. As he turned to go back, he accidentally saw Chen Tiansheng and the others at the entrance, and asked in surprise, What are you doing here? It's dangerous outside. Don't linger at the door. Chen Tiansheng shrugged. I want to go in too, but unfortunately, the truck is out of gas. Zheng Wei took a deep breath, looked at the truck, and asked the soldier, Did you take out the pineal gland from the zombies' heads? A soldier held up a bag stained with black blood. Report, a total of 478 pieces, all here. Zheng Wei didn't even bother to take it. He nodded at Chen Tiansheng. Give it all to him. Move 478 boxes of supplies down from the truck. It doesn't matter if he dies. But don't waste the supplies. Zheng Wei mumbled as he turned to leave. Luo Long's anger flared up immediately. Hey, who are you talking about? Chen Tiansheng held him back, not letting him explode, and checked the crystal cores, discovering there were over a dozen second-tier crystal cores mixed in. No wonder there were such heavy casualties. Master, are we really letting them take it? We don't have much left. Luo Long had a pained expression. Let them take it. Chen Tiansheng collected the crystal cores. It was a great bargain to exchange such a small amount of supplies for so many crystal cores. Meanwhile, the report that Chen Tiansheng gave to Luo Ming caused a huge uproar in the highest national conference hall. Chapter 40, a controversy triggered by a report. The disaster struck suddenly, with no warning signs, catching the entire world off guard. Relatively speaking, Huawei's response was the fastest. After the acid rain, it launched a state of emergency, putting the nation into the highest state of readiness and initiating plans for post-nuclear war reconstruction. After the acid rain, on the first day, a unanimous vote approved national preparedness. On the second day, scientists specializing in rescue operations were summoned to the National Defense Underground Bunker to study the acid rain. On the third day, the entire nation mobilized for rescue operations, sparing no expense to save survivors. On the fourth day, good news and bad news arrived in succession, as the power of the acid rain was still underestimated. On the fifth day, in the Supreme General Assembly Hall, the leader and scientists were at a loss, and everyone fell silent. The elderly founding elder pondered deeply and said, The zombie virus outbreak is only in its fifth day. If we draw conclusions now and sentence the living dead to death, personally, I believe this does not align with our country's consistent policies. Whether the zombie virus can be cured is indeed still inconclusive, but I know one fact. If we do nothing now, the daily death toll in every city will increase by tens of thousands. That's right. This is still a conservative estimate. The prion virus outbreak swept the globe overnight, turning infected individuals into mindless monsters. Are we responsible for them? Or for the healthy people who died from their bites? We cannot be so decisive. If the prion virus can be cured, discussing these matters now would be tantamount to murder. Any major decision is never made in just a few words, especially when it involves the slaughter of hundreds of millions of people. Genetic experts gave a definite response. The prion virus altered genes, destroying the gene sequence, which can never be repaired, at least not by modern medicine, and it is unknown if it can be fixed in the future. If we give our medical scientists enough resources, money, whatever they need, how long will it take for them to provide an answer? Maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. This hypothesis cannot be answered. The meeting fell silent again. Just then, a report from Jiangsheng broke the heavy silence. The report was transmitted via quantum satellite to the general staff, and the leader, elders, and various ministers all received it at the same time, but no one paid attention, as everyone was deep in thought about whether to activate the world-ending nuclear button, until the elderly founding elder put on his glasses and slowly opened the report, first scanning it roughly. His expression stiffened, and then he began to read it carefully and nervously. The more he read, the more excited he became. Everyone quickly, take a look at the report from Jiangsheng. Seeing the founding elders so serious, everyone was a bit confused. When they opened the report file, they were all shocked by its content. The previously quiet conference hall instantly became noisy. Jiangsheng had discovered the secret of the acid rain, and it was written in such detail. Who wrote the report? It must be a talent. Although no one knew who wrote the report. The one who submitted it was Luo Ming, who had re-enlisted in Jiangsheng. The founding elder stood up solemnly. Quickly make a copy of the report for our scientists to verify its authenticity. Also, call the Jiangsheng War Zone. I want to talk to Luo Ming personally. It was no wonder the founding elder was so excited. The scientists had made no progress, while this report detailed the mechanism of curing the acid rain, the arrangement of elements, and the gene sequences. The causal relationships were all coherent. If confirmed, this would be a tremendous contribution to the nation. No, it should be a monumental contribution to the entire world and human civilization. Not only did it outline the causes of the disease, but it also categorized the types of zombies and distinctions, even methods to kill zombies. Upon hearing this, everyone began to read carefully. Some people muttered as they looked. This Luo Ming is truly a talent. Meanwhile, the Jiangsheng War Zone received a call from the General Staff. The War Zone commander called Luo Ming, first clarifying the situation. Then, after pondering for a moment, asked in a deep tone, "So, the report you submitted was given to you by Chen Tiansheng from the quarantine zone?" "That's right." Luo Ming stood up straight, his back rigid. "Chen Tiansheng knows a lot about the apocalypse. I asked him to write a detailed report on what he knows." The War Zone commander awkwardly crossed his hands and said in a softer tone, "Old Luo, what kind of person is Chen Tiansheng?" Luo Ming was taken aback. A document was thrown onto the table in front of him. "A wanted criminal. Can you trust what this person says?" The War Zone commander's tone carried a hint of reproach, and his voice involuntarily rose a bit. "Even if his report is highly credible, how do you want me to explain to the higher-ups that the person who submitted the report is a wanted criminal?" "Commander, this..." "Don't say anything more." The commander interrupted, pondering deeply. "Luo Ming, you're an old comrade. I believe in your character, but have you considered what if this report is fabricated? Misinformation could lead to wrongful statements. You can't bear that sin, and I can't either." Luo Ming frowned, solemnly stating, "Commander, I can vouch for Chen Tiansheng with my character." The commander stood up sternly and shouted, "What good is your guarantee? This is a matter of life and death for hundreds of millions of people. If there's even a slight error in the report, if it's not accurate, you're not afraid of losing your head." "I am." Luo Ming's tone softened. "But I believe Chen Tiansheng is right. His understanding of the apocalypse far exceeds that of any of us." "Do you think your belief is useful?" "I only ask you one question. He experienced the acid rain, just like you and me. Why should he know more than us?" Luo Ming opened his mouth, suddenly realizing. "Yes, why does Chen Tiansheng know so much? Could it all just be a speculation?" "Oh dear, in this light, I've been blindly confident." Seeing Luo Ming's eyes flicker, the commander sat back down, his tone softening. "This matter starts and ends with you. No matter what the higher-ups ask, you must bear it alone. I don't want to ruin my career for a wanted criminal. You manage it." The commander directly dismissed Luo Ming, telling him to face the higher-ups' questioning by himself. At the same time, at the entrance of the frontline quarantine zone, Chen Tiansheng and a few others looked at the empty space, with only 3 boxes of supplies left, feeling a bit lost. "Master, there's only this little left." Chen Tiansheng casually replied, "A living person can't die from holding in their urine. You two stay behind. Yang Shui comes with me." "Where to?" the 3 asked in unison. "To find gasoline." Luo Long quickly shouted, "Master, I want to go with you." "No, you two can't go." Chen Tiansheng jumped out of the car, looking at the gray sky, his tone serious. "There is no safe place to rest now. You two stay in the camp, just in case. Coming with me one to help, just listen." Chapter 41. Attack on the safe zone not long after Chen Tiansheng left. Luo Ming's phone call reached the front line. The communicator hurried to the entrance to find him, but could only locate the siblings Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Where's your master?" Luo Ming questioned heavily. The person on the phone was Luo Long. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "My master went out on an errand. He's not in the safe zone. Why did he have to go out at this time?" Hearing his uncle's urgency, Luo Long instinctively asked, "What happened, uncle? Is there a problem?" Luo Ming had called to try to contact Chen Tiansheng in advance and inform him of the current situation. If he could withstand it himself. The mistakes wouldn't matter, and any merits would be his alone. Chen, on the other hand, would gain nothing. How would he explain that later? If there were any misunderstandings, it would be a loss. It's fine. If he comes back, make sure he contacts me. I have something to tell him. Okay, uncle. Because of this missed opportunity, subsequent events led to further misunderstandings, and this great feat ultimately fell on Luo Ming's shoulders, rendering his clarifications ineffective. Of course, at this moment, Chen Tiansheng was still unaware of this, nor would he care if he did know. At this moment, on the desolate highway in the suburbs, Chen Tiansheng was leisurely making his way forward, with Yang Shui occasionally walking ahead and sometimes falling back, still not accustomed to her physical changes. Chen Tiansheng halted, looking at the gas station turned into ruins, and sighed, "I kind of regret burning down the gas station a few days ago." Yang Shui stopped to respond. "Why didn't we borrow some gasoline from the frontline soldiers? Why do we have to come out to find it ourselves?" Chen Tiansheng smiled wryly. "I don't want to bow down to those idiots." After a few days of understanding, Yang Shui could say she knew Chen Tiansheng's character very well. He was unconventional, did things his own way, acted according to his whims, had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and everyone misunderstood him, yet he never explained himself. This powerful and mysterious man was indeed very fascinating. Just then, Chen Tiansheng came to a sudden stop. The points he was accumulating kept increasing, almost flooding the screen. The points were still rising, making Chen Tiansheng both surprised and afraid. He hadn't killed any zombies. The only explanation could be the safe zone and Luo Ming and Luo Feng. With the points flooding in, there must have been a fierce attack on the safe zone. Not good. We need to head back. Chen Tiansheng turned and ran. Something's happened to the safe zone. Yang Shui, you're fast. Go back and scout first. Chen Tiansheng's speed wasn't slow, but compared to Yang Shui, his 40 points of speed were insignificant. At the front line safe zone, everything was originally calm and peaceful. Luo Long and Luo Feng were sitting in the car in a daze. Suddenly, the sky turned dark and an overwhelming number of birds flew in, covering the entire camp in an instant. Not good, get down. Shoot. Help. The safe zone was thrown into chaos. The soldiers hadn't recovered from their previous defeat when they were attacked by the birds. The sounds of gunfire mixed with screams were incessant. Rat-a-tat-tat. The soldiers fired into the sky while shouting commands to protect the crowd. Get into the tents. Don't run around. Before the words were finished, a soldier was attacked by a mutated bird, which swooped down and pecked out his eyes. Kill, get away, you beasts. The soldiers were pouring bullets into the air, but the mutated birds were fast and numerous, attacking indiscriminately, causing countless casualties. Tot. A soldier frantically emptied his magazine, and the next moment, he was knocked down by the birds, being viciously devoured, covered in wounds in the blink of an eye. Yuba Usts. The soldier, drenched in blood, roared as he pulled the pin from a grenade. Boom! His comrades screamed, but they could only watch helplessly as he perished alongside the flock of mutated birds. Beasts! I'll kill you! Quickly reloading his weapon, he fired again, but the number of birds was increasing, surrounding them from all sides, both above and below. Just as a few mutated birds were about to launch a surprise attack, they suddenly caught fire, quickly igniting. One sparked a chain reaction, and all the mutated birds around the soldier caught fire, flying in the air like magnificent firebirds. The soldier froze in place, looking up in astonishment as the firebirds rapidly spread, covering a large portion of the sky. The sight left all the soldiers stunned, even forgetting to shoot. What is happening? The birds are on fire? Clunk! A bird, charred to a crisp, fell to the ground, blackened and smoking, with a strong burnt smell. Soon, more and more burning mutated birds fell from the sky, none surviving. Could it be that a god has come to save us? Whispered a biochemical suit worker hiding under a vehicle, excited. But at that moment, the real savior, engulfed in flames, was running while shouting, "Sister, I'll handle the fire. You expand it, blow it for me." The sudden appearance of the fireman startled everyone, but right behind him, Luo Feng, with her clothes billowing without wind, became the axis around which a fierce wind arose, instantly soaring upwards. The fire, aided by the wind, rapidly spread across the sky, its power astonishing. The scene was rarely seen in reality. Survivors who had been hiding, soldiers fighting desperately. Many instinctively looked up at the blazing sky. The firebirds fell one by one, like dumplings dropping to the ground, all perishing. In despair, they saw hope, and the survivors wept with joy. The soldiers raised their guns and fired, releasing their bullets while also venting their excitement. Zheng Wei shot into the sky with his handgun and saw Luo Long and Luo Feng. He was deeply impressed by the young duo, but thinking of their leader, he felt both envy and confusion towards them. Just when everyone thought the bird attack was over, a piercing shriek echoed from the dark clouds above. The sharp sound waves pierced the sky, even scattering the clouds. The long-lost sunlight broke through the thin cloud layer. A beam of light resembling holy light fell vertically onto the safe zone, casting shadows of Luo Long engulfed in flames and the spirited Luo Feng. The divine light made them look extraordinarily pure, like angels in the apocalypse, saving ignorant sinners. But before everyone could regain their senses, the light beam was obscured by a massive shadow of a bird, blocking the holy light. Looking up, they saw a gigantic creature charging down from the clouds at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Protect our heroes!" the soldiers shouted hoarsely, their voices straining as they roared at the sky. Chapter 42, not over yet. In every corner of the safe zone, every armed warrior was firing at the giant bird in the sky with all their might at this moment. The ground was filled with smoke and bullets. The giant bird's body rapidly folded its wings in the air, like a sharp arrow, suddenly accelerating. Bang! The tail of the giant bird exploded with a shockwave, its speed reaching a level that the naked eye could not capture. "Not good, get out of the way!" Zheng Wei shouted in terror. He understood all too well the speed after the sonic boom. It was equivalent to the burst of a subsonic fighter jet. No one could withstand such an attack. All defenses were futile in the face of subsonic speed. Luo Long, unafraid of the tiger, shouted at the sky, "Fight to the death, come on, you beast!" But just as Luo Long was engulfed in flames, ready to perish with the giant bird, a graceful figure suddenly appeared, stepping onto the tent and propelling her body towards the sky. "Let me handle it." This graceful figure moved at incredible speed. Everyone only saw a flash before hearing her slightly hoarse voice echoing across the area. At that moment, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of peace. The graceful figure appeared within the beam of light, close to the giant bird. Boom! The shockwave from the collision above burst forth, and the fierce wind quickly spread, sending sand and stones flying on the ground. Those closest were directly blown away by the shockwave, while those further away staggered in disarray. But when they looked up again, the giant bird was still circling in the sky, but it seemed to be flailing around like a headless fly. Upon closer inspection, the giant bird had a person hanging from its head, none other than the graceful figure that had just appeared. "Who is she?" Zheng Wei was filled with surprise. Another super strong person had appeared. "Sister Shui, be careful," Luo Feng shouted from the ground. At this time, Yang Shui was gripping the rat dart tightly. During the collision, it had lodged into the giant bird's eye. Now the giant bird was writhing in pain, flying erratically in the sky, trying to throw Yang Shui off. But Yang Shui refused to let go, using one hand to grip the massive beak while kicking and defending against the giant claws. Despite this, Yang Shui's legs and waist were still clawed by the bird's talons. "Die, I'll fight you to the end." Holding onto the beak, she pulled out the dart and stabbed fiercely at its head, one strike after another. The giant bird let out a painful and ear-splitting cry. Nevertheless, the giant bird was on the verge of collapse, ultimately unable to overcome this relentless woman, and it crashed to the ground. Boom! The giant bird landed, kicking up dust and stones. After landing, Yang Shui rolled for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop in front of a makeshift cabin. "Sister Shui." Luo Feng rushed over to check on Yang Shui's injuries. At this moment, Yang Shui had several wounds all over her body, the deepest one exposing bone. "Sister Shui," Luo Feng cried out, holding Yang Shui tightly. "Doctor, get a doctor here quickly." The threat from a mutated bird was over, and while the warriors were exhilarated, they also began to clean up the aftermath. Zheng Wei ran while instructing his subordinates, assess the casualties, find doctors, and get the injured treated immediately. Yes. His subordinate turned and ran. Zheng Wei approached Yang Shui, glancing at her wound and gasping. Hurry, get the military doctor over here. She needs treatment. Just as the soldiers were busy, they heard Chen Tiansheng's voice coming from the entrance. Wait, Master. Luo Feng was extremely excited, turning around with tears in her eyes to look at Chen Tiansheng. Chen Tiansheng, one hand on his waist, hurriedly approached, panting. You don't need to worry about her injuries. Just gather the other injured people and isolate them. There's no need for treatment. It's a waste. If you don't want more people to die, just execute them all. What Chen Tiansheng said made sense, but to others, it had a different tone. You know, the injured people included not only survivors, but also many warriors who had fought alongside them. Execute them. Zheng Wei could no longer suppress his anger, blocking Chen Tiansheng's path and grabbing his collar. At a time like this, you're still causing trouble. Other warriors glared angrily as well. He didn't come during the bird attack, but came out to cause chaos afterward, and now he wanted to execute their comrades. At this moment, everyone's tolerance for Chen Tiansheng had reached its lowest point. Get out of the way. Chen Tiansheng shoved the furious Zheng Wei aside, breaking through the encirclement and squatting in front of Yang Shui to check her injuries. I sent you back to scout, not to fight to the death. You're injured so badly. If you die, I'll suffer greatly. Chen Tiansheng grumbled as he picked up Yang Shui. But just as he got up, the surrounding soldiers immediately surrounded him, glaring fiercely. Zheng Wei, with a grim face, said coldly, I don't care what you want to do. She is our hero. The military doctor will be here soon. You better put her down. Chen Tiansheng scoffed. Take care of yourselves first. The aftermath of the attack isn't over yet. This has only just begun. Luo Feng. Luo Feng pushed aside the soldiers blocking the way. Move aside, clear the path. With Luo Feng clearing the way, Chen Tiansheng successfully took Yang Shui away. However, the soldiers were even more enraged, secretly cursing. She was injured like this, and he wouldn't even let her see a doctor. How could someone like Chen Tiansheng exist in the world? Let him go. Zheng Wei clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing that once the situation calmed down, he would kick Chen Tiansheng out of the safe zone. Such a person could never be brought back to the survivor base. Chen Tiansheng hurriedly ran outside with Yang Shui in his arms. Not far away, under a truck, Luo Long was peeking out and shouting, Master, Master, what should I do? Chen Tiansheng glanced at Luo Long. Figured out yourself. Not bothering with Luo Long, he quickly rushed out of the entrance, jumped onto the large truck, and took out clear spring water and source water from his spatial backpack, pouring it directly into Yang Shui's mouth. Master, is Sister Shui okay? Luo Feng anxiously asked from the side. She is fine, she won't die, but those people might not be so lucky. Chen Tiansheng explained while feeding water. The genes of the evolved beings have already been modified. Even if they're scratched or bitten by mutated beasts, they mutate. But ordinary people are different. After finishing, Chen Tiansheng said seriously, you need to go back to the camp immediately. If you find any injured people mutating, kill them right away, or it will be a disaster. Understood. Luo Feng turned around and ran back into the safe zone. Just as he rushed in, he saw several soldiers taking off their clothes and jokingly handing them to Luo Long Fireman. Your ability is too hard on clothes. Every time you use it, you end up naked? Luo Long turned red from embarrassment. Luo Feng hurriedly ran over, urgently saying, Brother, don't worry about putting on clothes yet. It's not over. There might be more burning. Luo Long was taken aback. Not over. At that moment, the crisis quietly erupted. Zombies, they have mutated. Chapter 43. The safe zone is no longer safe. The people's warriors have always prioritized the interests of the people, regardless of the disasters that befall them. Therefore, after an attack, the priority is to send all the injured to the treatment area. The intelligence available in the war zone indicates that being bitten by a zombie leads to mutation, but there is no clear indication about attacks from flocks of birds. Indeed, everyone thought this was just a normal bird attack and did not associate it with zombies at all. Just as the soldiers were carrying stretchers to transport the injured for treatment, the mutation outbreak occurred. One soldier was supporting his comrade, chatting as they walked. If it weren't for the zombies, I wouldn't have known there were so many amazing people in the world who can control fire and wind. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes before, would you believe it? He was still talking, but his comrade's pupils had already begun to turn white. And with a snarl, he bit down on his friend's neck. The mutation erupted throughout the safe zone, whether lightly or severely injured. Those who mutated began to attack those around them. A second disaster broke out, gunfire rang out, and the entire safe zone was thrown into chaos. What is happening? Zheng Wei's nerves shot up at the sound of gunfire. But when he saw people being crazily torn apart by their companions, the scene of catastrophic change surged into his mind, and he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. How could this happen? The safe zone is no longer safe. There are zombies everywhere biting survivors. Some are honorable soldiers. Some are innocent civilians. At this moment, they all share one name: zombies. Help! Help! The uninjured survivors fled in panic. The soldiers struggled to aim their guns at the mutated crowd, each trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in their eyes. A soldier fired, killing his former comrade, holding his bloody neck with one hand while aiming at his temple with the other. He looked around one last time and finally focused on the red flag. Damn this apocalypse. I don't want to turn into a monster. Goodbye, brothers. I won't be a burden anymore. Bang! The gunshot ended his life. Zheng Wei witnessed this scene, gritted his teeth, and made a difficult decision. Open fire. But they are all. I said open fire. Zheng Wei roared, hysterical and heart-wrenching. The soldiers, holding back their sorrow and anger, struggled to pull the triggers. More and more people mutated, but moments later, they were swallowed up by a hail of bullets. Luo Long and Luo Feng also joined in, using their abilities to attack the mutated, protecting those who had not been infected. Inside the heavy truck, Chen Tiansheng fell into silence. In his previous life, he was rescued after 14 days, going straight to the survivor base. He had passed through the safe zone and had heard what had happened when he saw the abandoned temporary camp. No matter how careful one is, tragedy still occurs. Even being reborn has changed nothing. Severely injured, Yang Shui slowly woke up, opened her eyes, and heard the gunfire outside. Struggling to sit up, she thought, "It's not over outside. I can still fight. Trust me, you definitely don't want to see the current situation. Stay in the car and recuperate. You're not allowed to go anywhere. I just want to do something." Chen Tiansheng said seriously, "I saved your life, and I gave you your abilities. You can only do what I tell you, so stay put." Chen Tiansheng's tone was resolute, and Yang Shui had no choice but to fall silent, feeling dejected. Inside the safe zone, the gunfire was as dense as rain, and the mutations continued for a long time. Some people were fearless, while others were timid. Those who escaped the bird attack did not escape the mutations. They were scratched and bitten. The cowardly civilians hid in corners, struggling to survive, leading to the mutations lasting for several hours. From initial rage to later numbness, Zheng Wei armed the soldiers, keeping them on high alert as they checked each survivor for wounds, only then redistributing their safe isolation points. After this incident, the people in the safe zone became fearful, overly cautious at the slightest rustle, terrified at any wind or movement. As the aftermath approached its end, the soldiers reported the casualty situation. It was a painful, unspeakable number, each figure representing a living life. The soldiers reported through tears, enduring their grief. Currently, the confirmed infected are only these. And one more person. The communicator interjected, causing everyone to look at him. The female hero who killed the giant bird. She is seriously injured. Have we overlooked her? Zheng Wei's heart sank. If such a brave female hero mutated, would her strength make her a more powerful zombie? Not good, hurried to find Chen Tiansheng. We must not let this bastard hide her. The soldiers were on high alert, quickly assembling their teams and rushing toward the exit. As Zheng Wei walked, he chambered a round in his pistol, his heart resolute as a rock. No matter how powerful the previous heroes were, any infected person must die. This was the best explanation for the living. The main force surged out, immediately securing the heavy truck, guns drawn and on high alert. Chen Tiansheng opened the door and got out, looking around disdainfully. What does this mean? Zheng Wei aimed his gun at Chen Tiansheng, sternly questioning. Where have you hidden her? What person? I'm not quite understanding, Chen Tiansheng replied. Zheng Wei shouted, Don't play dumb with me. You know who I'm talking about. The injured have all mutated. For the safety of the living, you'd better hand her over, or don't blame me for being rude. Huh? Chen Tiansheng coldly said. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Stop wasting time. Where is she? I'm right here. Yang Shui poked her head out of the window. But just then it was unclear who, possibly due to nerves, suddenly a gun went off. Bang! Gunfire erupted. Chen Tiansheng turned around sharply to see Yang Shui, shaken, touching her ear, blood dripping down. Who told you to shoot? Zheng Wei yelled angrily, and the soldier who fired repeatedly apologized. But the scene had already happened. Yang Sui felt utterly disheartened. If she hadn't reacted quickly enough, that bullet would have surely blown her head off, killing her instantly. Zheng Wei snatched the gun from the soldier who had fired, shouting, "No one is allowed to shoot without my orders." Just as he turned to leave, Chen Tiansheng grabbed him by the neck. You want to die for shooting at me? Zheng Wei felt his throat being squeezed, struggling to speak. I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to confirm if she had mutated and whether she would pose a threat to us. Chen Tiansheng threw Zheng Wei aside, causing him to crash to the ground, gasping for breath. Listen, enhanced individuals and ability users 1 team mutate if attacked by low-level zombies. Yang Shui is fine. Now you can leave. Chapter 44. Fill up my tank. The soldiers were all acting on orders. Even though Chen Tiansheng explained this, Zheng Wei didn't speak, and the soldiers still aimed their guns at him with fierce intensity. To put it mildly, in the eyes of these strictly hierarchical soldiers, Chen Tiansheng's audacity to defy authority and insult his superior was enough to get him executed dozens of times over. Zheng Wei stood up, panting, his face alternating between red and white. We don't care what you say, but for everyone's safety, we will isolate her for 14 days to ensure she doesn't turn into a zombie, so everyone can be at ease. Anyone who wants to take me away should first ask for my consent. Chen Tiansheng's momentum surged, exuding the air of someone willing to kill everyone over a disagreement. The soldiers collectively aimed their guns at Chen Tiansheng, ready to blow his head off at the slightest hint of a reckless move. Stop. I'll go with you. Yang Shui suddenly shouted to mediate the situation. She jumped out of the vehicle, limping and standing in front of Chen Tiansheng. Boss, don't be agitated. They just want to take me for isolation. Yang Shui's voice was hoarse, and she nervously protected Chen Tiansheng while looking at everyone. She raised her hand in a gesture of surrender and said, I voluntarily agree to the isolation, boss. I know you're doing this for my safety, but please don't conflict with the soldiers over me. They're just following orders. After saying this, she turned to look at Chen Tiansheng. Thank you, boss. That one sentence contained 1,000 words, filled with many emotions. Not only had he saved her life, given her dignity, and granted her strength, but he also prevented her from getting out of the car in an uncertain situation to avoid being hurt. Chen Tiansheng slowly calmed down, his voice cold as he said, Treat her well. She risked her life to save you idiots. The soldier who was about to take out the handcuffs turned red upon hearing this. To be honest, if it weren't for Yang Shui, the giant bird attack would not have ended so easily, so they all owed her. Zheng Wei. The soldier holding the handcuffs hesitated to speak. Zheng Wei wrestled with his thoughts and finally nodded reluctantly. For the safety of the safe zone, we should still put them on her. Yang Shui extended her hand toward the soldiers, voluntarily putting on the handcuffs, and was then escorted by the soldiers into the entrance. Seeing this scene, Chen Tiansheng's mood was incredibly complex. In the early days of the catastrophe, when everyone was confused, he was the only one who remained clear-headed. He wondered whether he should persist and stay in the safe zone to help the soldiers, repaying the kindness from his previous life. Indeed, he had received life-saving help from the Jiangchang battle zone in his past life and wanted to repay that debt, but this was no longer the past. The rigid soldiers still held onto the beliefs of the world before the catastrophe, which not only rendered them useless, but ultimately would harm themselves and others. What should I do? From then on, Chen Tiansheng fell silent, sitting in the vehicle and looking through the window at the cold and cruel entrance of the safe zone. He watched all night long. Luo Long and Luo Feng were busy as mutations continued to occur, and even in the early hours of the morning, there were still sporadic zombies appearing. By dawn, the two collapsed on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Zheng Wei was not idle that night either. He compiled a report summarizing the day's events in the camp and submitted it to the battle zone, which would then be relayed to the highest general staff. During the night, The highest level meeting of the general staff was still in debate. I find this report not credible. It's written so detailed, as if he experienced the zombie outbreak firsthand. I also think it's not credible. The new battle theory of the apocalypse and the threat of mutated beasts, according to his theory. Even plants can mutate and eat people. What a joke. Just as the senators were angrily denouncing the report, the scientist team's report finally arrived late. The secretary rushed into the meeting room with the report, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the leader to review it. After reading, he silently took off his glasses and rubbed his nose in despair. The scientist had experimentally verified that the pineal gland contained energy beyond our understanding. I don't understand the technical jargon, but the gist is that the experimental results matched the report's content. Someone slammed the table. This is impossible. It must be a bluff. Another chimed in. Matching means there are some deviations. The experimental results report was distributed to everyone, and after reading it, the meeting room fell into collective silence. Matching meant that the current experimental verification yielded completely consistent results, but many directional conditions were not allowed, and verification was still not possible. A messenger burst into the meeting room and saluted. An urgent telegram from the Jiangxing battle zone has arrived. The report quickly reached the leader's hands, and after reading it, he suddenly stood up excitedly. 3 gene evolvers have been discovered. One can control fire, one can control wind, and there's a woman with incredible speed. The report also highlighted one crucial point. Ordinary people attacked by mutated beasts would undergo zombification, but gene evolvers who were attacked and injured would not. And they are currently under isolation observation. As the report spread, the founding Duke hurriedly said, "Quick, notify the scientific team to conduct experiments immediately to determine whether gene evolvers can be infected." After issuing the order, the founding Duke, an elderly man, said earnestly, "If it is confirmed as the report states, I would like to visit Jiangxing. I want to go too, especially to meet this person named Luo Ming and figure out how he knows all this." By the early hours of the morning, the scientific team's experimental data came in. Based on the logical relationships of the gene sequences, if modified, they would not be destroyed. However, it could not be confirmed because the pineal glands used for the experiments had already been exhausted, leaving no materials for further research. Notify all national battle zones. No matter the cost, collect as many pineal glands from the zombies' brains as possible. This news spread across the national battle zones overnight. Other areas were fine, but when the Jiangxing battle zone relayed this news to the safe zone, Zheng Wei was dumbfounded. Just as dawn broke, Zheng Wei hurriedly called his subordinates and brought back all the supplies he had tricked from Chen Tiansheng. The soldiers busily transported the supplies to the exit. Zheng Wei felt a bit embarrassed, but mustered the courage to approach, knocking on the truck door. "What now?" Chen Tiansheng lowered the window, his expression extremely cold. "I want to discuss something with you. I want to return the pineal glands I traded with you. I've returned all your supplies, not a single one missing." "Idiot." Chen Tiansheng coldly dismissed this remark, then raised the window again, unwilling to waste more breath on him. When had Zheng Wei ever been insulted like this? He was furious, his face turning red as he banged on the truck door. "Open the door. This is a newly issued national order to collect the pineal glands from the zombies' brains and hand them over to scientists for research. What use do you, a commoner, have for these? Hand them over for the good of everyone. Open the door. Didn't you hear what I said? Open the door." The window lowered again. But Chen Tiansheng still didn't look at him, his voice icy and merciless. "The goods have been sold, no returns. I traded for the pineal glands with my own efforts. Why should I take them back at the original price? You." Zheng Wei was so angry his teeth were itching. But then a pineal gland was thrown out of the vehicle. "Fill up my tank." After saying this, the window rose again, and no matter how much Zheng Wei knocked, Chen Tiansheng refused to negotiate. Holding a pineal gland, Zheng Wei was truly at a loss for words. Chapter 45. A Kiss from a Sky. The first time, there were over 100 pineal glands, and the second time over 500. With so many pineal glands, Zheng Wei felt like a mute eating bitter herbs. He had no way to express his grievances. There was nothing he could do. Chen Tiansheng was resistant to both soft and hard tactics, and in the end, he only managed to take one back, which made his heart bleed. Zheng Wei thought, "Just shoot him." Some soldiers couldn't stand it and gritted their teeth to voice their opinions. Zheng Wei glared at them. "We are soldiers, not robbers." After giving Chen Tiansheng a fierce look inside the vehicle, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. "Bring the oil over, fill it up for him." This transaction was destined not to be fair, and it was too late for Zheng Wei to regret it now. Chen Tiansheng scoffed at this. He wasn't using his rebirth experience to bully honest people, but rather using his own methods to repeatedly remind these soldiers of the cruelty of the apocalypse. However, Chen Tiansheng's true thoughts remained unknown to anyone. No one could fathom his strange temperament. With preconceived notions and deeply ingrained biases, many labels had already been stamped on Chen Tiansheng in the soldiers' minds: a wanted criminal, cold-blooded, cunning, selfish, and even irredeemably evil. Having suffered such a huge loss, Zheng Wei's dissatisfaction had reached its peak, and he was so angry that his teeth itched when he returned to the safe zone. How could such a despicable scum still have people following him? Absolutely not. The ability users and enhancers must be used for my purposes. With this in mind, Zheng Wei began a plan. He first went to the single isolation room and saw Yang Shui, who was deep in thought with her eyes closed. Upon meeting her, he immediately lowered his stance. "First, I apologize for the incident yesterday. Second, I express my highest respect for your rescue efforts yesterday." Yang Shui replied coldly. "There's no need." Zheng Wei wasn't in a hurry. He was already familiar with doing ideological work in the war zone. He moved a chair and sat beside Yang Shui, sighing as he said, "You are truly amazing. You were so heavily injured yesterday, yet you're almost better today." Seeing Yang Shui remain silent, Zheng Wei began to complain. "Having your abilities is really good. You don't need to possess world-destroying power. Even just not getting infected is enough. Yesterday, during the bird swarm attack, our soldiers..." As he spoke deeply, Zheng Wei actually shed a tear. "I'm sorry. They're all comrades who fought alongside me. And just like that, they turn into zombies." A grown man crying in front of Yang Shui made her subconsciously recall Chen Tiansheng's words to her and blurted out, "Don't be such a woman. It's the world's fault, not yours." Zheng Wei's body stiffened, and he said seriously, "I have an unreasonable request, and I don't know if I should say it." "Just say it. Let it out." Zheng Wei cursed inwardly. "Really, you become like the people you associate with. I want to invite you to join the war zone, not for us, but for the common people still trapped. You have been saved, but they are still suffering. The rescue team that went out yesterday suffered heavy casualties. Without your abilities, we can't manage. If we have your help, I believe it will be like adding wings to a tiger." Yang Shui closed her eyes. "If the boss agrees, I will agree. Don't talk to me about this. Talk to my boss." After being dismissed, Zheng Wei tried to persuade her further, but Yang Shui never opened her eyes again. "Fine, I'll go ask others." After bidding farewell to Yang Shui, he went to find the Luo siblings, who were napping in the lounge. Zheng Wei felt it was inappropriate to disturb them, so he sat in the room, waiting and thinking. He waited for several hours and managed to figure some things out. Rescue efforts cannot rely solely on soldiers, nor can all hope be placed on the enhancers. Water can carry a boat and also capsize it. Among so many survivors, there must be some brave souls. With this realization, Zheng Wei called over the publicity officer and instructed him to enter the isolation zone to promote the selection of volunteers for the rescue team widely. Not only would they be given guns, but also money, and future accommodation and living conditions would be guaranteed. Indeed, under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. Some joined the rescue team for the guns, some for future benefits, and others genuinely wanted to contribute. Su Wanqing was one of them. She had been protected by her father and escaped a disaster with her sister yesterday. Today, upon learning of the urgent need for volunteers, Su Wanqing signed up without thinking. And although her father wanted to stop her, when he saw the pamphlet stating that if any accidents occurred during the rescue, the family would receive martyr benefits, he thought to himself, since one daughter might die, at least he still had one left to support him. So he didn't completely stop her. The temporary rescue team, paired with soldiers, was busy all morning, ready to set off for action. The rescue convoy slowly drove out of the exit, and many people spat as they passed the heavy truck, expressing their dissatisfaction with Chen Tiansheng. Su Wanqing truly didn't understand what this was all about. But when she saw the big truck, her hero was sitting in the driver's seat, looking out through the window. On a whim, she jumped down and hurried toward the truck, knocking on the window. "What is the matter?" Chen Tiansheng asked coldly, not changing his expression. "It's like this. I joined a rescue team and wanted to ask you for a favor." Su Wanqing spoke very quickly. "I have a sister named Su Wanqiu. She thinks of you as our hero, just like I do. If anything happens to me, could you please take care of her? I beg you." Su Wanqing got straight to the point and earnestly asked. Chen Tiansheng didn't want to pay her any mind, but since this woman was his admirer, he reluctantly nodded and said, "I will consider it." "Thank you." Su Wanqing quickly kissed Chen Tiansheng on the cheek and then turned red, shyly running away. This was the first time in his life that Chen Tiansheng had received a kiss from a woman. Although this woman had ulterior motives, her smile was so sincere and sweet. As she ran away, glancing back 3 times, it left Chen Tiansheng a bit dazed. "If I don't die, I'll bring you a gift." Su Wanqing got on the vehicle and waved goodbye. This woman really is. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly became alert upon seeing the other people in the vehicle, Bald Cheng as subordinates. Why were they mixed in together? The heart that had just felt a flicker of excitement suddenly turned cold. Good luck. The window rose, once again isolating himself completely from the world. Meanwhile, the Jiangxing General War Zone received an urgent telegram, requesting Luo Ming to immediately depart for the Yuquanshan secret military base. "Yes." Luo Ming saluted, but then said with a troubled expression, "Before departing, can I go to the front line?" The commander said sharply, "Go where? Time is tight. Hurry up," and set off. Pushing Luo Ming out, he kept warning him, "Remember, the report is submitted by you. If there are consequences, bear them yourself. Don't drag me into it." Luo Ming had initially wanted to greet Chen Tiansheng and explain the current situation, but after the commander's words, he realized that this trip to the general staff could be a blessing or a curse. It was still uncertain. Chapter 46. It smells good in the afternoon. Luo Long and Luo Feng, who had been missing for a night, finally reappeared, followed by Zheng Wei from the front line. "Hey, I say, are you annoying or what?" Luo Long was unwilling to listen to his nonsense and retorted, "I've told you many times, as long as my master agrees, we have no objections." Luo Long replied to him a sentence or two, but Luo Feng didn't bother to talk to him at all. Thus, they dawdled all the way back to the vehicle, and in the end, Zheng Wei gritted his teeth and went to knock on Chen Tiansheng's car window again. "Is the fuel full?" He started with a polite remark to break the awkward atmosphere. Chen Tiansheng's response was very cold. "Since it's full, why not drive into the safe zone? Why are we still stopped outside?" Zheng Wei asked, in confusion. "Because I'm contemplating whether to take people and stay away from you idiots, to avoid you getting me killed." That one sentence broke Zheng Wei's defense. His mentality collapsed. After working so hard, he didn't want to just drive people away in the end. It didn't matter whether Chen Tiansheng left or not. But his 3 powerful subordinates absolutely could not be taken away. You can't say that. People are social animals. Everyone gathers together to keep warm and survive in the apocalypse. Can you survive alone if you leave? Chen Tiansheng replied coldly, "From what I see now, we can live better if we leave. At least we won't have to endure the disdain of others." Zheng Wei frowned anxiously. "Where can you go? The whole world is filled with zombies now. Are you going back to Jiangxing?" "Stop joking. Jiangxing has a population of millions, with survivors barely 1 in 10. There are over 1 million zombies. If you take people back to Jiangxing, it's just going to die?" Chen Tiansheng looked silently at Zheng Wei. "You keep talking. Stay, gather together with everyone, strength in numbers." Zheng Wei was so anxious that he was scratching his ears and cheeks, almost letting slip his true thoughts. Chen Tiansheng changed his tone, "But you beg me to stay." After saying that, he started the car and slowly drove into the entrance of the safe zone. Zheng Wei stood in place, gritting his teeth in anger. "I beg your sister." In the car, while Chen Tiansheng was driving, Luo Feng suddenly said, "He wants to recruit me and my brother to join the combat zone." Luo Long immediately expressed, "But we didn't agree." I know." The heavy truck returned to the quarantine area, stopping in its original position. Now the truck was empty of food, with only 3 boxes of water left, and there was nothing to fill their stomachs. "I'm hungry, when are we eating?" Luo Long rubbed his growling stomach. Luo Feng was also hungry, but she was too shy to speak up. Chen Tiansheng remembered the roasted chicken and duck in his spatial backpack, produced by the system, and wondered what effects they had. Let us eat this, one for each of us. When he took out the roasted chicken, the aroma instantly filled the entire truck. The Luo siblings sniffed. The smell was enticing, and they couldn't help but salivate. Chen Tiansheng also didn't expect the roasted chicken to smell so good. Wow, master. You always bring us surprises. Luo Long snatched the roasted chicken, sniffed the aroma, and took a bite. Luo Feng also smacked her lips, but being shy. She didn't ask for one. Chen Tiansheng took out 2 more, giving one to Luo Feng and keeping one for himself. One bite left a lingering flavor. The texture was pure, and the meat was delicious. This kind of delicacy could never have been tasted even before the catastrophe. Wow, this is really delicious. Luo Long ate voraciously, and so did Luo Feng and Chen Tiansheng. However, the survivors outside were having a hard time. Recently, they hadn't eaten or slept well, and yesterday they experienced a bloody night with zombie transformations. Today, everyone was on edge. Suddenly, a refreshing aroma invaded their nostrils, and everyone's stomachs began to rumble. They instinctively looked towards the big truck, swallowing saliva while cursing. Zheng Wei insisted on recruiting the 3 powerful individuals into his organization. Although Chen Tiansheng was obstructing him in the process, it didn't matter. He had a plan. Wasn't there a lot of supplies obtained from heavy truck? Many of them were self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, and frozen dumplings. He could casually take some and personally deliver them to Luo Long and Luo Feng, but not to Chen Tiansheng to see if they were stubborn or just hungry. However, when Zheng Wei carried the self-heating meal to the quarantine area, before he even entered, he caught a whiff of an indescribable aroma. Zheng Wei instinctively swallowed, sniffed his nose, and followed the scent until he arrived under the big truck. He looked around. Every survivor was drooling. The 3 people in the truck were still devouring their food. Was there anyone like them? Were they showing off? Luo Long poked his head out, his mouth greasy from eating, waved his hand, and asked, Zheng Wei, what is up? Nothing. Zheng Wei hid the self-heating meal behind him. Although what he brought was high-end, they were eating delicious roasted chicken. Just by smelling it, he knew there was a world of difference. He didn't want to embarrass himself anymore. Luo Long kept eating while waving his fingers. Then why are you here? Just to mooch off our food. Reluctantly breaking off a chicken leg. Here, take it and eat. Eat your grandpa. Zheng Wei was so angry he almost exploded on the spot. He was Zheng Wei, the head of the safe zone. Being humiliated by a chicken leg was something he could tolerate, but not this. It smells so good. Despite his reluctance, he still reached out to take the chicken leg. His brain was uncontrollable, and he couldn't help but take a bite. After just one bite, Zheng Wei's tears fell. Is this chicken? This is a delicacy. In his entire life, he had never tasted such a heavenly flavor. What if he couldn't eat it again in the future? This is so delicious. Where did this chicken come from? Chen Tiansheng's follow-up remark almost scared Zheng Wei's soul out. Mutated roasted chicken. Mutated. If he hadn't already swallowed, Zheng Wei would have definitely spit it out. Now he wanted to vomit, but his body wouldn't listen. Don't worry, processed mutated meat is beneficial to the human body and won't be harmful. Chen Tiansheng was absolutely right because he already knew the effects of this chicken. It was also by chance that he just discovered it. After eating one chicken, his physical abilities actually increased by 0.01. You have to know that Chen Tiansheng's basic attributes were over 40 now. A level 1 crystal core only increased by 0.01, and a level 2 crystal core only increased by 0.1. Eating one chicken could permanently increase by 0.01, which meant that eating mutated meat could also make one stronger. If it were an ordinary person, it was hard to imagine. In the last life, during the 10 years of the catastrophe, there were rumors that scientists invented a way to remove the toxins from mutated meat and eating it wouldn't get infected. But in the last life, he only heard about it. A small character like him had no chance to eat it. This life was different. Not only had he eaten it, but he also discovered the special effects of mutated meat. A sudden thought sprouted and grew robustly in Chen Tiansheng's heart. Chapter 47, this is a deal, get in the car. Let us make a deal. I need to have a good talk with you. To everyone's surprise, Chen Tiansheng actually let Zheng Wei get in the car. First, Zheng Wei quickly opened the door, put down the fast food in his hand, and said with a smile, "I brought you some food. It's past noon, and I thought you hadn't eaten. Who would have thought your meals were this good? Do you have any left? Can I have a bite?" Upon hearing this, Luo Long hurriedly gobbled up, almost swallowing the last bit of bone scraps. "Enough chit-chat. Let's get to the point." Chen Tiansheng, while wiping his hands, got straight to the point. "You want to get the pineal gland back, that's fine." Zheng Wei's expression froze for a moment. Then he perked up immediately. The pineal gland was indeed a pressing matter, and it was also the most needed research material for their superiors, something that couldn't be taken lightly. "I can trade the pineal gland with you, but I have a few demands." "Go ahead." Chen Tiansheng simply organized his demands and said, "First, when we enter the survivor base, each of us should be assigned a single apartment." Zheng Wei was about to refuse, the words almost on the tip of his tongue, but then thought better of it. Separating them would be good. It would allow for covert operations, making it easier to recruit people. "Fine, I'll arrange that for you when we enter the survivor base. Second, we're not to be restricted by anyone. We should have freedom of entry and exit, freedom to act. And you have no authority to command or interfere with us. You can consider the base your home." At this point, Zheng Wei couldn't hold back anymore. "Have you heard of Erlang Xinyang Jian?" Chen Tiansheng quickly interrupted Zheng Wei's follow-up words. "Listen to the terms, not the declarations. I can help you solve problems and deal with some tricky matters, but I'll say it again, we are free people. We do not obey your commands unless you allow me to command the actions. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Haha, do you really think you're the boss? This thought was kept to himself and not voiced out loud. After all, Chen Tiansheng's conditions were very enticing. His meaning was clear. He wouldn't join the organization, but could help. 3 super soldiers were equivalent to 3 free helpers. This deal was all profit and no loss. "All right, what is next?" Finally, Chen Tiansheng said earnestly, "If you want us to stay long-term at the survivor base, besides the 2 points I mentioned, I also want to do business in the base, and you cannot interfere." Here it comes. Just when I thought Chen Tiansheng had changed. The last point turned out to be the most critical. What a wolf in sheep-esque clothing, a profit-seeking merchant. I can't give you a definite answer on the last request so quickly, but I can guarantee that I'll apply for it once we return to the base. After all, I'm not the highest commander of the base, and it's not solely up to me. Zheng Wei was reminding Chen Tiansheng that even if he were allowed to do business in the base, it wouldn't be at his whim. "You'd better contact your superiors now. If they don't agree, I'll leave with my people immediately. We have different paths and are busy enough, so let us not waste each other's time." Chen Tiansheng threw out the trump card, leaving Zheng Wei speechless. "I'll contact them right away. See you later." Zheng Wei opened the door and got out of the car. Although he said that, he didn't want Chen Tiansheng to succeed. So Zheng Wei's plan was simple. Delay, the longer the better, since it was free labor. In the car, Luo Long asked in confusion, "Master, why don't you just join the organization directly? It's complicated to explain, but you'll understand. Get a good rest tonight. They'll probably let us go on a mission together tomorrow." Luo Long and Luo Feng didn't understand Chen Tiansheng, but with their way of thinking, how could they know Chen Tiansheng's grand blueprint? What is most important in the apocalypse? Resources, especially rare high-level resources. As long as the focus is in hand, all the soldiers and officers in the war zone base will eventually be at his disposal. In the evening, the rescue team returned to the camp in full force. The number of survivors rescued was not many. The 10 or so vehicles combined only rescued a little over 200 people, a stark contrast to the first day. The rescue team leader gathered everyone and reported today's situation to Zheng Wei. The rescue missions are becoming increasingly difficult. Many survivors were found, but the zombies are getting harder to deal with. They just want to die no matter how we fight. That's right, for safety's sake. We can only withdraw for now. Each team was the same. After experiencing the zombie transformation yesterday, the rescue process was more cautious, resulting in no casualties, but also no significant achievements. Zheng Wei patted the shoulders of several team leaders. "Don't worry, I've arranged people for you tomorrow. You've all worked hard today." The team leaders left, but they no longer questioned what arranging people meant. A night passed without incident. The next day, the rescue team prepared to depart early in the morning, with the vanguard team assembled. Tanks and armored vehicles left the safe zone in full force. The team leader called out the volunteers for a hearty breakfast, fostering camaraderie while comforting the volunteers' tense emotions. Su Wanqing finished her breakfast early and, taking advantage of the leader's inattention, sneaked into the quarantine area, heading straight for the large truck. Chen Tiansheng and the others woke up early, just as he expected. Last night, the old fox Zheng Wei sought them out, inviting them to enter the city center with the team today, and to show sincerity, he even returned Yang Shui, which was unprecedented. When Su Wanqing arrived, Chen Tiansheng was preparing to set off. Mr. Mask. Su Wanqing walked over, blushing and looking down. You're wearing the gas mask again. You look so cool like this. Luo siblings and Yang Shui stared blankly at the gossiping scene before them. What's the matter? Chen Tiansheng asked coldly. Su Wanqing pouted and handed something to Chen Tiansheng. A gift for you, something I found during the rescue yesterday. After speaking, she turned and ran away, looking quite shy. The three of them leaned in curiously, eager to see what the boss had received. Chocolate, a girl giving a boy chocolate. Boss, you're really lucky. Yang Sui joked half-seriously. Stop making a fuss and get in the car, we're setting off. Chen Tiansheng couldn't figure out whether Su Wanqing was sincere or had ulterior motives. The heavy truck slowly started, driving out of the quarantine area under everyone's watchful eyes. Zheng Wei had already given the nod. As the heavy truck left, the guards turned a blind eye as if they hadn't seen anything. The rescue team was assembled, and, as usual, Zheng Wei was about to say a few words. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the heavy truck coming out and nodded, saying, Today, the three great gods in the heavy truck will escort you to rescue the survivors. So please cooperate. The team leaders exploded on the spot. Cooperate with the scum Chun. Zheng Wei, are you joking? Is he going to create chaos or rescue? Isn't this just adding trouble for us? Zheng Wei's face darkened, and he said sternly, Are you going to disobey orders? The team leaders all fell silent, and Zheng Wei continued in a low voice. Although Chen the Scum is a scum, his three subordinates are all tough guys. Having three superhumans protect you while you carry out the mission. Less chatter, let us get moving quickly. Chapter 48 Search and Rescue in Jiangxin Development Zone. There are dried bloodstains every few meters on the street, and occasionally, severed limbs and abandoned vehicles are scattered around. The once prosperous development zone is now in ruins. Plastic water bottles roll along the road with the wind, only stopping when they collide with shell casings. The search and rescue team moves in a grand procession, crushing water bottles under their wheels as a line of green trucks speeds by. At the end of the convoy, a civilian Dongfeng heavy-duty truck follows closely, racing through the desolate streets. Attention all teams, we are approaching a danger zone. Everything is unknown. Keep your guns loaded and ready to fire at any moment. Good luck to everyone. The communicator shuts off, and the rescue team splits into three routes, speeding off in different directions. The Dongfeng heavy-duty truck arrives last, and Chen Tiansheng says seriously, check the city map on the computer. The co-driver, Yang Shui, is already prepared and reports. This is the intersection of the development zone and the city center, mostly consisting of commercial housing and high-end villa areas. She pulls up a satellite map, and Chen Tiansheng glances at it, quickly recognizing the area from his 10 years living in Jiangxing. Despite the changes in the city landscape, he remains vigilant, focused on every corner of the street, while driving along the necessary route. The action route of the rescue team was planned in advance. The decoy armor vehicle team will first lure away the wandering zombies, allowing the rescue team to enter the villa area to carry out their search and rescue operations. Chen Tiansheng is responsible for safety, acting as a caretaker, ready to deal with any approaching danger or to prevent it from happening. He decides to skip the formalities, parking the vehicle at the roadside, and the four quickly disembark. Lo Long, Lo Feng, you two keep watch to the east. Yang Shui, you watch the west. After giving the orders, the three split up, effectively blocking the main access route to the development zone, a plan Chen Tiansheng had set up beforehand. They haven't gone far when they hear a commotion from the villa area. Why did it take you so long to arrive? We've been waiting for days. Is there any food? Please give me something to eat. Bring me these famous paintings. They're my most precious collection. I won't ride in your junk vehicle. I have my own car. Just protect us. Before the rescue team can even act, The residents of the villa area begin to chatter incessantly, completely ignoring the volume. Have they all assumed the zombies are deaf? The soldiers remain on alert while trying to calm the residents. And the volunteers quickly jump out of the vehicles to start their search and rescue work. Of course, not all volunteers are good people. Some scoundrels take advantage of the chaos, using various verbal manipulations to get what they want while helping others evacuate. Those who are tough won't be bullied, but the elderly, women, and children are different. An old man, eager to get on the vehicle quickly, secretly hands over his gold and silver valuables to a few thugs. Hey, can you help take care of my little grandson? The rescue team is not composed of professional soldiers. They are a temporary group of people with mixed morals. The same applies to the survivors. There's a hot-tempered big boss who, upon noticing someone subtly asking for benefits, angrily shouts, "What do you mean? Where's your superior? I'm going to report your behavior." The search and rescue work is already time-sensitive. Each community can only stop for a maximum of 15 minutes. If they linger too long, accidents are bound to happen. Just 5 minutes in, an unexpected incident occurs. Not far from the villa area is a large shopping mall. Many people were trapped inside during the acid rain that night, and the decoy vehicle arrived quickly and left just as fast. The zombies in the mall didn't have time to escape, and now, hearing the noise outside, they begin to stumble toward the exit, with several of them rushing out all at once. "I'm reporting this. Your soldiers are soliciting bribes from me. Don't you care about this?" The soldier assigned to watch is entangled by the boss, who keeps complaining and expressing his dissatisfaction, leaving him unable to maintain vigilance and creating a defensive gap. Large groups of zombies spotted at 6 o'clock. A soldier stationed in another direction suddenly warns sharply. The chaos in the villa area escalates. Residents, terrified of facing the zombies, panic and scream, rushing back into their homes to lock the doors and windows, refusing to let others in. Some survivors who have gotten into vehicles are now huddled in corners, clutching their heads and trembling in fear. Fire! Fire! As the soldiers turn their weapons. The zombies have already surged into the villa community. The sound of gunfire is deafening, mixed with the roars of zombies, the cries of children, and the frantic banging on doors, creating a cacophony. This uproar seems to signal to the nearby zombies, "We are here, come quickly." The zombies feel no pain. If bullets don't hit their heads, they will crawl over to devour these survivors. However, among the horde of terrifying zombies, one stands out, a bulging, nearly 2-meter-tall zombie that lumbers forward with heavy steps. This zombie, dressed in a security uniform, has a grotesquely swollen belly that is ripped through its clothing. Although it sways as it runs, it speaks in human language. Hungry, so hungry. As it runs, it resembles a tank, each footfall producing a dull thud on the ground. With a crash, the massive figure bursts through the fence, easily smashing it to pieces, and continues to charge forward. So hungry. Fire. Fire. Shoot the biggest one. Almost all weapons are aimed at it, but this zombie not only speaks but also displays a degree of intelligence. When shot, it surprisingly raises its arms to block the bullets, continuing to charge forward like a beast. The bullets hit it, tearing through its skin and causing dark blood to spill, but they fail to penetrate its body. Only 10 meters away, the ground shakes beneath the zombie's feet, sending tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. The nearest soldier is drenched in sweat. How can we kill this beast? Just then, at the most critical moment, the bullets run out, and there's no time to change magazines. With the zombie now only 5 meters away, its grotesque face is clearly visible, and the foul stench emanating from its mouth is palpable. We're doomed. Just as the soldier prepares to accept his fate, a sudden explosion occurs. Boom! Dust and smoke fill the air, and the terrifying giant is sent flying several meters away, crashing back onto the road. What happened? The soldier looks helplessly toward the center of the swirling smoke, his eyes wide in disbelief. It turns out, Chapter 49, the third stage zombie, it's him. As the dust settled, a person he detested stood before him. The soldier never imagined that in such a critical moment, the one protecting him would be the scumbag, Chen Tiansheng. At this moment, Chen Tiansheng appeared as if he were a deity descending from the heavens, striking like lightning and sending the massive zombie flying over 10 meters away. Then he muttered to himself, "A third stage zombie has appeared." With a contemptuous glance back, he commanded, You all move faster. You can't deal with these zombies. Hurry and take the survivors away. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to get out at all. The rescued soldier instinctively felt resistance. Why should we listen to you? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Chen Tiansheng knock down all the clawing zombies with a punch. The third stage zombie that had been sent flying got back up and let out a hoarse roar. A wave of energy sweeping through, startling everyone and sending chills down their spines. Chen Tiansheng casually said, "If you don't leave, then don't bother leaving. Stay here and die." The soldier's face turned pale with fear, and he turned to shout, "Everyone, hurry up and evacuate. Let's go." With his shout, both soldiers and survivors hurriedly ran towards the convoy. Before everyone could get on board, the vehicles had already started to move. As they slowly began to pull away, soldiers jumped onto the trucks one by one. However, there were still a few volunteers and survivors who hadn't made it onto the vehicles, desperately chasing after the convoy, shouting, "Wait for me. Please don't leave me behind. I don't want to die." The soldiers in the truck reached out their hands, pulling the volunteers up one by one. Meanwhile, the survivors who had locked themselves in their homes saw the rescue convoy leaving and began to curse loudly. "Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Are you just going to run away like this? Do you deserve your title? You are betraying the people. You are unworthy of being soldiers." Their desperate shouts were futile, as the rescue convoy had already driven away. In a panic, he turned and ran into the garage, sweating profusely as he struggled to turn the key in the ignition and press the gas. But his beloved car was like an old man beaten to death, gasping for breath with no sign of starting. "Please, please start." Just as the boss was praying, a massive zombie crashed into the garage, its huge body slamming onto the hood and smashing the windshield. Cracks appeared in the car windows, and black blood flowed into the vehicle through the shattered gaps. The stench overwhelming and chilling to the bone. The middle-aged boss gripped the steering wheel, his body completely stiffening, trembling uncontrollably as a stream of warmth soaked his pants. The third stage zombie struggled to lift its head, baring its fangs and letting out an angry roar. Angry. But immediately after, Chen Tiansheng leaped onto the hood, raising his fist and unleashing a flurry of blows. "Let you be hungry. Let you be hungry." His fists were like a storm, leaving afterimages. With every punch, the luxury car shook, the impact causing the hood to cave in, the windshield shattering completely, and the front of the car deforming under the blows. While Chen Tiansheng was enjoying himself, he accidentally caught sight of the middle-aged boss inside the car, who looked up in astonishment. The middle-aged boss saw this masked figure, his face completely covered, and instinctively forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Chen Tiansheng looked at the boss, but his fist did not stop, continuing to rain down punches. After all, the third stage zombie was a third stage. Its strength and defense were formidable. Even after being hit hundreds of times, it still struggled to resist, seizing an opportunity to push back and knock down the human who was attacking it. "Hungry." The third stage zombie roared, its voice shaking the heavens. The boss inside the car turned pale with fear, instinctively letting out a burp. The third stage zombie turned its head, extending its hand to grab the middle-aged boss. "Hungry." Seeing food so close, it was an irresistible temptation for the zombie. The middle-aged boss trembled, his teeth chattering, his body shaking, his eyes wide open. But he could do nothing. Just as the bloody paw was about to reach out and grab his face, time seemed to freeze, the claw hovering inches away in front of him. Burp. The boss burped again, as if hitting a time button. The third stage zombie turned back in confusion, and then its massive body was suddenly pulled away by an immense force. Chen Tiansheng grabbed the ankle of the third stage zombie and growled, "You dare to push me." Suddenly exerting force, he yanked and threw it. The third stage zombie's huge body was sent flying, crashing through the outer wall of the villa, and it completely disappeared into the opposite villa. Dust and debris filled the air. Chen Tiansheng turned to look at the middle-aged boss, who was still in shock. "I'll come back for you later." With that, Chen Tiansheng dashed forward, his figure vanishing into the air. The middle-aged boss trembled, completely at a loss from the terrifying scene. The third stage zombie crashed through the outer wall of the villa and fell into the living room. At this moment, a disheveled woman, holding a sharp knife, was trembling in the corner of the living room. After the zombie crashed in, She screamed in terror, closing her eyes and wildly swinging the knife in front of her. "Ah, don't come over. Go away, ah." The third stage zombie was not far from her, the stench it emitted making her feel nauseous. Fear. Panic. The woman dared not look directly at the zombie, nor did she want to face the fate of being eaten. Just when she thought she was certain to die, a man suddenly spoke. "Can I borrow your knife for a moment?" The woman instinctively opened her eyes and saw an unbelievable sight. A man in a gas mask was actually standing on a zombie's head, talking to her. "Hey, can I borrow the knife in your hand?" Chen Tiansheng repeated. The woman still couldn't believe it, trembling as she looked at everything in front of her. Chen Tiansheng was also at a loss for words. So he simply reached out and snatched the knife from her hand, turning to the zombie and saying, "Let you be arrogant, die for me." With a slash, black blood spurted out. The third stage zombie struggled in vain, collapsing to the ground, its life force extinguished. Chen Tiansheng dug out the crystal core, holding it up to inspect. Not bad, it's indeed a third stage. Give it a few more days, and it could probably evolve into a fourth stage. Luckily, I discovered it in time. After collecting the crystal core, he turned to the woman, who was completely stunned and muttering to herself, "Don't come over, don't come over." Having seen such things many times in his previous life, he knew that many people would lose their minds in fear. Ignoring the woman's neurotic behavior, he turned to the middle-aged boss, still trembling in the car, and shouted, "You, get over here right now." Chapter 50. Leave me. A batch of people. The middle-aged boss first pointed at his own nose, took a long time to react, stumbled out of the car, and hurriedly ran towards Chen Tiansheng with fear. His legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. "Hero, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I have money. I'll give you whatever you want. I know who you are, Jin Yuan, the boss of the Jiangchang steel factory. But I don't want your money." Chen Tiansheng squatted in front of him and said playfully, "I want you to lead the way. Take me to your steel factory." Boss Jin Yuan kept banging his head. "As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there. I'll take you wherever you want." Chen Tiansheng calmly looked up at the woman who was still squatting in the corner, completely scared silly. "You take her with you." Jin Yuan stumbled to his feet, bypassing the huge zombie, holding back his nausea, and quickly came to the woman's side, helping her up. "Get up, Chief Editor Gu Hong. Let's hurry and go." "Stop dawdling." Chen Tiansheng recognized both of them. The man was Jin Yuan, the steel factory boss, and the woman was Gu Hong, the editor-in-chief of Jiangxing Daily. In his previous life, when Chen Tiansheng was rescued and joined the survivor base, they were the ones responsible for receiving him and arranging his subsequent life. However, after a few days, Jin Yuan was transferred, and it was said that he went to the steel factory for a major operation, bringing back all the steel and lathes from the factory to the survivor base. Jin Yuan made significant contributions and was appointed as the head of steel processing, responsible for crafting cold weapons for the survivors, including the famous long sword wielded by Yang Shui, which was made by Jin Yuan. As for the editor-in-chief, Gu Hong, she was in charge of internal affairs and personnel arrangements at the base, essentially managing human resources. In his previous life, Chen Tiansheng had flattered Gu Hong for a relaxed job. Unexpectedly, in this life, these two were the ones he saved. Indeed, 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River. Jin Yuan helped the frightened Gu Hong out of the ruins. And after Chen Tiansheng punched and killed a zombie, he said without looking back, "You two follow me." Jin Yuan trembled and said, "Hero, I have many valuable things at home, can I?" "No." Chen Tiansheng interrupted directly. "If you want to die, you can take them with you. I won't stop you." No, I won't take them." Jin Yuan hurriedly waved his hands, indicating he was just saying it casually. Chen Tiansheng led the way, killing the remaining zombies, with the two of them supporting each other closely behind. They quickly walked out of the community gate, and Chen Tiansheng stood on the desolate street, looking at the only large shopping mall in the development zone. Since this area had already seen third-tier zombies, there must not be a single living person in that mall. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, if they had evolved to fourth tier and developed special abilities, it would have been a life-or-death situation. However, with the third-tier zombies now dead, there was no longer any threat in this area. Leading the way, he brought the two back to the front of the Dongfeng heavy truck, allowing them to enter the rear compartment first. while Chen Tiansheng drove the truck at high speed to pick up the 3 people. The sound of the search and rescue operation was loud, attracting zombies from within several miles. Luo Long and Luo Feng were responsible for the main road, cooperating with the fire to burn everything in sight. Yang Shui moved quickly, never engaging the zombies head-on, killing them with a single blow without any hesitation. The 3 were responsible for 2 transportation hubs, guarding against distant zombies crossing the line and affecting the rescue. As the heavy truck approached, Chen Tiansheng honked the horn to signal Yang Shui. Yang Shui pierced the zombie's head in one blow and instantly appeared in front of the heavy truck. Chen Tiansheng floored the accelerator, crashing into the remaining zombies, heading straight for the Luo siblings' defense point. At this moment, Luo Long and Luo Feng were in the middle of a massacre, with flames covering the entire street. Not only the zombies, but even the storefronts and billboards on the street were burned to a crisp. Beep beep. The Dongfeng heavy truck arrived before the sound did, and Luo Feng looked back. "Brother, stop playing around. Let's hurry." Luo Long, still lingering on the thrill, turned and followed his sister towards the heavy truck. Quickly jumping onto the vehicle, Luo Long excitedly said, "Master, I've improved a lot now. I can control the flames without burning my pants." Not enough. Chen Tiansheng slammed on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel, speeding back the way they came. The rescue team had agreed to regroup at the edge of the development zone after completing the search and rescue. They must return together. Although the Dongfeng heavy truck was slow, it was not the last one. They had already traveled quite a distance, while the other search and rescue teams were slowly appearing from other directions, speeding ahead. The convoy that had long reached the assembly point had soldiers poking their heads out of the vehicles, anxiously waiting. The rescued survivors were anxious, chattering continuously. "Why aren't we leaving yet? It's been several minutes. Who knows what we're waiting for? If we don't leave soon, what if the zombies catch up? Hey, soldiers, hurry up. We're just ordinary people. We can't fight zombies." "Exactly. We don't want to wait here to die with you." The survivors chattered endlessly. "Shut up." The squad leader, annoyed by the noise, turned and yelled at the survivors. After days of operations, hearing these heart-wrenching words repeatedly, even the best patience wore thin. "You're yelling at me? I'm just a common person. What kind of attitude is this? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you?" A woman shouted sharply, as if the soldiers owed them something. "Everyone, let us keep it down." The rescue team, still as people who Haven Tea returned. "We agreed to leave together, so we should all go back together." Su Wanqing was responsible for mediating the conflict, but as soon as she spoke, the woman yelled, "We don't want to wait here to die with you." Just then, a car horn sounded from around the corner, and everyone turned to look, seeing the Dongfeng heavy truck slowly appearing. "It's not our rescue team." The soldiers' excitement turned into despair, and some were even regretful. Good people don't live long, but the wicked live for 1,000 years, a volunteer muttered. But then they saw another rescue truck turning out behind the heavy truck. "It's our people." The soldiers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't fallen behind, and it was good that they had returned alive. The heavy truck and the rescue vehicle came to a stop in front of each other. As the team leader got into the vehicle to issue the retreat order, Chen Tiansheng suddenly slammed on the brakes in the middle of the road. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding why he had stopped. The heavy truck door opened, and Chen Tiansheng shouted orders while running towards the back of the truck. "Leave me a batch of people, and together we will occupy the development zone and establish a forward base." As he spoke, he opened the rear compartment and pointed at Gu Hong, saying, "Get out. Go back to the safe zone with him." Jin Yuan immediately pointed at his own nose. "What about me? You stay. I have use for you." Without caring about Jin Yuan's expression, which looked worse than crying, Chen Tiansheng pulled Gu Hong out of the truck and pushed her towards the soldiers rushing up. "What do you mean?" Chapter 51. Fight back. The soldiers all held a deep prejudice against Chen Tiansheng. They had known he would disrupt the rhythm, but they didn't expect him to issue commands, completely disregarding organizational discipline. The rescue team soldiers, especially a few squad leaders, surrounded him collectively. "You need to clarify your words." "What do you mean?" Chen Tiansheng looked around and waved his hand, then squatted down on the ground. Everyone stared at him in confusion, not understanding what he was trying to do. He picked up a stone and began to draw on the ground while muttering, "Look, it takes 4 hours to go back and forth from the safe zone to the development zone. All that time is wasted on the road. I observed that there aren't many zombies in the entire development zone right now, and the threat isn't significant. So I plan to set up the current outpost in the mall of the development zone, search for survivors, and arrange for everyone to gather in the mall. You will set up a pickup point here, just responsible for shuttling back and forth and transporting ammunition supplies. An outpost, a pickup team, and a transport team will greatly accelerate the rescue speed. This arrangement is much more effective than what you had before. Is that clear? After throwing the stone aside, the soldiers were left speechless. Someone murmured, "So you're saying that those left at the outpost will have to be on constant guard against zombie attacks? That's too risky." "Well, let be. I won't stay," said Chen Tiansheng. "I won't stay either." The soldiers whispered among themselves, expressing their opinions. Chen Tiansheng looked at a few squad leaders and said seriously, "I just need 10 men. Are there any brave ones? Speak up." With that shout, the soldiers' spirits were ignited. Although they didn't get along, insulting everyone's courage was a personal attack. Rescue team leader Wang Feng gritted his teeth and responded sharply, "I'll stay. Those willing to stay with me, sign up." Rescue team Special Soldier Wang Kai said, "I'm willing to stay." 7th squad member Zhao Tianyu said, "I'm willing to stay." Li Hao said, "I'm willing to stay." In an instant, 6 people signed up, all from one squad. Volunteer Su Wonking also raised her hand. "I'll stay." Nearby, a volunteer, Bald Chong's younger brother, quickly pulled Su Wonking. "What are you meddling for? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Other squad leaders also advised against it. "Wang, don't be impulsive. Chen Tiansheng's actions haven't been approved. This is unauthorized action." Wang Yang knew it was unauthorized, but he felt Chen Tiansheng made a lot of sense. Although the plan was aggressive, it was worth a try. If the outpost was successfully established, all future operations would be very convenient and greatly improve rescue efficiency. Wang Yang said firmly, "Don't try to dissuade me. Even for our suffering compatriots, we are willing to take risks." "Wang, do you trust him?" The serious squad leader pointed at Chen Tiansheng, looking incredulous. "Believe it or not, leave your bullets behind. This afternoon, the rescue team will go directly to the mall in the development zone, and then you'll know," Chen Tiansheng said to himself, stepping forward to point at a survivor on a truck. "Everyone get off. Take other vehicles to the safe zone." The survivors were not accustomed to Chen Tiansheng's commanding tone. "Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you?" They were already troubled, and with Chen Tiansheng's disturbance, the survivors became even more difficult. "There are so many of us. How can those vehicles fit everyone? Are you trying to make it difficult for us? Do you believe we'll file a complaint against you?" Chen Tiansheng was not a soldier and was not as easy to deal with as they thought. "Get off the truck quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." "Oh really? I don't believe it." A middle-aged woman placed her hands on her hips, looking disdainful as if challenging him. It was no wonder she thought this way. The public knew the quality of Huawei's soldiers. If it were other professions like urban management, they might resort to violence, but soldiers wouldn't dare to try that. However, the middle-aged woman's bravado was misplaced. Chen Tiansheng was not a soldier and would not indulge her. He jumped onto the truck and coldly approached the woman. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm telling you. My son is." Chen Tiansheng grabbed her and said, "If you don't leave, I'll help you leave." With that, he tossed the middle-aged woman from this truck to another, causing her to land hard. "Ouch! You bastard, I won't let you go. My son is the district chief. How dare you treat me this way? You're dead." Chen Tiansheng didn't listen to the woman's threats, scanning the area coldly. "Still not leaving? Do you want me to help you out?" The ordinary civilians had never seen such a scene, and they lowered their heads, hurriedly getting off the truck and boarding other vehicles, not daring to utter a word. The soldiers were stunned. They had expected Chen Tiansheng to be at a disadvantage, but they didn't anticipate that his violent methods would be so effective and the civilians would cooperate so well. If they had known earlier, perhaps they wouldn't have lost so many brothers in the past few days. Chen Tiansheng clapped his hands and said, "Split into 2 groups. After sending the volunteers back to the safe zone, immediately bring people to take over the outpost. The vanguard team, follow me back. We leave right now." With that, he jumped off the truck, swiftly boarded the Dongfeng heavy truck, started the engine, and slowly turned. Seeing things had come to this, the other soldiers had no choice but to grit their teeth and hand over their magazines and grenades to Wang Yang's team. "Take care, and remember to protect yourselves. Don't take too many risks. When you come back, we'll drink together." Although reluctant, the mission took precedence over friendship, and they could only watch the two trucks turn back toward the development zone. We should go to, quickly return to the safe zone to report. The two trucks raced back to the development zone, stopping urgently near the mall. Four people jumped out of the truck, and Chen Tiansheng shouted while directing, Yang Shui, Luo Long, Luo Feng, you clean up the remaining zombies nearby. Rescue team, park the vehicles under the mall. As the soldiers jumped out of the truck, they saw Chen Tiansheng quickly run to the opposite side of the road, opening the hood and busily tinkering away. Wang Yang upraised his head closely, holding his gun in a tactical stance, and asked from the window, what are you doing? I'm dismantling the car. Chen Tiansheng violently removed the car battery, and then kicked the headlight off with even more force. He fumbled around for a bit, and when the headlight finally lit up, he waved and shouted, everyone, follow me into the mall. Chen Tiansheng led the way, with the search team closely following. Yang Shui was fast and quickly appeared next to Chen Tiansheng. Luo Long and Luo Feng were slower, and as everyone else entered the mall, they retreated while setting fire, eventually making it inside. Outside, only the smell of burnt remains and the stench of decay lingered in the air. Chapter 52 Development Zone Mall. The Development Zone Mall used to be a vegetable field. After the developers acquired the land, they transformed it into a shopping mall. It must be said that the mall is quite large. The overall structure resembles a tofu-like building located on the edge of the development zone, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. Including the underground supermarket and parking lot, there are a total of 7 floors above and below ground. The first floor has 4 large doors facing east, south, west, and north. If the doors are completely sealed, this mall can easily accommodate tens of thousands of survivors. In the last life, the rescue team did the same, using the mall as a forward outpost for ammunition supply, personnel adjustment, and transferring survivors. Chen Tiansheng still vaguely remembers that the mall served as an outpost for nearly a year and a half, until its destruction was caused by an attack from high-level mutated beasts, which led to the complete obliteration of the mall outpost. However, at this moment, it is the best choice. At least within a year of the Great Catastrophe, no major crisis is expected to erupt. Chen Tiansheng held a battery in one hand and a car headlight in the other, walking at the front of the group. The search team members followed closely behind, guns in hand, their spirits tense, and in a state of panic. Team member Wang Kai murmured in surprise, why is it so dark inside the mall? I can't see anything. Of course, it's dark without electricity. You idiot, Captain Wang Yang muttered in response, clarifying everyone's confusion. It's no wonder someone would ask. In peacetime, the mall was always brightly lit, bustling with activity, and everyone was used to a life with electricity. But after the Great Catastrophe, aside from acid rain and lightning strikes that destroyed most of the power facilities, resulting in a worldwide blackout, entering the mall now, just days after the catastrophe, is indeed an adjustment. To be honest, the mall has glass doors, and the entrance is not too dark, but the space inside is vast. Looking in from the entrance, it feels like stepping into a pitch-black abyss. Human nature inherently resists extremely dark places. As Chen Tiansheng continued leading the way, the more they progressed, the more fearful everyone became. After walking about 20 meters, they finally entered the mall. The light from the car headlight illuminated the ground, revealing shards of glass everywhere. Products scattered all around, and large amounts of dried blood next to the counters. Under the light, a pair of beautiful legs and stockings appeared in everyone's sight. There is someone. Come out. The soldier's hand holding the gun trembled, cold sweat trickling down his face. Chen Tiansheng slowly stepped forward, holding the light. Behind the counter, only a half-body remained. The upper half had long since vanished. Su Wanqing suddenly screamed upon seeing this scene. But the next second she quickly covered her mouth and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm just so scared. Captain Wang Yang casually comforted her. It's natural to be afraid. Even I feel a bit chilly looking at this bloody scene. However, Chen Tiansheng said in a calm tone, there's nothing to be afraid of. There should be no zombies in the mall, just bodies. Everyone, split up and follow my orders. You say there are none. So how do you know? What if there are zombies hiding? Soldier Zhao Tianyu rebutted stubbornly, voicing everyone's concerns. Rolong was the first to object. My master said there are no zombies. So there are none. Why are you all talking so much nonsense? What does it have to do with you? I'm just thinking about everyone. Seeing the situation getting chaotic. Captain Wang Yang quickly intervened. All right, everyone stop arguing. Master Chen, I think we should still be cautious. After all, such a large mall is bound to have dangers lurking in the shadows. If we rush in recklessly, it could lead to disaster. Chen Tiansheng stepped forward calmly, his tone indifferent. For 3 consecutive days, the bait armored vehicle team has followed the same path, and there aren't many zombies left in the entire development zone. During the previous rescue in the villa area, a third-tier zombie suddenly appeared, which can be considered a small leader among zombies. I knew then that it would occupy the mall to control the lower-level zombies and launch an attack on the rescue team. That's why I suggested we return to the mall immediately. Because right now, the mall won't have any dangers, just the fears and obsessions in your hearts. Wang Yang furrowed his brow, pondering, why should I trust you? Chen Tiansheng then shouted loudly, why should I trust you? His voice echoed powerfully, reverberating throughout the mall. Are you crazy? Wang Yang was already sweating and hurriedly tried to stop him. Chen Tiansheng shrugged. If there were zombies, wouldn't they appear if I shout like this? So stop scaring yourselves. Time is tight. Listen to my arrangements. Luo Feng, Yang Shui, you two go to the supermarket and bring up a few boxes of soybean oil. The more the better. Luo Long, you are in charge of clearing and burning the bodies. I don't want to see such corpses in the mall again. The rescue team will send 2 people to the rooftop of the mall to monitor the surrounding movements, while the other soldiers go to the 4 entrances in the east, south, west, and north, sealing all 4 large doors. I want you to ensure that not even a fly can get in. We've done our part. What about you? Wang Kai questioned. Of course, I'm responsible for the parking lot, ensuring the only entrance is safe. Or do you want to go down? Team member Wang Kai shook his head repeatedly. Forget it. I'll follow the captain's orders. Wang Yang didn't dwell on it and turned his head to start assigning tasks. Chen Tiansheng and the 4 turned around directly, each fulfilling their assigned duties. Su Wanqing stood frozen in place, realizing that she had no part in the task distribution. She raised her hand, but didn't dare to speak loudly. Seeing everyone leave, she was left alone in the darkness, feeling frightened, and stubbornly followed Chen Tiansheng. Mr. Mask, wait. Wait for me. Chen Tiansheng didn't stop. Su Wanqing caught up and grabbed his arm. I'm going to the parking lot with you. Don't leave me here alone. I'm scared. It's fine to follow me, but don't hold on to my arm. Su Wanqing immediately let go. If it weren't for the dim light, one would definitely see her blushing cheeks. Carrying the car headlight, they arrived at the edge of the mall, pushed open the door, and the long, dark staircase was intimidating. Chen Tiansheng was unafraid and stepped down the stairs with determination. Su Wanqing's heart raced continuously, closely following Chen Tiansheng. If he slowed down even a bit, they would bump into each other. After winding around, the first basement level was the underground supermarket, and the second basement level was the parking lot. Without the emergency warning lights, it would be pitch dark here, where even holding the car headlight, it still felt like walking in an abyss. You're pulling my arm again. Chen Tiansheng said impatiently, pulling away, and Su Wanqing quickly released her grip, realizing that it was an instinctive action that she hadn't thought through. The terror from the darkness of the parking lot was more horrifying than facing zombies head-on. Chapter 53 Shopping Mall. Chen Tiansheng was not annoyed by Su Wanqing, but rather felt repulsed by someone hugging his arm, especially in dangerous and unknown areas. When someone was hugging his arm, he couldn't react in case of danger, and if attacked, he couldn't dodge. In the early days of the disaster, many couples died this way. Those who had experienced the apocalypse truly despised this gesture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Su Wanqing said, feeling scared, tense, and a bit wronged. After pushing open the underground garage door and walking along the wall for a full 10 minutes, she silently calculated the perimeter of the garage and how many passages led upstairs. There were 4 parking areas, A, B, C, and D, with a total of 6 exits, 2 of which were elevators. After taking a round, she had a complete plan. She first handed the car headlights and battery to Su Wanqing, asking her to hold them properly, and then Chen Tiansheng walked up to a small car. With a strong push, the small car was pushed sideways, its tires screeching against the ground. The car completely blocked the elevator exit, ensuring that no zombies could crawl up from inside. Based on the positions of the 4 parking areas and the parking lot entrance, Chen Tiansheng chose to keep the farthest D exit. He first went to the parking lot entrance and, starting from there, arranged the nearby vehicles neatly, connecting the front and rear, extending all the way to the D exit. Once the layout was complete, the underground parking lot looked like a go-kart track, with all the barriers formed by the parked vehicles, guiding vehicles to the correct entrance. If zombies invaded, the vehicles could also serve as cover, providing better protection for shooting. After completing all this, Chen Tiansheng did not rush to leave. He pried open the electric car's hood, removed the battery, and violently kicked off the car headlights, making several lighting tools in the underground parking lot. During this time, Su Wanqing held the flashlight, trembling and looking around nervously, scaring herself with imagined scenes of zombies jumping out. Despite her fear, she did not leave, her arm holding the battery aching. Yet she persevered in providing light for Chen Tiansheng. By the time Chen Tiansheng finished, nearly 2 hours had passed. Done. Chen Tiansheng clapped his hands, looking at the parking lot layout, nodding in satisfaction. Can we go upstairs now? Yes, let us go up, Su Wanqing replied. Before heading upstairs, Chen Tiansheng had one last task, to block all 3 exits A, B, and C with vehicles. Then he would seal the door completely by welding it shut from the inside, leaving only one exit. Even if zombies attacked, it would be like a single warrior holding the pass against thousands. Returning upstairs with Su Wanqing, they hadn't even entered the mall lobby when they heard 2 people inside muttering, questioning everything. I really don't understand what the captain is thinking. Why listen to that scumbag Chen? There are so many things we can't comprehend. Look at the 3 great ones. They're so capable. Yet they still listen to scumbag Chen's orders. I feel sorry for those 3. I heard rumors from above that as long as they join the organization, they'll be directly promoted to the title of general. That is a title we could only dream of as ordinary soldiers. Look at them. They join the organization and immediately reach the peak. Can people really be compared? Just then, Chen Tiansheng pushed the door open. The sudden action startled the 2, and in a flurry, they aimed their guns. But when they saw Chen Tiansheng brush past them, they felt awkward. Su Wanqing, holding the spotlight, gave an awkward smile and hurried after Chen Tiansheng. At this time, the mall was lit with oil lamps. Although it wasn't as dark as before, there was at least a faint glow. However, the smell inside the mall was particularly pungent and unpleasant. Even with Chen Tiansheng wearing a gas mask, he couldn't escape the burnt smell of protein. Rolong, you idiot, get out here right now. Rolong appeared at the railing on the 2nd floor. What is the matter, master? Chen Tiansheng cursed. Are you stupid? I told you to burn the bodies, but I didn't say to do it inside. Can't you move outside to burn them? You've made the whole mall a smoky mess. Aren't you afraid of carbon monoxide poisoning? About that. Rolong scratched his head awkwardly. I'll move right away. Master, don't be angry. A soldier stepped forward to mediate. Hey, why are you shouting? Do you know how many bodies are in a mall? You leave the dirty work to us, and now you're complaining. Huh? Su Wanqing hu di den et lai. It's not like that. Just now, Mr. Chen. Shut up. What is there to explain to these big-headed soldiers? Hey, who are you cursing at? The soldier pointed angrily at Chen Tiansheng, ready to argue. Li Hao quickly intervened. Lu Ge, give him some face. Stop arguing to avoid hurting feelings. The soldier, held back by his comrade, looked at him in surprise. Hey, Li Hao, why are you siding with someone like him? Li Hao, looking troubled, said, no matter what, he saved my life this morning. Indeed, it was Chen Tiansheng who saved Li Hao from a 3rd-tier zombie. This life-saving grace had completely changed Li Hao's attitude towards Chen Tiansheng. Chen Tiansheng didn't have time to consider what these big-headed soldiers were thinking. In the early days of the disaster, with the world in chaos and rules collapsing, life would only become more difficult. A complete mall like this would be rare in the future. In his spare time, he wanted to stroll around the mall and pick out some useful items, something he wouldn't even dream of in the apocalypse. Now, while it's not costing any money, the 1st floor of the mall was mostly brand name stores. The clothes they sold were not only expensive, but also made from cheap materials. In the apocalypse, such clothes were useless except as tarps. After wandering through the specialty stores and finding nothing appealing, he went to the 2nd floor and passed by a handmade leather jacket shop. Chen Tiansheng stepped inside, with Su Wanqing closely following, her arms trembling from holding the battery and spotlight. Mr. Mask, my name is Chen Tiansheng. You can call me Tiansheng. Just don't call me Mr. Mask. Chen Tiansheng finally took off his gas mask and goggles, tossing them aside, and casually picked up a fitted women's leather jacket. Come here. Su Wanqing instinctively walked over. Chen Tiansheng held the leather jacket up to her to measure. Su Wanqing excitedly asked, "Are you helping me pick out clothes?" Just as she felt a surge of excitement and joy, she heard Chen Tiansheng's next words, which felt like a bucket of cold water being poured over her. "With so many clothes, pick whatever you like. What about you then? Young Sue? Young Sue? Young Sue." Chen Tiansheng shouted 3 times, and Sun Yang Shui rushed in, panting, and asked, "Did you call me?" Chapter 54, Forgetting You. Chen Tiansheng tossed the leather jacket, hitting Yang Shui's face. "Change out of those clothes. Wear this leather jacket instead. It's durable and bite-resistant, and you can just wipe it clean with a wet towel. It's 100 times better than what you're wearing." Yang Shui looked at the leather jacket in her hands. Without a second thought, she began to change into it. Chen Tiansheng continued to pick out clothes, and when he noticed the light's source hadn't followed him, he turned to see Su Wanqing pouting, rubbing her sore arms, looking a bit angry. "If you're tired, just put it down. You should hurry and pick a set too. In this apocalypse, even ordinary clothes don't hold up well. Only leather jackets are durable." Su Wanqing, feeling a bit jealous, put down the battery and headlight and began to select her favorite clothes in the leather shop. Chen Tiansheng accidentally spotted a leather trench coat, a black outerwear that reached past the knees, loose and fitting, resembling Morpheus from the Matrix. He took the trench coat from the shelf and tried it on, feeling that it looked pretty good. Suddenly, Yang Shui interrupted. "Aren't you going to change what's underneath?" Chen Tiansheng turned around to see Yang Shui putting on leather pants, her slender legs appearing beautifully under the dim light. "What?" Realizing, he quickly turned his head to the side. Yang Shui pulled up her pants and continued. "Aren't you going to change your clothes underneath?" "Yes, change everything." Only then did Chen Tiansheng take off the leather trench coat, revealing a tight leather shirt, leather pants, and leather boots, looking completely refreshed. Once all 3 had changed their clothes, Chen Tiansheng glanced over, the leather outfits accentuating the 2 women's elegant figures. However, women tend to take longer to choose clothes, especially Su Wanqing, who was trying on one piece after another. Chen Tiansheng helplessly sat down to think. For now, he didn't need clothes, it was weapons he needed. "Wait." Chen Tiansheng scratched his head, thinking and recalling repeatedly. "Did I forget something?" It was right on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't remember. What did I forget? Clothes, weapons. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "Damn, I forgot about him." He got up and ran, shouting as he reached the door, "Yang Shui, I'm going out to take care of something. I'll be back soon. You don't need to follow." Before he finished speaking, Chen Tiansheng completely disappeared from the 2nd floor. He leaped down from the 2nd floor, startling several soldiers working nearby. "What the hell?" And they saw Chen Tiansheng dash away. "Are you crazy?" He rushed to the entrance where Captain Wang Yang was nailing boards. The entrance was already completely sealed off. "What's the matter?" Seeing Chen Tiansheng run over, he thought something had happened. He quickly stopped, turned around, and ran the other way. "It's nothing, you carry on." Chen Tiansheng rushed downstairs, bursting out of the underground parking lot, panting heavily as he reached outside. The street was cold and desolate, with newspapers and trash swaying in the wind. A zombie with a broken leg was meandering slowly, sniffing the air as if searching for human scent. It was close to the heavy truck, letting out a hissing howl while wandering around the front and back of the truck. Chen Tiansheng stepped forward and punched the zombie's head, exploding it, before opening the back of the truck. As the door swung open, Jin Yuan inside was so excited he was almost crying. "Finally, big brother, I thought you forgot about me." "Of course I didn't forget you. If I hadn't thought of getting a proper weapon, I wouldn't have remembered you at all." But he didn't say this out loud. When Jin Yuan excitedly jumped out of the truck and looked around, he was dumbfounded, staring at Chen Tiansheng. "Isn't this still near my house? You locked me in the truck for so long, and after a few hours you brought me back?" Chen Tiansheng grabbed his arm and pulled him away. "Stop talking nonsense and come with me." Jin Yuan had a bad temper. Having been a boss for over a decade, he had developed a fiery temperament. If he hadn't seen this powerful guy tear a zombie apart with his bare hands, and if he could take him on, he would have challenged him. "Big brother, where are you taking me?" "Let's talk, just follow me." They re-entered the underground parking lot, retracing their steps back upstairs. As soon as they entered the hall, several soldiers were gathered, whispering while holding guns. What is he rushing off to do? When Chen Tiansheng pushed the door open, the soldiers visibly froze. Where did you find a living person? I put him in the truck, hand him over to you, and find him some work. After dropping this line, Chen Tiansheng turned and left. Jin Yuan was furious. Once Chen Tiansheng completely disappeared, he cursed loudly. I'm your elder, and you really forgot me. No matter what, Jin Yuan was still alive, so Chen Tiansheng felt relieved. Meanwhile, Yang Shui's figure flashed, sliding a few meters in front of Chen Tiansheng, stabilizing herself, and hurriedly spoke. Is something wrong? It's nothing. By the way, go to the supermarket and find some white liquor. Go out from parking lot D and sprinkle it outside to mask her scent. Remember to do this every day. Okay. Yang Shui quickly went to work. From the second floor, Su Wanqing's voice came through. Where are you? Where are the people? Come out. Don't scare me. I'm scared alone. With no choice, Chen Tiansheng quickly returned to the second floor, following the voice until he saw Su Wanqing holding the headlight. Upon seeing Chen Tiansheng again, tears streamed down her face. Where did you go? You scare me to death. Stop crying. Chen Tiansheng was good at comforting others. After scolding her, he turned and left, continuing to take Su Wanqing around the spacious mall. Most of the first and second floors were clothing stores. The third floor sold children's products. And besides daily necessities, there were also toy and gift shops. There wasn't much to browse, but he accidentally spotted a store that had the urgently needed items. Wait, give me the light. He snatched the battery and headlight and walked into the store. This was a gift shop, with items scattered all over the floor, and there was even an arm that had been torn off behind the counter. However, what caught Chen Tiansheng's attention were the various controlled knives displayed on the shelves. Most controlled knives sold in the city were decorative items, mostly wall hangings, and this shop was no exception. He took down a Frostmorn, holding the hilt with one hand and bending the blade with the other. With a bit of force, it snapped in two. Trash. He tossed on the ground and tried other weapons. In the end, he kept two usable ones, both decent tang swords, one for Yang Shui and one for himself. The only downside was that neither weapon was sharpened. Let us just go with this for now. He packed the collected cold weapons onto his back and continued to take Su Wanqing around the mall. Chapter 55. Entering the city for search and rescue. The goods inside the mall were dazzling, with everything needed for eating, wearing, and using, but after wandering around several times, Chen Tiansheng couldn't find a single usable weapon. Just when he was frowning in difficulty, Luo Long came over, sweating profusely. Master, I've finished the work. Hundreds of corpses have all been burned on the rooftop. I'm exhausted. Well, you've worked hard. Take a break for now. We still have to go out for search and rescue this afternoon. As he spoke, he tossed a bottle of spring water to him. Thank you, Master. Luo Long opened the bottle cap and gulped it down, wiping his mouth and asking curiously, Master, what are you looking for? I'm looking for weapons, usable weapons. Luo Long seemed to remember something and said, but you can't find them here. It's useless to look. Oh, where should we go to look then? Chen Tiansheng retorted. Follow me, Master. Luo Long led the way, quickly walking to the edge of the mall. Not far ahead, he kicked open a fire hydrant, revealing firefighting equipment, hoses, extinguishers, and a sharpened fire axe. He took it out and tossed it to Chen Tiansheng, just like the one you used before. Try the feel. Chen Tiansheng smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Luo Long's guidance, he would still be searching around like a headless fly. All right, let us find a few more as backups. This kind of axe won't last long. It'll be damaged in a few days. Okay. Luo Long turned around and ran off energetically. With the handy fire axe in hand, Chen Tiansheng felt a surge of confidence. Ever since returning from the farm, his fire axe had completely worn out, and he had to fight zombies barehanded, which felt quite uncomfortable. Around 2 p.m., our search and rescue convoy has arrived. Should we go out to greet them? A soldier on lookout shouted from the top floor. No need, Chen Tiansheng shouted back. There are people outside to greet them. Indeed, Yang Shui was outside spraying alcohol for disinfection. When the search and rescue convoy arrived, she would definitely lead them in. With reinforcements arriving, everyone hurried downstairs to the underground parking lot, where military trucks were making their way through the track, twisting and turning. The driver was puzzled. Who the hell did this? Isn't this just idle? The convoy slowly stopped, and as the doors opened, Zheng Wei jumped down, quickly crossing over to Chen Tiansheng. Wait until I settle accounts with you. Are you out of your mind? Why are you taking my people on such a risk? If something goes wrong, how am I supposed to explain it to the higher-ups? Zheng Wei grabbed Chen Tiansheng by the collar and began to yell. Chen Tiansheng ignored his rude behavior. I thought you had some brains before, but now I think you're just an idiot. He forcefully pulled Zheng Wei's hand away and coldly continued. The bait armored vehicles still have their uses in the development zone. But once we enter the city, facing hundreds of thousands of zombies, do you think the armored convoy will continue to be bait? Or will they be food for the zombies? His retort stunned Zheng Wei. Chen Tiansheng pointed at Zheng Wei's chest, speaking each word clearly. This huge mall can accommodate tens of thousands of people as a shelter. You don't want it as your current outpost? Are you out of your mind? Zheng Wei swatted Chen Tiansheng's hand away, glaring at him angrily. Finally, he turned and shouted, "Unload the cargo. Set up the position." In fact, on the way here, Zheng Wei had already realized the cleverness of this arrangement. Not to mention the base, safe zone, and mall outpost were too far apart. If a base could be established in the development zone, the search and rescue mission would be much more efficient. The development zone mall was indeed the best choice. Zheng Wei had figured it out long ago and recognized this bold action. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come personally. He just couldn't help but vent his frustration on Chen Tiansheng. If you have good suggestions, go back and say them. Discuss them. What does it mean to act first and report later? If someone else were in charge, they'd be furious too. Seeing that Zheng Wei was no longer holding a grudge, Chen Tiansheng waved. Luo Long, Luo Feng, Yang Shui, let's go. Chen Tiansheng led the team out, and Zheng Wei was taken aback, quickly shouting, "Hey, where are you going?" "Search and rescue. A round trip will take 4 hours. You're wasting time." "I don't want to waste it. Let your people familiarize themselves with the environment while I'm busy." Although Chen Tiansheng said it nicely, it sounded uncomfortable to others. The four of them walked out of the underground parking lot with great momentum. Yang Shui took a bottle of white liquor from a flower bed and poured it on the ground to eliminate the smell. Chen Tiansheng drove the vehicle over, and after the three got in, they directly started heading towards the city. Luo Long distributed the axes from his back and handed one to Yang Shui, saying, "Here is the weapon I collected. See if it's suitable for you." Yang Shui took it and felt it was heavy, awkwardly saying, "It's too heavy for me." Chen Tiansheng added, "I found a few knives, but they're not sharpened." In fact, Yang Shui had seen them long ago and was waiting. She didn't ask since Chen Tiansheng hadn't given them to her. "It's okay as long as we're fast enough. It doesn't matter if they're sharpened or not." Chen Tiansheng took off his backpack and turned it over, tossing everything to her. "Take it." Thus, Chen Tiansheng drove while Yang Shui sharpened the knives, and Luo Long hummed a little tune as they slowly reached the edge of the city. Adjacent to the development zone was an elevated bridge. Going down from the bridge led them to the outskirts of the city. Before they even got off the bridge, they saw zombies wandering on the street, in shops, on the roads, and in flower beds, in groups everywhere. So many? Chen Tiansheng stopped the car on the bridge, pulled the handbrake, and said, "Remember, we'll search and rescue building by building, prioritizing speed. We must not get entangled in fights." After saying that, he opened the door and jumped out, only to be hit by a wave of foul odor. Chen Tiansheng instinctively touched his face and froze. "Where's my gas mask?" Yang Shui was on guard with her knife. "Left it at the leather store." "Damn, no wonder it smells so bad." To be honest, the greatest decision after being reborn was buying a gas mask. It not only blocked germs, but also cut off 90 of the foul smell. Now, smelling the odor of the apocalypse again was indeed somewhat uncomfortable. "Charge. Let us rescue the survivors in the first residential building." The three quickly rushed forward, and Yang Shui vanished into thin air. The zombies sniffed the air, detecting human scent, and roared as they rushed over. "Burn them with fire." Luo Long and Luo Feng stopped, one conjuring flames, the other controlling the wind direction, letting the fire engulf the zombies. Zombies have no sense of pain, even if their bodies were engulfed in intense flames. As long as their brains were unharmed, they continued to charge forward tirelessly. Chen Tiansheng wielded the fire axe, blocking and chopping down the rushing zombies, each swing taking a head flying. The survivors inside the residential building saw this scene, and for the first time in their lives felt so excited, opening windows and shouting, "Help! Save us! We have elderly and children at home. Save us first! Help! There's zombies outside our door." Chapter 56. Carving a bloody path as the survivors shouted to attract the zombies. The three fought fiercely and slowly advanced. Yang Shui's figure flashed back to Chen Tiansheng's side. "Boss, the hallway of the first residential building is blocked by someone. They're locking it from the inside, and we can't get in." Chen Tiansheng swung his axe, beheading a zombie, and instructed, "You go negotiate with the residents. Tell them we're here to rescue them, and that they need to open the door immediately." Yang Shui turned and shouted at the residential building, "Open the door quickly. We're here to save you. Your hallway is locked from the inside, and we can't get in." As soon as she finished speaking, a hideous-looking man yelled back, "Save you? With just the four of you pathetic losers? How dare you call yourselves rescuers? Open your eyes and take a good look. All the zombies on this street have been attracted by you. You might as well wait to die." Yang Shui's face flushed with anger as she looked at Chen Tiansheng. "Boss, forget about the people in this building. Let's move to the next one." Chen Tiansheng decapitated another zombie and glanced at the man who had shouted. The man wore a fierce expression, his eyes red with murderous intent, a sign that he had killed before. Chen Tiansheng's eyes turned cold. They came to save people, but were instead cursed at. The man had sealed off the hallway, making it clear that he was king of the mountain, imprisoning the residents, and perhaps even resorting to cannibalism. This was a cannibal. No way. But Chen Tiansheng couldn't think about that now. The number of zombies attracted by the shouting was increasing, and the fire had already spread nearly 100 meters. Despite this, the zombies kept pouring in. If they didn't hurry to enter the hallway, they would have to temporarily retreat and plan again. Just then, Yang Shui appeared again. "Boss, follow me. The door to the second building is open." Chen Tiansheng led the way, and the three fought while retreating quickly to the front of the second residential building. Once inside the hallway, Chen Tiansheng closed the hallway door behind them. "Yang Sui, lead the way. Luo Long, Luo Feng, follow me." With a single knife, Yang Shui charged ahead, swiftly beheading two wandering zombies in the hallway. When they reached the corner of the second-floor staircase, Chen Tiansheng smashed the corridor's glass with his axe. "Luo Long, Luo Feng, you two set fire downwards. Burn it hard." After giving the orders, Chen Tiansheng shouted, "Residents in the hallway, listen. We are a rescue team from the survivor base. For those still alive, you have 2 minutes to come out of your homes. We will protect everyone to the safe zone. If you stay in your homes, we won't be able to save you." Chen Tiansheng's shout was effective. Even the shyest resident felt compelled to act. Many households opened their doors, old and weak, women and children, young and strong adults, all together making a crowd of over 20 people. This was real rescue. After muttering a few words, Chen Tiansheng let Luo Long and Luo Feng continue to burn, with Yang Shui covering the rear. He then rushed to the door and shouted, "Luo Long, Luo Feng, I will count to 3, and then you stop. After 10 seconds, protect the survivors as they rush out. Stick close to me. Understood?" "Understood, master." 3, 2, 1. Boom! The hallway door was smashed open, knocking back the zombies on fire at the entrance. Chen Tiansheng swung his fire axe, charging out. Outbreak, where his axe passed. Heads rolled. The zombies in the community and those pouring in were slaughtered by Chen Tiansheng alone, reminiscent of Zhao Zilong storming into Chao's camp, killing continuously. Kill! With a roar, he carved a bloody path. Before the zombies could rush up, Chen Tiansheng took the lead and continued to sweep through. A path to safety opened up, and Luo Long and Luo Feng led the survivors out, using their powers of fire to protect the flanks, shielding the survivors from zombie interference. Yang Shui coordinated to finish off any stragglers. Thus, the 4 of them guarded over 20 survivors as they charged out of the residential area and back onto the street. Chen Tiansheng single-handedly held off all the zombies, urging everyone to get into the vehicle. "Master, what about you? I never said I would stay behind. Get the survivors in the vehicle now, then come support me." Chen Tiansheng shouted while fighting. Luo Long and Luo Feng didn't waste words. They led the survivors to the truck, quickly helping them into the back. The entire process took just 5 minutes, far quicker than the previous soldiers' efforts. But just then, a kitchen knife sliced through the air, hurtling towards the desperate Chen Tiansheng. Yang Shui reacted swiftly, her figure flashing as she slashed with her knife, deflecting the spinning kitchen knife. Yang Shui and Chen Tiansheng glared at the source of the attack. The previously shouting man, now with a grotesque expression, roared, "This damn apocalypse should kill us all. If I can't live, neither will you. Let's die together." He pulled out another kitchen knife and hurled it at Chen Tiansheng. Just one look, and Chen Tiansheng felt something was wrong. At such a distance, an ordinary person's strength couldn't throw that far. But this man not only could, but the power was immense. "Get down." Chen Tiansheng swung his axe, successfully knocking the kitchen knife away, but the tremendous recoil left his arm numb. He glared at the man, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose complexion was unhealthily pale. "Oh no, it's a mutated cannibal. Trouble. Run." Chen Tiansheng decided not to linger. He fought while retreating, slowly moving back 10 meters to the rear of the truck. At this point, all the survivors had boarded, and although terrified, they looked at Chen Tiansheng with intense focus. An elderly person clasped their hands in prayer, hoping for survival. "Master, we're here." Luo Long and Luo Feng rushed over to provide backup, combining their powers to burn the hundreds of zombies chasing them, creating a massive wall of fire to block the pursuit. "Let's go, hurry." Chen Tiansheng shouted, quickly jumping into the driver's seat of the truck, releasing the handbrake, starting the engine, and flooring the accelerator, all in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The truck roared to life, tearing forward like a rampaging beast. "I'll go get Luo Feng." Yang Shui's figure flashed as she dashed out of the vehicle, scooping up one survivor and pulling them inside, followed by a second. Once all three were safely in the truck, the horde of zombies, having lost their target, pounded and clawed at the truck, their bodies engulfed in flames. Yet they still refused to die, swarming in countless numbers. Chen Tiansheng slammed the accelerator to the floor, rapidly increasing speed. 40 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour, 80 miles per hour within moments. They were going over 100 miles per hour. The zombies at the back grew increasingly distant, and aside from Chen Tiansheng, the other three felt a mix of relief and excitement after the brush with death. So exhilarating. Chapter 57. Ogres. Not only were the three of them feeling great, but Chen Tiansheng was also very pleased. The points were rising like a tide, and there was also an unknown worship value. When he opened the system reputation page, more than 20 unfamiliar names appeared at once, with loyalty fluctuating between 20 and 30. Upon closer inspection, Jin Yuan's worship level was already at 35. The last person on the list was Li Hao, whose loyalty was a pitiful 2. The name sounded somewhat familiar, and, after recalling, he remembered it was a small soldier from the rescue team. If you want to worship, then worship. What S with the 2? What a waste of feelings. Now the worship points had surpassed 1,000, ultimately stopping at the number 1032. Not knowing what use worship would have in the future, he didn't care for now. Closing the system page, he heard the three of them chatting. "It really is true that all kinds of people exist. We want to save them, and even if they don't help, they still stab us in the back. What a jerk." "Exactly. People like that aren't worth saving." The three were venting their dissatisfaction. Chen Tiansheng interrupted, saying, "You three listen. If you encounter such people again, make sure to kill them with one blow. Otherwise, run as far as you can." The three were a bit confused, and Luo Long asked in surprise, "Master, is that person very powerful?" Chen Tiansheng pondered for a moment and sighed heavily. "It's not that he is powerful, he is very terrifying." The three widened their eyes. Anyone who could scare Chen Tiansheng must be extraordinary. Or perhaps this person had some secret that they were unaware of. Chen Tiansheng noticed their confusion and patiently explained while driving. After the acid rain, humanity mutated. Either they became healthy new humans or evolved beings. In between, there exists a disgusting existence known as ogres. Hearing these 3 words, the three felt a chill down their spines. Ogres, eating people. There are actually such disgusting and brutal people in the world. Chen Tiansheng continued to explain. As far as I know, acid rain altered human genes, allowing the human body to break through genetic shackles. Regardless of whether there was direct contact with the acid rain, our genes have been subtly rewritten. Zombies eat people because they had direct contact with acid rain. absorbing too much prion virus, which destroys their entire genetic chain, turning them into mindless, soulless beings. Ogres, although not directly affected by the acid rain, evolve their genes through cannibalism. Once they taste the sweetness, they become uncontrollable, existing between zombies and humans. The terrifying part about them is that they not only possess human intelligence and the abilities of new humans, but also cannot be attacked by zombies. Cannot be attacked by zombies. Why is that? The three were horrified, because after ogres eat people, the scent they emit is similar to that of zombies, causing zombies to treat ogres as one of their kind, preventing them from killing each other. Evolved ogres can even control zombies to attack humans. They are the scum of humanity, madmen in the apocalypse, a group of extreme perverts. The three were dumbfounded for a while, and after Yang Shui came back to her senses, she hurriedly asked, "How do we distinguish ogres from ordinary people? Yes, how do we identify if he is an ogre?" Luo Long also followed up with question. There are 3 ways to identify them: blood-red pupils, skin as pale as snow, and an indescribable aura that is difficult to conceal. It's a nauseating feeling that can be sensed as soon as you get close. Yang Shui then asked, "The ogre we saw earlier, can we kill him?" "Yes, but we need to set up in advance," Chen Tiansheng said firmly. He locked himself in the corridor and hasn't come into contact with the outside zombies yet. So I deduce that he still doesn't know he won't be attacked by zombies. Luo Feng whispered, "Fortunately, he doesn't know yet. If he mixes in with the survivor group, oh my, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Exactly." Chen Tiansheng agreed with Yang Shui's statement. "From the kitchen knife we just threw, he has already obtained a first-level ability, which means he must have eaten at least 10 brains. If this madman is not eliminated, he will definitely become a major problem in the future." Ugh! Luo Feng felt her stomach churning and opened the car window to vomit uncontrollably. Yang Shui also felt a bit nauseous. "Don't say any more. It's too disgusting. I feel like I'm going to throw up too." Chen Tiansheng kept quiet, his gaze unwavering. They were about to arrive at the development area shopping mall, and with a large group, they would re-enter the city. This time, they must kill him. They absolutely cannot let someone like him roam free. The heavy truck sped back to the development area, and as they entered the underground parking lot, the soldiers were all waiting. Chen Tiansheng and the others had only been gone for less than half an hour, and they didn't know if they had brought back survivors. The soldiers had been searching for several days, and every search was extremely arduous. They definitely wouldn't have time to make a round trip in just half an hour. At this time, many soldiers were waiting to see the spectacle. Yang Shui was the first to jump out of the car, glancing at the surrounding soldiers. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and come help." "Help? What help?" The soldiers were puzzled. Could it be that they really brought back survivors? "Don't joke around. If they really did, I'll write my surname backward from now on." Just as he finished speaking, the truck door opened, and the voices of survivors filled the air. "Where's this? Are we safe now?" Yang Shui supported the survivors as they got out of the car, one by one, dozens of them continuously getting out. The soldiers were dumbfounded, and then the most shocking scene unfolded. The survivors who were brought back were filled with gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. And some even took the lead to kneel down to Chen Tiansheng. "Benefactor, thank you for saving our family. We will never forget your great kindness." With someone taking the lead, the others knelt down one after another, over 20 survivors, without exception, all kneeling and bowing to thank Chen Tiansheng for saving their lives. Am I seeing things? When we saved people before, why didn't anyone kneel to us? The soldiers felt a bit sour in their hearts. After all, they had never been worshipped like this. "Everyone, don't be polite, get up." After Chen Tiansheng said this, he turned around and shouted at the soldiers watching. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and come help." The soldiers reacted and rushed forward, helping the survivors upstairs. Chen Tiansheng went directly to find Zheng Wei. In fact, he didn't need to search intentionally. Zheng Wei had already been waiting in the shopping mall lobby after hearing the report, and upon seeing the survivors appearing one by one, he couldn't believe his eyes. They had been searching for so many days, and aside from the first day, when things went smoothly, the subsequent rescues had either resulted in very few people being saved or heavy casualties. Yet Chen Tiansheng had brought back over 20 people in just one trip. How'd he do it? Just as he was puzzled, Chen Tiansheng hurriedly walked over and said seriously, "Old Zheng, I need to discuss something with you." Chapter 58, Failed Kill. Wait a minute. Zheng Wei hurriedly interrupted. You first tell me how you managed to bring back so many people in 30 minutes without a bait car? Chen Tiansheng replied calmly. If you sent someone to accompany me, you would know. But right now, I have another very important matter to discuss with you. Discuss? Zheng Wei's heart tightened. Chen Tiansheng was known for his unilateral decisions, and for him to say discuss meant this was not a simple matter. What do you want to do? You're not changing the strategy again, are you? Zheng Wei was understandably anxious, as Chen Tiansheng left a deep impression on him. No, I need a gun. A sniper rifle. Zheng Wei was speechless for a long time, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. Relax, and don't be so suspicious. A sniper rifle? Even in the base, that's a controlled weapon. If you need it, I can apply for it, but can you first tell me what you need a sniper rifle for? Who cares about so many rules? I want it now. Are you giving it to me or not? Chen Tiansheng's eyes were cold, and his voice was serious, leaving no room for refusal. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll get you one. Zheng Wei was intimidated by Chen Tiansheng's glare and agreed on the spot, only to regret it immediately. But you have to agree to one condition. Take my people with you for the rescue. There are still a few hours until dark, and if it takes 30 minutes for each trip, we should be able to make a few more rounds. No problem. Chen Tiansheng agreed immediately. Gather your people in 5 minutes, and we leave in 5 minutes. Zheng Wei didn't have time to be dazed and turned to shout, search and rescue team. Gather quickly and cooperate in the search and rescue operation. 3 minutes later, the soldiers had gathered in the underground parking lot, lined up orderly, counting off as 1, 2, 3. Zheng Wei brought a soldier to Chen Tiansheng. Give him your gun. The soldier was reluctant, but despite handing over his beloved gun, he couldn't help but sarcastically question, can you even use this gun? I can shoot better than you. Chen Tiansheng took the gun, turned, and shouted, everyone get in the vehicle. We leave immediately. Although the soldiers had their grievances against Chen Tiansheng, small resentments could be set aside in the face of national interests. A heavy truck led the way, with other vehicles following behind, a grand procession exiting the underground parking lot. Chen Tiansheng, while driving, said, listen, when we enter the city, you all clear the path of zombies first. I'll take care of the cannibal. After that, we'll coordinate. Yang Shui placed a gas mask in front of Chen Tiansheng, something she had specially brought back for him. Boss, after you take out the cannibal, can I go into the corridor to see the situation inside? If there are survivors, I hope. Sure, but don't get your hopes up. Chen Tiansheng didn't dwell much on the question. Soon, they returned to the entrance of the overpass. The zombies that had been chasing them were now all burnt to ashes, and even if some were still alive, they were crushed to bits by the speeding truck. The heavy truck stopped on the bridge, and the vehicles behind it came to a halt one by one. The 4 of them quickly exited the vehicle, splitting into 2 groups. 3 rushed down the overpass to clear the way, while Chen Tiansheng began directing with the sniper rifle. Everyone get out quickly. Once a safe passage is cleared below, you will re-enter the corridor to bring out the survivors. Remember, time is tight. Each team only has 5 minutes and no delays. Only 5 minutes? That is simply not enough. The previous search and rescue efforts took more than 30 minutes, let alone 5 minutes. However, when someone caught sight of the scene on the main road below the bridge, they broke into a cold sweat. So many zombies, my God. The soldiers looked down from above and saw groups of zombies wandering in every corner of the street, which was terrifying. But before the soldiers could feel fear and retreat, the 3 had already charged ahead. Yang Shui led the charge, swiftly taking down zombies in her path, with Luo Long and Luo Feng providing cover. Smoke rising and blood spilling everywhere. Chen Tiansheng, wearing a gas mask, hid in the truck, holding the gun and scanning the residential buildings for the cannibal. Nothing. Still nothing. Where'd he go? Chen Tiansheng was sweating profusely. If the cannibal had escaped the building while they were returning, finding him later would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, just when Chen Tiansheng was anxious, a window of the residential building suddenly opened. The cannibal's grotesque face reappeared, grinning as he shouted outside. The apocalypse has come. You mortals keep coming to die. No one can save the world. Let us all perish together, die. Chen Tiansheng adjusted his mindset, allowing his breathing to calm his finger resting on the trigger, the crosshairs aimed at the cannibal's head, ready to fire. Just as the cannibal laughed maniacally with a kitchen knife in hand, at the moment Chen Tiansheng squeezed the trigger. The truck door opened with a creak. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled everyone, including Wang Yang, who was just opening the door. Damn it! Just as the gun was fired. The act of opening the door disrupted Chen Tiansheng's rhythm. The bullet missed the cannibal's head and flew past his ear. The cannibal noticed, shrinking back into the corner, too scared to show his face again. What are you doing? Wang Yang asked in surprise. Who are you shooting at? I'm shooting at you. Chen Tiansheng, not realizing the cannibal had escaped, turned and shouted at Wang Yang in anger, jumping out of the car, furious. Are you crazy? Did water get into your brain or something? He pushed Wang Yang back repeatedly. Wang Yang also had a temper and retorted. I just wanted to ask when we're moving. Why are you so angry? You still have the nerve to ask me why. Chen Tiansheng pointed to his own nose and then at the zombies on the street. Do you know what you just did? Wang Yang felt it, and the search and rescue soldiers that had just arrived were also furious and rushed to reason with Chen Tiansheng. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. On the way here, Yang Shui had asked if she could go in to rescue people after the cannibal was shot. After Chen Tiansheng fired, Yang Shui assumed he had hit the target and assigned the task of clearing zombies to Luo Long and Luo Feng while she rushed toward the residential building, completely unaware that Chen Tiansheng was now furiously cursing on the bridge. You lunatic! I see you're just looking for trouble. Do you even know how to use a sniper rifle? You still have a nerve to say you shoot better than me? If you miss, who are you going to blame? Wait a minute. Who was your target just now? Was it a civilian or a zombie? Why are you shooting at civilians? The soldiers questioned him in unison, which only made Chen Tiansheng angrier. Turning back to the vehicle, he grabbed a fire axe and shouted, I'll show you what a real scum looks like. What are you going to do? Seeing Chen Tiansheng grab a weapon, the soldiers instinctively aimed their guns at him. Chapter 59 Blood Battle. Chen Tiansheng didn't care about the threats of so many guns. He grabbed Wang Yang by the collar and pulled him along. You come with me, and I'll let you see the hell on earth. Protect Captain Wang. The soldiers were indignant and tried to intervene, but at that moment, a sound of shattering glass came from the window of the corridor where the ogre was, and a long knife flew out. Before it even hit the ground, it was recognized to be Yang Shui's weapon. Oh no! Chen Tiansheng's expression tightened as he let go and dashed into the residential building. The soldiers comforted Wang Yang, but he felt something was off. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Go with him and see what that scum Chen is up to. Chen Tiansheng rushed into the residential area, but the corridor door was blocked. However, the second-floor corridor window was completely shattered, so Yang Shui must have entered from there. He took a few steps back, accelerated his run, and jumped with all his might, covering his face with his hands. Thud! Chen Tiansheng plunged into the corridor. Before he could steady himself, he was hit by a strong smell of blood. Even with a gas mask on, the nauseating stench was hard to bear. I want to eat you. I want to eat you. The sounds of fighting came from upstairs, along with the ogre's roars. Not good. Chen Tiansheng sprinted upstairs, his figure flickering as he quickly reached the room where the fighting was taking place. Yang Shui was pinned to the ground, and the ogre was choking her, his face grotesque and extremely arrogant as he shouted, Such a delicious woman. I must eat you today. Let her go. Chen Tiansheng roared, swinging his axe as he charged forward. Whoosh! The axe sliced through the air at high speed. But the ogre reacted quickly, sensing danger from behind. He released his grip and turned around just as the axe blade was coming. The ogre leaned back just in time to narrowly avoid the axe strike, then rolled away to the side to dodge the next attack. Chen Tiansheng held the axe, slowly crouching down as he helped Yang Shui up, asking, Are you okay? Cough, cough, cough. Yang Shui coughed for a while. His defenses are insane. I can't break through. She was right. Yang Shui's speed was indeed fast, but her strength was still that of an ordinary woman, and she was wielding a blunt tang knife. How could she possibly cut through the mutated ogre's body? Another one. Now I can enjoy some fresh blood and flesh. The ogre licked his lips, standing up with a savage expression, his hands claw-like as he lunged at Chen Tiansheng. Chen Tiansheng swung his axe to strike, which had always been effective in the past, but this time the ogre grabbed the axe handle with one hand. Its strength, speed, and defense were significantly stronger than Chen Tiansheng's, which was terrifying. I want to eat you. With a fierce tug, the axe was wrenched from Chen Tiansheng's hands, and the ogre's claws dug into Chen Tiansheng's shoulder. You will all become my food. Chen Tiansheng felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, with no way to escape. He roared, "Activate mental shock." Chen Tiansheng's eyes sparkled with intensity as a mental wave surged, impacting the ogre's brain. Taking advantage of the ogre's momentary distraction, Chen Tiansheng punched him in the face, forcing him back, then aimed to finish him off. Yang Shui also regained her fighting spirit, hugging the ogre's leg and bringing him down. She pulled out a throwing dart and stabbed it into his abdomen repeatedly. Puff! Blood sprayed out, revealing dark, pus-filled blood that carried a foul, rotten odor. The intense pain brought the ogre back to his senses, and he struggled and yelled. But Chen Tiansheng was on top of him, raining down punches like a storm. The ogre covered its face with both hands, struggling frantically. It had to be said that not only was its defense terrifying, but its vitality was also extraordinarily strong. Even after Yang Shui had stabbed him a dozen times, with intestines spilled all over the ground, he showed no signs of weakening. Instead, he fought even harder. This combat ability was 100 times stronger than that of zombies and mutated beasts. I want to eat you, make you part of me. The ogre, battered and bruised, continued to shout threats. At this moment, the soldiers rushed in, witnessing the scene. They were momentarily stunned before raising their guns to aim. Stop! I command you to stop immediately. If you continue to assault a civilian, we will open fire. Chen Tiansheng did not stop punching, shouting, "He is not a civilian. He is an ogre, and he must be killed today. Get away." The ogre unleashed a burst of strength, knocking Chen Tiansheng away with a punch and kicking Yang Shui aside. Clutching its abdomen, it crawled up and charged towards the soldiers at the door. "Help me. Save me." As the soldiers were about to assist, Yang Shui grabbed the ogre's leg and brought him down again, stabbing him with the dart from his leg to his waist. "We can't let him go. Kill him. Hurry. He is an ogre." Yang Shui was desperate. The appearance of this ogre reminded her of dark memories, the helplessness she felt when she was imprisoned days ago. She hated these creatures. If Chen Tiansheng hadn't saved her, in a few days, those beasts at the cargo yard might have eaten people, becoming such a terrifying existence. The soldiers were stunned. It was one thing for Chen Tiansheng to act so recklessly, but why was Yang Shui doing the same? The guns were aimed at the ogre and then at Yang Shui, leaving them in a dilemma. Seeing hope before him, the ogre resisted Yang Shui's stabbing while shouting for help. "I'm not an ogre. Please, save me. They are crazy. They want to kill me. I am Rond. I am innocent." The ogre, in extreme weakness, feigned a pitiful appearance. Just as the soldiers were about to act, determined to help, an axe flashed coldly through the air, directly severing the ogre's head, which rolled to the soldiers' feet, leaving them in disbelief. Clang! The axe fell, and Chen Tiansheng wobbled and fell to the ground, swallowing hard. He coldly said, "You all go search this building and see if there are any other survivors. I will report what you have done." The soldiers were filled with righteous indignation and turned angrily to begin their search and rescue. However, when one soldier kicked open the door of the adjacent room, a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime was imprinted in his mind, becoming an eternal nightmare. The windows in the room were sealed, and many ropes were tied to the walls, with even a minor child hanging there. Seeing such a horrifying sight, no matter how resolute the soldier was, he turned and vomited uncontrollably. Others were not much better. Everyone who witnessed this scene could not help but vomit violently. Outside, Wang Yang was directing the search and rescue when he rushed up, first seeing his comrades vomiting uncontrollably. Confused, he approached and looked into the room, only to feel as if struck by lightning. He fainted immediately. Chapter 62 Choices. When Captain Wang Yang woke up, he had already returned to the shopping mall in the development zone. He hurriedly inquired about the situation. After the search and rescue team returned, there was no second search operation, and everyone's mood was not good. The soldiers seemed to be traumatized, each of them looking as if they had eaten several pounds of bitter melon, their faces pale and silent. As the captain, Wang Yang needed to understand the situation and consult his subordinates about the progress of the search and rescue. This search operation took relatively longer, about 40 minutes, rescuing residents from 10 residential buildings, totaling 240 people. There were no casualties during the entire operation, but the psychological shadow left on the soldiers was destined to be indelible. Why? Did every search and rescue team see it? Wang Yang asked incredulously. The reporting soldier silently nodded. After the scum, Chen left. He told the soldiers that those who entered the residential buildings encountered trouble and instructed him to bring everyone out. And then? Wang Yang asked urgently. Then the ones who went in couldn't come out on their own. They all vomited uncontrollably. If it weren't for the strong combat ability of Chen and the others, carrying us out one by one, we would have. The squad leader Wang Yang gasped, but recalling the scene in his mind, it immediately felt like a stormy sea, with vomiting that was quite messy. Emotions can be contagious, and vomiting is the same. Involved in the search and rescue operation, each soldier seemed to have caught an infectious disease, passing it from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, all feeling nauseous and retching, even though their stomachs were empty. They couldn't help but want to vomit. On the 5th floor of the mall, in the furniture store, Chen Tiansheng and a few others were resting on the sofa when Zheng Wei angrily questioned them. What happened out there? What did you do to our soldiers? Hey, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk randomly. Chen Tiansheng glared and said, they vomited because they saw things they shouldn't have seen. What does that have to do with me? Zheng Wei didn't believe this at all. The soldiers were resolute. What could they have seen to lose all their fighting spirit? If you don't explain clearly, we're not done today. Chen Tiansheng was too lazy to deal with him. I'm not your subordinate. If you want to know the details, ask your subordinates. You. Just then, a communications soldier hurried over, whispered a few words in their ears, and the two hurriedly left. Chen Tiansheng muttered softly, with this psychological quality. They're all a bunch of trash. Luo Long and Luo Feng were puzzled. They couldn't go in to take a look mainly because Chen Tiansheng wouldn't let them. However, they knew the inside story and could imagine the scene. But the imagination was not as impactful as a real scene. Not to mention the soldiers. Even Yang Shue's face was pale, and she had no appetite. In the next few days, Luo Long and Luo Feng continued to assist in the search and rescue, while Yang Shui, you should rest for a few days. No need. I can do it. Yang Shui wanted to persist, but Chen Tiansheng's later words made her lose her color. Trust me, such things will become common in the future. You need to adjust your mindset. After Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, he heard a question from the young soldier Li Hao behind him. Will it really become common? The few turned their heads to see Li Hao approaching timidly. Mr. Chen, is what you said true? Will we really see such things often in the future? Chen Tiansheng turned back to take a look, recognized him as Li Hao, and knew he was on the admiration list. So he patiently explained, let us not talk about the present apocalypse with zombies running rampant. Just look at ancient history. Once a famine occurs, there is an idiom to describe this situation, to eat one's own children. Do you know how that came about? Li Hao felt his stomach churning. Don't say any more, I beg you. Chen Tiansheng didn't stop, sprawled on the sofa, and continued, wake up, young man, this is the apocalypse. Life is uncertain, and food is scarce. In front of you, there are only two choices. Retain your humanity and be eaten, or expose your beastly nature and eat others. Which will you choose? Li Hao couldn't answer. Yang Shui, with a firm will, said, I choose to retain my humanity. I will never eat others. But I also want to be eaten. So I must become strong enough that no one can shake me. Luo Long followed, saying, exactly, what is the difference between eating people and being a beast? If I encounter such people again in the future, I'll kill one when I see one. I will never coexist with them. Chen Tiansheng poured a bucket of cold water on them. Stop it. With your current strength, encountering a man-eater means certain death. To them, you are a delicious little fresh meat. They can eat you until not even the bones are left. Luo Long indignantly said, Master, I'm very strong now. Strong? Yang Shui. Punch him and see if he can withstand it. Yang Shui stood up to take action, and Luo Long immediately wilted. No, master. Don't joke with me. How can I fight my own people? Chen Tiansheng shrugged and said, you can't even beat Yang Shui, let alone a man-eater. You should know that we had a tough time killing that mutant. It took both of us to do it. Yang Shui nodded and said, if it weren't for the boss coming in time, I might have died at his hands. So this mutant? Luo Long scratched her head. The four members of the squad chatted happily, completely leaving Li Hao in a daze. Remembering the various events of these days, he suddenly felt a bit flushed. It seemed that everyone in the world had misunderstood Chen Tiansheng, but why didn't he explain a word? While thinking of this, a strange sense of admiration arose in his heart. Li Hao admired him by 10. A sudden system prompt made Chen Tiansheng turn his head in surprise. What are you thinking? I want to apologize to you on behalf of everyone for their misunderstanding of you. Chen Tiansheng's expression turned cold. If they want to apologize, let them come personally. No need for you to substitute. Regardless, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you that day, I would have probably died at the hands of the zombies. Saying this, Li Hao stood up and saluted Chen Tiansheng solemnly. At the same time, Wen Zhengwei faced Wang Yang and listened to their report. What? Zhengwei stood up solemnly, his fists clenched tightly. How could this happen? Didn't he have other food? Why must eat? The other squad leaders followed up, saying, we don't know the specifics, but we checked the entire residential building and found about 18 corpses, all dismembered and incomplete. Zheng Wei slammed his fist down hard. What is the difference between such people and zombies? There's a difference. A few soldiers who witnessed Chen Tiansheng fight the man-eater reported grimly. They possess intelligence, are stronger than zombies, and even Chen the Scum and Yang Shui working together almost couldn't kill the man-eater. Another soldier slammed his fist down hard. If I had known it would be like this, I should have shot him earlier and killed this beast. Wang Yang's heart sank as he recalled the scene where Chen Tiansheng was interrupted while shooting, leading to a big argument between the two sides. A sense of guilt arose, leaving him feeling ashamed. Saluting sternly, he reported to Zheng Wei, I would like to resign from the position of squad leader. Chapter 61 Upgrade. Significant increase in strength. Zheng Wei was taken aback and quickly advised, don't. If you're feeling unwell, I can give you 2 days off, but this isn't the time to be willful. We're short on manpower, and now is the time to utilize our resources. If you resign now, who will take over your position? Wang Yang was determined. Zheng Wei, you misunderstand. I'm only giving up the position of team leader. I didn't say I wouldn't participate in the rescue operations in the future. I have an idea. He turned to all the soldiers. I want to recommend Chen Tiansheng as the overall commander of the rescue team. I feel that only he is competent for the role. None of the rest of us can take on the command. The other soldiers, the team leaders, collectively lowered their heads. This outing had dealt them a heavy blow. Not only did they fail to help, but they also became a burden. If it weren't for Chen Tiansheng carrying them out, they probably wouldn't have survived at all. Given the circumstances, the entire rescue operation only took 40 minutes, significantly faster than before. Chen, the Scum, was not only familiar with the apocalyptic environment, but also decisive in action. Personally, I think he is more suited to lead the team, while if we were in charge, we would only hold him back. Zheng Wei thought carefully and said, to be honest, I personally don't like your proposal. Zheng Wei, let me finish. Zheng Wei said earnestly, but I recognize your idea. However, his character is a bit too unruly. He can lead the actions, but he cannot be publicly appointed, because someone with his personality will never be accepted by the organization. Zheng Wei's meaning was clear. He agreed to Chen Tiansheng being the leader of the rescue team, but did not acknowledge him as the commander of the rescue team, clearly intending for him to take the blame while everyone shared the credit. After all, it was a cooperative relationship. And Chen Tiansheng himself also expressed that he could help, but would never obey organizational arrangements. Isn't that a bit troubling? Everyone had this doubt. Whether it's good or bad is not up to you to decide. He is not a soldier and is unwilling to join the organization. Zheng Wei stood up. All right, you all decide on the course of action. I won't interfere. Let's end this topic here. 5th floor. Chen Tiansheng lay on the mattress, feeling the warmth of the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep, not because he was thinking about things, but because he had discovered more wonderful uses for the system. He had accumulated over 1,000 points, enough for a 10-time draw. After absorbing all the crystal cores, his basic attributes had also surpassed the 50 mark. Host, Chen Tiansheng. Level 2 Enhancer. Stamina, 51. 6. First skill, Stamina Recovery. Quickly restores consumed stamina after use. Second skill. To be unlocked, Strength, 51. 3. First skill, Strength Burst. Doubles strength after use. Second skill. To be unlocked, Speed, 57. 25. First skill. Speed doubling, double speed after use. Second skill. To be unlocked. Mental power. 50. 11. First skill. Mental shock. Produces a mental strike after use. Second skill. To be unlocked. What kept Chen Tiansheng awake was that level 2 had actually unlocked a second skill slot for basic attributes. This discovery nearly made him shout out in excitement. I said it, the exchange package gave so many skills, I didn't know what to do with them. He opened the system backpack to carefully check all the skills. Now he had stamina recovery, strength burst, speed doubling, mental shock, and a special skill, barbaric charge, totaling 5 skills. After becoming a level 2 enhancer, each attribute opened another skill slot, meaning he could learn 4 more basic skills. He checked the skills one by one. Stamina recovery, still stamina recovery. It seems like stamina recovery can be upgraded. He tentatively clicked to upgrade. A flash of light appeared, and stamina recovery indeed upgraded to level 2. Noted. Level 2 stamina recovery. Fully restores stamina after activation. Cooldown of 20 hours. The cooldown has been reduced by 4 hours. Since it can be upgraded, he upgraded strength burst. Noted. After activation, strength is tripled. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 55 minutes. Tripled strength. Cooldown reduced by 5 minutes. So if it reaches level 10, it will be 12 times the strength, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Isn't this like an infinite cheat? Continue. Speed upgrade. Speed doubling. After activation, speed is tripled. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 55 minutes. 666. Mental shock can also be upgraded. Mental resonance. After activation, produces a mental wave, range of 20 meters, cooldown of 55 minutes. After upgrading all 4 skills, he began to seriously select level 2 skills. Now he had stamina, endurance. After activation, continuously restores consumed stamina, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown of 1 hour. Stamina enhancement. After activation, stamina is doubled, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown of 1 hour. Strength, critical hit. After activation, single attack instantaneously delivers 10 times the critical hit, consumed stamina. Cooldown of 1 hour. Strength, berserk. After activation, attack power is doubled, loses consciousness, consumes stamina, cooldown of 1 day. Speed, teleport. After activation, instantly transfers position, range of 10 meters, consumed stamina, cooldown of 1 hour. Speed, gale step. After activation, speed 100, lasts for 10 seconds, consumes stamina, cooldown of 1 hour. Mental, telekinesis. After activation, can control object movement, power increases with mental power, consumes mental power 10 seconds. After much deliberation, he chose level 2 skills, endurance, critical hit, teleport, and telekinesis, all upgraded to level 2. Now, Chen Tiansheng's strength had significantly increased with 8 basic skills. Stamina skills, stamina recovery, endurance. Strength skills, strength burst, critical hit. Speed skills, speed doubling, teleport. Mental skills, mental shock, telekinesis. His level 2 strength greatly excited Chen Tiansheng. The only regret was that the special skill couldn't be upgraded, and he still had 1 special skill slot vacant. Should I do a 10-time draw? He couldn't resist the urge. Draw system. Give me a special skill, oh lucky one. Please accept my worship. White, green, blue, purple, yellow, 5 colors flashed. Brush, 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 brush. The system is indeed exquisite. It really gave a special skill. Upon opening it, it turned out to be Invincible Golden Body. Incredibly awesome. Invincible Golden Body. After activation, becomes invincible for 10 seconds. Any attack cannot break defense. Am I lucky or what? This is simply an invincible existence. If I kill the man-eater today, with these skills, wouldn't I instantly kill them? Why go through a tough fight? A level 2 enhancer is just at level 2. If I reach level 10, how powerful would I be? Is there anyone in this world who could be my opponent? Chen Tiansheng could already imagine that with level 1 skills upgraded to level 2, and having 8 level 2 skills plus 2 special skills, having 10 skills would be enough to walk sideways. No, tomorrow, no matter what, I must go to the city and kill rampantly. Not for anything else, just to truly experience what it feels like to be at level 2. After all, in my last life, after 10 years, by the last few years, everyone was a new type of human, and I could barely catch the tail end, managing to be a level 1 strength enhancer. Now, just a few days after the great disaster, not even 10 days have passed, and I'm already at level 2. If I don't feel good about this, then what would? Chapter 62. Rampage the next morning, after a simple breakfast and getting ready to depart. Chen Tiansheng and his 3 companions just descended the stairs to the parking lot. The soldiers had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw Chen Tiansheng and the others, Captain Wang Yang suddenly shouted, "Assemble!" The sudden shout startled a few of them, but seeing the soldiers quickly line up in an orderly fashion, Chen Tiansheng didn't take it too seriously. Just as he was about to cross the line to the heavy truck, Captain Wang Yang shouted again, "Salute!" All the soldiers saluted in unison. This time, it was truly shocking because every soldier's gaze towards Chen Tiansheng was filled with fervor and sincerity. What was going on? Luo Long seemed a bit confused. Wang Yang stood tall and straightened his posture in front of Chen Tiansheng, solemnly stating, "The search and rescue team is fully assembled. Please give your instructions." Chen Tiansheng wasn't quite accustomed to it. "Then let's get in the vehicles and set off." Wang Yang reminded him, "Aren't you going to say a few words before we depart? Like arranging the rescue tactics?" Then I'll say a few words." Chen Tiansheng turned to the soldiers, thought for a moment, and said, "When we enter the city, Yang Shui, you are responsible for the left side safety. Luo Long and Luo Feng, you two take care of the right side safety. I'll handle the front. Soldiers, just focus on rescuing people. If you see survivors, carry them and run. Once you're in the vehicle, leave immediately without any delay." Not only were the soldiers stunned, but even Yang Shui, Luo Long, and Luo Feng were speechless. Volunteer Su Wanqing quickly asked, "What about us? How should we be arranged?" Chen Tiansheng looked over at the volunteers who were sluggish. "You don't need to go down the bridge. Just stay on the bridge and help get the survivors into the vehicles." What kind of tactical arrangement is this? Aren't we supposed to kill the zombies? What about the zombie attacks in the city? Has Chen Tiansheng forgotten? Everyone had this question. Chen Tiansheng didn't explain much. He simply finished speaking and ordered them to get in the vehicles and depart. When they arrived in the city and began the search and rescue, everyone realized why Chen Tiansheng made such arrangements. The heavy truck charged down the bridge like a racehorse. Chen Tiansheng was the first to jump out of the vehicle with an axe, shouting as he swung, "According to my previous arrangements, you 3 are responsible for the flanks, and I'll take care of the zombies in the streets." Then, everyone was left dumbfounded as they watched Chen Tiansheng single-handedly take on all the zombies, wielding his axe and charging left and right, sweeping through them like an unstoppable force. Is he even human? Wang Yang was the first to react. "Stop standing around. Quickly enter the residential buildings for search and rescue. We cannot waste time. If you see survivors, carry them and run." "Understood?" "Understood." Set off. All the soldiers rushed down in droves, instantly splitting into teams, with dozens of small groups dispersing at lightning speed into the building below. Whenever they encountered zombies, they were swiftly eliminated by Yang Shui, Luo Long, and Luo Feng on the flanks, while the soldiers focused solely on rescuing people, not on fighting. With a kick, they broke open the hallway door, calling for the soldiers to charge inside. Armed soldiers swiftly ascended the stairs in tactical formation, shooting any zombies they encountered and quickly securing the hallways. "All residents, we are the search and rescue team. Time is of the essence. Survivors, come out and follow us." The residents had been eagerly anticipating this moment. They opened their doors with tears of excitement, but before they could express their gratitude, the soldiers immediately carried the survivors and ran. They raced back to the bridge, handing the survivors over to the volunteers, then quickly returned to continue the rescue. "Speed, speed, speed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Time is of the essence," Wang Yang commanded while keeping watch. With Chen Tiansheng and these skilled fighters assisting, the threat of zombies was minimal. The only thing they needed to fight for now was time. Glancing at the street, Chen Tiansheng had already killed his way several hundred meters ahead, and there were still countless zombies in front of him. But Chen Tiansheng was like a god of slaughter descending, single-handedly withstanding all zombie attacks. The ground beneath him was already filled with corpses, covering the entire street, a sight that was chilling to behold. What monster? On the overpass, survivors were being dropped off one by one. After being trapped for so many days, many were already so emaciated from hunger that they could barely walk, let alone run. Volunteers helped the survivors into the vehicles, and from time to time, more survivors were brought over, causing Su Wanqing to sweat profusely. Not far away, a few volunteers lazily leaned against the bridge railing, not only failing to help, but also hiding in a place where they couldn't be seen, making snide remarks. Look at him acting all capable. Drown him if he knows how to swim, and kill him if he talks back. He is so cocky. It's only a matter of time before he gets eaten. Just watch. These few were underlings of Brother Chong. They had originally joined the volunteer team to profit, planning to rob valuable items like gold and silver during the search and rescue. But now that Chen Tiansheng had stirred things up, cutting off their income, they naturally had nothing good to say. While Su Wanqing was busy, she heard these people muttering and felt incredibly frustrated. Some people are righteous, while others are treacherous. Compared to Chen Tiansheng, these few seemed particularly detestable. A soldier carrying a survivor ran onto the bridge, and Su Wanqing hurried to assist. One of the vehicles was full and could leave first. The soldier, drenched in sweat, looked back at the search and rescue process on the street. Find someone to drive and leave first. Others continue the rescue. The soldiers were fully motivated, turning back and saying, "Let the driver deliver the survivors and come back quickly. With Mr. Chen's assistance, we can keep rescuing." "Okay," Su Wanqing quickly responded, turning to find a few lazy survivors. "Who can drive a heavy truck?" "The captain wants someone to drive the first wave out." A few thugs responded sarcastically, "Oh, so you're really taking a feather as a command. Who do you think you are to command us?" Su Wanqing was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. How could these people act like this? Fortunately, at that moment, Captain Wang Yang returned with a squad, each carrying a survivor on their backs. Upon seeing Wang Yang, the thugs immediately changed their tone, smiling and flattering as they stepped forward to take the survivors, repeatedly promising to take care of them. Captain Wang Yang ignored them, first checking on the situation of the survivors in the convoy. He instructed who could drive a big truck while the rescue is going smoothly. "Hurry and take a wave out." "I can't. I'll drive." A little thug volunteered, completely different from how he was just a moment ago. "Hurry up, hurry up. Once you deliver the survivors, come back quickly." At this moment, Wang Yang was incredibly excited. The rescue was going so smoothly, all thanks to Chen Tiansheng and his team members. Because of this, Wang Yang and all the rescue team's mindsets had changed. Chen Tiansheng, who was once regarded as scum, was now Mr. Chen. Who would dare to say anything negative about him? They would fight anyone who did. Since the upgrade last night, his strength had increased significantly. Even without using skills, just using normal attacks, killing zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables. He initially wanted to rampage, familiarize himself with his second-tier abilities, and earn some points along the way. Wang Yang admired him, 50 points. Su Wanqing admired him, 100 points. What exactly is the use of this admiration? Chapter 63. Zheng Wei's mind is a bit confused during the battle. There was no time to be distracted. Ignoring the already overwhelming admiration points, he continued to slaughter the poor low-level zombies. When the rescue vehicle returned to the development zone shopping mall and had just parked in the underground parking lot, the soldier responsible for the reception asked in surprise, "What happened? It's only been 15 minutes. How come you're back? Did you flee at the last moment?" However, upon seeing a truck full of survivors, they were immediately left speechless and quickly began the aftermath work. A soldier inquired of the driver, a little thug, who grinned and said, "I don't know how to explain it to you. Just hurry up. The front line is tight, and I need to get back quickly." "What? Tight?" The thug didn't understand the significance of tight in the soldier's mind and just spoke casually, but it spread in the soldier's circle and caused a stir. It was said that Chen Tiansheng couldn't be trusted. After hearing the report, Zheng Wei was in a panic. It was already too late to call for help. He could only send as many people as he had available, and Zheng Wei even prepared to go to the front lines personally for rescue. "Get out of the car." The soldiers were impatient and pulled the thug down. The soldiers quickly got into the vehicle and rushed out of the underground parking lot. However, just after they had driven a short distance, they saw another truck full of survivors coming back. The soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. Search and rescue missions typically left and returned together, but this time they were coming back one by one. Had they encountered a large-scale zombie tide that scattered the team? Quick, step on the gas. Drive this car like it's a plane. Zheng Wei, sitting in the passenger seat, was anxious and flustered. But when they rushed into the city, they saw an orderly rescue process and a ground covered with zombie corpses, leaving the incoming soldiers dumbfounded. Young soldier Li Hao had just dropped off a survivor and gasped as he approached to ask, "Zheng Wei, what are you doing here? What's the situation? Did you encounter a large-scale zombie tide?" Zheng Wei's gaze was fixed on the street, where corpses filled every corner. What a brutal battle this must have been. "No, the search and rescue operation is going smoothly," Li Hao said excitedly. "Mr. Chen is holding off all the zombie attacks by himself. We are only responsible for saving people." As soon as he finished speaking, a rescue team rushed out from a nearby residential area, each soldier carrying a person on their shoulders, followed by several survivors who could still move. It was no wonder Zheng Wei was left speechless. This scene was too incredible. Before he could regain his senses, another team emerged from another residential area, carrying survivors in a grand procession, the numbers impressive. At that moment, he heard Su Wanxing's voice from behind. "This vehicle is also full. Let us go for another round." Young soldier Li Hao hurriedly said, "Zheng Wei, I can't talk to you now. I need to send off another batch and then come back to save more people." Saying this, he quickly jumped onto the truck and sped away. Zheng Wei stood there, dumbfounded, looking at the city streets, never expecting the rescue process to go so smoothly and that Chen Tiansheng could be so fierce. Wasn't he an ordinary person? How could he be a superhuman? For a moment, Zheng Wei's mind was a bit muddled. "Zheng Wei, should we go help?" A soldier who had come with him tentatively asked. "Yes, let us go, everyone. Hurry while it's safe," Zheng Wei commanded. The soldiers eager to help quickly rushed down the overpass to join the rescue efforts. Wang Yang, who had run back and forth countless times, quickly approached Zheng Wei and saluted. "Zheng Wei, what brings you to the city?" Seeing the soldiers dripping with sweat, Zheng Wei felt a pang in his heart and solemnly returned the salute to Wang Yang and the soldiers. "You've worked hard. It's not hard at all." Wang Yang's face was filled with indescribable excitement. "Don't be scared by the scene. There's no danger at all. Look, Zheng Wei." He pointed to Chen Tiansheng, hundreds of meters away on the overpass. Mr. Chen is holding off the vast majority of the threats by himself, with 3 others assisting on the flanks. The entire rescue process is particularly safe. We're just responsible for saving people. There's no danger. It's not hard at all. Zheng Wei felt a mix of emotions and sighed. "It's truly unbelievable. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to save people." Wang Yang shouted and turned back to rejoin his team in the battle. "I'll go with you. More people means more strength." Zheng Wei, being a soldier himself, had this blood and mission engraved in his bones. Although as a commander, he didn't need to personally go into the fray. What was needed now was not a commander, but manpower. He personally entered the scene, stepping through mountains of corpses and blood, enduring the unbearable stench, witnessing the overwhelming power of the super strong firsthand, and ultimately breaking through the dangers, carrying a survivor who was as thin as a stick running back to the overpass. Zheng Wei's mindset changed. So this is the end of the world. Seeing isn't as good as participating. Participating is better than just watching. Only by personally taking part in the rescue, stepping over severed limbs and broken arms, and shouldering the hope of survival, could one understand how horrifying this end of the world truly was. At this moment, Zheng Wei's inner self was undergoing a transformation. He regretted his previous misunderstanding of Chen Tiansheng and felt a surge of admiration when he saw Chen Tiansheng face hundreds or thousands of zombies without retreating or avoiding them. Zheng Wei, admiration level 100. The sudden system prompt made Chen Tiansheng momentarily stunned. After chopping down a group of zombies with his axe and catching his breath, he turned around and realized he had unknowingly charged out so far. Looking up at the sky, it was only a little past 10 a.m. After 2 hours of fighting, he had rescued around 20 buildings worth of survivors. This speed was absolutely unprecedented. It wasn't even noon yet. There was still time to continue killing. Holding the axe and turning back to face the newly filled, roaring zombies. He raised his axe and shouted loudly, "Kill." He continued until noon, killing from the overpass deep into the area, with an entire street of a kilometer filled with corpses. Chen Tiansheng was like an unwearied killing machine. When he reached the intersection, Chen Tiansheng did not advance further. Once the rescue team had taken away all the survivors from this residential area without leaving a single one behind, he shouted loudly, "Luo Long, Luo Feng, burn it all. Turn all the zombies on this street to ashes. The rest of you, retreat with me." After shouting, he turned and ran. As he brushed past Luo Long and Luo Feng, he noticed that both of them looked pale and exhausted from overusing their abilities. Next, 2 bottles of source water were thrown out. The two received them, bit open the caps, and drank them down. After a bit of recovery, their wind and fire abilities quickly coordinated, creating a raging fire as they burned and retreated. Chapter 64. The Worshipper's Gratitude Retreat. Everyone retreat quickly, Chen Tiansheng shouted as he ran. The soldiers heard the warning and, no matter how exhausted they were, they sprinted away, carrying a group of survivors with them. Those survivors in the residential buildings, who were restless and waiting to be rescued, saw hope approaching only to be told to retreat. Many residents shouted, "Don't go, there are still people here, help us. Please don't leave, we haven't been rescued yet, we beg you. Don't abandon us." Chen Tiansheng stopped abruptly, surveyed the nearby residential buildings at the intersection, and said coldly, "We haven't completely left yet. If you want to live, come down and follow us. If you're afraid of dying, just wait. We'll come back this afternoon. No, you must take us all with you. Why save others and not us? We were all born from our parents. Why the double standard? You're so capable. Saving us ordinary people should be a piece of cake. How can you just say you want to save us? Are you even human?" Chen Tiansheng's eyes turned cold. "Just wait to die." After saying that, he turned and walked away. But after just a few steps, Zheng Wei rushed over, panting heavily, hands on his waist. "Save them all. It won't take much longer." Chen Tiansheng replied icily, "If I say we're not saving them, we're not saving them." With that, he turned and left, leaving no room for negotiation. "Let us discuss this." Zheng Wei wanted to say more, but just then, a massive wave of zombies surged into the fiery chaos from 3 sides, appearing like a tsunami. "Master, there are more and more of them. We can't hold on," Luo Long shouted, drenched in sweat, while setting fires and yelling. "Keep burning and running." After saying that, Chen Tiansheng began to run as well. Zheng Wei looked back and was drenched in cold sweat. Zombies surged out from 3 streets, stepping over each other, and their sheer number quickly extinguished the flames, crashing forward like a mudslide. "Oh my God!" Zheng Wei took off running, shouting, "Hurry up and retreat, everyone run." Not just them, but everyone witnessing the scene was terrified, each feeling differently. Zheng Wei thought it felt like a mudslide, some felt it was like an avalanche, and others thought it resembled a tsunami. In short, everyone shared one thought: run as fast as you can. Yang Shui appeared, startled by the scene. Although she was exhausted, she unleashed her potential and quickly appeared beside the nearest survivor, moving at lightning speed to the overpass. After several back and forths, Chen Tiansheng rushed back, tossing a bottle of clean water to Yang Shui. "Drink quickly. After you finish, go save more people." After Yang Shui drank, before she could fully recover, she vanished and moments later returned with Zheng Wei, who was gasping for air on the overpass. "That was so damn scary," Chen Tiansheng said sternly. "Why aren't you saving anyone? What are you doing?" No, I can't save anymore," Zheng Wei replied. One by one, the soldiers were brought back by Yang Shui, with none left behind, except for Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Everyone get in the car." After giving the order, he turned to Yang Shui and said, "You take care of Luo Feng, and I'll handle Luo Long. Let us go together." Saying this, he activated a speed boost, doubling and tripling his speed, even faster than Yang Shui, and disappeared while holding Luo Long before he could react. "Oh my God!" Luo Feng turned around just in time to see Yang Shui wrap her arms around her waist, and then they vanished. The wave of zombies approached slowly. The rescue convoy on the overpass took off at high speed, fleeing from the outbreak of zombies. "Huh! You can't catch us, you bunch of beasts. This will drive you crazy," Luo Long shouted excitedly, leaning out of the car. All right, brother, stop messing around. Luo Feng said calmly, pulling him back inside. Chen Tiansheng drove the car, feeling much more relaxed. After today's battle, he finally understood his current strength, but it was still not enough. He had no fighting power against a real zombie tide. However, that didn't matter. After all, he was only a level 2 enhancer. The convoy returned triumphantly to the development zone mall. Everyone jumped out of the car, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Zheng Wei approached Chen Tiansheng while heading upstairs, exclaiming, Brother Chen, I really admire you today. I'm truly in awe of you. I know. Zheng Wei was taken aback. How do you know to respond like that? Chen Tiansheng knew because of the system's reputation page. Zheng Wei had given him 100 points of worship. How could he not know? Opening the system page, his reputation was nearing 3,000, and the number of people on the worship list had reached 148, including soldiers and survivors, both known and unknown. As soon as they entered the lobby on the first floor, Chen Tiansheng was still basking in the joy of his increased worship value. But soon after, the survivors gathered in the lobby saw Chen Tiansheng and the others return and immediately knelt down in gratitude. Benefactor, thank you for saving us. You must be sent by heaven. You are a messenger of God, our Savior. Please accept our knees. After today's battle, nearly 1,000 people had been rescued, and the entire lobby was filled with grateful survivors, all of them tearful with gratitude. Faced with so many people kneeling, Chen Tiansheng felt somewhat bewildered and at a loss. If it weren't for Zheng Wei nudging him, he might not have reacted at all. All right, everyone, get up. Saving you is not just my effort. It's also thanks to the selfless soldiers. The survivors knew this, but in their hearts, they were most grateful to Chen Tiansheng, simply because he possessed extraordinary abilities. Get up, everyone. The rescue operation is a national effort. You don't need to be so polite. The soldiers who returned to the lobby helped the survivors up, cooperating with Zheng Wei. As Chen Tiansheng and the others walked through the crowd, the worshipful and envious gazes, along with the sincere eyes of the survivors, truly made Chen Tiansheng feel a surge of satisfaction. However, he still couldn't quite understand. The worship value couldn't just be so superficial, right? Was it just to gain the survivors' admiration? To satisfy him? Did it serve no other purpose? Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. There is still something very important to do. He searched among the survivors and finally found Jin Yuan in a corner. Why are you hiding here? Come with me. Big brother, what is wrong with me now? Jin Yuan was almost in tears. This guy was looking for him again. He wouldn't throw him out again, would he? You're fine. I just need you to lead the way. Take me to your steel processing factory. Chapter 65. Change of attitude to do a good job. One must first sharpen one's tools. This is undoubtedly true. For enhancers, a suitable weapon is more important than anything else. Unlike ability users who can slaughter zombies by manipulating wind and fire, enhancers are at a disadvantage if their weapons are not up to par. Chen Tiansheng's strength has significantly improved, but he doesn't have a suitable weapon in hand. Let us not talk about him for now. Let's talk about Yang Shui, who is wielding a blunt Tang Dao and killing zombies left and right, causing the blade to curl, rendering it almost useless, let alone fighting against a horde of zombies. Therefore, the urgent task at hand is to get both himself and Yang Shui the most suitable weapons. Just as they had found the gold source and were about to take action, Zheng Wei, accompanied by several squad leaders, approached Chen Tiansheng. Can I talk to you? Is there something you need? Chen Tiansheng asked calmly. Yes, I want to discuss the upcoming rescue operation with you. Zheng Wei was genuinely frightened by the outbreak of the zombie horde. He no longer dared to be arrogant. He intended to consult with Chen Tiansheng on how to proceed with the rescue. Just in time, I also wanted to discuss this matter with you. Chen Tiansheng glanced around and pointed, let us go inside and talk. After saying that, he entered a jewelry store, and the others followed suit, including Yang Shui and Luo Long. Once inside the jewelry store, Chen Tiansheng took out the valuable jewelry from the counter and pushed the gold and silver aside, using a tray to arrange them on the glass display case. After setting up a makeshift sand table, Chen Tiansheng began to strategize. Look, this is the overpass, and this is the area we captured today. Everyone understood Chen Tiansheng's intention and listened attentively without interruption. The upcoming search and rescue operation requires you to showcase your skills. The soldiers' firepower will be crucial now. The soldiers felt a surge of excitement. They finally had a chance to put their skills to use. Given the current situation, advancing further would bring them to an intersection where millions of zombies from the city would flood in through 3 crossways. As long as the soldiers occupied the high ground and positioned machine gunners in every building to shoot and burn the zombies below, it would be like, have you ever played tower defense games? I have. Luo Long suddenly raised his hand. Zombies are mindless. They only know how to attack. Shooting down from height is a one-sided massacre, and there's no danger at all, right, Master? The others understood the gist and felt that Chen Tiansheng's reasoning made sense. But that kind of plan requires a large amount of weapons and ammunition. Zheng Wei pointed out the critical issue. Chen Tiansheng nodded. Exactly. That's why I asked you to retreat first. If the zombie horde isn't dealt with, the rescue can't continue. Once a horde appears in one part of the city, other areas may be relatively safe, allowing us to find new breakthroughs and advance bit by bit into other parts of the city. Ammunition and manpower. How do you plan to solve that? Zheng Wei asked again. Chen Tiansheng leaned back. Are you stupid? The safety zone has so many tanks and artillery. Is it meaningful to keep them as mere decorations? Zheng Wei was troubled. If we send all the forces from the safety zone, what will happen to the safety zone? Chen Tiansheng slapped his forehead, realizing he had to clarify. The development area is already considered a safety zone. The safety zone in the suburbs is meaningless. All survivors who can evacuate have been sent to the base for resettlement. We need to deploy all firepower to the front line. Every soldier must be utilized effectively. Do you understand? I understand. Zheng Wei exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He turned around and shouted, You all stay here on high alert. I'll head back to the safety zone to arrange things and quickly transfer all troops over. Zheng Wei acted decisively and hurriedly left. Chen Tiansheng then turned to the squad leaders and said, Next, I have tasks for you. Gather all the survivors in the mall and make Molotov cocktails. The more, the better. Ensure the task is completed. Wang Yang saluted solemnly. Chen Tiansheng then looked at Luo Long and Luo Feng. Next, Yang Shui and I will be out for 2 days. You two stay behind to assist the soldiers. The soldiers will occupy this neighborhood and burn everything to the ground. While speaking, he took out bottles of source water from his leather jacket and placed them on the table. This is your stock. Don't waste it. Everyone was stunned, instinctively tilting their heads, wanting to see where Chen Tiansheng had gotten so many bottles of water. Chen Tiansheng ignored their puzzled looks, finished speaking, and left with Yang Shui, each supporting Jin Yuan on either side. Hero, female hero, can we discuss this? Bring a few more people. It's just the 3 of us going. I'm scared. Less nonsense. They pushed Jin Yuan to the underground parking lot, where the station soldiers saluted Chen Tiansheng respectfully. Ignoring their reactions, they roughly pushed Jin Yuan onto a truck, started the engine, and sped out of the parking lot. Once they exited the mall, Jin Yuan trembled uncontrollably. Although there were no zombies around, the air was filled with a rotten stench, and the moment he caught a whiff, he couldn't help but shiver. Boss, why do we have to go to the steel factory? Because we both need suitable weapons. We can't keep using this junk to kill zombies, can we? After saying that, he shouted, which way? Left ahead. Jin Yuan pointed shakily, trembling. Tell me about the situation at the steel processing factory, Chen Tiansheng asked. Jin Yuan, knowing nothing, just spoke nonsense. My processing factory has been doing quite well, processing some steel rebar for construction. Last year we made a small profit of a few million. I didn't ask you that, Chen Tiansheng said coldly. I want to know how many workers are in the factory and its area. Were there still people working there on the day of the disaster? Jin Yuan thought for a moment and said, There should be. I'm not really sure about the specifics. What a waste. Chen Tiansheng stopped asking questions and, under Jin Yuan's guidance, arrived at the edge of the development area. Before they reached the processing factory, the overwhelming stench made both of them dizzy. Chen Tiansheng, wearing a gas mask, felt it less intensely but still sensed something was wrong. Why is there such a strong smell of decay? After moving forward a little, they finally discovered the answer. The route of the bait armored vehicles bypassed the development area, and there was a large low-lying area in front of the processing factory. Each time they bypassed, a large number of zombies would flood in and were killed there. However, the armored vehicle team was only responsible for killing and did not conduct any burning treatment, so the decaying smell here was enough to suffocate someone. Here we are. Let's get out of the car and enter the factory. Chen Tiansheng took a fire axe and leaped out of the vehicle. As soon as the car door opened, Jin Yuan was overwhelmed by the stench, covering his mouth and nose while trying to suppress his nausea. Just as Chen Tiansheng was about to open the factory door, he suddenly felt an intense sense of crisis arise within him, a threat that even he feared. No way. How could there be such a strong mutated beast aura? Chen Tiansheng's hand gripping the axe trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 66. Level jumping kill. The dangerous aura emanated from the mass grave. Logically, after the zombies were slaughtered, there shouldn't be any powerful mutated beasts appearing, but this sense of danger was definitely not a false alarm. Could it be that a mutated beast had devoured these dead zombies, swallowing their crystal cores? Thinking of this, Chen Tiansheng felt his hair stand on end. He knew that after upgrading to a second-level enhancer, a first-level crystal core would no longer provide him with any enhancement. And even a second-level crystal core only offered a meager 0.01 increase in basic attributes. But mutated beasts were different. As long as they consumed enough crystal cores, they would continuously grow stronger. With at least 10,000 zombies dead in a mass grave, there were enough crystal cores to sustain a mutated beast that was at least 4th tier. A 4th tier mutated beast would have developed special abilities, doubling its combat power, and would also have territorial awareness. Once someone stepped into the territory of a mutated beast, it would lead to a life and death situation. Run. After realizing this, Chen Tiansheng turned and fled, but before he could get to the vehicle, Jin Yuan looked at the mass grave, dumbfounded, and said, "Is that my Tibetan Mastiff? What did it grow so big?" Chen Tiansheng turned back to see a Tibetan Mastiff the size of a cow, baring its fangs and glaring at everyone. "You raised a dog in the factory? Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Not just any dog, but a king among dogs, the Tibetan Mastiff." But it was too late to run now. Yang Shui also felt a strong sense of oppression. She flickered to Chen Tiansheng's side and, trembling, asked, "Boss, how do we kill it?" Chen Tiansheng found it amusing. "Kill. If we don't die today, we'll be burning incense in gratitude." Woof, woof, woof. The Tibetan Mastiff bared its fangs and let out a low growl, barking 3 times. The sound was deafening, not only impacting the eardrums, but also causing a brief moment of disorientation in the brain. Mental attack. This 4th tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff actually possessed the extremely rare ability of mental attack. Chen Tiansheng was drenched in cold sweat, gripping the axe tightly. A drop of sweat rolling down his cheek and splattering on the back of his hand, shattering into pieces. At the same time, the 4th tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff launched its attack, leaping into the air with its 4 paws, flying over 10 meters, landing with a thud that sent dust flying, charging madly toward them with unstoppable momentum. Each time the 4th tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff's paws hit the ground shook, demonstrating its overwhelming power. "I'm going all out." Chen Tiansheng rushed forward, shouting as he ran, "Yang Shui, don't come over. Wait for an opportunity. If I die, run as far away as you can." "Boss." Yang Shui's hands trembled as she held the knife, not from excitement, but from fear of the 4th tier Tibetan Mastiff's imposing presence. "Be careful." With a distance of several hundred meters between them, both moved quickly, closing the gap in an instant. "Charge. Critical hit. Activate." Instantly activating both skills, Chen Tiansheng swung the axe down toward the Mastiff's face. Boom! The axe struck the Mastiff's head, failing to break its defense. It merely staggered the massive body of the 4th tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff. Using both skills simultaneously not only failed to breach its defense, but also dulled the axe's blade. Chen Tiansheng's arm went numb from the impact, and he instinctively blurted out, "So damn tough." A howl erupted from the Mastiff as it swiped its paw. Chen Tiansheng hunched down and leaped, dodging the half-meter wide paw strike, then swung the axe around to continue hacking. Double power, with 3 times the strength unleashed. The axe cleaved through the air and smashed into the Mastiff's face. The 150 strength boost still failed to inflict a wound, merely knocking the mastiff's head back. Looking at the axe, the blade was so dulled it resembled a hammer. Don't tell me it also has a defense attribute. The Tibetan Mastiff was truly enraged, opening its massive mouth and lunging at Chen Tiansheng. Its mouth was so large that, at 7 meters tall, Chen Tiansheng could easily be swallowed whole. Oh no! The speed was lightning fast. Chen Tiansheng didn't have time to dodge, and the massive mouth had already enveloped him. Not like this invincible body. Activating a life-saving ability, he braced the axe against the fangs, desperately resisting the fate of being swallowed. Ugh, it stinks, even with a gas mask on. The foul odor from the mastiff's mouth was nauseating. The invincible body activated, preventing any damage for 10 seconds, but the downside was a huge drain on stamina. Just in a few seconds, Chen Tiansheng's physical energy was nearly depleted. Just as he was about to give in, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Opportunity. It was Yang Shui. She flickered to his side, her dagger striking like lightning. From below to above, then inward and outward. Having witnessed the earlier battle, Yang Shui knew that if even the boss couldn't breach the defense, the only vulnerable spot might be from within. As Chen Tiansheng was about to be bitten, she had already resigned herself to the thought of losing him, but then noticed he was still holding on. Without thinking much, she disregarded his instructions and rushed in, realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to strike. With a swift stab, the dagger shot in from under the fangs and directly pierced the skin. A howl erupted from the Tibetan Mastiff as it retreated, releasing its grip. But the sudden withdrawal was too fast. Yang Shui couldn't react in time, and the dagger remained lodged in the Mastiff's upper jaw. The Mastiff rolled on the ground in pain, kicking up dust and debris all around. Chen Tiansheng didn't care about that. This was their last chance to kill the 4th-tier Tibetan Mastiff. Stamina restored, mental shock, telekinesis, activate. Chen Tiansheng went all out, activating 3 skills at once. A powerful mental wave spread out like ripples, resisting the Mastiff's mental pressure. Simultaneously, he activated the 2nd-level mental skill, telekinesis. Marking yang suis.There. He pushed with all his might while the Mastiff was not attacking, forcing the dagger deeper into its brain. A howl erupted from the Tibetan Mastiff. The dagger continued to penetrate, blood spraying from between its teeth. 1 second, 2 seconds. Chen Tiansheng's face was turning red. 3 seconds. The dagger had only penetrated less than 5 centimeters. 4 seconds. Blood began to flow from his nose. He was at his limit. As the 5 seconds ended, Chen Tiansheng threw his head back and shouted, his outstretched hand suddenly thrusting upward. With a squelching sound, the battle continued. Chapter 67. Purple Gold Sword, Blood Slaughter, Thud. The Tibetan Mastiff collapsed completely to the ground, motionless. Immediately after, Chen Tiansheng tilted his head and fell to the ground, feeling empty in spirit. With a ringing in his ears and everything in front of him blurred. Boss, are you okay? Yang Shui shouted while hugging him, but she couldn't hear anything. Only the deafening tinnitus that stimulated her brain. Using the last bit of strength, he opened his spatial backpack and reached into the void. Then he fainted. Seeing Chen Tiansheng pass out, Yang Shui was nearly driven mad with worry. Although she didn't know how the boss had killed the 4th-tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff. It didn't matter. If Chen Tiansheng was okay, everything would be fine. If he died, there would be nothing left for Yang Shui to cling to in this cruel apocalypse. Boss, wake up. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Chen Tiansheng's eyes were already vacant, blood streaming from his nose, sliding down from his gas mask. Yang Shui was terrified and hurriedly took off the gas mask. To her shock, it was even worse than she thought. Boss. Chen Tiansheng lifted his hand, gesturing for something in the air, and Yang Shui thought he was leaving his last words. But then, a glass bottle of water suddenly appeared in his hand. Then Chen Tiansheng tilted his head and fainted again. Yang Shui was taken aback. Ignoring where the water came from, she understood Chen Tiansheng's intention, snatched it, bit open the cap, and poured it into his mouth. But Chen Tiansheng was unconscious, and the water wound go down. Yang Shui was anxious. There was only 1 bottle of this life-saving water, and not a drop could be wasted. She directly drank a mouthful herself, then performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to feed Chen Tiansheng. As the spring water went down, his consciousness gradually returned. The ringing in his ears faded, replaced by a nauseating stench. He retched as he regained consciousness, a warm current soothing his swollen brain. His senses became clearer until they fully returned. Boss, open your eyes. Don't scare me." His body was shaken, and reluctantly he opened his eyes, seeing Yang Shui with tearful eyes. "The water you just fed me?" Seeing Chen Tiansheng wake up, Yang Shui nodded repeatedly. "It stinks." Chen Tiansheng quickly covered his mouth and nose, and Yang Shui's expression changed. She realized that when she fed him water mouth to mouth, she thought he meant her breath stank. So she tilted her head, put her hand to her mouth to blow, and sniffed. Chen Tiansheng ignored her and glanced at the fourth-tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff lying not far from him, dead as a doornail. With lingering fear, he opened the system. Mental power, 50. 11, weak, currently 4. 7. He took out another bottle of spring water from the spatial backpack, bit open the cap, and gulped it down. Mental power, 1 about every minute. He regained 1 point of mental power. So it really was a blue recovery potion. His body felt heavily fatigued. All his skills were on cooldown, and he could only hope no stronger mutated beast would appear. Chen Tiansheng sat up straight, tilted his head to look at Yang Shui, and continued to command. "Don't just stand there. Hurry and take the gold source into the processing plant." "Aren't you going in?" Yang Sui hurriedly asked. "I need to deal with this place first." These soldiers lured the monsters here to ambush, but they didn't burn the bodies. Aren't they leaving provisions for the mutated beasts? Chen Tiansheng barely managed to stand up and kicked the fourth-tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff, anxiously saying, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up." "Okay." Yang Shui stood up, her figure flashing as she ran to the truck, pulled out the gold source, and headed into the processing plant. Chen Tiansheng watched her leave, picked up the gas mask from the ground, found it covered in blood, touched his nose, and sighed. "Damn it. Using mental power too much makes me bleed. If someone sees me, they misunderstand. What a shame." After the two completely disappeared, Chen Tiansheng began to respond to the system. Fourth-tier mutated beast absorption. The massive body of the fourth-tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff shone with light, and then disappeared completely after a moment. Chen Tiansheng looked back to confirm that no one was watching, then sat down on the ground and put the gas mask back on. In the morning, he killed zombies and accumulated over 2,000 points. In the afternoon, he encountered a fourth-tier mutated beast. "System, if I'm not mistaken, you should be able to give me some good stuff, right? 10 consecutive draws, let us go." After the 5 colors of white, green, blue, purple, and gold shone through. Green, blue, white, white, green. Unexpectedly, there were 4 whites, 5 greens, and 1 blue. Indeed, there were quite a few good things. Draw again. 6 whites for greens. Draw again. 9 whites, 1 purple. Oh, how rare. I got a purple. Let's see what good thing it is. When he opened it, he was instantly stunned as the purple treasure chest opened. Purple gold sword. Blood slaughter. In the style of a tang knife, the blade emitted a faint purple aura, gleaming coldly, exuding a murderous aura. My God, they actually gave me another physical weapon. And it's purple. Chen Tiansheng couldn't help but look around, finding nothing but emptiness. Although the fourth-tier mutated beast's corpse had just been lying here. If he remembered correctly, the tang knife should still be in its mouth after killing the mastiff. So, the system can not only absorb mutated beast corpses, but also absorb materials. System, it seems I've discovered a new bug of yours. Chen Tiansheng's heart raced. If in the future, after killing high-tier mutated beasts, he could leave the weapons inside them and draw through the exchange system, he would get a high-tier weapon produced by the system. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Excited, he took out the purple gold sword, blood slaughter. He didn't feel an ounce of weight. He flicked the blade. Ding! The clear and pleasant sound echoed far and wide. Good knife, but it's just too light. Holding it feels like grasping air, not suitable for me. Yang Shui was a speed-type evolved being, and this knife was perfect for her. But how would he explain it if he gave it to her now? After a moment's thought, with this ability to obtain system-produced weapons, it seemed the gold source was no longer needed. No, it's still useful. This method is indeed feasible, but a tangible weapon must first be in place. After figuring out the cause and effect, Chen Tiansheng made a decision. He wouldn't give it to Yang Shui yet to avoid complications later. He would let the gold source forge his weapon first, then take Yang Shui away and, at the right time, give her the knife, claiming it was forged by the gold source. It would kill two birds with one stone. So he decided. After making the decision, he wouldn't exchange the remaining points. He would save them for later. Next was to burn the mass grave. If left unchecked, not only would stray cats and dogs be a problem, but even flies and mosquitoes could evolve into fourth-tier beasts. The best way to deal with the mass grave was to burn it, saving time and effort. Standing in front of the pit, he noticed they were most lacking in gasoline. System, with your usual behavior. You wouldn't have prepared gasoline for me in the white treasure chest, would you? He opened the white treasure chests one by one. Oh, might really is true. Not only is there gasoline, but you even prepared fire for me. Chapter 68. A craftsman must sharpen his tools as I poured gasoline. I couldn't help but sing the praises of the system. I found that you're becoming more understanding. Such a humanized system is hard to find. You are the best. The most versatile, the most understanding, and the strongest system I have ever seen. Once the gasoline was poured, I lit a match, instantly igniting the mass grave. The roaring flames blazed, thick smoke billowed, shooting straight into the sky. Chen Tiansheng looked up. Since the acid rain, the sky had been overcast. In 10 years of apocalypse, he had never seen blue skies and white clouds, and he wondered if he would ever have the chance to see the sun again in this life. Boss! Yang Shui suddenly appeared behind him, startling Chen Tiansheng. What are you doing sneaking up on me like that? You scare me to death. Yang Shui's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and said, The processing plant is very safe. I've checked, and there is no zombie threat. That's obvious, isn't it? The bait armored vehicle comes every day, plus there's a fourth-level mutated beast. If there were still zombies in the processing plant, that would be a real ghost story. Chen Tiansheng turned and walked away. Don't sneak up on me like that again. Okay, I won't do it again. The two entered the processing plant courtyard, where countless steel materials lay on the ground, various bundles of rebar piled up like small mountains. Boss, this way. Yang Shui led Chen Tiansheng into the office building of the processing plant. At this moment, the interior was in disarray, with papers strewn everywhere. In some areas even had dried bloodstains, indicating that this place had surely encountered a zombie attack. I've arranged for Boss Jean to be in this room. Pushing open the door, Chen Tiansheng walked in and glanced at the trembling Jean Yuan. He moved a chair aside, took out a bottle of spring water, and while drinking, said, Don't be nervous. I brought you here to help me forge a suitable weapon. Sure, no problem. Leave it to me. Chen Tiansheng casually tossed the glass bottle into the trash can and continued. First, prepare the blueprints. I'll draw the weapon I have in mind for you. And you and her can start preparing to work. Oh, by the way, does your factory have a backup generator? Jean Yuan was stunned for a moment and replied. There's a diesel generator that has been abandoned for a long time. I don't know if it still works. You two go ahead and get busy. She will ensure your safety, and you only need to focus on your work. Jean Yuan nodded quickly. Understood, understood. Chen Tiansheng carefully picked up a pencil, grabbed a piece of paper, rested his chin in thought for a long time, and began to sketch on the back. In his previous life, Chen Tiansheng was merely a strength enhancer, and the most suitable weapon he used was the common fire axe. This life was different. His strength was incomparable. Although the weapon he was most familiar with was still the axe, the style and requirements had greatly increased. Based on his experience with axes, the ideal length was about 2 meters, with one end having a huge blade, ideally half a meter long, and the other end should be sharp like a pickaxe. However, designing it this way would make one end too heavy and the other too light, severely disrupting the balance. After thinking it over, he decided to use the Stormbreaker axe as a prototype to design his own battle axe weapon. Chen Tiansheng's drawing skills were quite poor. After drawing more than a dozen sketches, none looked right. After working hard for a few hours, the two returned, and Jean Yuan said with a flattering expression, Hero, the workshop is basically ready. Do you have any more instructions? Chen Tiansheng handed him the blueprints. Can you understand this? Jean Yuan grimaced and said, I can understand it. But what on earth is this strange-looking thing? It's an axe. Haven't you seen Thor's Stormbreaker? Jin Yuan shook his head vigorously and turned to ask, "Who is Thor? Is he from our country?" Yang Shui leaned in for a look and helplessly said, "Boss, this doesn't look like a stormbreaker at all. This looks like a crooked T." Chen Tiansheng scratched his head anxiously, and Yang Shui hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. Jin Yuan smiled wryly, saying, "I come from a blacksmithing background. I can handle a hammer, but asking me to use a pen is a bit much. What should we do now?" Chen Tiansheng was even more anxious. Just when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly felt a sketchbook in his pocket. Taking it out, he instantly thought of someone. Su Wonking. This woman draws comics well. She must know about the Stormbreaker and should be able to draw it. "You two wait here. I'll be right back." After saying this, Chen Tiansheng dashed off, got into the car, started the engine, and hurried back to the mall. However, the outside of the mall had changed dramatically. The originally empty street was now filled with various armored vehicles and tanks. Soldiers were busily moving things around, and the number of participants and the speed of action were astonishing. Ignoring what the soldiers were doing, Chen Tiansheng rushed into the mall, where the first floor was packed with people. The rescued survivors were making Molotov cocktails. Someone shouted, "Be careful, these are for the front lines." There's not much alcohol to begin with, and spilling even a little would mean losing money. Balchong's subordinates were not working, but were acting as supervisors, revealing their inherent bad nature. After asking around, Chen Tiansheng finally spotted Su Wonking among the survivors, pouring oil and making Molotov cocktails. "Come with me," he said, pulling her along. However, as soon as she stood up, one of the thugs, brandishing a gun, blocked their path, boasting, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know we're working? You're slacking off, and now you want to take someone away? With so many Molotov cocktails, you won't finish today, and I'll hold you accountable." His loud shouting drew the attention of all the survivors, and some began to whisper among themselves, "Yeah, how could someone who doesn't work just slack off like this?" No one spoke up for Chen Tiansheng because no one recognized him. The grateful survivors wore masks, while Chen Tiansheng was not wearing one, so naturally, no one recognized him as their benefactor. Chen Tiansheng was too lazy to explain. Grabbing Su Wonking's hand, he coldly said, "Get out of my way, or I'll kill you." The thug, though brash, hesitated to step forward, his fingers twitching, but ultimately didn't dare to speak. Knowing Chen Tiansheng's methods, after the thug stepped aside, Chen Tiansheng, under the scornful gazes of many, pulled Su Wonking into a shop, flipped out some paper and a pen, and slammed them on the counter. "Help me out. Draw the Stormbreaker. The more detailed, the better. The one used by Thor? Yes, can you draw it?" "Su Wonking not that, c'est aussi." "I can." Then she took the pen and began to draw, outlining and detailing, creating a lifelike representation. Throughout the process, Chen Tiansheng watched, continually praising her. "Your drawing skills are impressive. This looks so much like it. Amazing." Su Wonking's face turned beet red from the compliments, and at that moment, she felt that her efforts in learning to draw were not in vain. Chapter 69. First, sharpen the tools after finishing the drawing. Chen Tiansheng picked it up and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, as if the battle axe had already been forged, and he was wielding it to slaughter zombies in the midst of a horde. Su Wonqing shyly asked, "Can I ask a question? What use is it for me to draw it for you? I'm lacking a decent weapon, and after thinking it over, this storm battle axe is exactly what I want." Su Wonqing was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing Chen Tiansheng about to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Wait, don't go yet." "What's wrong?" Chen Tiansheng asked in surprise. "If you want to find someone to forge the weapon, my drawing isn't right." Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. "Isn't this good? What is wrong with it?" Su Wonqing didn't know how to explain. She stamped her foot and said, "It's just not right. Drawings and paintings are different. If you want to forge a weapon, it shouldn't be drawn like this." Unable to articulate her thoughts, Su Wonqing had no choice but to start drawing again, asking various questions as she went. "What is the total length of the axe? What are the width and thickness?" A series of questions ensued, and Chen Tiansheng could only provide approximate measurements. About half an hour later, a detailed blueprint of the storm battle axe was completed. With this drawing, the craftsmen will understand it. They need detailed data for processing. Otherwise, they can't make the mold. "Ah, you really understand. Why don't you come with me?" Chen Tiansheng casually suggested. "Forget it. I think I'm needed here more. Su Wanqing politely refused, blushing as she looked down. If I stay here, I can help more people, so I won't trouble you. All right, thanks. Chen Tiansheng turned to leave. Su Wanqing hurriedly called out, Is the axe done? Can I see it? No problem. Holding the blueprint, he returned to them all, got into the heavy truck, and drove back to the steel processing plant. When Jin Yuan received the blueprint, his eyes lit up. Amazing. Hero, where did you find such a skilled person? The 3D drawing of this axe is so detailed. Chen Tiansheng got straight to the point. That's none of your business. Just tell me if you can make it. I can, absolutely. Jin Yuan then got busy. Following the process, he first made a mold, as the steel processing plant was well equipped. He used a carving knife to shape the soft material into the form of the storm battle axe, poured sand into the mold, placed the mold inside, then covered it with more sand, pressing it flat with a plate repeatedly. After a few rounds, he poured tempered water into the mold entrance. By the time they waited for it to cool, it was already evening, and the three of them decided to get a good night's sleep. The next day, Chen Tiansheng took out roast chicken and spring water, and after a hearty meal, Jin Yuan continued working. He used a large hammer to completely break open the hardened mold. The casting of the storm battle axe was complete. However, this was just the beginning, as it still needed polishing, grinding, processing, tempering, and more polishing, repeated several times. In the morning, the sound of deafening cannon fire echoed outside. Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui stood on the rooftop of the office building, looking towards the war-torn city. Boss, are you worried? Not all. The war raged on for a whole morning, followed by occasional gunfire. The weapon forging took a long time with many processes, and Jin Yuan had to complete it all by himself. The biggest drawback was that the axe weighed over 80 pounds, and Jin Yuan was exhausted from moving it around. Chen Tiansheng was generous, providing him with spring water and roast chicken for every meal. After 3 days of continuous work without sleep, the storm battle axe was finally completed. In the processing plant, the motor hummed and sparks flew. The final sharpening process was not taken lightly. When Jin Yuan turned off the motor and stopped working, he sheepishly smiled at Chen Tiansheng. Hero, I finished your axe, but it's so heavy. Can you wield it? Chen Tiansheng picked up the axe with one hand and gave it a shake. It feels good. Wow, you must be a strong man, Jin Yuan complimented without missing a beat. Chen Tiansheng swung it around proudly. It was indeed powerful and impressive. With this handy weapon, he felt he had a fighting chance against even fourth-tier mutated beasts. Just then, a rumbling sound came from outside the factory, and the ground trembled, indicating that a convoy was arriving. Yang Shui didn't need to be told. She dashed out. Moments later, she returned to report a convoy is coming. It's an armored vehicle team from the battle zone, and there are a lot of people. Are they bringing more monsters here to kill? Chen Tiansheng frowned and grabbed his battle axe to go see. Although he saw the convoy arriving in full force, he didn't see any zombies following behind. Just as Chen Tiansheng was puzzled, a soldier who had arrived at the mass grave shouted, Not good. The zombies have all been burned. What? The leader, an officer, turned pale and rushed to the smoldering pit filled with ashes. Who did this? Chen Tiansheng stepped forward, axe in hand, and shouted, I did it. What is the problem? The officer stormed over, furious. Why did you burn the zombies? Do you know the pineal glands in their brains haven't been harvested yet? Chen Tiansheng understood now. They were keeping the zombies alive for the pineal glands, which was why they hadn't burned them. I know, and not only do I know, but the wild beasts nearby also know. If I hadn't burned them in time, the zombies here could have nurtured a 6th-tier mutated beast. His answer left the officer stunned. He had just received confirmation from higher-ups about the scientists' findings regarding the classification of zombies and the levels of mutated beasts. But how did this young man know about it? I'm the commander of the Jiangsheng Battle Zone base. May I ask who you are? The commander introduced himself and then inquired about Chen Tiansheng's identity. There were not many who could talk about mutated beasts and their classifications. So you're the commander of the Jiangsheng base. Chen Tiansheng. The commander originally intended to recruit the young man, but when he heard his name, his previously friendly demeanor darkened. In recent days, Chen Tiansheng's name had become notorious. Not to mention his status as a wanted criminal, the commander had a poor first impression of him, and his subsequent actions had made the commander despise him even more. Especially in recent days, his reckless decisions had pushed the safety zone forward by several dozen miles, leading to the entire base's combat forces being entangled by zombies, resulting in daily battles. No matter how rich their resources were, they couldn't withstand such turmoil. You're the culprit who dragged the Jiangsheng base into the mire. Chen Tiansheng? How do you speak like that? What do you mean? Chen Tiansheng detected the sarcasm in the officer's words and retorted without a good temper. How can you still have the nerve to say that? Do you know that your reckless ambition has resulted in all the forces of the Jiangsheng base being entangled, leaving the rear vulnerable? If enemies attack the rear at this time, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chapter 70. The hero returns. Chen Tiansheng disdainfully scratched his ear and retorted, "Do you think zombies are like humans with brains? They can sneak attack from behind. As long as the base doesn't do anything stupid like firing signal flares, the zombies won't notice." You. The commander was left speechless by the retort. "I can't be bothered to waste my breath on someone like you." Chen Tiansheng turned to leave, and before he did, he shouted, "All right, since you're here, I'll give you a gift. Move the entire steel processing plant back to the base. You'll definitely find it useful. No need to thank me. Thank your whole family." The commander was so furious he was about to explode. He had known Chen Tiansheng was naive about the world, but seeing him in person was truly something else. Wait, what did he just say? The steel processing plant? It took him a moment to realize that there was actually a steel processing plant here. The base was currently under construction, and they needed reinforced concrete. Since they had discovered the processing plant, they shouldn't return empty-handed. You all go negotiate and move the entire processing plant back to the base. Yes, sir. The soldiers saluted. Chen Tiansheng returned to the processing plant and negotiated with Jin Yuan, saying, "These people are soldiers from the Jiangsheng base. I'm giving the processing plant to the Jiangsheng base on your behalf. You'll go with them, and once you're settled, you can forge her a suitable weapon." Although Jin Yuan was unhappy inside, he didn't show it on his face. "Okay, thank you for your hero-esque consideration. Yang Shui, let us go." He got in the car with Yang Shui and passed by the soldiers, driving the Oriental heavy truck back to the development zone shopping mall at breakneck speed. 3 days had passed, and the shopping mall in the development zone had completely changed. It had been desolate before, but now it was bustling with activity. Even the eastern entrance to the parking lot near the street was wide open, with soldiers bustling around, creating a palpable sense of war tension. Chen Tiansheng stopped the car and said, "Let us go in and check the situation." After jumping out of the car with Yang Shui, they entered the mall. At this time, the gold shop no longer had gold and silver items. Instead, there was a simple sand table surrounded by a circle of chairs. Many soldiers were gathered around the sand table, analyzing attack strategies. As soon as Chen Tiansheng entered, Zheng Wei was the first to jump up. "You're back. Come help us analyze why the battle has reached a stalemate." Chen Tiansheng was puzzled as well. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. But standing in front of the sand table, he suddenly felt enlightened. "You three parties advanced and opened the roads near the zoo?" Zheng Wei asked in surprise. "Yeah. What is the problem? Are you all foolish? The zoo is full of mutated beasts. How could you go to the zoo?" A soldier retorted defiantly. "Why can't we go? Aren't the survivors in the zoo worth saving?" Chen Tiansheng's chest rose and fell with anger as he drew a circle around the zoo area with his finger. "I swear, there is not a single living soul in this area. By opening this road, you're signaling the mutated animals, telling them there are living people here. Come quickly and eat us." Chen Tiansheng's sarcasm made the soldiers feel both ashamed and angry. Although he made a lot of sense, it sounded very unpleasant to hear. Zheng Wei had a pained expression. "It's too late to say anything now. We wanted to retreat, but we're stuck here." Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. "Why can't you retreat? Just fall back as far as you can. The zombies will fill this road again, making the mutated beasts and zombies fight each other. Humans should just stay out of it." Zheng Wei's face looked even worse. Because Luo Long, Luo Feng, and our rescue team are all trapped." "What did you say?" Chen Tiansheng grabbed Zheng Wei by the collar, furious. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" After saying this, he turned and ran out of the mall, rushing out in a hurry, with Yang Shui getting into the car first. "Boss, how do we rescue them?" Bang! The car door closed, and as he started the engine, he said, I originally planned to give this to you later, but there's no time to explain now. As he spoke, he tossed a tang knife over, which Yang Shui caught. Looking closely, it was an impressively sharp tang knife. This looks powerful. Don't ask anything else. After saying that, he slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the heavy truck roared out, leaving those in its wake scrambling to avoid it. Once the truck was far away, they finally remembered to curse. The heavy truck sped down the overpass, and the soldiers on the upper floors who were shooting zombies saw the truck appear, disregarding their gunfire, cheering and welcoming their hero back. The truck crushed through debris and ran over zombies in its unstoppable charge towards the zoo. The zoo was fraught with danger, facing all mutated beasts. This trip was a matter of life and death, so it was best to be mentally prepared. Yang Shui resolutely said, "As long as I'm with you." "I'm not afraid." "Don't say that. There's no one who isn't afraid." "I'm scared too." Chen Tiansheng said seriously, "Remember, if you encounter a mutated tiger beast, run as far as you can and as fast as you can. Don't care about anything else." Chen Tiansheng wasn't exaggerating. In his previous life, the shelter in the development zone shopping mall was destroyed under the leadership of a mutated fifth-tier tiger king. Tigers are the kings of beasts, and when mutated, they become terrifying. In terms of equivalent strength, a fourth-tier Tibetan Mastiff compared to a fourth-tier Tiger King is like garbage. A tiger can crush a Mastiff into mush with a single paw. Moreover, mutated beasts have unknown aspects. For example, mutated tiger beasts, while they don't eat their own kind, spare any other mutated beasts, and they willingly offer themselves, which is one of the terrifying aspects of mutated beasts and one reason why Chen Tiansheng felt uneasy. Wherever the heavy truck passed, soldiers were stationed at the top of every corridor. They shouldn't have launched an attack here. It was truly impossible to say anything. Racing toward the front line, they soon saw a large mutated beast in the front, rampaging under heavy fire. The windshield wipers swished, clearing the bloodstains, revealing that the mutated beast ahead was actually a black bear. A black bear the size of a Hummer was wildly slapping the trench vehicles, while soldiers on the upper floors poured firepower, but the bullets hitting the black bear felt like mere tickles, only serving to enrage it further. A third-tier black bear? Are you feeding it? About 500 meters from the black bear, Chen Tiansheng slammed the brakes and steadied the truck. He got out with an axe and pointed at the black bear, shouting, "Yang Shui, lure the black bear away and take it back to the zoo. Don't let it charge this way." "Understood." Yang Shui reached her top speed, her graceful figure leaving a long shadow on the street as she dashed towards the black bear. "Kick it in the nose." Yang Shui jumped high and kicked the black bear right on the nose. The black bear seemed unfazed and swatted its paw, but Yang Shui performed a graceful flip over the bear, provocatively beckoning with her finger before sprinting back towards the zoo. The black bear roared in anger, its massive form shaking the ground as it charged after her. "Awesome. You rock, Yang Shui. You're my goddess." The soldiers cheered and shouted, rallying to support Yang Shui. Chapter 71. Dawn of Despair. Chen Tian was furious. These soldiers thought they were just here to watch the excitement. "What are you shouting for? Everyone, evacuate immediately. Abandon the zoo front. All of you, get out of here right now." Chen Tian's roar was like thunder. Every soldier heard it, but their task was to hold their position here. They hadn't received the order to retreat, and if they left now, wouldn't that be going against military orders? "Stop dawdling. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and go. Support other battle zones. Leave this place to us." Once Chen Tian said this, the soldiers stopped hesitating and hurriedly packed their things to prepare for evacuation. Chen Tian, on the other hand, carried his battle axe, stepped forward, and charged towards the zoo. Chen Tian had been gone for 3 days. The first day went relatively smoothly, with 3 fronts attacking and rescuing hostages, achieving significant results. But on the second day, the commander seemed to get a bit carried away, actually thinking about retaking the city. Tanks and armored vehicles all entered the city, advancing on 3 fronts to expand the search and rescue area. Everything was going normally and progressing very smoothly. The rescue team had even penetrated near the zoo to search for survivors. Crisis often erupts unexpectedly. It could have been gunfire or perhaps zombies. The mutated bees from the zoo broke free and began slaughtering the zombies. At first, the soldiers were quite pleased, as it helped them save ammunition and reduce pressure. However, once the zombies were exterminated, the mutated beasts turned their attack towards humans, and only then did the soldiers realize the gravity of the situation. They opened fire with everything they had, and the artillery was relentless, yet they found themselves unable to gain the upper hand. Reinforcements were dispatched, and the fire and wind elemental users, Luo Long and Luo Feng, ventured into the area to find a rescue team, but they never returned. The battle raged on all night. Every soldier was exhausted, and the onslaught of mutated beasts showed no signs of diminishing, attacking the lines in waves as if in a war of attrition. Outside a bank near the zoo, flying mutated beasts were darting about, with peacocks and wild chickens visible everywhere. Inside the bank, a few people huddled in a corner, shivering. Volunteers from the search team, a few lackeys of Chong, were despondent and muttering, "We're done for. It's really over this time. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have come. It's all that scum Chen's fault. What kind of terrible idea did he come up with? He is going to get us killed. I curse him to die a miserable death." Inside a supermarket near the zoo, Captain Wang Yang and a few comrades were trembling in the warehouse. Su Wanqing was bandaging a soldier's wounds. The soldier had sacrificed himself with a grenade while holding a monkey to cover the others. The monkey was killed on the spot, and he had lost one arm in the explosion, with several wounds on his body and face, a truly harrowing sight. "See, Captain." The soldier coughed up blood, trembling as he handed over his magazine. "This is mine. You take it. You must survive." The bond of brotherhood, living and dying together. The members of Wang Yang's team were in tears, and Su Wanqing wiped her tears and comforted him. "It's okay. You'll be fine. Mister, Chen will definitely come to rescue us." A soldier nearby angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense. Scum Chun doesn't know where he is. His two subordinates are trapped nearby. If he could save us, he would have done so already. Why wait until now?" "Shut up." Wang Yang scolded sharply. "I believe in Mr. Chun. He is our only hope of survival." The soldier who had just argued didn't continue, but spat to express his dissatisfaction. In a residential building, Luo Long and Luo Feng were crouched by the window, silently watching the mutated beasts searching outside. A monkey flashed by the window, and the two quickly shrank back to hide. "Bro, do you have any water left?" Luo Long pulled out the last glass bottle of water, with only a few drops remaining. "This is all there is. You drink it." Luo Feng smacked her lips and pushed back. "You should keep it. Your fire is more useful than mine." Luo Long opened his palm and tried repeatedly. "I'm out of energy. I can't produce even a spark." Just then, a massive black bear thundered past outside, shaking dust loose in the room. "What the hell?" Luo Long peeked out and saw the giant black bear roaring at its surroundings as if giving orders, causing all the mutated beasts to rush towards the zoo. What kind of madness is this? The black bear disappeared into the zoo, and the animals followed suit, leaving the street unusually calm. An opportunity. Not just Luo Long and Luo Feng, but at that moment, the search team and volunteers all realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to escape. "Run." 3 volunteers sprinted out of the bank at breakneck speed, racing towards the main road. One person just rounded the corner when they suddenly stopped, slipping and falling, scrambling back to their feet. The other 3 also halted, pressing against the wall, panting as they asked, "What's wrong? Did you see something?" "I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Something is coming this way." The faces of the 3 turned pale with fear, crouching low as they tried to crawl back towards the bank. Soon, the sounds from the main road grew closer, accompanied by the sharp, piercing sounds of metal scraping against the ground. "We're done for. We're done for." The 3 were drenched in sweat, terror filling their hearts. Just when despair set in, a figure dashed out. It was a person, wearing a gas mask and wielding an axe, the blade dragging on the ground, creating sparks as it scraped along. "It's Scum Chun." The 3 cried out in unison. Chen Tian also heard them, stopping his run and turning back to see Chong's 3 lackeys hiding behind a trash bin, either crouched or lying down. Frowning, he cursed inwardly. Good people don't live long, and disasters endure for 1,000 years. "Where are the others?" Chen Tian asked coldly. The first thug quickly reacted, slapping his companion on the head. "What's Scum Chun? This is our brother Chun. Our hero. After saying this, he quickly approached Chen Tian with a bow, acting as if he were a servant meeting his master. Brother Chen, you're finally here. We've been waiting so long for you. If you hadn't come, we would have died. The 3's obsequious attitude disgusted Chen Tian, and his tone was very cold. I asked, where are the others? The 3 thugs stammered, one of them mustering the courage to say, we got separated. We don't know where they are. Just then, a sharp cry rang out from the sky. Looking up, they saw a colorful flying, mutated beast, a second-level mutated peacock. Chen Tian recognized it immediately, but before he could react, the 3 thugs displayed the ugliest side of human nature. It's a monster, run. Brother Chen, save me. One of the thugs quickly hid behind Chen Tian, pushing him with all his strength. You're strong. You block for us while we escape. Chapter 72. Bloodlight in the dawn. Chen Tiansheng stumbled forward a couple steps, his eyes cold. You're looking for death. Facing danger, pushing oneself forward to block mutated beasts is one thing. However, mutated beasts are intelligent. If one person stays behind while 3 run away, to them, it's like seeing a $1 bill and a $5 bill on the ground. Which one would you choose? With a bit of intelligence, they would either choose the $5 bill or try to take both. The mutated beasts were no different, looking down from above and charging straight towards the direction the 3 were fleeing. The 3 thugs ran for their lives, desperately talking as they ran. Let that scum Chen block for us. The front is the front line, and we can definitely escape. If scum Chen dies, we can consider it revenge for Brother Chong. This scum is just a petty person who has found success. Dying like this would be too cheap for him. At this moment, the 3 were unaware that their actions not only wouldn't help them escape, but also turn them into bait. Caw! A long cry echoed above, and the 3 suddenly felt a tingling at the back of their heads. They looked up while running and immediately saw the most magnificent scene of their lives. The peacock, high above, dove straight down towards them from about 3 meters away, its wings suddenly spreading, the colorful feathers and the brilliant tail forming a stark contrast against the dull sky. In that moment, the 3 were momentarily mesmerized. The scene was too beautiful, like a painting from the apocalypse. The peacock's sharp claws quickly grabbed one person's head, instantly crushing it. Blood splattered everywhere. Only then did the remaining 2 come to their senses. Startled, they stumbled and fell to the ground, too scared to feel the pain, scrambling to get back up and continue running. The peacock flapped its wings and pounced on the nearest thug, its sharp beak piercing through the skull. After a spray of blood, the peacock mutant beast picked up the round pineal gland in its beak and swallowed it. Only one thug remained. Seeing his 2 companions brutally killed, he was so frightened that his soul left his body, and he felt warmth below as yellowish-white liquid flowed out. No, I don't want to die. He stubbornly got up and tried to run. The speed of the flying mutant beast was terrifying. Just as he turned around, the peacock's sharp beak pierced through his skull, snatching out the pineal gland once again to swallow it. Caw! The peacock mutant beast let out an excited cry. Then its wings contracted and its body trembled. In the next moment, its wings suddenly expanded, now larger than before. The second-tier peacock mutant beast had actually upgraded to the 3rd tier. The 3 thugs had chosen their own demise, and Chen Tiansheng did not come to their rescue. Their lives or deaths had nothing to do with him, since they wanted to be bait. There was no need to stop them. By the time the peacock killed the 3, Chen Tiansheng had already fled, running wildly down the street with an axe in hand. He firmly believed that Luo Long and Luo Feng were still alive, and where there were survivors, there must be others. Sir Mask, as Chen Tiansheng ran and searched, he heard a barely audible call from behind in the supermarket. He stopped abruptly and turned around. The person calling him was Su Wanqing. At this moment, Su Wanqing was both surprised and delighted, her face unable to hide her joy. However, being in a dangerous area, she did not dare to expose herself or speak loudly, trying to conceal her presence, making her state quite amusing. Where are the others? Chen Tiansheng quickly asked, actually wanted to know if Luo Long and Luo Feng were there. Follow me. Su Wanqing quickly turned to leave, and Chen Tiansheng felt a surge of joy as he quickly followed her into the supermarket storeroom. The cramped space was filled with people. Squad leader Wang Yang, soldier Li Hao, and a total of 4 people. After looking around, he did not see Luo Long and Luo Feng. Mr. Chen, you have great powers. Can you save him? Su Wanqing Bulet Chen Tiansheng, pointing to the soldier who was barely alive on the ground. His injuries were shocking. His entire arm had been blown off, wrapped in bandages and clothing. But blood continued to flow profusely. His side face was severely burned, blood spilling from his mouth, and his eyes were dazed, clearly in a life-threatening state. Chen Tiansheng quickly squatted down. What's your name? The soldier spat out blood and mumbled, My name is Zhao Tianyu. Chen Tiansheng quickly recalled that he was one of the first to team up with Wang Yang to retake the development zone mall. However, his injuries were too severe, and Chen Tiansheng had no way to help him. Listen to me. Everyone looked at him seriously, their eyes filled with hope. Your injuries are too severe. I am powerless. And I can't take you with me. That would slow everyone down. What do you mean? Soldier Wang Kai suddenly stood up, grabbing Chen Tiansheng's collar, furious. What are you saying? Calm down, don't act rashly. Let Mr. Chen finish speaking. Wang Yang hurriedly mediated, and Li Hao joined in to separate them. Chen Tiansheng's gaze sharpened, coldly saying, The smell of blood will attract zombies and mutated beasts. This is a zoo with hundreds or thousands of mutated animals. Do you think we can escape if I take him away? We are comrades. Before we left, we said we would not abandon anyone. Are you telling me to abandon him now? Tears welled up in Wang Kai's eyes, filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. Otherwise, in his current state, he won't survive a few meters. Do you mean to carry a dead man to escape this life-and-death situation? Chen Tiansheng's words were firm, and Wang Kai's emotions instantly collapsed, hurriedly being pulled back by Wang Yang and Li Hao. On the ground, Zhao Tianyu spat out blood, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Chen, do me a favor, give me a quick end. Hearing this, Su Wanqing could no longer hold back her sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Despite this, she still covered her mouth, trying desperately not to cry out loud. I am a people's soldier. My mission is to protect my home and country, to protect the common people. I have completed my mission. I will die with no regrets. Go ahead. I, Zhao Tianyu, am not afraid of death. He used the last of his strength to shout this, after which his eyes lost focus, devoid of life. At this moment, several soldiers were in tears. Squad leader Wang Yang suppressed his grief, straightened his collar, stood at attention, and saluted. Li Hao and Wang Kai also held back their tears, standing at attention and saluting. This salute was for their comrade, for their brotherhood, and it was also a tribute to the hero. Chen Tiansheng slowly stepped forward, reaching out to close his eyes. Zhao Tianyu, I will remember you. Although I cannot take you away alive, I will not let you become food for the mutated beasts. I will carry your last will back to the Pure Land, allowing your soul to rest in peace. After speaking, he raised the axe. What are you doing? Zhao Tianyu's body was severed. At this moment, even Wang Yang could not suppress the anger in his heart. He is already dead. Why do you still do this? I will kill you. Wang Kai's fury surged, aiming his gun at Chen Tiansheng. Chapter 73 Collection. Chen Tiansheng ignored the soldier's reactions, took a box from the side of the container, dumped the snacks inside onto the ground, and proceeded to place Zhao Tianyu's head inside. I want to take him back for burial. After finishing this, he turned to look at everyone. If one day I die, I hope someone will do the same for me. Take my head away and find a safe place to bury it. This way, I won't provide nutrients to the zombies or mutated beasts. I may not be able to protect his whole body, but I can ensure that his will lives on. Wang Yang was deeply impacted, raising his hand to press against Wang Kai's gun. He was right. Allowing the will to return to its roots was the best outcome for Zhao Tianyu. Wang Kai gritted his teeth, lowered his gun, closed his eyes, and dare not look at his comrade again. Chen Tiansheng found some more items, wrapped them in the box, and finally tied it securely around himself, saying solemnly, Now tell me, where are Luo Long and Luo Feng? Before the three could answer, a long, sharp, and piercing sound came from outside, shaking everyone to their core. It was a peacock mutated beast. After eating the three, it had begun searching for Chen Tiansheng's trace. You guys hide and don't show yourselves. Chen Tiansheng hurriedly left the warehouse, quickly closing the door to prevent the smell of blood from spreading. He tiptoed to the broken window, crouched down, and peeked out. The peacock stood proudly on the roof of a car in the street, its sharp red eyes searching for human scents. Compared to zombies, mutated beasts had even more terrifying senses. With a barely perceptible scent in the air, the peacock mutated beast detected an unusual presence. Flapping its wings and creating a gust of wind, slowly landing near the supermarket. Leaning against the wall, Chen Tiansheng could clearly feel the distance of the mutated beast. Although he was confident he could kill the peacock mutated beast, what would happen afterward? The zoo was nearby, with hundreds of mutated beasts around, once entangled. How could he kill a beast flying in the sky? Just as Chen Tiansheng was rapidly contemplating how to deliver a fatal blow, suddenly, the window of a neighboring residential building shattered. The loud noise instantly attracted the attention of the approaching peacock. It tilted its head, flapped its wings, and leaped into the air. The wind blew debris from the shelves all over the place, and Chen Tiansheng immediately leaned out to check. The peacock had indeed flown away. Just as Chen Tiansheng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the peacock let out a sharp screech during its attack, drawing his attention again. What was going on? Who was it attacking? There couldn't be any survivors near the zoo. Not even a single zombie was present. The only possibility of being attacked by the peacock was the search and rescue team, and the only ones not yet found were Luo Long and Luo Feng. Not good. Chen Tiansheng didn't think any further and rushed out with his axe. Luo Long and Luo Feng had already noticed Chen Tiansheng's appearance and initially intended to go downstairs to meet him. However, as they reached the third floor, they discovered that a flying mutated beast had appeared on the street. "Brother, what should we do now?" Luo Feng asked urgently. "Our master is nearby. Let's signal him and work together to take down this beast." The siblings quickly agreed, picked up a brick from the hallway, and threw it out the window. "Run." After making noise, the two moved quickly, but the peacock was faster, appearing at the broken window in an instant. It smashed its head against the shattered glass and saw two human figures disappearing around the corner. Retracting its head downward, it crazily smashed into the glass of the next floor, desperately trying to get inside. As Luo Long and Luo Feng just turned the corner, the peacock broke through the window, screeching sharply, its sharp beak fearlessly diving into the hallway. The siblings immediately stopped and stumbled down the stairs. The sharp beak was getting closer, and the peacock was about to enter the corridor. The two siblings were exhausted and could not compete with the peacock. Just as life and death hung in the balance, the enormous, sharp beak was about to peck at them. Suddenly, boom! Blood splattered everywhere, from despair to a turnaround. The siblings were filled with surprise and exclaimed, "Master!" A massive axe split the peacock in two from the second-floor corridor window. Chen Tiansheng stood at the broken window, stepping on the peacock's corpse, pulled out the axe, and said to the two, "Hurry down and follow me." The siblings quickly got up, not having time for pleasantries, and stumbled down the stairs. Seizing the moment, Chen Tiansheng quickly responded to the system. Absorb. The third-tier mutated beast peacock, its massive body shining, disappeared. Luo Long and Luo Feng rushed out of the corridor, and Chen Tiansheng jumped down, casually tossing a bottle of water to each of them. "Follow me." The excitement on the siblings' faces grew even stronger. They bit off the wooden corks and drank deeply while running. Meanwhile, a roar that shook the heavens came from within the zoo, a tiger's roar mixed with a dragon's chant. The sound waves spreading out with such power that they shattered all the windows of the buildings across from the zoo. Boom! Chen Tiansheng immediately stopped, looking fearfully toward the depths of the zoo. "I told you not to provoke the tiger. Not to provoke the tiger. It really is where danger lies that you run." He mumbled, pointing with his axe. "You two go to the supermarket warehouse to join everyone. I'm going to rescue Yang Shui, so we can run together." After shouting, they split up, with Chen Tiansheng heading straight for the zoo while the siblings quickly entered the supermarket. Chen Tiansheng dashed across the road, leaped into the fence, and quickly ran deeper into the zoo. At this moment, the zoo was already in chaos. The enclosures that once held animals were shattered, bloodstains were everywhere on the paths, and incomplete corpses could be seen scattered around, with even a large pit filled with bodies. Chen Tiansheng knew this was the mutated animals preparing for winter, and these corpses were either zombies or humans. Not far ahead, a flash of purple light caught Chen Tiansheng's attention. Though dense trees obstructed the view, the purple light was so dazzling it was hard to miss. He sprinted towards the area of the purple light. Along the way, he found several corpses of first-tier monkeys. And following the principle of taking advantage of the situation, all the mutated beast corpses he passed were absorbed by the system. It must be said that Yang Shui's speed was increasing. If she didn't use skills, with Chen Tiansheng's current speed of 50 points, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her at all. While running, the ground of the zoo began to tremble. This was the noise made by a large mutated beast running. Chen Tiansheng quickly stopped, sensing danger ahead and not daring to rush in. There was only one way to resolve this. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Yang Shui, assemble at the Jiahong supermarket outside the zoo. After shouting this, he took off running. Mutated beasts were not fools. Shouting so loudly would definitely attract their attention. Chapter 74 Escape. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Chen Tiansheng charged out of the zoo, quickly arriving on the street. He didn't rush into the supermarket, but first gathered all the cars haphazardly parked on the street in front of the Jiahong supermarket. After doing this, he quickly returned to the warehouse and shouted anxiously, "Do you have any grenades? Give them all to me." Wang Yang and the others wasted no time, handing over all 3 grenades they had on them to Chen Tiansheng. "Luo Long, Luo Feng, come with me," Chen Tiansheng instructed as he hurriedly returned to the window. "Wait for Yang Shui to come back, and the 2 of you coordinate to set these cars on fire." Understood. Just as he finished giving orders, a striking figure leaped over the fence at the zoo, performing a graceful flip in midair and landing on the sidewalk. She scanned the opposite street, locking onto the Jiahong supermarket. With a powerful push, she disappeared, and in the next moment, she leapt onto the haphazardly parked vehicles on the street, flashing into the supermarket. "Boss!" Boom! 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 The ground trembled as the animals in the zoo burst forth. "Wait!" Chen Tiansheng grabbed bottles of white liquor from the shelves and hurled them outside, shattering them on the cars. The mutated animals appeared in sight. 3rd-tier black bears. 1st and 2nd-tier monkey groups, flying creatures, countless in number. Burn! Luo Long and Luo Feng simultaneously unleashed their abilities, igniting a massive fire. With the wind howling, the flames spread rapidly, engulfing all the vehicles in flames. The mutated animals crashed through the fence, undeterred by the fire, and continued to charge forward frantically. Chen Tiansheng pulled the pins from the grenades and tossed them under the cars, shouting, "Turn around and run to the warehouse." The 4 of them dared not delay, rushing into the warehouse in a frenzy. As the mutated animals approached the vehicles, the flying mutated beasts soared over the roaring flames, rushing into the supermarket, screeching and roaring, ready to charge through the warehouse door. "Hold it!" Chen Tiansheng roared as everyone braced themselves against the door. Boom! Boom! The grenades exploded, acting as a fuse that ignited the already burning vehicles. The violent explosion was no small matter, sending the mutated beasts flying. The shockwave spread, and flames surged into the supermarket, knocking all the flying mutated beasts inside off their feet. The shockwave continued to expand, pushing everyone blocking the door away. The deafening roar causing severe headaches and ringing in their ears. Chen Tiansheng was fine. He had long been accustomed to it, and with his enhanced physique, he shook his head and regained his composure. He pushed over a shelf to block the warehouse door, turned, and ran to the inner wall. Taking a deep breath before shouting, "Charge through!" Boom! The entire residential building shook slightly. The inner wall was a load-bearing wall, yet Chen Tiansheng crashed through it, creating a large hole. "Quick, quick, quick!" He grabbed the nearest person next to him and pushed them outside. "Whoever is lagging behind, hurry and run." Though everyone was suffering from severe headaches, the prospect of survival drove them to endure the intense ringing in their ears as they rushed outside. Chen Tiansheng was the last to leave, and before he went, he didn't forget to pocket some sausages and canned goods from the warehouse into his spatial backpack. "Go! Follow me!" Chen Tiansheng charged out, leading the way with an axe in hand. "Take the back roads, don't use the main road." The others supported each other, hurriedly following Chen Tiansheng's footsteps. Just as a few of them disappeared into the alley, the pack of mutated beasts recovered from the explosion. The flying mutated beasts broke through the warehouse door, sniffing the air, and upon seeing a headless corpse on the ground, they let out sharp cries that echoed for hundreds of meters. Moments later, a third-tier black bear broke through the wall, roaring, and from the hole emerged a swarm of wild beasts, monkeys, wolves, and countless flying mutated beasts. The fleeing group heard the roars and found themselves trapped in a small community. This was a residential building in a square layout, with only one entrance and exit. But it was already too late to turn back. "Follow me." Chen Tiansheng continued leading the way, charging directly into a broken first-floor security window. The others helped each other and squeezed into the residential building on the first floor one by one. Just as the last one, Su Wanqing, entered the room, a flying, mutated beast suddenly appeared in the sky, scanning from above. Not detecting any human traces, it let out a long cry. One by one, the windows in the community corridor shattered, and countless monkeys burst through the windows, entering the community, standing on car roofs, fitness equipment, and gazebos, looking around in search of human traces. The wolf pack soon followed, sniffing the ground for scents, quickly advancing, relentlessly pursuing the direction where Chen Tiansheng and the others had disappeared. Chen Tiansheng knew how to evade the pursuit of the mutated beasts. While running, he bit off a bottle cap, pouring a bottle of white liquor on the ground to mask their scent, then kicked open a first-floor window, shouting loudly, "Hurry, hurry!" One by one, they jumped out. The last one was Su Wanqing, who was panting heavily, showing signs of exhaustion. "Mr. Chen, just chop my head off and take it with you. I really can't run anymore." Less talking. He grabbed her by the rear and tossed her out the window. He then smashed another bottle of white liquor and flipped out of the window. Just as Su Wanqing got up, she felt her body lighten as Chen Tiansheng carried her and sprinted away. "Let us hide in the Qitian Hotel ahead." Yang Shui led the charge, swinging her knife, the purple blade flashing as it shattered the first-floor security glass. With a quick motion, she imitated Chen Tiansheng, standing at the edge of the window and reaching out to the others. "Hurry, come in." Wang Yang was the first, Li Hao second, followed by Luo Long and Luo Feng, and finally, Chen Tiansheng carrying Su Wanqing. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Chen Tiansheng took out another bottle of white liquor and tossed out the window, causing it to shatter on the ground. The strong smell of liquor immediately filling the air. The wolf pack burst through the window, but could no longer detect any human scent, leading the frantic mutated wolves to howl in frustration. The wolf pack jumped out one by one, searching for scents, but ultimately found nothing. The monkeys again burst through the windows, squatting on power lines, car roofs, and looking around, but still found nothing. Boom! The wall was damaged as a third-tier gray bear stumbled out, roaring at the wolf pack and monkeys. The monkeys bowed their heads, not daring to meet its gaze, while the wolves hesitated, retreating, not daring to face the black bear's reproach. Roar! The black bear let out a deafening roar, causing the monkeys and wolves to scatter in all directions, both above and below. One wolf, sniffing around, approached the hotel's ground floor, looking up at the broken windows, baring its fangs as if it had discovered something. Just a wall away, the group squatted in a line beneath the window, covering their mouths and holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, Chen Tiansheng was holding Su Wanqing, one hand tightly covering her mouth, his mind tense, cold sweat pouring down. He was completely unaware of just how intimate their actions seemed at that moment. Chapter 75. Cold storage. Suddenly, a long cry rang out in the sky, an alarm from the flying mutated beasts. In that moment, not only the wolf beneath the window, but also the monkeys on the street, and even the bear commanding the search rushed wildly into the depths of the street. Luo Long was just about to peek out to check when Chen Tiansheng pulled him back. "Don't move. The mutated beasts are very smart. This might be a diversion." After a quiet reminder, he waved his hand, "Everyone follow me." As he spoke, Chen Tiansheng squeezed Su Wanqing under his arm, crawling forward. Perhaps out of nervousness or instinct, he held onto her waist tightly as they crawled toward the exit. The others followed suit, crawling on the ground as well. The hotel floor was made of marble tiles, which had been very clean before, but after the great disaster, the area near the park had been baptized in blood, with bloodstains everywhere in the corridor. The group crawled into the corridor, and ahead was the hotel kitchen. Without hesitation, Chen Tiansheng continued to lead the way. In just a few steps, they crawled for over 5 minutes. Upon entering the kitchen, Chen Tiansheng quickly scanned the area and, seeing the cold storage, crawled over without thinking, opened the door, and waved to the others. "Hurry up." Everyone crawled in, hunched over. Chen Tiansheng was the last to enter, and after closing the cold storage door, he finally took off his gas mask and gasped for breath. That was a close call. Only then did everyone dare to breathe and speak freely, especially Wang Yang and Li Hao, who lay on the ground, grateful to have survived. At that moment, Su Wanqing, who was tucked under Chen Tiansheng's arm, weakly said, "Mr. Chen, can you let me down now?" Chen Tiansheng then realized he was still holding on to someone. "Oh, I forgot about you." He let go, and Su Wanqing stumbled to the ground. If it weren't for the darkness of the cold storage, everyone would have seen her flushed cheeks. Luo Long opened his palm, and a flame flickered, casting a dim light throughout the cold storage. "Master, can I have another bottle of water?" Chen Tiansheng guarded the door and casually tossed him a bottle. "Me too," Wang Kai quickly demanded, but Wang Yang yanked him back, leaving Wang Kai extremely puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Captain, I'm dying of thirst." "You can't drink their water. It's magic water." Chen Tiansheng was taken aback, not expecting Wang Yang to know the details. What Chen Tiansheng didn't know was that during his absence, Luo Long had spilled a lot of information to Wang Yang, including the existence of this magical water. "It's fine. I have plenty. 1 bottle for each of you. You can drink, but don't waste it." Chen Tiansheng took out the spring water and distributed a bottle to each person. From what he had learned during this time, the spring water restored physical strength, while the source water restored mental energy. Effective not only for evolvers, but also for ordinary people. Thank you. Li Hao politely accepted his bottle. Wang Kai looked disdainful. "It's just a bottle of water. What's the big deal?" However, after drinking it, he felt an immediate sense of comfort and couldn't help but groan. "Wow, this is great." Wang Yang, aware of the reality, did not take the water Chen Tiansheng offered. "I won't drink it. You guys can use this magical water to its full potential. Stop talking nonsense and take it." Chen Tiansheng tossed the spring water to him and handed another bottle to Su Wanqing. "Hurry up and drink. Regain your strength to keep running." Now, everyone was cautious, as it was a matter of life and death. However, after everyone had drunk the water, their previous fatigue vanished, replaced by an incredible lightness. Magic water is truly magical, Wang Yang remarked as he sipped, cherishing it like a long-preserved old wine. Just then, a series of splashing sounds came from the kitchen. Everyone's spirits jolted, instinctively tensing up. In the kitchen, a group of monkeys searched, chattering as they scoured every corner of the building. Chen Tiansheng's guess was correct. The beast herd had indeed used a diversion tactic to lure them out. If you ask how Chen Tiansheng knew this, it's simple. Within a 1-mile radius of the zoo, both zombies and survivors had already been taken by the animals as winter food reserves. This was also in the nature of animals, so there couldn't be any living people left in that area. The mutated beasts had discovered something and left, the only possibility being this. The mutated monkeys made a racket in the kitchen, and after failing to find any humans, they called out and left to search other buildings. This is bad. The mutated beasts have taken over the hotel, and now we can't get out. Chen Tiansheng mumbled quietly against the door. Wang Kai scoffed in rebuttal. Are animals that smart? Do they even use tactics? Chen Tiansheng explained. Don't forget that the nature of animals is to hunt. Acid rain directly destroys human DNA, and direct contact with animals merely unlocks their genetic locks, amplifying their beastly instincts. Liu Wupat. So do we still have a way out? This question represented everyone's thoughts, and fear spread through their hearts at that moment. Chen Tiansheng stretched and lay directly on the ground. A way out? Ha! A living person can still die from holding their urine. No matter how smart, they're still animals. Luo Long, the most optimistic, saw Chen Tiansheng so relaxed and boldly said, Right? As long as Master is here, we're definitely fine, right, Master? Wang Yang took the opportunity to say, Master Chen, since we have some time, why don't you tell us about superpowers zombies, and mutated animals so we can understand and avoid causing you trouble in the future. Chen Tiansheng lay on the ground, holding his head, and asked, "What do you want to hear?" Wang Kai eagerly said, "Superpowers. How can we become strong like you?" The three warriors perked up, attentively looking at Chen Tiansheng. Well, there are two ways. The first is to gain experience through continuous battles, breaking through genetic locks in life and death situations. The second is to be granted. In about a year, scientists will be able to extract energy from the crystal cores, which is the key to unlocking genetic locks. Just one injection will grant superpowers. Granted. Wang Yang was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked at Luo Long, Luo Feng, and Yang Shui, who had been silent in the corner. Luo Long had mentioned that their superpowers were due to the gene agent Chen Tiansheng had bestowed. "Master Chen, I know your abilities and that you're very capable. I want to plead with you to let us gain superpowers too, so we can shine in this apocalypse." Wang Yang spoke sincerely, his words coming from the heart. Having witnessed the Four's superpowers multiple times, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Chen Tiansheng did not look at Wang Yang, but instead smiled coldly. "Do you think our relationship is so good that I can share my secrets with you? Don't dream." Chapter 76. Human greed. Wang Yang's heart sank, but he didn't want to give up this opportunity. He continued, "Master Chen, I'm not doing this for myself, but for this country, for the people who are still suffering. I hope to gain superpowers to fight zombies like you." Hee. Chen Tiansheng sneered and said, "What's in it for me? If I unlock your gene lock and make you powerful, will you stab me in the back?" "No way, how could that be?" Wang Yang wanted to refute, but Wang Kai quickly interrupted, "Captain, don't plead with him. A selfish person like him would never share the secret that could change humanity's fate with you. He is not someone who understands righteousness. It's useless to say more. He wants to give it." Wang Kai, this scheming man, tried to provoke Chen Tiansheng when the soft approach didn't work. If it were Luo Long, this tactic might have worked, but it was aimed at Chen Tiansheng, so it was bound to fail. "That's right," Chen Tiansheng said. "If it doesn't benefit me, I want to give it to you." After saying this, he turned over, showing his back to the others, and said, "I'm going to sleep." The atmosphere instantly cooled down. Wang Yang wanted to say something, but eventually could only leave a statement, "I will not give up. I will become a superhuman." He then got up and laid down to rest. The cold storage was not large, divided into two small groups. 3 soldiers gathered together, while Chen Tiansheng and a few others huddled together, with Su Wanqing awkwardly sandwiched in between, looking left and right. "Hey, come here." Yang Shui threw an olive branch to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing hurried over. Yang Shui pointed her chin at the sleeping Chen Tiansheng. "Go my boss's side." "Huh? Why?" Su Wanqing asked. "Can't you see my boss's arm is bleeding? He saved you. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Yang Shui said impatiently. Su Wanqing realized and slowly approached. Chen Tiansheng's arm was indeed scraped, likely from jumping out of the window, but it had already scabbed over, so it didn't need treatment. Not thinking too much about it, as a volunteer and temporary medic, she took out some cotton and alcohol from her backpack, dabbed a little, and carefully wiped the wound. Chen Tiansheng suddenly asked, "Do you want to become an ability user?" His sudden voice startled everyone, and they realized he wasn't actually asleep. Indeed, Chen Tiansheng had pretended to be asleep to check the loyalty levels of the system. Wang Yang and the others had loyalty levels below 50, especially Wang Kai, who had a pitiful 2. Li Hao had the highest among them, with 41. In comparison, Su Wanqing had the highest loyalty, second only to Luo Long and Luo Feng, and even higher than Luo Ming and Luo Pang. Su Wanqing, admiration value 287, loyalty 96. With a crush relationship. If the gene lock was to be granted, it should go to Su Wanqing. Wang Yang and the others wouldn't even be in the running. However, Chen Tiansheng was conflicted because he didn't recall Su Wanqing from his previous life, and didn't he know if she was an enhancer or an evolver. What if he unlocked her gene lock, and she died a few days later? Chen Tiansheng struggled with this question for a long time, until Su Wanqing came over to help treat his wound, which finally made him decide to ask. Su Wanqing looked around, and everyone's gaze was hot, especially the 3 soldiers behind her. She thought about it, but felt too timid to kill zombies, so she said, I don't think I'm suitable. Let us forget it. What Su Wanqing said was sincere. She also wanted to become a superhuman, but she couldn't overcome her psychological barrier. Even if she evolved, if she was afraid to kill zombies, what would be the use of evolving? Chen Tiansheng sat up straight, looking intently at Su Wanqing. I know you definitely want to betray me, so I'll ask one last time. Do you want to become an evolver? It was a second chance, and Luo Long and Luo Feng clenched their fists, their breaths quickening with tension. Yang Shui felt the same, but she believed no one would refuse this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just when the three thought there would be another companion, Su Wanqing lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then raised her head seriously, saying, "Let us forget it. I don't want to waste such a precious opportunity. If possible, I'd rather Captain Wang become a hero. He is more suitable than I am." Su Wanqing's words almost brought tears of excitement to Wang Yang's eyes. He never expected there would be such a selfless person in this world. But then, Chen Tiansheng's following words were like a wake-up call. "Idiot, get lost." Chen Tiansheng angrily lay down, ignoring her. Su Wanqing felt very embarrassed. She spoke sincerely and didn't understand why Chen Tiansheng was angry, even feeling wronged. "It's useless to give you opportunities. Just go away." Yang Shui pulled Su Wanqing away, letting her stay at a distance, and came to Chen Tiansheng, supporting his head on her lap. "Boss, it would be more comfortable to sleep on my lap." Su Wanqing pouted and slowly retreated, only to be pulled into the soldiers' camp by Wang Kai. Don't listen to his nonsense. If he had this ability, he would have already joined the research institute. Why would he need to fight alongside us to kill zombies? Wang Yang gratefully said, "Thank you for standing up for me earlier. I just think Captain Wang is amazing. As an ordinary person, being able to kill so many zombies is 100 times better than me. It's a pity that Master Chen doesn't think highly of me." Wang Yang sigid heafili. Just then, a test tube suddenly rolled over on the ground, slowly stopping at Su Wanqing's feet in the dim light. Luo Long exclaimed, "Boss, did you really give it?" Chen Tiansheng turned over, facing away from everyone, and coldly said, "It's not a gene unlocking agent, but a regular strengthening agent. Drinking it will only increase some strength. It's not a big deal." The three soldiers were stunned, especially Wang Yang, who felt a surge of mixed emotions. "Thank you, Master Chen." Wang Kai impatiently pushed Su Wanqing aside and quickly picked it up, his eyes filled with excitement. Is this what can make someone become a superhuman? He couldn't hide his greed and was about to uncork it to drink. "Vunki." Wang Yang shouted anxiously, and only then did Wang Kai come back to his senses, realizing he had exposed his greed in his eagerness. Captain, I just wanted to see if it's poisonous." Though he said this, his hand tightly gripped the strengthening agent, refusing to hand it over to Wang Yang, and instead turned to Chen Tiansheng, shouting, "Hey, you've given us one. Can you give us a few more? Just one isn't enough for the three of us." Luo Long angrily said, "Do you think this is cabbage? Being able to give you one is already impressive." Chen Tiansheng suddenly said, "Luo Long, why are you shouting? This is human nature, greed and selfishness. On the surface, they speak of righteousness, but deep down, they're all the same." Chapter 77. Power drives people mad. Chen Tiansheng's words made Wang Yang's face flush, and Li Hao a bit ashamed. But only Wang Kai felt no such emotions. Instead, he thought Chen Tiansheng was insulting them. "Who are you talking about? You just gave one, and now we three have to share it. Isn't this obviously sowing discord?" Wang Kai stopped talking. Wang Yang tugged at him, trying to make him shut up. But Wang Kai was like a firecracker that had been lit. The more he was pulled, the louder he got. "I know you have more. Can't you give us a few more? So stingy. If you're going to give it, be generous. I really look down on you." Luo Long rose angrily, flames flaring, and the cold storage was illuminated by the fire. "Don't take it back. Try talking back again." "Wang Kai, shut up." Wang Yang stood up to intervene, grabbing Wang Kai's arm to stop him from shouting. "Captain, don't pull me. Can't you see? He's just instigating. It's an obvious scheme. Haven't you heard the story of the two peaches killing 3 scholars? That scum Chun has no good intentions. Stop your whining. If you give it to me, I'll take it back." Luo Long lunged to snatch it, but Wang Kai held on tightly, shouting, "You're going to take back what you've given? Do you still have any shame?" The argument escalated, voices clashing, and the scene became chaotic. Suddenly, With a bang, the test tube broke. The group froze, especially Wang Kai, whose eyes turned red. If you didn't want to give it, you should have said so earlier. Now look, no one gets it. Wang Kai was furious, yelling curses. I figured you all out. None of you are good people. Especially you, Luo Long, looking honest, but you're just a schemer. You dare insult me. Luo Long was even angrier, his hair seeming to smoke. However, Chen Tiansheng, who had his back to the commotion, suddenly spoke the 5-second drop theory. Just drink it off the ground. It still works. As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. Wang Yang and Li Hao were stunned, and Wang Kai pushed Luo Long away. Get back. Don't step on the medicine. He then unhesitatingly dropped to the ground to lick it up. This scene instantly woke everyone up, especially Wang Yang, who felt that Wang Kai had changed. He was no longer just a pure warrior. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, Wang Kai cleaned up all the medicine on the ground, not even leaving any fragments behind. After finishing, he knelt down to feel the changes in his body, clenched his fists, and burst into laughter. This is the feeling of power. So good. A Strength 5 enhancement potion could only increase physical strength. Wang Yang's team had been fighting zombies for days, and their genetic locks were already on the verge of breaking. Although it was only a Strength 5 potion, it could help them unlock the door to becoming first-tier enhancers. At this moment, Wang Kai had already broken through to become a first-tier strength enhancer, gaining about 10 points of strength, but he was very satisfied. Captain, I feel unprecedented power. From now on, I'll protect you, he said excitedly, turning to Chen Tiansheng and the others. Don't think you're so impressive just because you're superhumans. Now I'm one too. Open the door. I'm going out to eliminate those beasts. Power drives people mad. Or perhaps it was the desire for power, or maybe the lack of oxygen in the cramped space that drove Wang Kai completely insane. At this moment, Wang Kai was incredibly confident enough to dare to go out and fight a mutated black bear. Chen Tiansheng did not stop him. He turned and stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Since you're also a superhuman, let us kill our way out together. I'll clear the path for you. No need, I'll clear the path. Wang Kai raised his hand confidently and proudly walked to the cold storage door. Open the door. I'm going out to kill. Chen Tiansheng signaled with his eyes, and Yang Shui immediately opened the door. It was pitch black outside. The cold storage had no light, and it was unclear how long it had been. When they opened the door again, it was already dark outside. Taking advantage of Wang Kai's frenzy, they decided to let him be the bait. Everyone, hurry up and follow Wang Kai. We'll charge out together. Chen Tiansheng waved his hand, bringing Wang Yang and Li Hao back to their senses, pulling the dazed Su Wanxing along as they hurried outside. The corridor was very dark. Although it wasn't completely pitch black, the dim light made it difficult to distinguish objects. There was movement in the hotel. Monkeys and wolves were still searching nearby. Wang Kai charged ahead, looking at the window, and suddenly threw a punch, smashing the plastic steel window open with a single blow. Get out, through here. Wang Kai was even more confident, rubbing his fists, feeling the overwhelming power. Watch me kill everything. It seemed that Chen Tiansheng's impression on him was too deep. The image of one person wielding an axe, killing gods in their way, lingered in his mind. Now that he had also become a superhuman, he could kill just like Chen Tiansheng. No, he should do even better than Chen Tiansheng. You all go first. Chen Tiansheng let Wang Yang and Li Hao jump out of the window first. The overly confident Wang Kai smashed the fire hydrant with a punch, took out a fire axe from inside, and waved it in his hand, a manic smile on his face. The mutated beasts had long heard the commotion and rushed over frantically. Moments later, they appeared at the end of the corridor. Wang Kai showed a fierce grin, roaring as he charged at the mutated beasts. I'm going to turn all you beasts into mush today. Master, do you need help? Luo Long asked cautiously. Help my ass. If he wants to die, we want to stop him. Let us go. Yang Shui, Luo Feng, and Luo Long jumped out of the window one by one. At this moment, a battle had erupted in the corridor. No, it was a one-sided massacre. The first to rush over was a mutated monkey. Wang Kai swung his axe in a wide arc, aiming for the monkey with a chop. The mutated monkey was very agile, leaping high to avoid the strike. When it landed, it counterattacked, delivering a punch to Wang Kai's back. Wang Kai felt a great force hit him, and his back ached painfully. He and T realized the danger yet. This shouldn't be happening. But then other mutated monkeys charged in, throwing punches and kicks, making him unsteady in battle. He swung his axe, but couldn't hit anything. A wolf seized the opportunity to leap at Wang Kai, knocking him down at the window, its jaws sinking into his shoulder blade, rendering his entire arm numb. This isn't right. He finally realized something was wrong, but when he looked outside, several people had already escaped. "Captain, help me, As Wang Yang fled, he turned back and saw blood splattering from the corridor window. "What are you looking at? Hurry and run." Chen Tiansheng shoved him, glancing back as he ran, leaving behind a faint remark. "Fool, good luck on your way." With Wang Kai's overwhelming confidence, the others finally escaped the hotel, sprinting through the courtyard. Yang Shui moved quickly, leaping over the fence in a few steps, stretching out her hand and shouting, "Hurry up." The others were still a distance away. At that moment, multiple windows of the hotel shattered, and mutated monkeys screeched as they jumped out, their numbers terrifying. Chapter 78. Blocked ahead, pursued behind. Although they knew escaping wouldn't be easy, they never expected the mutated monkeys to occupy the hotel and hide so many of them. With a leap, he arrived beside Su Wanqing, wrapped his arms around her waist, and threw her with all his strength. Su Wanqing felt as if she were a sandbag, her whole body flying toward the fence not far away. Yang Shui jumped into the air, caught Su Wanqing mid-flight, and they both lost their balance, falling into the greenery together. Captain Li Hao was the first to arrive at the fence, taking a stance to mount it, hands clasped together. Wang Yang stepped onto his hands, and Li Hao lifted him up, allowing Wang Yang to scale the 2-meter fence. However, he didn't rush to jump down. Instead, he turned and extended his hand. "Lousy, come up." Li Hao reached out to grasp Wang Yang's hand, and with a pull, the two of them effortlessly vaulted over the fence. Lastly were Luo Long and Luo Feng, both of whom were ability users. Their physical fitness wasn't as good as that of soldiers, and they couldn't jump over the 2-meter-high fence at all. But before they could climb, they suddenly felt their bodies lighten. Chen Tiansheng flashed behind the two and, grabbing them as if they were chicks, tossed them outside. The two siblings flailed as they were thrown out. After doing all this, Chen Tiansheng turned back sternly to face the approaching horde of monkeys. He took out a battle axe from his spatial backpack and shouted, "Psychic Shockwave, go." The range of the second-level Psychic Shockwave is 20 meters, centered on Chen Tiansheng. The monkey horde that had rushed up appeared to be in a daze. In battle, even a second of confusion could be fatal. The next moment, Chen Tiansheng swung his axe to chop down. Wherever the axe blade passed, the heads of the mutated monkeys flew in all directions. But before they could hit the ground, the corpses of these monkeys turned into streams of light and vanished. Bang! Bang! Monkeys continued to leap out of the hotel, rushing forth in an endless stream. After killing the first wave, Chen Tiansheng didn't linger in battle. He flickered. The next second, he appeared outside the fence, while the others had only just taken a few steps when he reappeared in front of them. "Boss, she's injured." Yang Shui was supporting Su Wanqing, her speed significantly reduced. "Give her to me." Without waiting for Su Wanqing to protest, Chen Tiansheng had already lifted her up, pointing the axe and shouting, "Follow me." Although the zoo was only a few kilometers away, those few kilometers were definitely fraught with danger, as any corner could hide mutated beasts. And the animals were no different. There were many mutated pets in the city, and those near the zoo basically obeyed the commands of the zoo's Tiger King. Just as they started to run wildly, many fierce-looking mutated cats suddenly sprang out from the dark street ahead. They moved incredibly fast, leaping back and forth on the streetcars like ghosts in the night, ready to claim lives at any moment. The skills available to them were limited, and there was hardly anything useful. There was only one way to survive. "Luo Long, blow this up for me." Chen Tiansheng shouted as he threw a bottle of liquor onto the street while running. Luo Long quickly coordinated, stretching out his hand as he ran, and his fire ability erupted. "Blow it up." Boom! Flames erupted, sparks flying, burning droplets raining down from the sky. The mutated cats blocking their path could not dodge in time and were set ablaze by the sparks. "Burn!" Where there was fire, it was Luo Long's domain. He shouted, and his abilities exploded, flames instantly surged, and all the ignited mutated cats were engulfed in fire. The group rushed past the mutated cats, and as the light flickered, the burning mutated cats disappeared, leaving only faint traces of what had burned. What is going on? Did my abilities increase? Luo Long and T realized that Chen Tiansheng had absorbed the energy of those mutated cats. Let's talk. We'll do the same if we encounter any more obstacles. As long as they broke through this street, just over 100 meters around the corner was the front line, with heavy trucks parked not far ahead. Hope was just ahead, and everyone ran wildly. The mutated monkeys chasing behind grew more numerous, some riding on the backs of wolves, resembling cavalry as they bared their teeth and screamed. In the sky, flying mutated beasts screeched, piercing the sky and sounding the alarm for the zoo. 200 meters to the corner ahead. Run fast. If we can get past, we can survive. 150 meters. Just then, a large, pitch-black bear appeared at the intersection ahead, swaying as it walked, casting a disdainful glance at the group, as if to say it had been waiting for them. Stop! Everyone hurriedly halted. They were trapped between a blocking mutated beast ahead and pursuing beast behind. Master, what do we do? Should we burn? It's useless. For the first time, Chen Tiansheng felt the urge to give up. Mr. Chen, please let me down. Su Wanqing shouted from his shoulder. Chen Tiansheng set her down, and Su Wanqing looked around, realizing that no matter which way they took, it was a dead end. Mr. Chen, you can cut off my head and take it with you, leaving my body behind to attract the beasts. You all run. I can't escape with my leg injury. Let me do something for you in the end. Are you crazy? Chen Tiansheng held the axe, guarding against the approaching mutated beasts. The brains of humans were food for the mutated beasts. Without brains, these creatures wouldn't even bother with you. The group formed a circle, on alert for the beasts around them, but hearing Chen Tiansheng's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Were they really going to die here today? Yang Shui raised her sword defensively. No way. I'm fast. I'll block them. You all go. If we're going, we go together. Chen Tiansheng made up his mind. Having lived 2 lives, he had his first team, his first companions. And it was also the first time he had the thought of sharing life and death. Not abandoning, not giving up, that's my bottom line. As soon as he said this, Wang Yang and Li Hao couldn't help but glance at Chen Tiansheng. Little sister, let us fight with him. Luo Long's flames surged. Good. Luo Feng replied with a single word. But at that moment, a turning point occurred. All the slowly approaching mutated beasts suddenly halted. Especially that 3rd-level mutated black bear, which had been watching the show. Suddenly, it solemnly tilted its head to look sideways. Roar! The mutated black bear seemed to perceive a great threat and bellowed loudly. The flying mutated beasts in the sky also abruptly changed direction, diving down towards the unseen street. What's going on? I don't know. They didn't remain in confusion for long, as the answer quickly presented itself. It's zombies. The first zombie charged out, fearlessly pouncing on the black bear, only to be slammed to the ground, its head bitten off and swallowed whole. Following that, more zombies surged forth, engaging in a chaotic battle with the blocking black bear mutated beast. The monkey wolf cavalry that was pursuing from behind saw the situation turn against them, and without caring for much else, charged forward with overwhelming force. Get inside the shop, follow me, Chen Tiansheng shouted, leading the way to avoid danger. Chapter 79, 3-Way Battle Crash. Chen Tiansheng led the charge, shattering the ground-level window and rushing into the CAF on the street, followed closely by the others. The mutated monkey wolf cavalry charged in, with the leaders stopping to glare at Chen Tiansheng and the others. The rest of the mutated monkey wolves didn't pause at all, heading straight for the chaotic intersection. The few that had been thinking of attacking Chen's group hesitated when they heard a scream from the black bear, turning around to flee towards the horde of zombies. Master, what's going on? Chen Tiansheng let out a big sigh of relief and explained when we arrived. We ordered the soldiers to retreat. Wang Yang quickly interjected. Why retreat? We fought hard to take the zoo, and now we're giving up so soon. What about the survivors? Chen Tiansheng replied impatiently. Survivors? Have you seen a single one while you've been trapped here for days? The mutated animals in the zoo have captured and killed all nearby survivors and zombies, claiming territory as is their nature. Roland thought he understood and said, So that's why the zombies are attacking the mutated animals to reclaim their territory? Are you saying you're smart or stupid? Chen Tiansheng turned to walk away. I've told you countless times. After the acid rain, living beings can be roughly divided into 3 factions: animals, mutated plants, zombies, and new humans. Zombies have no brains. They rely solely on their senses to find food. Mutated animals retain their instincts and claim territory. If the soldiers abandon this front and there's no one to guard it, isn't it normal for zombies to wander over when they hear noise? The mutated beasts see both humans and zombies as prey. Zombies see no distinction between humans and animals. They are all food. Do you understand now? I understand. Long and the others nodded repeatedly to show they understood. Leading the way to the kitchen, Chen Tiansheng found a window, raised his axe, and smashed the security bars, helping everyone jump out. Outside, the roars of beasts, the howls of zombies, and the chaotic fighting filled the air, creating a cacophony of noise. Chen Tiansheng led the group stealthily, crossing through the buildings and entering an abandoned restaurant through the back window. Through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, they could clearly see the zombies surging in the streets, countless in number. Chen Tiansheng made a cautious tactical hand signal, pointing forward to indicate they should proceed carefully and follow him. Su Wanqing didn't understand, but Wang Yang and Li Hao did, shielding the group as they quietly approached the broken floor-to-ceiling window. Waves of zombies charged towards the intersection, engaging in a chaotic battle with the mutated beasts. The zombies attacked mindlessly, grabbing and biting, with no fear of death. The mutated beasts, however, attacked purposefully, targeting the head and directly extracting the crystal cores to swallow. The third-tier black bear was incredibly fierce, able to smash zombies into meat patties with a single slap and swallow a head whole. Because the black bear was such a large target, it was the primary focus of the zombies' attacks. Despite being surrounded by dozens of them, the black bear's defense was astonishing. It was unafraid of bites, happily swatting and eating zombies. My God, how we fight this black bear? Someone asked. Fight? Chen Tiansheng turned to Li Hao. You need to be an evolved being with level 45 strength to face it, but by then, it might be level 67. To kill a mutated black bear, you'd need to be at least 2 levels higher. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. The other sighed internally. Li Hao then asked Mr. Chen, what level are you? Level 2. Chen Tiansheng replied, before quickly making a shushing motion and signaling everyone to crouch under the table. Another wave of zombies wandered over, and a second-tier zombie stopped in front of the broken floor-to-ceiling window, sniffing the air. Roar! The black bear let out a massive roar, and the second-tier zombie continued forward, running towards the black bear. Once the zombies moved on, the group dared to peek out. Chen Tiansheng pointed to a vehicle about 10 meters away. The heavy truck is right there. If we make it, we live. If we don't, we die. Understand? Understood. The group nodded solemnly. Chen Tiansheng watched the scene outside, holding his battle axe, and extended 3 fingers, then 2, then 1 before making a fist and pointing. He leaped out. Crash! The purple blade light shone brilliantly in the night. All the zombies near the shop had their heads severed. Immediately afterward, Chen Tiansheng shielded himself with his hands and jumped out, landing and swinging his axe to push back the remaining zombies, though he didn't kill any. Don't kill them. If we wipe out the mutated beasts, who will defend us? Yang Shui finally realized, changing the blade to strike at the zombies' legs instead. The others jumped out one by one, with Wang Yang and Li Hao supporting Su Wanqing as they rushed out, while Long and Feng guarded their sides. Charging toward the heavy truck, a massive wave of zombies was approaching. They had initially aimed to attack the mutated beasts, but suddenly, the noise from this side drew their attention, and they charged forward. Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui pressed close to the team, quickly moving towards the heavy truck. Yang Shui, you guys go to the back of the truck. I'll drive. Don't worry about Su Wanqing. Leave her to me. Chen Tiansheng commanded, and everyone hurriedly left behind the burden, rushing towards the back of the heavy truck. Yang Shui fought fiercely while the others opened the doors and quickly jumped into the truck, with Long and Feng starting their combined attacks. Chen Tiansheng swung his axe with great force, sending zombies flying as he shouted, "Get in the truck!" Su Wanqing clumsily climbed into the truck. finally managing to pull open the door. Chen Tiansheng leaped in quickly, taking the driver's seat. He turned the key, pressed the gas, and yanked the steering wheel. The heavy truck roared with a loud growl, catching the attention of not only the zombies but also the mutated beasts. Seeing the trapped humans trying to escape, the third-tier giant bear charged forward like a massive tank, crushing countless zombies underfoot, heading straight for the heavy truck. The heavy truck crazily reversed, crashing into a nearby shop and completely demolishing the flimsy door curtain, then flooring the gas pedal and sharply turning the steering wheel. Vroom! The truck tires screeched, but skidded in place. Go! Damn it, we're stuck. Chen Tiansheng never let up on the gas, the tires grinding against the ground, producing clouds of smoke. And even the engine began to emit a burned odor. Zombies swarmed up, covering the front and windows with their bodies, clawing and smashing their heads against the windshield. Su Wanqing was terrified, her face pale, hugging her head and covering her ears, trembling in fear. It was too frightening, and she didn't dare to scream. The helplessness she felt was indescribable. Through the gaps in the windows, she saw the approaching third-tier black bear, now less than 50 meters away. And it would be upon them in just a few seconds. Quick, give it some power. Chapter 80 Confession Before Death. The heavy truck shook continuously, but the rear tires finally broke free, and the truck roared like a wild beast, suddenly turning and charging out uncontrollably. Wow, that was so cool. Chen Tiansheng was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly, bang, a zombie outside the window smashed through the rear windshield with its head and reached out its sharp claws towards Su Wanqing in the back seat. Su Wanqing felt a sharp pain in her arm, but instinctively covered her mouth because Mr. Chen had said before that they must not shout. Chen Tiansheng gripped the steering wheel with one hand and held an axe with the other, poking at the zombies hanging outside one by one. The pursuing three-tiered black bear was also overwhelmed by the zombies and could no longer chase them. Chen Tiansheng let out an excited scream and laughed. We made it out. We're safe now. Su Wanqing hadn't even had time to feel happy when she suddenly saw the horrifying scratch on her arm, instantly freezing in place. And after a long while, a crystal-clear tear rolled down her cheek. What's wrong? You made it out, and you're crying? Chen Tiansheng asked while driving. Nothing. Su Wanqing wiped her tears. I'm just happy. I didn't even think I could inhale, hold back, make out alive. There are still many unexpected things to come. Just follow me, and I guarantee you'll have a good life. Su Wanqing nodded hard, unable to speak through her tears, but still tried to maintain her composure. Mr. Chen, you are a good person. I've always regarded you as my hero. You truly are a hero, no matter how others see you. You have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. You seem indifferent on the surface, but inside you are more passionate than anyone else. Chen Tiansheng's heart sank. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? I just wanted to say, I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I might never have the chance again. Su Wanqing held back her tears, wearing an innocent smile on her face. I like you. She actually confessed at this moment, having mustered all her courage. I know I don't deserve you, so please don't rush to reject me. Su Wanqing didn't wait for Chen Tiansheng to say anything and wiped her tears again. You know I'm a comic artist. My biggest hobby is daydreaming, just like the fairy Zixia. I fantasize every day about my husband being a superhero. She could no longer hold back her tears, crying and babbling. Until the zombie outbreak. When you appeared with the beautiful shield, I was really scared. But I gathered my courage to come downstairs and talk to you. At that moment, I thought how wonderful it would be if you were my future husband. Tears streamed down her face, but she insisted on continuing to speak, fearing she would lose her chance if she didn't. From that day on, I fell deeply in love with you and couldn't pull myself away. Maybe I'm like Zixia, only guessing the beginning but not the ending. But I'm already very satisfied to know you. Really, I'm not greedy. The more Chen Tiansheng listened, the more something fell off. What is wrong with you? Nothing. Su Wanqing shifted slightly to the side, her hand already gripping the door handle, ready to jump out at any moment. Can you just say you like me, just once? Even if it's not heartfelt, just lie to me. What's going on with you? Chen Tiansheng sensed something was wrong. Really nothing, Mr. Chen. You have to live well in the future. I want to be a burden to you anymore. After saying that, she directly opened the car door, and a gust of wind rushed in just as she was about to jump out. Suddenly, the heavy truck slammed on the brakes. The strong push made Su Wanqing lose her balance and lurch forward. Not just her, but everyone in the back of the truck tumbled over. Come here. What's going on? Chen Tiansheng reached out and pulled Su Wanqing back to his side. Ugh. Su Wanqing's face was covered in tears. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, she revealed her arm, showing the horrifying wound. The virus had already infiltrated her body through the wound and capillaries, spreading to every inch of her cells. What happened? Chen Tiansheng questioned. Let me die before I turn into a hideous zombie. I don't want to become one. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched Chen Tiansheng's hand, placing it on her neck. I willingly want to die by your hand. Go ahead, kill me. You don't really need to. Chen Tiansheng was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Wanqing's hoarse cry. Please, let me be free. I don't want to be a burden to you. Just then, Yang Shui and the others appeared outside the vehicle. Because the door was open, they all saw Chen Tiansheng gripping Su Wanqing's delicate neck. What's wrong? Why is this happening? Wang Yang still didn't understand why they were suddenly at odds. Su Wanqing had already lost her will to live, showing her arm. I was scratched by a zombie. Soon I will mutate, and I want Mr. Chen to kill me. Everyone was shocked. However, at that moment, a zombie approached, and Yang Shui shouted, "Stop watching the show and kill the zombies." With that, she rushed out. Luo Long wanted to say something, but was pulled away by his sister Luo Feng, who slammed the door shut and then joined the fight against the zombies. Wang Yang and Li Hao could only shake their heads helplessly, realizing they couldn't help with this situation. So they went back to the truck to avoid causing trouble for Chen Tiansheng. In the driver's cabin, Su Wanqing closed her eyes, wearing an expression that seemed ready to face death. Chen Tiansheng suddenly smiled. You are the first beautiful girl to confess to me in my life. How could I possibly kill you? Su Wanqing opened her eyes, tears flowing like a fountain. But if you don't kill me, I will. Chen Tiansheng pulled her close into his embrace. Didn't you want to hear me say I like you? He took out a glass bottle from somewhere, bit the cork off, tilted his head, and poured its contents into his mouth, then looked mischievously at the helpless beauty in his arms. Leaning down, their lips met, and he fed her the gene immunity serum mouth to mouth. Su Wanqing didn't know what Chen Tiansheng had made her drink. At that moment, she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, enjoying the feeling. Although she didn't say it aloud, that kiss represented everything. Su Wanqing closed her eyes in delight, cooperating with Chen Tiansheng's kiss. No matter if it was the end of the world and zombies were rampant, she didn't care. In that moment, the world only had the two of them. Nothing else mattered. A kiss sealed their feelings, but it was also a farewell. It was both a swan song and a cry of despair. A moment yet in eternity, just as they were about to kiss forever. Su Wanqing suddenly stiffened, gripping her left hand tightly as the wound twitched, and dark blood oozed out continuously. Quick, kill me. I don't want to become a zombie. Su Wanqing screamed in pain, howling and struggling, then began to convulse in Chen Tiansheng's arms like she was having a seizure. Chapter 81. Zombie Transformation. Let's see who dares to kill. Everyone heard Su Wanqing scream. While killing zombies, they all saw Chen Tiansheng embracing and kissing Su Wanqing. At this point, can Chen Tiansheng still not take action? Master, hurry up and act. Boss, Luo Long, Luo Feng. And Yang Shui looked sternly at the inside of the car after killing the zombies, repeatedly reminding him, everyone be quiet. Whether to kill or not is up to me. Shut up. Chen Tiansheng shouted angrily outside the car, then took a deep breath and said, Get in the car, we're leaving. Yang Shui quickly flashed to sit in the driver's seat, but Chen Tiansheng roared, Go to the back. Boss, she is already transformed into a zombie. Yang Shui continued to remind him, I told you to go to the back. Yang Shui angrily turned her head and stomped into the back compartment. As he started the car, Chen Tiansheng held the convulsing Su Wanqing, driving while muttering, System, don't let me down. If this medicine doesn't work, you'll kill me. In 2 lifetimes, this is the first time someone has confessed to me. She can't die. I've never begged anyone. I'm begging you. System, let it work. Although Chen Tiansheng was rambling, Su Wanqing continued to convulse. The excruciating pain had already left her disoriented, and the wound on her arm was still bleeding black blood, as if the virus was being forced out of her body. Chen Tiansheng was very annoyed and anxious. Although he believed in the system, the side effects were too frightening. The top priority right now is to get everyone back to the mall shelter, then find a quiet place to quietly wait for Su Wanqing. The heavy truck sped like the wind, charging recklessly down the street. Soon they broke through the alert zone, and amidst the cheers of the soldiers, the heavy truck directly charged onto the overpass. Just hold on a little longer, it'll be fine soon. Chen Tiansheng was driving, one hand on the steering wheel, the other holding Su Wanqing, unable to free himself or get the spring water and source water. The overpass was only a 5-minute drive from a mall in the development zone. Chen Tiansheng drove like the wind, and after about 3 minutes, they arrived outside the mall. The soldiers, armed and ready, waved and shouted, "Everyone get out of the car, submit to inspection." Yang Shui was the first to jump out of the car. Seeing the driver's seat, she saw Chen Tiansheng giving Su Wanqing water, and she swung her knife, her gaze icy. "Get out of the way." The soldiers were momentarily stunned, but before they could get angry, Luo Long, Luo Feng, Wang Yang, and Li Hao hurriedly jumped out of the car. It's fine, I'll negotiate." Wang Yang hurriedly tried to mediate. The soldiers on guard saw Luo Long and Luo Feng and immediately treated them with the respect due a prince, saluting and saying good things. "You're finally back. We've been scared to death these past few days." Yang Shui turned to open the car door. "Boss, is she okay?" "I don't know." After Chen Tiansheng said this, he got out of the car holding Su Wanqing, charging straight into the mall. Wang Yang saw this and thought if a zombie gets in, it'll be chaos. Wait. Mr. Chen, what are you doing?" She asked like this, and, "You still want to bring her into the safe zone? Isn't this just causing trouble?" The soldiers also noticed something was wrong, seeing the woman in his arms convulsing, her right hand clutching her left arm, which had a gruesome wound. "Zombie!" A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. All the soldiers instantly aimed their guns at Chen Tiansheng and Su Wanqing in his arms. "Let us see who dares to fire." Yang Shui stood in front of Chen Tiansheng with her knife. "Step aside. We want to kill the innocent." The soldiers, as part of their duty, would never allow a transformed person to enter the mall. "My master wants to go in. Let us see who dares to stop him." Luo Long and Luo Feng also stepped forward, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded. They were newcomers and didn't know Chen Tiansheng's status in their minds. "Clear the way. Anyone who obstructs will die." Chen Tiansheng's cold words made Luo Long's flames rise, and Yang Shui pointed her purple blade, causing the soldiers to instinctively step back, no one daring to stop them. Under the escort of the three, Chen Tiansheng carried the convulsing Su Wanqing all the way to the 5th-floor furniture city. By now, it was already full of survivors, and seeing someone arrive in the middle of the night, they grumbled unwillingly. "Who is it? It's so noisy in the middle of the night." Chen Tiansheng didn't care about these people. He kicked over someone lying on a double bed and placed the convulsing Su Wanqing on top. "Are you sick?" The person kicked off the bed was about to curse when a knife was pressed against his throat. "If you don't want to die, get lost." The man's apple bobbed, but when he saw the woman on the bed, he screamed in fear. "Zombie, it's a zombie, oh no. It's a zombie." He turned and stumbled away. This shout startled everyone in the mall, whether survivors or soldiers, waking them up immediately. Survivors fled in all directions while soldiers readied their guns for battle. Chen Tiansheng ignored the surrounding chaos, stroking Su Wanqing's forehead, softly saying, "I'll stay to take care of her. You guys keep watch. Anyone who dares to get close will die." "Yes." The three of them realized that since Chen Tiansheng didn't kill the zombie, he must have a way to save her, so they resolutely supported him. Zheng Wei was half asleep when he suddenly heard someone shout "zombie," startling him awake. As he stepped out of the compartment, he saw soldiers rushing in. "Zheng Wei, it's bad. What's going on? Get to the point." The soldiers swallowed hard and hurriedly said, "The Luo family's twin calamities are back. But there's also someone named Chen Tiansheng. He's carrying someone who is transforming into a zombie, and they've gone upstairs." "What?" Zheng Wei quickly pulled out his gun and chambered it. What is going on with Chen Tiansheng? How could he be so reckless? Just as he was preparing to rush upstairs, Wang Yang and Li Hao also ran over. "Report, Zheng Wei. They're back. Do you know the specifics?" "Yes." Wang Yang straightforwardly explained that Su Wanqing was scratched by a zombie and then transformed, stating it clearly without embellishment or adding fuel to the fire. I think he has really gone mad. Zheng Wei quickly ran to the 5th floor, but just as he was about to go to the furniture city, he was blocked by Yang Shui. Swish! Yang Shui silently pointed her knife at everyone. The boss said that without his permission, anyone who dares to force their way in will die. Zheng Wei looked around and saw the woman on the bed convulsing. Chen Tiansheng has gone mad. And you all have too. He brought back a transformed woman, and you're not going to do anything about it. The boss's orders are like heaven. Anyone who dares to force their way in will die. Yang Shui's response was crisp and clear. I'm going to force my way in today. Zheng Wei raised his gun, but in the next second, Yang Shui flashed to his side. Then I'll make your head roll. Calm down, everyone calm down. Wang Yang hurriedly tried to mediate, preventing the situation from escalating. Chapter 82. Love what I love. A cold blade was pressed against Zheng Wei's neck. He could feel the threat of death and knew that Yang Shui only obeyed Chen Tiansheng. But even if he was to die, he needed to know why. Chen Tiansheng, are you not going to explain? Bringing a zombie back, do you want to completely destroy the safe zone of the shopping mall that you worked so hard to build? Zheng Wei shouted, pulling at his neck. Chen Tiansheng quietly watched the twitching Su Wanqing and turned back, saying calmly, because I like her. Is that reason enough? Not only Zheng Wei, but even Yang Shui tilted her head, looking at Chen Tiansheng, who was so serious. You can like someone, but she's in the process of turning into a zombie. Can you wake up a little? Zheng Wei yelled. Chen Tiansheng responded loudly. I'm telling you, she will not turn into a zombie. Zheng Wei was even more exasperated, shouting, you think just because you say she won't turn, she won't? Who do you think you are? So far, has there been anyone who got scratched or bitten by a zombie and didn't turn into one? Tell me, has there? Yang Shui tightened her grip on the knife, the blade already cutting a line of blood on Zheng Wei's neck. The boss said she won't turn into a zombie. So she won't. Whether you believe it or not, you have to accept it. Zheng Wei was about to explode with anger. Chen Tiansheng, have you gone mad? Are you also crazy? Yang Shui said word by word, yes, I'm a madwoman, with another forceful push of the blade. Zheng Wei felt the wound on his neck widen a bit more, retreating repeatedly, not daring to confront them directly. All right, you two are really something. But what if she becomes a zombie? Yang Shui coldly replied, if she really turns into a zombie, I will take action immediately to eliminate her. And I won't let her endanger your safety. Zheng Wei's fingers shook heavily. Remember what you said? He continued to back away, completely exiting the danger zone. Finally, he glanced at Chen Tiansheng and could only stamp his foot, ordering, seal off the entire 5th floor. No one is allowed to approach. The soldiers could only obey and sealed off the entire 5th floor. This incident caused a huge commotion. Thousands of survivors in the mall did not know Chen Tiansheng. They found out someone had barged in and brought a zombie, causing the survivors to explode in anger, creating all sorts of chaos. Why aren't you managing this? They are acting so recklessly. It's completely unreasonable. I heard she's in the process of turning. What if she becomes a very powerful zombie and turns us all into zombies? I've heard that the zombie virus spreads through the air. The rumors spread more and more chaotically, growing louder. Almost all the survivors began to spontaneously organize, shouting and protesting. Get out. We cannot coexist with zombies. Let them get out. This is our safe zone, not a place for your reckless behavior. The soldiers had a guard against the potential outbreak on the 5th floor while also stopping the enraged protesters. The scene was chaotic, and it was a night destined to be sleepless. Su Wanqing's twitching lasted for about 2 hours before her body softened, and she completely fell into a coma. Chen Tiansheng carefully took out alcohol and gauze from her backpack, cautiously treating the wounds on her arms. Boss, let me do it, Yang Shui whispered. I can handle this little task. Chen Tiansheng was very careful, as if he had returned to the past, feeling like the war man who took care of Ma Qianqian. I actually always thought she was very beautiful. If it weren't for the apocalypse, a poor guy like me wouldn't even have the qualifications to know a woman like her. After the apocalypse broke out, she actually had a crush on me, just because I was her hero. Hey, she sees me as a hero. So, shouldn't I protect her? Yang Shui listened earnestly from the side, not showing anything on her face, but her heart was in turmoil. You are a hero, Yang Sui affirmed. Not the same, Chen Tiansheng pondered. Do you think in the apocalypse, finding a woman to marry and have children would last forever? Yang Shui's gaze drifted to the side as she responded. Do you want to marry her? Is that not okay? Sure, she's a good girl and a virgin. Chen Tiansheng said with a relieved smile. She's a bit too saintly. I wish she were more like you. But if it comes to marriage, I still prefer girls like her who are serene. Yang Shui was roaring inside. Stop throwing dog food. This is too cheesy. Meanwhile, Luo Long and Luo Feng had already fallen asleep on the edge of the bed. At dawn, the noisy survivors finally quieted down, collectively sitting on the fourth floor, snuggling up to each other, dozing off. The soldiers were also dozing off, still holding their guns, but their spirits were exhausted. Just as the entire mall restored calm and peace, Su Wanqing's eyelids twitched slightly. Chen Tiansheng was the first to notice and fixed his serious gaze on Su Wanqing. Yang Shui instinctively tightened her grip on the knife. As long as she opened her eyes and her pupils were white, she would undoubtedly kill her, absolutely not allowing her to pose a threat to the boss. Su Wanqing smacked her lips and murmured softly, I'm so thirsty. Chen Tiansheng immediately took out a bottle of purified water and carefully poured it into her mouth. So good. Su Wanqing sighed comfortably, then opened her eyes. When her bright eyes saw Chen Tiansheng, she immediately smiled. It's so good to have you in heaven. Yang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Look clearly. This is not heaven. You're still living in hell. Su Wanqing tilted her head, and upon seeing Yang Shui, instinctively raised her arm. After seeing the bandaged wound, she froze for a moment, then hurriedly sat up and touched her face. I didn't turn into a zombie, did I? No, you're still alive and well. Chen Tiansheng replied with a smile. That's good. You scared me. But why didn't I turn into a zombie? Su Wanqing asked seriously. Because I don't allow it. After speaking, Chen Tiansheng took out a test tube and handed it to Su Wanqing. I order you to drink it. Su Wanqing blinked her big eyes, cautiously taking it. Pouting. Aren't you afraid of wasting it? Drink it quickly. If you talk back, I'll spank you. Do you believe it? Chen Tiansheng's reply made Yang Shui feel goosebumps all over, and she didn't want to eat any more dog food. Turning her head to find a bed and fall asleep. Su Wanqing's face turned slightly red as she shyly drank the contents of the test tube. How do you feel? Any changes? Chen Tiansheng asked eagerly. Su Wanqing smacked her lips and shook her head slightly. I feel nothing, no changes. Chen Tiansheng rested his chin in thought. So that's how it is. Su Wanqing was scratched by a zombie, destined to turn into one, but Chen Tiansheng mouth-to-mouth fed her the genetic immunity agent. This rare purple agent was something Chen Tiansheng had always been unsure of its effects. He had just given her a bottle of Strength 5 agent for testing. And after receiving the answer, Chen Tiansheng finally understood the function of this genetic immunity agent. Chapter 83. Surprises galore. Acid rain has altered the genetic coding of animals and plants all over the world. In fact, humans originally had prion virus antibodies in their bodies, which were encoded in their genetic sequences. The acid rain destroyed these antibodies, simultaneously unlocking the evolutionary lock. Besides turning into zombies, humans could also evolve over time. The gene immunity agent, on the other hand, refers to supplementing the human genes with locks again, preventing them from becoming zombies, and naturally, they will not evolve into new humans. Therefore, whether this gene immunity agent is good or bad for new humans remains to be seen. Why is it suddenly so quiet? Su Wanqing tentatively interrupted Chen Tiansheng's thoughts. It's nothing. Do you remember what you said last night? Su Wanqing's face turned red instantly, even down to her neck. As she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember. Chen Tiansheng patted her rosy cheeks. Remember what you said. From now on, you are mine. Chen Tiansheng stood up, and Su Wanqing hurriedly looked up, her eyes filled with excitement. Really? So does that mean you like me too? Rest well. Don't think about anything else. As long as I'm here, I promise you'll have a good life. After saying this, Chen Tiansheng turned to find Zheng Wei to lift the alert. Su Wanqing lay back down on the bed, feeling as if everything were still a dream. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and she began to dance on the bed. Oh no! A surprised voice came from the bedside. She accidentally kicked someone. Getting up to look, she saw Luo Long with a mournful expression, wiping his nosebleed. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine as long as you're okay. Luo Long didn't mind. He had been busy all night for her, and not turning into a zombie was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. What? Zheng Wei stood up, looking incredulously at Chen Tiansheng. Are you sure she was bitten by a zombie and stayed up all night without turning? She is already awake. If you don't believe me, go take a look. Zheng Wei still didn't believe it and stumbled up to the 5th floor. When he saw Su Wanqing chatting with Luo Long and Luo Feng, he cautiously approached with one hand on his gun holster. You really are okay? You're conscious? Su Wanqing turned around, smiling brightly. Isn't it amazing? I didn't expect to be scratched by a zombie and still be safe. Amazing, really amazing. After marveling, she turned to Chen Tiansheng and whispered, Aren't you going to explain? Chen Tiansheng shrugged. I don't know. Let be. He certainly wouldn't take out the gene agent now to hand over to Zheng Wei for reporting to the higher-ups. After going through numerous difficulties, who knows where the credit would end up. If he wanted to submit it, Chen Tiansheng would only personally hand it over to the highest authority to ensure his interests were maximized. Zheng Wei didn't pursue the matter further, turning to leave. This was too significant, more important than a zombie siege, and it must be reported to the higher-ups immediately. It would be best to send medical experts to study this matter thoroughly. Once clarified, this could be a matter of human destiny and must not be taken lightly. Half an hour later, the report was completed and sent directly to the General Staff via satellite signal. At the Yuling Mountain Base, the General Staff was organizing documents. Today was an important weekly meeting, and the report submitted by Luo Ming would yield results today. The higher-ups would give Luo Ming a precise response today. All the veterans of the General Staff were present, with satellite links to commanders in various war zones reading important discoveries. According to the scientists who had worked tirelessly through the night, a conclusion finally emerged at 4 a.m. today. The report submitted by Luo Ming regarding the study of zombies was entirely consistent with the scientific research results. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar, both inside and outside the meeting room. The previous debates were now unnecessary. Every research item matched the conclusion, proving that Luo Ming was indeed a talent. Absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Now, does anyone have any objections? After a moment of silence, the entire assembly proposed to make the entire contents of the report public and distribute it to every war zone for reference and study. There was no objection, as it was meant to be public. Just then, a communications officer from the information department burst into the meeting room. Report. An urgent telegram has arrived from Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng again. Everyone had become unfazed. It seemed that since the zombie outbreak, Jiangcheng always brought surprises. This time should be no exception. When the founding duke put on his reading glasses and carefully read the report, he stood up solemnly, even though he was mentally prepared. He couldn't suppress his excitement at this moment. Quick, notify the Jiangcheng command post. I need more detailed data. Tell them to spare no effort to send over the blood test report, sampling report, and gene sequence of this woman named Su Wanqing. Yes. What's wrong, old guy? What happened to make you so excited? The founding duke excitedly handed the report to others, saying eagerly, Jiangcheng has discovered a special case. A woman named Su Wanqing, after being scratched by a zombie, did not turn into one. That's impossible. The entire room erupted into chaos. I also think it's impossible, but it's true. Has Jiangcheng ever failed to bring us surprises? With those words, the questioning crowd fell silent. At the Jiangcheng Development Zone Mall, since a zombie infiltrated the safe zone of the mall, survivors have become increasingly agitated, demanding to be taken back to the survivor base as soon as dawn broke, insisting they could not stay in the mall any longer. Various alarming rumors spread, each more sensational than the last. Unable to withstand the pressure, the soldiers could only first send a convoy to return the indignant survivors to the survivor base for settlement before considering entering the city for search and rescue. Chen Tiansheng and Su Wanqing, the two main responsible parties, acted as if nothing had happened, strolling leisurely amidst the gossip. They arrived at the food court of the mall, sitting at a window seat. Chen Tiansheng took out a fragrant roast chicken, sharing a drumstick with her and a wing for himself, enjoying their meal. I feel like the master has fallen in love, Luo Feng muttered from a distance. Luo Long propped his chin up, watching the two lovebirds with jealousy and envy murmuring, "I want a date too." In the fast food restaurant, Su Wanqing was eating with grease all over her mouth, and Chen Tiansheng held a napkin, saying, "Look at you. You're all greasy. Come here, I'll wipe it for you." Su Wanqing pouted and leaned in. "Here." Chen Tiansheng wiped her mouth. "If you like it, I have more. Just be careful not to choke." You're so nice. Thank you, Mr. Chen." Chen Tiansheng's expression stiffened. She still called him Mr. Chen? "Should I call you Tiansheng?" "No." Seeing Chen Tiansheng's angry expression, Su Wanqing weakly asked, "Then what should I call you?" "Call me husband." Su Wanqing's face turned red again as she timidly called out, "Husband." Outside the window, Luo Long said speechlessly, "Well, from now on, we'll have to change what we call her to Master Wife." Chapter 84. Help, please. Fast food restaurant in Food City. Chen Tiansheng and Su Wanqing were crazily showing off their affection, while Luo Long and Luo Feng sat outside, resting their chins on their hands and watching eagerly. Zheng Wei rushed over. "Where's Chen Tiansheng?" The two of them moved in unison and pointed their lips toward the fast food restaurant. "There." Zheng Wei looked toward the restaurant and happened to see Chen Tiansheng feeding Su Wanqing, who had a face full of happiness. He quickly entered the restaurant and started with an opening line. "Eating?" Chen Tiansheng asked impatiently. "What's the matter?" "There's an urgent matter," Zheng Wei replied eagerly. Chen Tiansheng turned around and smiled faintly. "I'm busy." "Don't." Zheng Wei hurriedly leaned in and nudged Chen Tiansheng to move over a bit. "What exactly do you want?" Chen Tiansheng asked, a bit annoyed. Zheng Wei chuckled awkwardly. "Well, today the higher-ups sent news asking us to spare no effort and to do whatever it takes to rescue the medical experts trapped in the city. You should know that there are viruses everywhere now, and besides the zombie virus, all kinds of diseases are emerging and medical talent is in short supply. Just like in Jiangxing. Because of the ruckus you caused last night, all the survivors are going to the war zone base today, occupying all the escort convoys, which means no soldiers can come into the city. You can't just ignore the trouble you've caused, can you?" Chen Tiansheng said impatiently, "Is it my fault?" "Not your fault. Mine. It's my fault for not trusting you." Zheng Wei pleaded, lowering his tone. "Please help me. I'm begging you. You're so capable. Or should I kneel down and bow my head to you?" Zheng Wei kept pleading. "You can't just talk the talk if you want help. You should have the attitude of someone asking for help. Go ahead and kneel." Chen Tiansheng mocked, but Su Wanqing kindly advised, "I think Zheng Wei is right. With great power comes great responsibility. Why don't you help them?" Chen Tiansheng thought seriously for a moment, during which Zheng Wei suddenly knelt down. "Last night was my fault. I should have trusted you. I was wrong." He bowed deeply to Chen Tiansheng. After carefully considering and analyzing the pros and cons, Chen Tiansheng said, "Get up." He stood up to leave, and Su Wanqing followed, but Chen Tiansheng quickly added, "I'm going to the hospital for the rescue, and I'm giving you a task to take care of her. If she loses even a strand of hair while I'm gone, I'll shave you bald." Zheng Wei kept smiling apologetically. "Definitely. I promise to take care of her like she's my ancestor." Su Wanqing was completely stunned. "But I want to go with you." Chen Tiansheng gently advised, "Going out to face danger is our man's job. Be obedient and stay home." After saying that, Chen Tiansheng pinched her chubby cheek again and left satisfied. As soon as he stepped outside, Luo Long and Luo Feng approached. Chen Tiansheng immediately ordered, "Let us go. Prepare to enter the city for the rescue." "Hey, where's Yang Shui?" "She's sleeping," Luo Feng replied. "What is she sleeping for in broad daylight?" He hurried upstairs and kicked Yang Shui's bed. "Get up, we're leaving." Yang Shui, still half asleep, saw it was Chen Tiansheng calling her, instinctively grabbed a knife and asked, "Where are we going?" "Entering the city for a rescue." As he walked, he tossed a bottle of water to each of the three. "Wake up. This time we're going deep into the city, where the zombies are most concentrated. Everyone stay alert." After drinking the water, the three felt revitalized, quickly getting into the vehicle to prepare for departure. Chen Tiansheng started the truck, and Yang Shui picked up her gas mask. Wiping it down inside and out with alcohol wipes she had prepared beforehand, then handed it to Chen Tiansheng. "Here, thanks." After putting on the gas mask, Yang Shui asked in surprise, "Why are we going deep into the city to rescue? Is the person we're saving of high status?" Chen Tiansheng replied, "The person we're saving is a doctor. After the disaster, the most scarce profession in the world is doctors, and every base is in need. Oh, Yang Shui didn't say much, but Luo Long was different. He opened his mouth and began to chatter. Master, wherever you point your sword, that's where I'll burn. No matter how treacherous the path, I'll clear it out. The heavy truck sped through the streets, crashing back into the city without a moment's pause, driving straight into the depths of the urban area. Jiangcheng has a main road that connects the two major districts of Jiangnan and Jiangbei. After coming down from an overpass and walking for over 10 minutes, they reached a top-tier hospital. The truck crushed zombies along the way and quickly stopped at the hospital entrance. The four of them got out of the car quickly. Chen Tiansheng shouted, "Old rules. Yang Shui searches for survivors. Luo Long and Luo Feng find high ground and burn them." Yes. The three enter the hospital first. After Chen Tiansheng made a clean sweep, taking down the pursuing zombies, Luo Long and Luo Feng reached their ambush point. Master, you can withdraw now. Chen Tiansheng didn't linger, turning to enter the hospital. The moment the zombies lunged at him, chaos erupted, and the area outside the hospital became a sea of corpses and flames. The top-tier hospital was large with several buildings, and they first entered the outpatient building, which had over 10 floors, where the specialist outpatient services were located. However, Chen Tiansheng forgot one thing. It was 7 p.m. when the acid rain started. Which specialist would still be in the hospital for consultations at 7 p.m.? Yang Shui explored and found that the entire building, with its 10-plus floors, was filled with zombies, with hardly a living person in sight. Chen Tiansheng frowned. This shouldn't be the case. I remember in my last life, Jiangcheng had many doctors. It was one of the regions with the most doctors in the country. How come there's not a single doctor in this hospital? Could they be in the inpatient department? Yang Shui pointed to the inpatient department behind the outpatient building. After careful observation, they found that the glass doors of the inpatient department were blocked by tables and chairs, which must have been done intentionally, indicating that there were definitely survivors inside. Let us go to the inpatient department. The two quickly went downstairs, calling Luo Long and Luo Feng as they passed a corner, telling them not to continue burning and to rush out of the outpatient building, starting the car and heading straight for the inpatient department. Luo Long analyzed. If there's no one inside, Master, could it be that when the acid rain started, all the infected patients were sent here for treatment, and they directly slaughtered the outpatient department? That makes sense. You've finally grown up, Chen Tiansheng praised while driving. Hee. Luo Long grinned foolishly. The heavy truck quickly arrived, speeding to a stop at the bottom of the inpatient department building. Chen Tiansheng took his axe and prepared to battle the zombies. Old rules, let us be quick. The three coordinated perfectly, turning around to find an entrance, but all the doors of the inpatient department were sealed, and there was no way for anyone to enter. Master, we can't get in at all. What should we do? Shout, let the people inside open the door. Chen Tiansheng replied while fighting the zombies. Yang Suisho. People inside, listen. We are the official rescue team, here to rescue survivors. Open the door and come with us. Initially, they thought shouting like this would be effective, as it had worked before, but today they hit a wall. Chapter 85. Brother, how's territory you for? And you dare to call yourselves the official rescue team? I see you're here to seek refuge. If you know what's good for you, get out quickly. We won't let you in, right? Who knows if you're carrying any viruses? You better leave now while you still can. Don't try to fool us. We want to believe you. Cursing voices came from upstairs. Luo Long frowned and looked up. Master, what should we do now? Chen Tiansheng was too busy to care about his tone. A living person can't die from holding in their urine. If they want to open the door, just break it down. I'll do it. Yang Shui was also getting angry, taking a detour to the first floor ward window, swinging her knife at the security bars. Clang, clang, crack. The security bars shattered, and Yang Shui jumped into the window, reaching out her hand to Luo Long and Luo Feng. Hurry up. The two grabbed Yang Shui's hand and jumped into the window one by one. Master, we're in, come over. Chen Tiansheng fought while retreating, drawing all the zombies to the window below, then gracefully flipped inside. The zombies were jumping up from below, trying to climb in through the window, but were immediately met with a wave of flames, burning them to a crisp. Chen Tiansheng set down 2 bottles of water. This might take a while. You two can burn freely. I have more. Don't worry, Master, you go ahead. Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui dashed out of the ward. The entire hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The first-floor hall was empty, not a sound to be heard. Everyone must be upstairs. Let us go. The two hurried upstairs, not a shadow below the 5th floor. But as soon as they reached the 6th floor, a group of people appeared in the corridor. They were wearing patient gowns, holding wooden sticks, and one man shouted arrogantly, "Who let you in? If you attract the zombies, are you responsible?" Chen Tiansheng boldly replied, "We are here for rescue, to take you away from here." The few people exchanged glances, and one of them yelled, "We're not leaving. We're fine here. Why should we go?" Chen Tiansheng's brows furrowed. He signaled to Yang Shui that there must be something suspicious about their refusal to leave. "Fine. If you want to leave, we'll take those who are willing to come with us." The group blocked their way again, insisting they wouldn't let them go upstairs. "You can't go up. No one wants to leave with you. If you know what's good for you, get out now. Or Brother Hao want to be polite." "Brother Hao? Which Brother Hao?" Chen Tiansheng retorted. "It's our boss here at the hospital, Brother Hao. This is his territory. If you don't want to die, get out quickly," or else. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold glint from a tang knife was pressed against his neck. "We're going up. Who dares to stop us?" Yang Shui's expression was icy as her hand trembled with rage. With a slight force, blood welled up at the man's neck. "Damn, you really dare to hurt people. Brother Hao want to let you off." He was about to roar in anger when Yang Shui swiftly decapitated him. The man's head fell to the ground moments later, rolling down the stairs. Blood sprayed out, and several people were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, staring at Yang Shui in terror. You really dare to kill." Yang Shui's hand was still trembling, possibly recalling past traumas or thinking of the cannibal. In any case, her anger was barely contained. Chen Tiansheng stepped forward and patted Yang Shui's shoulder. Yang Shui, in a hoarse voice, said, "Sorry, boss. I couldn't hold back. It's okay. It's human nature. Maybe those people deserved it." Chen Tiansheng accepted this course of action, but the others were panicking. "What do you mean they deserved it?" The group dropped their weapons and quickly knelt on the ground, begging, "We're sorry. Heroine, we were wrong. Those things were all done by Brother Hao. It has nothing to do with us. We really didn't do anything. Take me to see your Brother Hao, right now." Yang Shui shouted, and the group scrambled to lead the way. They arrived at the 10th floor, where the corridor was filled with people, most wearing patient gowns, all looking timid, as if they were scared from being beaten or terrified of the zombies outside. In short, they had lost their fighting spirit. In the high-level intensive care ward, Zhao Zihao peeked out the window, surrounded by a dozen of his former drinking buddies. What else with these newcomers? They even brought flame throwers and burned so many zombies. He was observing the situation outside, accompanied by a doctor in a white coat who was carefully bandaging Zhao Zihao's wounds. "Ouch! Are you doing this on purpose?" Accidentally hurting Zhao Zihao, he kicked out in annoyance, and the other thugs swarmed around, beating the doctor regardless of his pleas for mercy. Bang! At that moment, the ward door was kicked open. Yang Shui appeared at the doorway, her cold demeanor halting the thugs' assault as they looked at her with ill intentions, some even licking their lips. "Oh, a leather jacket, a long knife. Where did this beautiful woman come from? She looks like she's in a movie." Yang Shui coldly asked, "Who is Brother Hao?" "I am." A thug pushed a wheelchair forward, bringing Zhao Zihao to the front. "Beautiful lady, what can I do for you?" Yang Sui frowned, completely confused. This person had his arms and legs bound in plaster. He didn't seem like a bully at all. She put aside her suspicions and biases, speaking coldly. "So your Brother Hao. I'm here as an official rescue team to evacuate survivors. Our main purpose is to take the doctor away. Please cooperate." The doctor on the floor perked up, adjusting his glasses and raising his hand. "I'm a doctor." "Shut up, did I ask you to speak?" A thug slapped the doctor's head, continuously humiliating him. Yang Shui's eyelids twitched. She had just thought he couldn't possibly be evil. Zhao Zihao laughed heartily. "Taking the doctor away is fine, but it's under my rules." "What rules?" Yang Shui questioned. "My rules are simple. An exchange of goods, a trade of people." Zhao Zihao said insidiously, "I have a relative in the hospital who owns a supermarket. All the food for everyone in this hospital comes from me. If you want the person, you have to stay yourself for me to let the doctor go." Yang Shue's eyes turned cold as she replied, "What is the point of leaving me here?" The room erupted in laughter, everyone laughing uncontrollably. A point? Of course. There's a point. You stay and serve us all comfortably, and we'll ensure you're well fed and taken care of. How about that? Fair, right? This confirmed that these people all deserved to die. None of them were innocent. Just as Yang Shui was about to take action, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Wait! Chen Tiansheng's voice came from outside, and upon seeing him, Zhao Zihao was furious. You. Chapter 86. Enemies meet. Extra hostile Chen Tiansheng and Zhao Zihao both knew each other well. It could be said that Zhao Zihao ended up in the hospital entirely because of Chen Tiansheng. On the day Chen Tiansheng had just been reborn, Department Manager Zhao Zihao had impulsively struck the back of Chen Tiansheng's head and humiliated him, resulting in Chen Tiansheng being left crippled. Zhao Zihao had held on to this grudge every day, sometimes waking up in anger from his dreams. Chen Tiansheng, you bastard. You dare come to the hospital? Zhao Zihao was furious and wanted to stand up, but he simply couldn't. Brother Hao, what is wrong? Zhao Zihao angrily pointed at Chen Tiansheng, his hands trembling. It's him. He broke my hands and feet. It's this bastard. Kill him. Damn it. Let's get him. The thugs shouted and were ready to attack, each armed with weapons, originally prepared to deal with Chen Tiansheng. However, their brother-in-law had said he called the police, telling them to hold on for now. This waiting lasted until the great calamity struck, trapping the thugs in the hospital, leading to them squatting there and declaring themselves kings. Just as the thugs were about to rush up and tear Chen Tiansheng apart, suddenly the head of one of the frontline attackers flew off, blood splattering, instantly calming everyone down. The thugs stared blankly at their companion's headless corpse, then blankly at the woman who had attacked. Why you actually dare to kill? The thugs were shocked, although they had killed people together in the past few days. Killing someone with a single slash was an entirely different matter, the brutality incomparable. Yang Shui's voice was icy. Didn't you hear the boss say to wait? If anyone speaks again, they die. Everyone's heart trembled, standing foolishly in place, not daring to move. Chen Tiansheng stepped into the ward, looking around. Oh, you're living quite well. Chen Tiansheng, you've beaten me like this. What more do you want? The hatred Chen Tiansheng felt for Zhao Zihao was the most deeply etched resentment from his 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, Zhao Zihao acted like a big boss in the company, thinking that breaking his hands and feet would turn him into a useless person, allowing him to enjoy the suffering. Little did he expect, Zhao Zihao was still Zhao Zihao. His ability to adapt to the dark rules of the apocalypse was quicker than anyone else's, and he could make the most advantageous decisions in the shortest time. Slap! Slap! Chen Tiansheng bent down and slapped Zhao Zihao twice across the face. Why are you still alive? Zhao Zihao wanted to curse, but looking at the woman behind him who could kill on command, he forced himself to say, You're living fine. Why should I die? Chen Tiansheng's gaze turned cold. That's not right. I want you to wish you were dead. You shouldn't be living well. What do you want? A little brother asked stubbornly. But then, without warning, Yang Shui beheaded him. As his body fell, everyone trembled in fear, with some even wetting themselves from fright. Chen Tiansheng merely tilted his head slightly and continued to look at Zhao Zihao, slapping him on the face again, saying, I generally don't kill people, but for you. So, you're still controlling the distribution of resources like before, right? What do you mean like before? I don't understand. Zhao Zihao was drenched in cold sweat. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just tell me. Chen Tiansheng pointed to the doctor on the ground. What has he done in the hospital? The doctor, terrified by the sudden violence, cowered in the corner, trembling and stammering. He indeed has the distribution rights for the supermarket. We need to trade with him for food. How do you trade? Chen Tiansheng seemed to have guessed it already. Sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs. Well, to get food, men have to come and bow down to him, listen to him. For women, it's even worse, Shut up. A little thug squeezed out a few words, initially just a quiet warning, but the next second, his head also fell to the ground. My boss said to speak, not for you to talk. The thugs were terrified, and the doctor was even more panicked. Crouching in the corner with his hands covering his head, pleading, they have to use their bodies to exchange for food. Many nurses in our hospital can't stand it. and are starving. I had no choice but to come and bow down to him to get them food. I'm not one of them. Please don't kill me. The doctor didn't seem like a first-timer at this. His face was covered in bruises, indicating he had often been beaten by Zhao Zihao and others. Chen Tiansheng knew his nature too well. Addiction to control was the same in both lifetimes. He looked at the doctor and said, "We only kill evil people. Besides, we're here to take the doctors away to the refuge in the war zone. So come with me." Okay. The doctor trembled as he crawled out, following Zhao Zihao's rules. Chen Tiansheng understood this rule, besides his little brothers. Everyone else had to crawl on their knees, falsely called royal treatment. You stand up. Those evil people should be the ones kneeling. He helped the doctor to stand, giving a cold glance at the whole room. Just one look, and the little thugs understood. All of them fell to their knees in a thump. It's all Zhao Zihao who made us do this. It has nothing to do with us. It's not what we intended. Please spare us. We don't want to die. Chen Tiansheng sent the doctor out, softly saying, "Wait for me. The next scene might be unsuitable for children." After saying that, he closed the ward door, turned back, and said sternly, "I announce that all of you accomplices are sentenced to death." Why? Swish, swish, swish. Blades flashed, heads flew, and whether they begged for mercy or fought back, none survived. Except for one person, Chen Tiansheng didn't judge his crimes. So, Yang Shui didn't behead Zhao Zihao. As for you, this is purely a personal grudge. Saying this, Chen Tiansheng dragged the wheelchair to the window. "What more do you want? I'm already like this. Can't you let me go?" Zhao Zihao was already scared to the core, his voice pleading and hoarse as he tried to struggle one last time, shouting, "Tiansheng, we don't have a death feud, right? Even if I treated you badly at the company before, that was in the past. I have money. I can give you all my wealth." Chen Tiansheng opened the window and grabbed Zhao Zihao by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. "Tiansheng, let me go. I'll tell you a secret. There are many cans in the hospital supermarket. I can give them all to you. This is the most valuable hard currency in the apocalypse. If you let me go, it's all yours." Chen Tiansheng lifted him out of the window, looking at Zhao Zihao's terrified face. "Go to hell." He let go. "Chen Tiansheng, you bastard. I'll haunt you as a ghost." Bang. Chapter 87. Outrage watching Zhao Zihao fall from the building and crash into the zombie pile, only to be torn apart and devoured until nothing remained. This is the fate that evil people deserve. As Yang Shui turned around, she silently followed behind. Both of them carried unspeakable secrets. Chen Tiansheng had his, and Yang Shui had hers. Overall, the unapproachable bottom line hidden in their hearts was strikingly similar. When they opened the ward door, the doctor was shocked to see the bodies sprawled all over the room. He sat down on the floor in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such cruel people could exist in the world. Chen Tiansheng ignored the doctor and scanned the room, shouting to the trembling patients, "The bad guys are dead. You can eat whatever you want from the supermarket. No one will oppress you anymore. Go and get some food." Upon hearing this, the survivors in the hospital rushed madly towards the supermarket downstairs. In the chaos, Chen Tiansheng grabbed the doctor. "Come, take me to find other medical staff." The doctor was shivering, his teeth chattering. Please, hero, good man, can you not kill us? We are all good people. We have all sworn to save lives and not take them. I beg you." The doctor was almost in tears, pleading repeatedly. "No one wants to kill you. I'm here to save you to the safe zone." With a firm push, he made the doctor tremble as he led him upstairs. When they reached the top floor, two young people in white coats appeared at the corridor entrance, holding scalpels and looking at Chen Tiansheng with fear. "What are you doing here? We don't welcome you. Leave. Quickly." As they spoke, they waved their scalpels, trying to threaten Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui. "We are the official rescue team, here to take the doctors to the survivor base in the war zone. You need to pack up and come with us immediately." The two young doctors were stunned, looking blankly at the leading doctor. "Director Liu, what about them?" Director Liu, the leading doctor, couldn't believe it and hesitated under pressure, finally nodding. "Great. Can you really take us away? Do you have food? Please give me something to eat first." Chen Tiansheng said to Yang Shui, "You go in and take a look. I'll go get them some food." After saying that, he went downstairs. In fact, Chen Tiansheng had food in his space backpack. It was just inconvenient to take it out in front of everyone. He found a secluded spot, pulled out a box of canned food and a box of water, and carried them back upstairs. When he pushed open the corridor door, he heard a wave of wailing, a cry of excitement and joy. Following the sound into the conference hall, he found many people gathered inside, at least 40, men and women, young and old. They were huddled together, crying, and some were slumped in chairs, emaciated from hunger, tears streaming down their faces. You all eat something first. Adjust your state. Chen Tiansheng placed the food and water down. Director Liu cautiously approached, and when he opened the box, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Thank you. Thank you for your great kindness. After saying that, he took out the sausages and distributed them to everyone. Most of these people were already starving. This was their last stubbornness, refusing to bow to evil forces. Quick, distribute it. As Director Liu handed out the food, several pale-faced nurses looked at Chen Tiansheng with gratitude, tears in their eyes, excitement overwhelming them. Chen Tiansheng could guess that if they had come 2 days later, most of these people would willingly have become playthings for Zhao Zihao and his ilk in order to survive. Excuse me, soldier. An elderly expert with white hair and a frail frame weakly asked, "How are you going to take us away?" His question instantly silenced the room. More than 40 people in one vehicle, along with nearly 500 patients and their families. How could they all fit? We'll take you first, and send someone back to pick up the rest immediately. Chen Tiansheng responded, "As long as we can leave, let us go right now." The young nurse spoke impatiently. Many people no longer wanted to stay in this hell on earth. Chen Tiansheng called out, "Those with strength, help the elderly and follow us." He and Yang Shui led the way, with the doctors following in a large group. With so many people, trouble was bound to arise. The patients in the hospital, initially immersed in the joy of having enough food, realized that compared to being alive, this food meant nothing when they saw the medical staff preparing to leave. "You can't leave." A family member rushed out to block their path. They dared not confront zombies, nor did they resist evil forces. But when faced with the doctors and rescue team, they felt justified. "What will we do if you leave? What about my husband's illness? Who will treat them?" This sparked a wave of reactions from all the patients and their families. The rescue team only had one vehicle. This was abandoning the car to save the commander, treating over 500 patients as disposable. Who would willingly accept such a situation? Block them. We can't let them leave. The strong among them frantically blocked the way. And the loudest protest came from a heavily made-up woman. Even in the apocalypse, the foul air could not mask the scent of her perfume. "You kill Brother Hao. If you take the doctors away, who will resist the zombies? We refuse to accept this, right? If you leave, we leave together. If you stay, we stay together. We want to agree. None of you can leave." Over 40 people were surrounded by hundreds, creating a chaotic scene. The old professor weakly shouted, "Everyone, calm down. Let me speak." His voice was drowned out by the furious crowd, having no effect at all. The heavily made-up woman shouted and rallied the crowd. "If you want to leave, you must take us with you. Otherwise, no one can leave." She acted arrogantly, hands on her hips, raising her voice, drawing responses from those around her. Everyone stopped shouting. "Don't listen to their arguments. Push them back. We can't let them leave." With a shrill scream from the woman, the patients surged forward, the aggressive scene resembling a horde of zombies, each face twisted with rage. With a flash of a knife, a head fell to the ground. He was the first to act, violently pushing the old professor and grabbing his neck, ready to strike. Without waiting for Chen Tiansheng's order, Yang Shui knew that since their mission was to protect the doctors, she would not allow them to be harmed. Regardless of whether the enemy was a zombie or a survivor, blood splattered, painting the scene red. "Kill! It's a murder!" A scream instantly made the aggressive survivors retreat, staring in disbelief at the body lying on the ground, eyes wide and incredulous. Yang Shui pointed her knife at the crowd, finally stopping in front of the shouting woman. "Do you want to die?" The woman's legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground. "No, I don't want to die. I want to live. Please don't kill me. Take me to the safe zone. As long as you take me away, I'll do anything. I can agree to anything." Chapter 88. For survival, this woman, Chen Tiansheng, was not unfamiliar to him. She was Zhao Zihao's mistress. In her previous life, She clung to Zhao Ziheo's thigh and lived quite comfortably. However, Zhao Ziheo eventually got bored and gave her to someone else. This woman was quite easygoing. As long as she could eat well, she would do anything. Later on, she even took on the role of accounting girl at the base, accepting a packet of biscuits in exchange for her services. In this life, she was the same. If it weren't for Zhao Ziheo's death, she wouldn't be so aggressive. Chen Tiansheng stepped over Yang Shui and approached the woman. I will save you and get you out, but first we need to take the doctors away. After we regroup, we will come back to bring all of you back to the safe zone. Why should I believe you will come back? A man shouted defiantly. Just as Yang Shui was about to take action to make an example of him, Chen Tiansheng immediately raised his hand to stop her, coldly saying, "You can only believe. If you block the way now, I will kill without mercy. Understand?" Everyone looked at each other, unsure if these people would return after leaving. Don't listen to him. Swish! A purple blade flashed, and a bloody mark appeared on the man's neck. The next moment, his head fell, and his body collapsed on the ground, spraying blood. The crowd gasped in shock, collectively horrified. Yang Shui pointed her knife forward, advancing step by step with a cold gaze. Those who block the way will be killed without mercy. Didn't you hear what my boss said? The people blocking the stairs were already terrified, stumbling downstairs to make way for the female killer. Chen Tiansheng gestured for the doctors to hurry, while he followed behind to intimidate the crowd. Just as the medical staff reached the bottom, Chen Tiansheng was about to turn around when he suddenly felt someone clutching his thigh. He looked down to see the woman, tears in her eyes, clinging to him. I don't want to die. Don't leave me behind, please. I can warm your bed. I can be useful. Please take me with you. I'll work hard for you. Don't leave me to die. I beg you. In front of everyone, the woman put aside her dignity, and others began to follow suit, all kneeling on the ground and pleading repeatedly. We don't want to die. We beg you. Don't leave us behind. Take us with you, please. Chen Tiansheng felt exasperated. Shut up, he roared, kicking the woman down and quickly descending the stairs while saying, I said I would come back, and I will definitely return. What good is begging me now? A single vehicle can't hold all of you. The crowd surged after Chen Tiansheng down the stairs, a massive wave that blocked the entire first floor. Chen Tiansheng weaved through the doctors, reaching the window first. He patted Luo Long and Luo Feng on the shoulder and said, Things have changed. You two might need to stay behind. We'll go back and bring the convoy to take everyone away. Are you two okay with that? No problem. Luo Long replied casually, not caring at all. Chen Tiansheng took out 10 bottles of water, speaking confidently, You two keep burning at most for 30 minutes. Each bottle of water can extend it by another 30 minutes. 5 bottles each means 2.5 hours. We will definitely come back. Don't worry, master. You just go. Luo Long and Luo Feng responded heroically, not taking the situation seriously at all. Chen Tiansheng took out his battle axe and said, I'll go clear the way. Yang Shui, escort the doctors to the vehicle. With that, he leaped out, and the flames ceased. Chen Tiansheng charged into the firestorm, hacking through, and soon opened a path. Go, hurry. With Yang Shui's help, the medical staff jumped out the window, rushing towards the truck bed. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the corridor. Everyone had a glimmer of hope, thinking that if they followed the doctors, they might escape. Most shared this thought, surging into the ward, trampling and pushing anyone in their way, desperate to survive. Regardless of others, a doctor was pulled back, and moments later, he was shoved into a corner. The ward was only 20 square meters, and the crowding was intense, with at least 100 people crammed inside, while more continued to rush in from the corridor. Don't push. Step back, all of you. I can't breathe. Don't push from behind. The ward descended into chaos, and Yang Shui could no longer maintain order. While protecting the doctors, she shouted, Boss, something's wrong. Chen Tiansheng was dodging and weaving when he turned to see the frenzied crowd. Oh no, zombies were not fools, with so much food suddenly appearing. They surged from all directions towards the exit. Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui were overwhelmed, unable to stop the zombies pouring in from all sides. Chen Tiansheng shouted in frustration, Protect the medical staff, don't worry about the others. Fighting and retreating, Chen Tiansheng slowly fell back, killing zombies while trying to ensure the safety of the medical staff. As for the others, they jumped out the window, mindlessly charging towards the truck, but but without anyone to protect or block them. They became natural prey, instantly torn apart and devoured by the zombies. The scene was horrific. Chen Tiansheng swung his axe, taking down a group of zombies while shielding a young nurse. Shouting at the window, "Stop pushing. If you keep pushing, none of you will survive." A man stood at the window, shouting loudly, "If we can't survive, neither will you. If we're going to die, let us all die together." But as soon as he finished shouting, he was pushed out by the irrational crowd behind him, immediately swarmed and torn apart by the zombies. A few people managed to climb up to the window, but when they saw this scene, they turned to flee, only to be predictably pushed out by the frantic crowd and fall in a zombie horde, with an inevitable fate. "I'll fight you all." Director Liu jumped out the window, seeing countless zombies rushing towards him, coming from all directions, about to attack the head nurse. His whole life had been full of frustration. He had never dared to confess to his crush, and previously, he had groveled to get food for the head nurse. Now that an escape was within reach, he faced a life-and-death crisis. Under pressure, he unexpectedly unleashed an incredible burst of strength. As a zombie lunged at the head nurse, about to bite her, he shouted, "Get away," and kicked the zombie, sending it flying. He was stunned. Others were stunned too. The head nurse looked at Director Liu in confusion. Not just them. Chen Tiansheng was also taken aback. Wow, did he evolve in the face of danger? The zombies charged again, fearless and clawing. Chen Tiansheng leaped forward, standing in front of Director Liu, swinging his axe to clear a path, and shouted, "You protect the others and get them in the vehicle. As many as can leave, leave." However, at that moment, another upheaval occurred in the ward. Chapter 89 Crisis Moment Evolution Upgrade in the ward. Luo Long and Luo Feng had already been pushed to the corner by the frenzied crowd. The chaotic order had even knocked over all the source water left by Chen Tiansheng. "Don't push, don't push. The rescue team will be back. If you go out now, it's just sending yourselves to death. Don't push. Shut up. If we can't live, you won't either." An angry man threw a punch at Luo Long, directly causing blood to gush from his nostrils. It should be noted that he had already been injured by Su Wanqing's kick that morning, and his nose had not fully healed yet. "You dare to hit me? I'll burn you alive." Luo Long's anger was truly extraordinary. His hair began to smoke, and soon flames enveloped his head, neck, and body. "Whoever pushes again, I'll burn you all. Someone's on fire. There's a fire in the room. Everyone run." At this moment, the crowd stopped pushing outward and instead turned to run towards the exit. The few loudmouths closest to Luo Long, including the man who had just punched him, were engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Seeing his tragic state, the crazed crowd regained a bit of sanity, but as some pushed into the hallway, the scene instantly descended into chaos again. Luo Feng, seeing this, grabbed a doctor in a white coat and, without waiting for his reaction, threw him out the window. "You're next." She pulled a nurse and pushed her out as well. Chen Tiansheng, noticing that they had an enhancer assisting them, felt the pressure greatly reduced. He regained the initiative, clearing all the zombies by the window, just as Luo Feng was throwing down the medical staff to protect them from the zombies. Yang Shui rushed back, helping to carry people away, making the rescue process much smoother. "Master, it's time to retreat," Luo Feng shouted. Chen Tiansheng raised his axe. "Retreat." Yang Shui finally pushed Director Liu into the crowded vehicle, struggling to close the door. Chen Tiansheng had already jumped into the vehicle, and in that instant, Yang Shui quickly jumped into the driver's seat. Go, start it up." As they just drove away, a huge fire erupted from Luo Long and Luo Feng's side, igniting all the remaining zombies at the window. "Oh no, brother, all the Water Master left is destroyed." "What?" Luo Long was shocked, staring at the dense mass of zombies outside. 2.5 hours. How can we hold them off? "It's fine, we can hold out. Don't forget how Master taught us. Use the terrain to our advantage and find alcohol to fuel the fire." Luo Feng suddenly remembered something and shouted, "We need alcohol. A lot of alcohol." Since escape was hopeless, they could only cooperate to survive, all in the same boat, hoping for each other. "Quick, find alcohol." Chen Tiansheng drove the car at breakneck speed, crashing back to the mall safety zone. As soon as the car stopped, Yang Shui dashed out to open the door, and Chen Tiansheng shouted, "Come help." The soldiers rushed over quickly, with some going to report. The moment the door opened, the doctors, who were all bloodied and battered, nearly fell out of the vehicle. Wow, so many people? The soldiers exclaimed, immediately sending someone to take over. Zheng Wei rushed out, and seeing so many doctors brought back at once, he could hardly believe it. Master Chen, you're amazing. Let's talk. There are still many survivors in the hospital. Hurry up and arrange for people to come with me. Zheng Wei didn't dare to delay and urgently gathered personnel. Although they acted quickly, it would still take over 2 hours to go back and forth from the development zone to the city hospital. Currently, there was a shortage of manpower, as most soldiers had taken the survivors to the base, and there weren't many left in the mall. After counting, there were only about 100 people available. That should be enough. Quickly get in the car and come with me. Just then, Su Wanqing rushed out, eager to get into the car. I want to help too. Chen Tiansheng pulled her down. You stay home and be good. We don't need you for the dangerous stuff. Su Wanqing puffed up her cheeks, looking unhappy. But I just want to help. Isn't there not enough manpower? Even so, we don't need your help. Chen Tiansheng was very stubborn, having finally gained love in 2 lifetimes. He would never let his loved one take risks. Go, go. Zheng Wei, take care of her. As Chen Tiansheng shouted, he hurriedly got into the car and left. Su Wanqing pouted, looking displeased. She didn't want to be a burden. She wanted to be useful. Chen Tiansheng's protection was completely contrary to her wishes. Zheng Wei took the opportunity to advise, you should stay and help. Don't let him get distracted. There are still many things to do in the safety zone. Okay, please arrange for me. Zheng Wei. Zheng Wei smiled knowingly. In the hospital outpatient building, Luo Long and Luo Feng had held on for 2 hours. Their mental energy completely depleted. If it weren't for the medical alcohol fueling the fire, they would have likely been overwhelmed by zombies long ago. I can't do it anymore. Sister, step back. Let's retreat to the upper floor for defense. Luo Long gasped for breath, his eyes dazed, and Luo Feng wasn't much better off. Severe physical exhaustion, combined with mental fatigue, made it difficult for the siblings to even walk, let alone use their powers. The zombies broke through the sea of fire, stepping on the bodies of their companions, clawing their way through the windows, and swarming into the ward. Luo Long and Luo Feng stumbled and fell into the hallway, grabbing alcohol to throw into the room. Burn you all, die. But his palm could only emit sparks, unable to gather even a small flame. Brother, run. Luo Feng pulled Luo Long and ran, but the zombies were already closing in. Light up, burn. Luo Long felt dizzy and in his furious state. A small flame suddenly burst forth, igniting a raging fire. Luo Long felt his spirit lighten, and the power of the flames grew even more formidable. If Chen Tiansheng had seen this scene, he would have surely discovered that Luo Long had unexpectedly broken through to become a level 2 fire ability user in a crisis. Burn! Luo Long's spirit soared. He intended to reclaim the ward, but the raging flames exceeded expectations, instantly igniting the alcohol bottles in the corridor. Oh no, brother, stop. Boom! The alcohol bottles exploded, sending flames flying directly at Luo Long, instantly engulfing him. Luo Long could only protect his face with his hands and crouch down, but he felt no burning sensation. Surprised, he looked up to see a protective layer forming around him. Turning his head, he saw Luo Feng controlling the immense flames, creating a wind barrier that protected them from burning themselves. Sister, you've recovered too? Yes. Luo Feng replied calmly, her voice stern. Brother, if the first floor falls, we need to retreat quickly to the second floor. We can hold it with the terrain advantage. Right, let's go upstairs. Luo Long and Luo Feng quickly dashed out of the sea of fire, running up the stairs. When the survivors on the upper floor saw the 2 superhumans fleeing, many began to have suicidal thoughts. It's over. We're doomed. There's no hope. Just then, a dense gunfire suddenly erupted outside the hospital. Chapter 90. Audio of munition da. The heavy truck roared toward the hospital, followed by a dozen transport trucks, all painted in military green, with familiar uniforms. Everyone who saw this scene was incredibly excited. Our soldiers have arrived. In despair, they saw hope, and every survivor shed tears of emotion. No longer caring about the danger, cheering and shouting with joy. Some cried, some laughed, some celebrated, while others were stealing joy. Lu Rong, Zhao Ziheo's little lover, had already prepared to commit suicide, But when she saw the soldiers' rescue convoy arriving, she was so excited that she rushed outside. She found a luggage cart, dashed into the food storage room, and stuffed as many cans as she could into it. She had heard Zhao Zihao say that in the apocalypse, if you want to live well, canned food is a necessity and hard currency. Frantically packing a box of canned food, she stumbled down the stairs, waiting for the best opportunity to escape. The soldiers' convoy stopped in front of the hospital, forming a line with their guns, machine guns firing. Chen Tiansheng rushed toward the main door with an axe, smashing the sealed door to pieces. Boom! With a gap opened in the door. The zombies inside the hospital rushed out wildly. After Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui cleared them out, they shouted, "Luo Long, Luo Feng, are you alive?" Noisy commotion came from upstairs, and after the chaos, several zombies engulfed in flames tumbled down the stairs. "Master, we are fine," Luo Long shouted in response. Chen Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief, then shouted, "All survivors, get on the truck immediately. You have 5 minutes, or you will be left behind." The sound of countless people rushing down the stairs was overwhelming, followed by a crowd of survivors who seemed even crazier than before. Some stumbled and fell, only to be trampled by others, screams and cries echoing everywhere. "Get on the truck, quickly." Chen Tiansheng avoided the exit as the survivors surged out, completely disregarding their friends and family. Right now, surviving was more important than anything else. Chen Tiansheng craned his neck, searching through the crowded crowd, but unfortunately did not see Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Yang Shui, go find Luo Long and Luo Feng. I'll head outside." "Okay." Yang Shui jumped slightly, stepping on the heads of the people below her, and with a swift move, she dashed up the stairs. Chen Tiansheng followed the survivors out of the crowd, and once outside, the situation improved significantly. The survivors climbed onto the trucks desperately, as if fighting for seats on the subway. The soldiers' gunfire held back the zombies' attack, buying time for everyone. Chen Tiansheng quickly reached the front of the gun line, where Wang Yang was changing magazines and continued firing after a quick reload. "Why are there so many zombies? We can't kill them all, and we don't have enough bullets. What should we do?" Chen Tiansheng shouted, "Conserve your bullets. They'll be useful later." After shouting, he patted Wang Yang on the shoulder and said softly, "If you want to become an evolved one, shooting is useless. You need to fight the zombies up close, hovering on the edge of life and death to unleash your greater potential." "Next time, I don't have a suitable weapon." Wang Yang continued shooting, but silently noted Chen Tiansheng's words. More than 500 people is no small number. Nearly every one of the dozen vehicles was extremely crowded. Those who got on the truck looked at the pile of corpses outside and couldn't help but feel fear welling up inside them, urging, "Drive, hurry up. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. This truck is full. Drive quickly. We don't want to be buried with you." But this time, many others were still crowding to climb onto the truck. Chen Tiansheng ignored them, returned to the heavy truck, and found there were still quite a few empty spots in the cargo area, but the driver's seat was already filled with people. A man, looking terrified, was about to start the vehicle, but after searching, he shouted anxiously, "Where are the keys?" Chen Tiansheng opened the door and coldly said, "Get to the back." "Why should I?" The man in the driver's seat shouted sharply, but was immediately yanked down by Chen Tiansheng and pushed hard. "If you don't go, I'll leave you here to feed the zombies." The man was so scared that he sat down on the ground and quickly crawled to the back of the truck. The other people inside the vehicle saw this scene and hurriedly got out to find spots in the cargo area, except for one woman who remained stubbornly on the truck. She was Lu Rong, Zhao Zihao's little lover. Chen Tiansheng got on the truck and coldly said, "Still not getting off? Do you plan to make me throw you out?" She forced a bright smile, leaned close to Chen Tiansheng's ear, and said softly, "I told you, as long as you save me, I'll be your slave. Whatever you want." After saying that, she even licked Chen Tiansheng's ear. Chen Tiansheng felt a shiver run down his spine and slapped her away. "Get lost, shameless woman. Get out now." Lu Rong was stunned by the slap, but the next moment, she rushed to jump off the truck, only to realize she had forgotten her luggage cart. Just as she thought about going back to get it, Yang Shui suddenly appeared and pushed Lu Rong down. "Get out of the way, go to the back. This isn't a place for you." As she spoke, she pointed her knife at her and then quickly helped the panting Luo Long and Luo Feng onto the truck. No, if you don't get on the truck, we're leaving. Yang Shui said this and disappeared in a flash. Lu Rong was terrified and no longer cared about her luggage cart, hurriedly going to the back, squeezing in with the other survivors in the cramped space. Chen Tiansheng started the engine and shouted, "Time is up. Get on. Prepare to depart." The soldiers coordinated to get onto the truck, driving, guarding, and shooting. The truck was packed with people, and the soldiers couldn't squeeze in, desperately holding onto the railings and shouting, "Drive, drive. Hurry up." The heavy truck took the lead, charging ahead, followed closely by the other trucks one after another. Rushing through, the rescue team broke through the encirclement and left the depths of the hospital. In the safe zone of the shopping mall, the convoy had made several trips, sending survivors back to the combat zone base, consuming most of the resources. The returning convoy brought back bad news. What? Zheng Wei felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that ammunition supplies were running low. If the stock was depleted, would they only be able to kill zombies with their bare hands in the future? What should they do? Just as Zheng Wei was in a panic, two pieces of news came from the entrance, one good and one bad. The good news was that the rescue convoy had returned, bringing back over 500 survivors. All right, as long as there are gains. But what was the bad news? A soldier said with a helpless expression, "There are countless zombies following their convoy." What? Zheng Wei was dumbfounded, suddenly remembering something. Today they were withdrawing and had sent the soldiers stationed at the front line away. So there was no support at the city exit, naturally attracting the zombies. How many are there? A lot. This is bad. Zheng Wei sat down heavily in his chair, his eyes vacant, feeling as if his heart had turned to ashes. Chapter 91, I want command authority. Will you give it? The heavy trucks led the way, and the convoy drove into the underground parking lot. Chen Tiansheng got out of the car and shouted, "Everyone get out quickly. Go upstairs to take shelter immediately." The survivors hadn't even had time to feel happy before they sensed the heavy, oppressive atmosphere and dared not speak, stumbling as they ran upstairs. Wang Yang came over, puzzled. "What's wrong? Isn't this a safe return?" Chen Tiansheng shouted, "Didn't you notice how quiet it was on the way back? No one was covering us. The zombies will follow us here." Wang Yang was stunned and asked in fear, "What should we do?" "What to do? Split into two groups. Let the soldiers go upstairs to shoot the zombies. The others come with me to seal off the entrances and exits of the first floor hall." "Yang Shui," Chen Tiansheng shouted while running, "You're fast. Take the wine and pour it at the entrances and exits to confuse the human scent. Luo Long, Luo Feng, hurry up and get ready. We have a big battle to fight soon." After shouting, he took the lead and rushed upstairs. Wang Yang turned and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and move." The soldiers mobilized collectively, splitting into two groups, one to set up a defensive line on the roof, and the other to seal off the entrances and exits on the first floor. Chen Tiansheng quickly found Zheng Wei. "I need command authority. Will you give it?" Zheng Wei, in a daze, replied upon hearing this, "Yes. What do you want to do?" Chen Tiansheng pointed at his chest and shouted, "You Shun Ti have opened the sealed door." He turned and yelled, "Everyone who can move, get to work. Seal all the doors. Time is of the essence. Move quickly." Zheng Wei also realized the problem. At first, he was puzzled about why they needed to seal all four doors, but now he finally understood the intent. "What are you still doing? Hurry up." The entire mall mobilized. And for the sake of survival, everyone scrambled to find something to do. Soldiers carried ammunition boxes, one by one, to the rooftop. Survivors moved wooden boards and furniture, sealing off the four entrances and exits. The entire mall was bustling with activity. Chen Tiansheng searched for flammable materials in the supermarket, while Zheng Wei assisted him, chattering incessantly. Just now, the war zone sent back news that the ammunition supply is urgent. There are not many bullets left. "We can't go on like this. Shouldn't we retreat?" Chen Tiansheng replied while packing boxes. "Are we giving up now? What about the survivors in the city?" Zheng Wei countered, "How do we rescue them? Do we go smash zombies' heads with our guns without bullets? We will have to smash them eventually, but I think it's not that we lack ammunition. It's that they don't want to give it to us to waste." Zheng Wei was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chen Tiansheng sarcastically said, "Haven't you noticed? The commander has lost his mind. He's just an idiot." Zheng Wei opened his mouth, but couldn't find a reason to refute that statement. The Chinese have always been quick to act, especially when it concerns life and death. Everyone was in action, and soon the 4 doors were sealed off again. The zombies were approaching the development zone in droves. The soldiers carried all the ammunition to the mall's rooftop, and every soldier was making final preparations. Chen Tiansheng put down various incendiary materials, squatting at the edge of the building to observe the zombies' movements. Luo Long and Luo Feng came to report, and Yang Shui was still downstairs pouring wine to confuse the scent. Why isn't she back yet? Zheng Wei murmured anxiously. You don't need to worry about her. Chen Tiansheng snatched the binoculars from Zheng Wei's hands and observed the zombies. He picked up a bottle of soybean oil, weighed it in his hands, took 2 steps back, and sprinted forward to throw it with all his might. The soybean oil flew far into the air. Chen Tiansheng quickly grabbed a rifle from a nearby soldier, aimed, and shot, all in one fluid motion. Bang! The soybean oil exploded in the air, drenching the zombies like rain. The soldiers were stunned. They all knew Chen Tiansheng had the strength to throw an oil barrel 78 meters, but his shooting accuracy was just unbelievable. Following the same method, he threw more than 10 barrels of soybean oil, ensuring that every zombie in the front was equally soaked. He then looked at Luo Long and said, "We have limited bullets, so conserve them. Later, Luo Long and Luo Feng will set a fire. Let us drag it out as long as possible until the zombie tide is exhausted." Understood, Luo Long said respectfully. Zheng Wei thought to himself and cautiously asked, "What if we can't drag it out that long? What if the zombies keep coming? Right? Should we arrange a backup now?" Someone else inquired. Chen Tiansheng said word by word, "We fought hard to secure this mall's safe zone. We absolutely will not retreat." The soldiers felt their blood surging. A soldier should have this kind of spirit. Fight to the death, absolutely will not retreat. Fight to the death, absolutely will not retreat. Chen Tiansheng raised his hand, and the excited crowd immediately quieted down. Then, Chen Tiansheng quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Luo Long, set it on fire." Whoosh! A great fire suddenly erupted, instantly igniting the tide of zombies. Chen Tiansheng looked at Luo Long in confusion and asked, "You've reached level 2? Luo Long awkwardly scratched his head. "Really? How didn't he know?" Chen Tiansheng smiled, showing his bright white teeth, grinning widely. "If I had known you were level 2, I wouldn't have worried so much. This battle is bound to win." Zombies continued to pour into the development zone from the urban area. There was no one left behind on the overpass, which was an unavoidable consequence. The vast horde of zombies was countless. Thick smoke billowed around the mall, and the air was filled with the strong smell of burning protein. Chen Tiansheng kept observing the movements of the zombies while Zheng Wei stayed by his side, anxious. "This really can't be burned out. What should we do?" Chen Tiansheng said impatiently, "Stop dawdling. If you're idle, I'll assign you a task." "Go ahead, let me get busy too," Zheng Wei replied. Chen Tiansheng patted Zheng Wei's shoulder. "Go downstairs and search each floor. Find all the fire axes and the fire hydrants, as well as axes and hammers in the supermarket. I want as many as you can find. Give me a count." "Okay, I'll go right now." Zheng Wei understood Chen Tiansheng's intention. With a limited number of bullets, they couldn't afford to waste them. If the zombie tide continued, by nightfall, they might have to rely on melee combat, so axes and hammers were a priority. He rushed downstairs, shouting to all the survivors, "Everyone who can move, listen up. Find the fire hydrants immediately. We urgently need fire axes. Get them all out and hand them over to the soldiers to go chop zombies." The soldiers were fighting the zombies, and all the survivors mobilized, searching through the mall, united in their efforts and busy as bees. Soon it got dark. Heavy clouds covered the sky, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Luo Long and Luo Feng had been burning for over 2 hours, and the zombies kept coming in waves. On the 5th floor of the furniture store, Chen Tiansheng looked at the collected axes and hammers, nodding in satisfaction. "Now I need brave warriors. Anyone who dares to kill zombies with me, step forward." Chapter 92. Close combat and evolution, yes. The warriors eagerly signed up, one by one, standing out from the crowd. "I'm not afraid of death. Let's kill the zombies together." Chen Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Since you choose hand-to-hand combat, hand over your firearms and ammunition to other comrades. Pick up suitable weapons from the ground. and follow me to the underground parking lot." The warriors busied themselves, handing over all their remaining ammunition to their most familiar comrades. Some wondered aloud, what is this for? Are we going to engage in hand-to-hand combat with zombies? Are you crazy? Not crazy. Although they were all warriors, some were brave, while others were timid. Those who didn't dare to fight in close combat were shooting from the rooftop. The brave warriors were choosing weapons, including Wang Yang and Li Hao. After selecting their weapons, Chen Tiansheng led them to the parking lot, telling everyone to hide behind the cars and observe first. Don't rush to attack. There are tricks to killing zombies. As long as you operate well and take advantage of the terrain, fighting 1 against 100 is not a problem. Everyone believed in Chen Tiansheng, looking at him with confidence. Wait for me for a moment. After saying this, Chen Tiansheng charged out, shouting loudly outside them all, "Yang Shui, stop messing around and come back quickly." After a few seconds, a shadow appeared rapidly on the street, reaching Chen Tiansheng in a few breaths. "Boss, seeing Yang Sui Banting." Chen Tiansheng felt a bit distressed. "I told you to mask your scent, not to run for your life. Don't do that next time." "Yes, come back with me." Yang Shui glanced back at the zombies that were on fire, slowly chasing after her. "Boss, what do we do about these zombies?" "Let them in and use the terrain to kill them." After Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, he dashed into the underground parking lot, and Yang Shui had to follow closely behind. Once they appeared again, Chen Tiansheng jumped onto a car and pointed, "You go to the car across from me." The two of them guarded the entrance, weapons at the ready. Before long, the flaming zombies charged in, baring their fangs and clawing viciously. The fire had left them bloody and mangled, with many areas reduced to stark white bones, yet they still rushed forward relentlessly. Hungry, hungry! As the zombies appeared, all the warriors instinctively tightened their grips on their axes, their spirits tense and their bodies on high alert. Look closely, it's just killing zombies. They have no brains. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chen Tiansheng suddenly spoke, drawing the zombies' attention towards his voice. But they were immediately blocked by the cars, and the zombies could only claw helplessly without reaching anyone. Thud! Chen Tiansheng brought his axe down on a zombie's head, splattering its brains, and it fell silent. See? It's as simple as chopping wood or hitting moles. After Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, he swung the axe again, making another hole in another zombie's head. Yang Shui was already prepared. Seeing that the incoming zombies were all going towards Chen Tiansheng, she quickly shouted, "Boss, we're enhancers, not afraid of zombies, but ordinary people are different." Yang Shui's shout attracted the attention of the zombies, and as they pounced, she swiftly decapitated one. What is different? In the apocalypse, there are only the brave and the cowards. Those who don't dare to kill zombies are cowards and don't deserve to evolve. The two kept chatting and chopping, not sure if they were just talking or intentionally saying it for everyone to hear. The warriors listened more and more, feeling uneasy. Wang Yang was the first to react. "We've seen enough. Let's follow suit and get on the cars." Wang Yang jumped onto the car first, making noise to attract attention, chopping down with his axe. Surprisingly, it wasn't too dangerous. A bold warrior jumped out of the lane and hurriedly ran across. Fortunately, the zombies were a beat slow and didn't catch him, allowing him to escape. That guy jumped onto a car and swung a hammer, smashing the zombie's head. Awesome kill. Just like that, everyone was having a great time. When they got tired, they would rest at the back for a bit before coming back to kill. Initially, Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui were the main forces, but later, they mostly sat on top of the cars watching others chop, and Chen Tiansheng entered chatter mode. Pay attention to your strength. No need to exert so much effort. It's a waste of energy. Wang Yang, you're doing well. If you can keep killing for a few more hours, you should be able to advance to a level 1 strength enhancer. Li Hao over there, don't try to imitate Yang Shui. She uses a knife, and the angle for cutting necks is excellent. You use an axe, just go for the head. Thus, they fought for a full 2 hours, and indeed, more than a dozen warriors evolved. There were 9 strength enhancers, 4 speed enhancers, and 1 genetic mutant who gained special abilities. However, genetic mutation couldn't be completed in a day. Watching him in pain, if Chen Tiansheng hadn't said he was a genetic mutant, everyone would have thought he was infected by a zombie. Among these people, Wang Yang and Li Hao both became enhancers, 2 strength fighters. This good news was relayed back to the first floor, and after hearing it, Zheng Wei found it unbelievable, quickly entering the underground parking lot. Seeing the scene filled with zombies, he felt even more horrified. He quickly approached the warrior who had undergone genetic mutation. Is Xiao Qiu really not a zombie transformation? The caregiver insisted. Master Chen said he ISNT, so he definitely ISNT. Zheng Wei still didn't believe it and carefully examined him, finding no injuries. So he squatted down, silently waiting. The zombie attack lasted all night, and by the next morning, only a few scattered zombies remained, with no large-scale zombie tide appearing again. In the underground parking lot of the mall, after a night of combat, the parking lot was filled with burnt zombies. Although they had been busy all night and were very tired, everyone was exceptionally excited. The warriors who evolved into enhancers followed Chen Tiansheng's orders. Those who didn't evolve also recognized him greatly. At this moment, everyone hadn't noticed that they had changed how they addressed Chen Tiansheng, from Scum Chen to Master Chen. Chen Tiansheng commanded, "You find some people to carry the zombies out of the underground parking lot. Let Luo Long burn them collectively. They're blocking the way." After finishing, he jumped off the car and went to the entrance to check on the young man who had gained special abilities. "Is he still not awake?" Zheng Wei, still excited, said eagerly. "Do you have any way to wake him up quickly? I really want to see what abilities he gained." Chen Tiansheng took out some spring water, squatting down while asking, "What is his name?" "His name is Qiu Quan." Chen Tiansheng smiled. "Water-type ability user. You know this too?" Zheng Wei asked in surprise. Chen Tiansheng thought to himself, "Isn't this obvious? In my previous life, all the drinking water in the entire base was purified by me. If I didn't recognize it, I'd be living a wasted life." Chapter 93, The Secret of Evolution, after feeding him the spring water. Qiu Quan murmured softly after just a few sips. "Ahaha, so comfortable, it feels like I'm basking in the sun." Slap. Chen Tiansheng slapped him on the face. Qiu Quan opened his eyes in surprise, covering his face and asking, "Zheng Wei, Master Chen, did you just hit me?" "No, you were dreaming. You were sleepwalking. Hurry up. Zheng Wei has something to ask you." Qiu Quan quickly stood up, straightened his clothes, and saluted seriously. "Report." Zheng Wei quickly reassured him. "Tell me, how do you feel now?" Chen Tiansheng interjected. "That's not how you ask. Close your eyes, feel your surroundings, and try to gather it with your hands. See if you can do it." Qiu Quan tried to close his eyes and followed Chen Tiansheng's instructions. After a while, small water droplets indeed appeared in his palms, just small droplets. Zheng Wei was extremely excited. Is this the water ability? When Qiu Quan opened his eyes, the droplets suddenly scattered, dripping into his palms. "Do I also have an ability now?" However, Chen Tiansheng looked helpless and said, "But it's still too weak. You have 3 days to familiarize yourself with your water ability. It will be of great use later." After saying that, he patted Qiu Quan on the shoulder and walked upstairs without looking back. Both Qiu Quan and Zheng Wei were very excited, especially Zheng Wei, who quickly pulled Qiu Quan and said, "You need to tell me all the details of what happened to you these past few days. Not a single detail can be missed." The news that Qiu Quan had gained an ability and that 13 people had become enhancers, gaining strength and speed, spread quickly through the mall. Almost every warrior knew the details, and the survivors were also buzzing about it. "I heard that killing zombies can grant special abilities, just like in games where you level up by defeating monsters." "I heard that too, but it only works for close combat. Shooting from a distance is useless. If I had known, I would have been fighting zombies up close. There is still a chance." At the same time, rumors began to spread in the mall's safe zone. After a night of fierce battle, Chen Tiansheng, Yang Shui, Luo Long, and Luo Feng were exhausted and collapsed onto their beds on the 5th floor, sleeping soundly. Su Wanqing had been anxious for a day and night. With the crisis averted and seeing Chen Tiansheng return, she smiled and welcomed him, imitating Yang Shui by letting Chen Tiansheng rest on her lap while she massaged his temples. "Having you is great," Chen Tiansheng sighed. "Stop talking, just sleep." The rumors spread faster and faster, and many people began to have ulterior motives. Some warriors took the lead, bringing their allocated supplies to the 5th floor, hoping to curry favor with Chen Tiansheng and learn the secrets of evolution from him. However, seeing Chen Tiansheng resting, the warriors felt embarrassed to disturb him and could only leave their things behind and leave with forced smiles. Gradually, more and more people came to give gifts, warriors and survivors alike, until the gifts nearly filled the space under the bed. Zheng Wei inquired in detail about the feelings of several evolved warriors, leaving no detail unexamined, right down to what they had eaten and drunk over the past few days, even how many times they had gone to the bathroom. After gathering all the information, Zheng Wei planned to go find Chen Tiansheng to verify it. But as soon as he arrived, he saw countless survivors squatting on the first floor of the 5th floor, seemingly waiting for something. "What are you all doing? Why are you gathered here?" "Shoo!" The crowd hushed, startling Zheng Wei. These survivors had never been this quiet, even when zombies were approaching. What on earth was going on? But when he finally made his way through the supplies and into the furniture store, Zheng Wei immediately understood. Chen Tiansheng was resting, and everyone was waiting for him to wake up. "Well, I guess I'll wait too." As soon as Zheng Wei sat down, Chen Tiansheng cursed as he sat up. "Cults, cults, cults. Can't even let me sleep properly." It was no wonder Chen Tiansheng was cursing. Anyone would be annoyed by the system notification sound interrupting their sleep. Someone's devotion value is 50. Someone's devotion value is 200. Zheng Wei's devotion value is 99. Chen Tiansheng was furious, flipping over to sit up, and since he couldn't sleep, he decided not to bother and took a big gulp of the spring water. Zheng Wei hurried over to flatter him. "Master Chen, you're awake? Woken up by you." Chen Tiansheng grumbled. Zheng Wei's face turned red and pale. "What does that have to do with me? I didn't disturb you, did I?" Chen Tiansheng shot him a glare. "Speak if you have something to say, or just let it out." Zheng Wei quickly smiled. "Well, here's the thing. Please take a look at the data I compiled. Is there anything else to add about the evolved warriors?" Chen Tiansheng took it and flipped through it casually. Surprisingly, Zheng Wei's statistics were quite accurate. Many points were right on target. He patted the ground next to him, inviting Zheng Wei to sit down, and then spoke eloquently. "While the general direction is correct, you've overthought it. This detail and that detail are completely unnecessary. Please enlighten me." Zheng Wei humbly accepted. Evolution is an enhancement of genetic sequences, requiring emotional ups and downs or the emergence of potential in dire situations. After Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, he calculated with his fingers. "It's been over 10 days since the great disaster. The first batch of evolved warriors should be appearing soon. You warriors face death and survival every day, challenging zombies and experiencing fear. Under constant mental pressure, your brains continuously secrete large amounts of transaminase, which is the element that the pineal gland loves most. Therefore, evolution will accelerate. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, yes." Zheng Wei nodded repeatedly, catching the key point and asking, "So, according to you, if scientists can invent a drug that makes the brain secrete transaminase, we could artificially cultivate evolved warriors, right?" Chen Tiansheng yawned and said, "That's no secret. I wrote about it in the documents I gave to Luo Ming. It's been several days now. The higher-ups should have a conclusion by now." You've already submitted a report?" Zheng Wei exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that obvious? Why would I hide something meaningful for humanity?" As soon as he said this, Zheng Wei looked at Chen Tiansheng with newfound respect. Just then, someone shouted for Zheng Wei, saying that the district commander was calling. After bidding farewell, Zheng Wei hurried to answer the phone. The commander was extremely excited, saying, "Just received a confidential message from the general staff. You need to come back right away. There's great news." Zheng Wei eagerly asked, "What good news?" "About the secret of evolution. In the future, we can cultivate our own superhumans and no longer have to look at that scumbag Chen's face." Zheng Wei's expression darkened. They had just mentioned this matter, and the higher-ups had publicly revealed the secret, meaning scientists had already confirmed the effects. Master Chen is indeed Master Chen. You truly understand the greater good. "Commander, I have some good news for you too. Let me hear it. I don't believe it could be better than mine." What Zheng Wei said next left the commander speechless. Chapter 94 helped me out after being tricked by you yesterday. The safe zone in the mall faced a massive zombie tide. The commander's face changed drastically upon hearing this. "Is this good news?" "Wait, what do you mean I tricked you? Can you not speak? Let me finish." Zheng Wei said seriously. "After a day and night of battle, we repelled the zombies. Not only that, under Master Chen's leadership, 14 enhancers emerged among the soldiers, with 9 experiencing a surge in strength for becoming much faster and one person gaining the ability to conjure water out of thin air. The commander fell silent for a long time. Are you sure you're not joking? Why would I joke about national matters? Zheng Wei coldly replied. Great. Since we have so many superhumans appearing first, haha, our Jiang city will definitely be at the forefront, overshadowing all the other battle zones. Zheng Wei was thinking about cultivating excellent soldiers to better accomplish the tasks assigned by the higher-ups. But the commander was thinking about politics, power, and his own rise in status. At this moment, Zheng Wei suddenly recalled what Chen Tiansheng had said. He deeply resonated with the thought that the commander had lost his mind. Zheng Wei, when you have time, come back. We must hold a celebration banquet. I'll bring out my treasured wine that I've kept for many years, and we must have a good drink together. Zheng Wei said solemnly, It's not time for a celebration yet. I'm busy. Let us hang up. He hung up the phone directly, unwilling to waste time with a commander who had issues with his thinking. He didn't even realize that, unknowingly, he had subtly changed his mindset due to Chen Tiansheng. Right, to better complete the tasks, it's best to have a chat with Master Chen about how to utilize the combat power of the enhancers effectively. When he found Chen Tiansheng again, he saw that the entrance to the furniture city was already crowded, making it impossible to squeeze in. Listen, we really want to meet the Savior. The Savior? That's right. Mr. Chen is our Savior. He must have been sent by heaven to save the people. Let us in, Lord, grant us strength. Step back, dare to force your way in, and you will be killed without mercy. Yang Shui's gaze was cold and unyielding. She had been sleeping well, but was disturbed by these foolish people, with a mix of morning grumpiness and anger. It was quite good that she hadn't directly drawn her sword to kill. What's wrong with you? The foolish people still wanted to force their way in, but Zheng Wei squeezed through and shouted, Everyone go back. Let Master Chen rest well. He was busy fighting zombies all day and night yesterday. Let us talk about everything tomorrow. Upon hearing Zheng Wei's words, the crowd reluctantly dispersed, just as he was about to enter with a smile. Yang Shui's sword was already at his neck. What? They can't go in, and you think you can? Calm down. I really have urgent matters to discuss with Master Chen. Let him in. Chen Tiansheng spoke, and only then did Yang Shui sheath her sword. Zheng Wei avoided Yang Shui and approached Chen Tiansheng with a bow. You really are persistent, aren't you? Speak, what's the matter? Chen Tiansheng was lying on Su Wanqing's lap, enjoying the massage she was giving him. It's like this, Master Chen. I want to ask you for a favor. Didn't I hand over the command to you yesterday? Oh, I forgot about that. I will announce later that the command is back to you. No, I'm not in a hurry. Zheng Wei chuckled awkwardly. You keep the command for now, but could you help me train a few more enhancers? Just over 10 ISNT enough, right? Chen Tiansheng sat up abruptly. You have quite the ambition. Just over 10 days since the great catastrophe. And you already won over 10 enhancers? Zheng Wei replied helplessly. Compared to the number of zombies and mutated beasts, that is still not enough. Chen Tiansheng thought about it too. Compared to the future crises, this number indeed was not much. He beckoned Zheng Wei over. I'll teach you a method to get more enhancers, but it's fraught with danger. I don't know if you dare try. Fortune favors the bold. I'll try. Zheng Wei was indeed a tough guy. Following that, Chen Tiansheng talked with him at length about how to enhance the base's strength, how to allocate survivor work, the establishment of adventurer teams, collecting crystal cores, and so on. The two chatted for the entire morning. At noon, Zheng Wei stuck around Chen Tiansheng, snagging a roast chicken from him. While eating, Chen Tiansheng shared all the best plans he knew without holding back. This made Zheng Wei admire him even more. His admiration value kept rising. In just one day, Zheng Wei had contributed nearly 500 admiration points. Zheng Wei, admiration value 540. Loyalty 81, intimate relationship. Watching his loyalty surpass the 80 mark, Chen Tiansheng felt that he hadn't wasted his breath. Every word you said makes sense. We must implement it from now on. However, right now we still need to focus on search and rescue. Can you lead the team? I genuinely hope you can lead. Think about it. No problem. Chen Tiansheng stretched lazily, and as his arm dropped, it naturally landed on Su Wanqing's shoulder. Her face flushed, and she shrugged her shoulders. But Chen Tiansheng held her even tighter. Soon, gather the soldiers in the underground parking lot. I'll first teach some basic knowledge, and we'll officially start tomorrow. Got it. Zheng Wei stood up excitedly, saluted Chen Tiansheng, and then turned to leave. Chen Tiansheng tilted his head to look at the blushing Su Wanqing. Give your husband a smile. How annoying. Gathering the troops, upon hearing that Master Chen was going to give a public lecture. Whether they were sleeping or on duty, all the soldiers rushed to the underground parking lot. Over 500 soldiers lined up to report, creating a grand and impressive scene in the parking lot. Chen Tiansheng led everyone, including Su Wanqing, downstairs. Luo Long was still lazily yawning, looking like he hadn't woken up at all. Comrades, good day. Master Chen, good day. Thank you for your hard work, comrades, to serve the people. The response was uniform and synchronized. Chen Tiansheng smiled. Joking aside, serious matters were important. Everyone, starting today, I officially take on the role of captain of the rescue search team. Salute. With a shout from Wang Yang, a collective salute was given, perfectly synchronized. Chen Tiansheng's heart trembled, feeling a mix of emotions, but he steadied himself and said sternly, "Don't be too happy too soon, if you let me lead. The death rate is extremely high. Do you know why?" Everyone's eyes were bright, and no one questioned him. Because you must evolve, you must grow stronger. I don't need weaklings, and this era doesn't need weaklings. In the apocalypse, the weak can only be eliminated. Only the brave can survive. I need you to fight zombies face to face, to experience the horror of the apocalypse, forcing you to transform and adapt to the coming of the end times. Do you dare? The brave are fearless and forge ahead. The synchronized shout echoed throughout the entire safe zone of them all. Chapter 95, Cultivating Evolvers. The survivors heard the shouts from the parking lot, and those with good faith couldn't help but go downstairs to check, hiding around the parking lot, trying to glean some details about evolution from Chen Tiansheng's lecture. Of course, Chen Tiansheng knew that survivors were eavesdropping, but he didn't care at all. Evolution was never a secret. Even if it was unknown now, it would eventually be revealed. Chen Tiansheng walked in front of the line with his hands behind his back, inspecting each soldier and observing their subtle changes in expression. When you face a zombie, are you afraid? Not afraid. The soldiers answered solemnly. Lying. Are you really not afraid? The soldier's face flushed and his voice weakened. Afraid. Louder. Afraid. Chen Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Being afraid is normal. I'm afraid too, but in the apocalypse, only by overcoming fear and surpassing oneself can one achieve breakthroughs. Chen Tiansheng stopped at the front of the line and shouted sternly at Wang Yang. Last night, when you were killing zombies, were you afraid? Afraid, very afraid. Wang Yang replied loudly, just as Master Chen said. Only by overcoming fear and surpassing myself can I evolve into a new human. Chen Tiansheng nodded even more in satisfaction. Did you all hear that? From now on, I will constantly test you in our actions, pushing you to surpass yourselves and become new humans like us. If you don't succeed, you'll perish. Wang Yang led the way, and all the soldiers responded in unison. If you don't succeed, you'll perish. Chen Tiansheng was even more pleased with this effect and continued. From now on, the team will be divided into two groups. The formal rescue team members will be composed entirely of evolvers. Evolvers stepped forward. 14 people stood tall and walked out amid the envious gazes of everyone. The rest were reserves. As long as they broke through, he would recognize them and acknowledge them as official rescue team members. Understood? Understood. Yang Shui. Chen Tiansheng suddenly called out, and Yang Shui instinctively responded. Here, I officially appoint you as the vice captain of the rescue team. Now take the evolvers outside to clear the zombie corpses. Do you know what I want them to do? Understood. Yang Shui waved her hand and led them outside. The rest felt both envy and jealousy, but who told them they weren't evolvers? They could only hope to evolve quickly. The rest follow me to the rooftop. Chen Tiansheng led the team, and the large group followed closely behind. They all arrived at the rooftop under the watchful eyes of many, standing in a neat line, looking out over the distance from a high vantage point. Chen Tiansheng also looked towards the city and said earnestly, "This is our home, now filled with danger. Crises lurking everywhere. The longer we delay, the more people will die. The rescue mission is very dangerous. The stronger you are, the greater your chances of survival. Don't think I'm exaggerating. You know better than me. When the bullets run out, You can only use axes to chop and fight up close, facing the zombies directly. Are you afraid? Afraid. And then? Chen Tiansheng shouted sternly. Overcome fear. Challenge oneself. Good. From now on, each of you will stand at the edge of the building. Keep your eyes on the city until we depart tomorrow. Although they didn't understand why Chen Tiansheng arranged it this way, none of the soldiers questioned it. They all stood on the edge of the building. One step forward would mean falling down, yet they remained still in the biting wind. Below the building, the official rescue team members cut open the zombie skulls, extracted the crystal cores, and then piled them together to be burned by Luo Long. At the edge of the building, the soldiers watched the front and also saw the operations below. Some felt nauseous, some felt desolate, and others gazed at the city with melancholy. This continued for more than an hour when suddenly a soldier felt a tremor throughout his body. He froze for a moment and raised his hand. Report. Chen Tiansheng also noticed his reaction and said with satisfaction, Evolved? Yes, I feel full of strength. Very good. Strength enhancer. Go report downstairs. The soldiers felt it was incredible. Chen Tiansheng cleared his throat and said sternly, Did I tell you to move? The soldiers stood at attention, just standing in military posture, and although they were at the edge of the building, it had no effect. Chen Tiansheng explained. He participated in the battle yesterday and was already on the verge of evolution. Letting him look at the city changed his mindset, and breaking through the shackles was within my expectations. Someone raised their hand and shouted, Report, Master Chen, I have a question. Speak. ISNT, it said that only fear can lead to evolution. This was a question on everyone's mind. Chen Tiansheng said solemnly, Not just fear. Sadness and despair can also force you to evolve. If the zombies you killed were your friends or family, the psychological burden they caused might let you evolve faster. Oh my. Beside, Su Wonking covered her mouth, looking at Chen Tiansheng in disbelief. Don't make that face. Chen Tiansheng said gently, Evolution is a behavior of the pineal gland in the brain. When a person experiences emotions, the brain secretes dopamine. The pineal gland absorbs dopamine and becomes more active. If a large amount of dopamine is secreted, the success rate of evolution will be much higher. I understand. Not only did Su Wonking understand, but even the soldiers did. Among them was a young soldier who used to be an artistic warrior. After being cut from the group, he transferred to another war zone, but he was naturally sentimental. Recalling what Chen Tiansheng had just said, if the zombies he killed were his friends or family. Thinking back to the zombies he killed last night, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Having personally killed mutated comrades, this overwhelming emotion of grief surged forth. In the next moment, his mind was completely clear. He felt as if the whole world had slowed down significantly. Was this the feeling of evolution? Report. Speak. I don't know if it's evolution, but I feel like the whole world has slowed down. Chen Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction. Speed enhancer, go report downstairs. The soldiers stood at attention and, after thinking for a moment, said to their comrades, Let us think back to the day of the acid rain and the safe zone in the wild, when we personally killed our comrades who fought alongside us. Don't blame yourselves. We must carry on their will and live stubbornly in the apocalypse. His words were effective, and after a full 4 hours, all the participants in last night's battle evolved without exception. 58 evolvers. Wenjing Wei heard this number. He felt that happiness had come too suddenly. At this moment, his admiration for Chen Tiansheng had reached its peak, and he even wanted to rush to find Chen Tiansheng and hug him tightly. But Chen Tiansheng wouldn't let Zheng Wei succeed. He had already led the Evolver squad to practice combat skills under the cover of night on the overpass. Chapter 96. Sneaking into the city under the cover of darkness, the sky had turned dark, and the entire city was shrouded in night. 58 warriors and 4 members of the Chen family crawled on the bridge, surrounded by an unbearable stench, congealed blood, severed limbs, and grotesque faces, as if they were crawling through a pile of corpses. Squish! A warrior extracted a crystal core from a complete zombie's brain and whispered, Master Chen, why are we out here in the middle of the night? What if we run into a horde of zombies? Chen Tiansheng responded while crawling forward. Rescue work knows no day or night. You've dug for crystal cores all day, and the stench of zombies can cover our human scent. We VE crawled a kilometer. The zombies 1T detect us from 10 meters away. I understand, the warrior replied. Once we enter the city, no talking, no heavy breathing, and try not to exhale. Unless I give the order, don't kill a single zombie. Move directly to Jiangnan as fast as possible. Understood. The group moved slowly and steadily, finally reaching the edge of the overpass, with the city entrance below. The streets were once again filled with zombies, just like during the day, shuffling forward, mindlessly crashing into obstacles without looking back, and always uttering a single word, hungry. Chen Tiansheng raised his fist and made several hand signals. All the warriors quickly crawled up, squatting down to await the next command. Luo Long, Luo Feng, and Yang Shui saw the others' movements and mimicked them, waiting in a half-squat. Chen Tiansheng picked up a severed arm and took 2 slow steps forward. The closest zombie to the overpass tilted its head and sniffed the air, shuffling closer to the overpass. Chen Tiansheng hurled the severed arm toward the adjacent residential building, shattering a window. Crash! The nearby zombies suddenly heard the noise and swarmed toward the residential building. Hungry. This action drew all the nearby zombies 10 meters away. Chen Tiansheng quickly made tactical hand signals, indicating to hurry. The warriors, well-trained, crouched low and moved swiftly along the street, quickly leaving the dangerous area. Every 50 meters, they tossed an object to attract the zombies, clearing a path for everyone. In this way, the large group quickly broke out of the alert zone. This area had originally been occupied by the warriors, but because evacuating survivors required a lot of manpower, it had been filled with zombies in just one day. Chen Tiansheng stopped and clenched his fist, signaling the warriors to halt. The next moment, he quickly gestured for everyone to lie flat on the ground. And he did the same. Not far ahead, a massive, corpulent zombie was staggering closer. Like other zombies, it relied on its sense of smell to detect food. As it approached, it sniffed the air, and although faint, it was certain that there was food nearby. Chen Tiansheng raised his hand to signal. This was a Tier 3 zombie with extremely strong senses. They couldn't avoid it. Yang Shui needed to take it down in one strike, or the mission would fail. Yang Shui didn't understand the hand signals and was puzzled when